Greetings, everyone. My name is Bo Feng, a child raised solely by my mother. My mother is the illustrious Poseidon, one of the three unparalleled Douluos in the world, while my father hush. My mother forbids any inquiries about him. Bo Feng, mother, who is my father? Poseidon, you are not to ask that question again in the future. Bo Feng, in pursuit of unraveling this enigma, Bo Feng resolutely embarked upon the mysterious Douluos continent. One fateful day, as Bo Feng unveiled his left hand revealing his hammer spirit, all those present were left in astonishment. Chapter 1. Who is my father indeed? On a golden beach, upon a rocky outcrop, a man and a woman nestled closely together. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed of breathtaking beauty, standing tall at 6 feet, draped in a flowing red robe, her azure hair cascading down her back. Beside her lay a golden scepter, towering at 3 meters, topped with a spear-like protrusion adorned with a golden gem. Faintly, the woman's abdomen appeared slightly rounded. Leaning against the man's shoulder with a look of reluctance, she softly asked, "Are you truly leaving?" The man, with unwavering determination in his gaze, nodded. "I have discovered a Placia legacy left by a powerful deity. I must journey there." She understood becoming a deity was his greatest aspiration. Their powers had already reached the pinnacle of this world, leaving only the path to divinity before them. Gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen, she felt an ache of longing. Yet, for the ideal of the one she loved deeply, this was a promise he had made to her. "Go, my love. I will cherish and nurture this child." She lovingly stroked her belly, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their child. The man gazed at her, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. "Wait for my return. Once I become a deity, I will marry you." This was a vow the man had made with his own lips. With that, he left behind a small hammer, casting a final glance at his beloved before transforming into a crimson light and departing. Unbeknownst to them, 7 years had quietly slipped by. The man had been gone for 7 years, and their child had reached the age of 6. Tomorrow would mark the day of the child's spirit awakening. Once again, they found themselves upon the very rocks where the couple had once shared their moments. The exquisitely beautiful woman awaited the return of her beloved, who had yet to come back. Seated beside her was a 6-year-old boy, handsome and a testament to their love. "Mom, who is my father?" the boy asked, echoing the same question he had posed many times before. Since the dawn of his memories, this query had lingered in her heart. The woman smiled gently, affectionately ruffling his hair. "My dear Feng, your father is the mightiest being in this world. He promised me that once he fulfills his dreams, he will return." This was Sea God Island, and the boy's mother was named Poseidon. Indeed, she was one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos, the sea god Douluos. The boy's name was Bo Feng, a soul bearing the memories of a past life, having traversed here, albeit with a diluted version of Mengpo's soup. He had come to understand the entirety of this world's history and its unfolding events. Indeed, his mother was Poseidon, the high priestess of Sea God Island, a level 99 unparalleled Douluos. Her power was undoubtedly the apex of this realm. This world was known as the Douluos continent, a realm where spirits manifested, ranging from weapons to soul beasts and even common farming tools. Soul masters were the most esteemed profession in this world. After 6 years, Bo Feng had grown accustomed to life on Sea God Island. Aside from having an exceptionally powerful mother, he had never met his mysterious father. Each time he inquired, Poseidon would respond with the same words. As time passed, Bo Feng began to come to terms with it. "Fenger, tomorrow marks your spirit awakening. If I am not mistaken, your spirit will surely be the sea god, just like mine," Poseidon said with a smile, harboring great hopes for her child, who had always been endearing and obedient. "The sea god, you say?" Bo Feng murmured. This was a divine-level spirit, akin to the 6-winged angel, a formidable entity within the continent. Bo Feng, as Poseidon's child, was destined to inherit the sea god spirit, as spirit inheritance stemmed from the stronger parent. "Mother, I wish to," Bo Feng tentatively began. Poseidon listened intently, her expression serene. "I do not wish to remain on Sea God Island forever. I have heard others speak of many wondrous places on the Douluos continent, so..." Bo Feng stammered. Mothers and sons share a deep connection, and Poseidon instantly comprehended her son's desires. "You wish to explore the continent?" she inquired with a smile. Bo Feng nodded silently, as a member of the countless souls who had traversed worlds. Since arriving at the Douluos continent, he did not wish to remain idle on Sea God Island. In the future, there would be a Tang San who would undergo the sea god's 9 trials, and his mother would have to make sacrifices. Such matters could not be allowed to exist. With this second chance at life, every moment spent with his mother over the past 6 years had left a profound imprint on Bo Feng's heart. And that enigmatic father, as his mother had inadvertently mentioned, hailed from the Douluos continent, not from Sea God Island. In his previous life, devoid of parents, he now cherished the existence of a family. His mother had always been present, yet his father had departed for 6 long years to honor a promise. Throughout these 6 years, Poseidon had never left this place, eternally waiting for that man's return. For his mother, and for his father, Bo Feng resolved to venture forth into the continent. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, his mother governed the entire maritime expanse and could not easily leave. Moreover, there were 7 great pillars of guardianship, all of whom were titled Douluos, among them the Sea Dragon Douluos, the most formidable at level 95. You are destined to govern Sea God Island. Therefore, let's make a wager, Poseidon proposed with a smile. When you turn 12, if your soul power reaches level 30, I shall permit you to travel the continent for a few years. Should you fail to reach level 30 by then, you must remain by my side and diligently learn how to manage Sea God Island. Level 30? The Sea God is a divine-level spirit upon awakening. He would surely possess innate full spirit power, coupled with 6 years of time, which should suffice for Bo Feng to cultivate. To level 30. Without hesitation, Bo Feng nodded. Very well. The mother and son sealed their agreement with a clap of hands. With that, Poseidon departed, for as the high priestess, overseeing Sea God Island was a significant responsibility. Bo Feng sat alone on the rocky outcrop, gazing at the boundless sea before him, eagerly anticipating the wonders of the continent. In his heart, he silently devised a series of training plans, aiming to seek the aid of the 7 pillars of Guardian Douluos, who were the most formidable beings beneath his mother. On Sea God Island, with their support, achieving the modest goal of level 30 in 6 years was surely attainable. His mother had previously mentioned that his father was not weaker than she. Who, then, was this mysterious father? Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. A hammer? The security on Sea God Island today is exceptionally stringent. The awakening of Bo Feng's martial soul holds profound significance for Sea God Island, heralding the emergence of the next master of the island. Once Bo Feng reaches the age of 16, he will stand before the sacred pillar to undergo the corresponding assessment, thereby securing his future position as the Grand Priest of Sea God Island. On Sea God Mountain, within the Sea God Temple, Bo Feng has resided for the past 6 years alongside his mother, Poseidon. Poseidon sits regally above, while below her are 7 elevated platforms, each occupied by the 7 guardians of the sacred pillars, the protectors of Sea God Island. Bo Feng stands in the center, facing a circular altar, upon which is embedded a black staff. According to his mother's description, this is the artifact of the Sea God, the Sea God Trident. Only the heir of the Sea God is deemed worthy to draw it forth. As the appointed hour arrives, Poseidon slowly opens her beautiful eyes. Having kept them closed in meditation, she gazes down at her son and offers a gentle smile. The awakening ceremony is about to commence, my dear wind. Are you prepared? Bo Feng solemnly nods. Mother, I am ready at any moment. Upon receiving her son's affirmation, Poseidon gracefully rises from her seat and approaches Bo Feng, standing before the Sea God Trident. After bowing respectfully to the Trident, Poseidon's golden scepter radiates a brilliant golden light. As the golden energy infuses the Sea God Trident, the entire temple is illuminated, and a dazzling blue-golden radiance envelopes Sea God Mountain. This brilliance lingers and intensifies. Wind, step into the light column and keenly sense the presence of your martial soul, Poseidon instructs. Following his mother's guidance, Bo Feng slowly enters the light column. In that moment, he finds himself immersed in a warm and comforting realm, an indescribable sensation of ease washing over him. Under the influence of this warm force, it feels as if something within him has shattered. Then, before the watchful eyes of Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillar guardians, an imposing figure emerges behind Bo Feng. Clad in a blue-golden robe and crowned with a golden tiara, this figure wields a golden trident. This is Bo Feng's martial soul, the Sea God, mirroring Poseidon's martial soul. As her son, he perfectly inherits this divine essence, rivaling even the 6-winged angels of the Spirit Hall. The 7 guardians kneel in reverence, their faces alight with excitement, for they are the most loyal protectors of the Sea God. Poseidon, 2 kneels partially, gazing at her son bathed in golden light and a martial soul that resembles her own. Should all proceed as expected, he will surely become the next grand priest of the sea god. However, an unforeseen event transpires. In Bo Feng's left hand, he senses another force, indeed, another martial soul. Gradually raising his left hand, under the scrutiny of all present, a pitch-black hammer materializes. The handle measures about half a foot, and the hammerhead is cylindrical, adorned with faint swirling patterns on its dark surface. This is Bo Feng's secondary martial soul, and while the 7 guardians are perplexed, Poseidon comprehends its significance. This second martial soul, the hammer, originates from her beloved Bo Feng's father. Tears well in Poseidon's eyes. After 6 long years, the sight of this hammer stirs profound emotion within her. The pressure from the hammer causes Bo Feng's left hand to slowly descend. Such a small hammer, yet its weight is astonishingly heavy. Wiping away her tears, Poseidon gazes at her son, who struggles slightly, and promptly gestures with her scepter. The golden light enveloping Bo Feng dissipates, and the sea god behind him gradually fades, returning to him. Yet, the hammer in Bo Feng's left hand remains unyielding, quietly hovering in his palm. Wind, channel your soul power and retract your hammer, Poseidon urges. Heeding his mother's command, Bo Feng focuses his soul power, and the dark light surrounding his left hand vanishes, the hammer's overwhelming weight lifting as the mysterious weapon is drawn back. This is the essence of soul power. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realizes the hammer weighs no less than 300 to 500 pounds. Fortunately, his youthful consumption of rare treasures has fortified him. Otherwise, this burden would have proven insurmountable. Mother, what is this hammer? Bo Feng inquires, puzzled. To inherit a martial soul alongside his mother's sea god essence suggests that this hammer must belong to his father. Poseidon gently wipes the remaining sweat from Bo Feng's forehead, offering a tender smile. In due time, you shall understand. Promise me, you must never use that hammer martial soul, especially when you venture onto the mainland. A bold guess forms in Bo Feng's mind. Could this hammer be? Suppressing his curiosity, he nods. Mother, I understand. Satisfied with his response, Poseidon rises and retrieves a crystal ball from a nearby table. This crystal ball measures soul power values, enabling a precise assessment of Bo Feng's current soul power. As Bo Feng places his right hand on the crystal ball, the 7 sacred pillar guardians and Poseidon hold their breath in anticipation. Under the collective gaze, the crystal ball bursts forth with an unprecedented brilliance, enveloping the dark sea god island in a radiant blue glow. Innate full soul power, exclaims the sea spear Douluos, standing atop the platform with a golden spear, excitement evident in his voice. Yet, in a surprising turn, the crystal ball in Poseidon's hand shatters with a resounding crack. Such a fracture signals that the soul power exceeds its limits. The crystal ball Poseidon wielded was designed to measure up to level 10. This indicates that Bo Feng's soul power has evidently surpassed that threshold. Rather than being taken aback, Poseidon beams with joy, swiftly instructing a handmaiden to fetch another crystal ball. After a moment, a new crystal ball, capable of measuring up to level 20, is presented. As Bo Feng places his right hand upon it again, his inner soul power begins to surge, drawn irresistibly toward his hand. The previously unassuming crystal ball now glimmers with a hint of blue light, which rapidly intensifies. Bo Feng focuses, channeling all his soul power into it. The ball in the handmaiden's grasp radiates an even more dazzling blue light, eclipsing the earlier spectacle. An innate full soul power of level 20, exclaims Poseidon with a smile. This outcome was within her expectations. When she awakened her sea god martial soul, her innate full soul power was also at level 20. The sea god martial soul, being divine in nature, stands alongside the 6-winged angel martial soul as one of the most exalted existences on Douluos continent, unparalleled by mere other martial souls. Chapter 3. The First Soul Ring. The 100-year evil demon Orca. The martial soul awakening ceremony concludes successfully, with Bo Feng possessing the sea god and the mysterious hammer as his martial souls. He intends to primarily utilize the sea god as his main martial soul, while the enigmatic hammer will serve as a secondary one. Given Bo Feng's dual martial souls and his innate full soul power of level 20 after a day of rest, his mother must attend to affairs concerning Sea God Island. Thus, she arranges for Xiaobai to accompany Bo Feng in hunting the corresponding sea spirit beasts. Early in the morning, Bo Feng arrives alone at the beach, gazing at the boundless ocean before him, the refreshing sea breeze caressing his face. Today marks the day of their expedition, and Xiaobai has been waiting patiently. The entity known as Xiaobai is the guardian beast of the sea god island. Originally the mount of the sea god, the magic soul great white shark. Transformed into human form, Xiaobai is extraordinarily beautiful, with flowing gray hair cascading down her back. Her eyes are a striking gray blue, and her exquisite features, coupled with her proud stature, evoke an indescribable allure. "Diobeye!" Bo Feng exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards her. As the guardian beast of the sea god island, Bo Feng, the son of the high priest, shares a close bond with Xiaobai. She playfully smiled and embraced him tightly. "Xiaofeng, it's been so long. Have you missed your sister?" Xiaobai laughed softly and planted a hearty kiss on Bo Feng's youthful cheek. "Of course I have. What have you been busy with lately, Xiaobai Jia?" Bo Feng inquired. It had been 2 years since their last meeting, during which Xiaobai led her kin into a brutal war. The conflict resulted in significant losses among the guardian magic soul great white sharks, and even Xiaobai returned injured, requiring the personal care of Poseidon. Conflicts among soul beasts are inevitable, especially for the magic soul great white shark, which has few rivals in the ocean. Apart from the formidable demon whale in the marine realm, its greatest nemesis is the demon orca. These creatures are ruthless predators, exhibiting savagery that rivals that of the demon whale, often sparing neither foes nor their kin. Xiaobai sighed and shook her head. "I haven't been busy with much. Aside from overseeing the safety of Sea God Island, I've mostly been idle here. Now that your martial soul has awakened, you urgently need 2 suitable first and second spirit rings, as the high priest has informed me. We must not delay. Let us set off at once." With that, Xiaobai leaped into the sea, transforming into a 20-meter-long magic soul great white shark, her magnificent golden stripes accentuating her regal appearance. Bo Feng perched upon her back as they glided through the waters. According to his mother-esque guidance, the first spirit ring should be no older than 423 years, while the second should not exceed 764 years. The optimal sources for spirit rings include the demon orca, seahorses, starfish, and the sea kowei snake, with the demon orca being the most coveted, a worthy counterpart to the magic soul great white shark. Unfortunately, demon orcas are social creatures, rarely venturing alone, and among them lurks a 10,000-year-old demon orca king, whose power is even more terrifying. Currently, Xiaobai swam away from the direction of the demon orcas with Bo Feng, encountering soul beasts that were either too old or over 10,000 years, with none suitable for their needs. As the sun climbed higher, Xiaobai found a deserted island where they could take a brief respite. Lying on the soft sands, Bo Feng sighed. "Xiaobai Jia, it's been a whole day, and we haven't encountered a single suitable soul beast." Xiaobai chuckled. "Do not be anxious. Finding the right soul beast is not a simple matter." Just as Bo Feng was feeling overwhelmed about obtaining his first spirit ring, a figure emerged from the ocean, capturing his attention. It was a gray whale with an enormous head, and as it opened its mouth, rows of sharp teeth capable of tearing through anything were revealed, its dark red eyes filled with an endless thirst for destruction. "The demon orca!" Bo Feng exclaimed, springing to his feet to gaze at the creature feeding not far away. This beast measured approximately 3 to 4 meters, while adult demon orcas can reach up to 30 meters. Upon hearing its name, Xiaobai immediately stood, her gaze fixed on the feeding demon orca. This name had long been a source of her loathing, as her brother had perished at the hands of the demon orca king, leading to her severe injuries in the battle against its clan 2 years prior. Wars between the two races occur periodically, a brutal law of survival among soul beasts. Indeed, it is the demon orca, Xiaobai noted with a mix of excitement and fury. That creature is 3 to 4 meters long and falls within the 300 to 400 year range, perfect for your first spirit ring. With determination, Xiaobai declared, "Wait here. I will capture it for you and make that beast your first spirit ring." For Xiaobai, the demon orca had always been an object of her disdain, and she resolved to confront it personally. Despite Poseidon's earlier advice for Bo Feng to take the lead while Xiaobai observed, she felt compelled to act against the demon orca, the very embodiment of her lifelong enmity. Bo Feng hurriedly grasped Xiaobai's slender leg, attempting to halt her advance. "Xiaobai Jia, let me handle this. This is my first chance." It is an honor to battle a demon orca. Xiaobai suppressed her inner anger, recognizing that the goal was Bo Feng's growth, not her own overwhelming power against a creature of mere centuries. Finding such a rare demon orca was a significant opportunity, and a single misstep could lead to Bo Feng losing the chance to absorb this perfectly suited spirit ring. Rest assured, Xiaobai Jia, Bo Feng promised earnestly. Once I become a titled Douluos, I will personally hunt down the demon orca king and use it as my sea god martial soul's spirit ring to avenge you. Xiaobai felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart as she regarded Bo Feng and listened to his resolute words. Tenderly, she ruffled his hair and smiled. Be cautious. The demon orca is formidable. Its thick skin is the hardest part of its body, so when attacking, aim for its underbelly, the softest area. Bo Feng nodded solemnly and gradually approached the voracious demon orca. At 3 to 4 meters long, with a dark body and malevolent crimson eyes, it represented the essence of evil and slaughter in the ocean. The demon orca seemed to notice Bo Feng, gazing at the diminutive challenger who dared to approach. In the vast ocean, aside from the formidable creatures of the magic whale domain, even the magic soul great white shark would hesitate to confront them. How could this human dare to challenge? The demon orca opened its massive jaws and leaped, its powerful body undeterred by its weight, aiming to swallow Bo Feng whole. At that moment, the ethereal image of the sea god manifested behind Bo Feng, the sovereign of the ocean, causing the demon orca to instinctively retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Bo Feng thrust his right hand forward, revealing a striking blue trident, identical to the sea god's trident from the sea god hall. While under the influence of the sea god martial soul, this trident would temporarily serve Bo Feng. However, it was not the true sea god trident. It could only wield a fraction of its power. Yet, for dealing with the century-old demon orca before him, it was more than sufficient. Bo Feng swung the trident, striking the demon orca's underbelly, its most vulnerable point. As anticipated, the demon orca was instantly repelled, crashing into the sea and sending waves crashing around them. Seeing this, Xiaobai finally sighed in relief. Although the demon orca was powerful, even a century-old one should not be underestimated. As it was sent reeling, the demon orca narrowed its eyes, beginning to regard this opponent with newfound respect. Its powerful tail lashed against the water, creating towering waves. Riding the crest of the waves, the demon orca launched itself once more into the attack. Bo Feng stood resolutely, gripping the trident with unyielding determination. As the waves crashed upon the figure of Bo Feng, he reveled in the moment as if he were an unconcerned bystander. Possessing the sea god's martial soul, he felt no fear from any oceanic entity. Centered around his trident, Bo Feng overturned the sinister orca on the surface of the water, then thrust the trident forward, intending to deliver a final blow. However, at that moment, another 5-meter-long sinister orca appeared unexpectedly beside him. Unbeknownst to Bo Feng, it bit down on the tip of his trident. Coupled with the assault from the century-old deep-sea orca, its powerful tail struck Bo Feng's shoulder. The sharp pain surged through him, igniting a fiery ache that forced him to break free from the sinister orca's grasp and retreat to a safer distance. To his dismay, another sinister orca emerged. This creature, towering at 5 meters, posed a formidable challenge. At this moment, Xiaobai was displeased. This orca, which had ambushed Bo Feng, was merely a newly emerged century-old beast, but the other was a 1,000-year-old menace. This was beyond Bo Feng's capabilities. Just as Xiaobai prepared to intervene, Bo Feng hastily urged, Sister Xiaobai, allow me to handle this. Xiaobai furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. These two sinister orcas are formidable, especially the 1,000-year-old one. You cannot possibly contend with them. Trust me, let me deal with them. The aura of a 10,000-year spirit beast erupted from her, causing the two sinister orcas before them to tremble in fear. On the other side of the ocean lay a vast colony, filled with numerous sinister orcas, each exceeding 30 meters in length, all mature and mostly over 10,000 years old. At the center of this group, an enormous sinister orca suddenly opened its crimson eyes. Sensing the aura radiating from Xiaobai, years prior, during their last battle, Xiaobai had sustained grave injuries, and the orca had not fared well either. Now, sensing only Xiaobai's presence after her departure from Sea God Island, it realized that even as the sea god's steed, she would be powerless against such a multitude of sinister orcas. Commanding the vast colony, They surged toward the position of Xiao Bai and Bo Feng with great speed. Given the sinister Orcus velocity, it would take considerable time to reach the island where Bo Feng and Xiao Bai were situated. On the island, prompted by Bo Feng, Xiao Bai quickly restrained her aura. Observing Bo Feng's swollen arm from the Orca's strike, she felt a surge of anger and concern. Since her first encounter, she had come to treat Bo Feng as a younger brother. Had it not been for Bo Feng's insistence, the two sinister Orcus before them would have been utterly vanquished. Bo Feng's demeanor shifted, gripping his trident tightly. A golden halo appeared on his forehead, adorned with numerous sapphires. His attire transformed into something regal and imposing, with blue and gold patterns shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. This was the manifestation of the sea god's martial soul. For reasons unknown, Xiao Bai perceived the shadow of the sea god within Bo Feng, as he wielded the trident with the same might as the sea god in battles from millennia ago. Both sinister Orcus began to strike with lethal intent. Their razor-sharp jaws relentlessly gnawed at Bo Feng's trident, sparks flying with each clash. In a moment, the sinister Orca leapt. Bo Feng merged with his trident. With a burst of crimson, the trident pierced the century-old sinister Orca, definitively ending its nefarious existence. The thousand-year-old Orca remained unaffected by its companion's demise, exhibiting the ruthless nature of its kind, capable of consuming its own without a trace of emotion. Seizing the opportunity, the thousand-year-old Orca lunged at Bo Feng with its massive jaws. Just as Xiao Bai was about to intervene, Bo Feng's left hand glimmered with dark energy as his hammer martial soul expanded, striking the thousand-year-old Orca on the head, shattering it into pieces. Forgive me, I'm a dual martial soul. The 500-pound hammer inevitably extinguished the life of the sinister Orca. Thus, both sinister Orcus lay lifeless before him. With the first soul ring secured, Bo Feng chose not to absorb the other, as it exceeded the capacity for his second soul ring. Following his mother's guidance, Bo Feng sat cross-legged, drawing upon the soul power. From the carcass of the fallen, sinister Orca, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended. This was Bo Feng's first soul ring, and Xiao Bai remained vigilant, guarding him meticulously until he completed the absorption. The sinister Orca was indeed the most brutal of sea spirit beasts, its wild power causing Bo Feng to furrow his brows in discomfort during the absorption. The force was overwhelmingly domineering, engulfing him in searing pain. During its demise, the sinister Orca harbored a profound resentment, causing Bo Feng to nearly succumb to madness as he absorbed the soul ring, leading to an imminent failure. Meanwhile, the colony led by the sinister Orca king was rapidly approaching their location, leaving Bo Feng and Xiao Bai with little time. As time passed, the first century-old soul ring encircling Bo Feng gradually calmed, a phenomenon that occurs upon completion of the absorption. His internal soul power surged, a warm current coursing through his body. The sinister Orca truly deserved its title as the apex predator of the ocean, although he had encountered two in one go. One being over 1,000 years old, it was unfortunate that it fell beyond Bo Feng's absorption range, rendering it a wasted opportunity. Xiao Bai silently guarded him, and upon witnessing Bo Feng complete his absorption, her anxious heart finally found respite. Now, they awaited Bo Feng's awakening to continue their search for the next sea spirit beast. Suddenly, Xiao Bai seemed to sense something. Her expression turned fearful as she gazed at the tranquil scene nearby. Observing intently, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It's coming. The colony led by the sinister Orca king was drawing near. What should they do now? Even with all the magic soul great white sharks present, facing such a multitude of sinister Orcas would leave them no choice but to retreat. A single sinister Orca could hold its ground against two magic soul great white sharks. Since that battle years ago, Xiao Bai had harbored lingering injuries that had never healed. With the crisis looming, she had to consider Bo Feng's safety. He was a dual martial soul and the future leader of Sea God Island. Xiao Bai could not allow any harm to befall him. After all, Bo Feng had promised her that he would eradicate the sinister Orca horde. At that moment, Bo Feng slowly awakened, having absorbed the first soul ring and gained an appropriate first soul skill. Just as he felt elated, he noticed Xiao Bai's troubled expression. "Sister Xiao Bai, what is wrong?" he inquired with concern. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bai replied, "We must leave this place quickly. The sinister Orca king is on its way." "The sinister Orca king," Bo Feng exclaimed. "That was a 10,000-year spirit beast, although Xiaobai was also a 10,000-year spirit beast. She had no certainty of victory against such a foe. Without hesitation, Bo Feng cast a final glance at the vanishing purple 1,000-year soul ring before shaking his head. That was not something he should pursue. Their lives were at stake, and such thoughts could not linger. Moreover, this surpassed the limits of the second soul ring, exceeding 200 years. Just as Xiaobai and Bo Feng were about to depart, Bo Feng suddenly halted his steps. Under Xiaobai's bewildered gaze, the sea god martial spirit emerged behind Bo Feng, brandishing the sea god's trident and gazing intently ahead. For a moment, Xiaobai was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was the sea god. Bo Feng remained calm, as if the sea god had conveyed something to him. Shortly thereafter, the sea god vanished from sight. Bo Feng advanced, dragging the long-deceased 1,000-year evil tiger whale toward the ocean. Xiaobai, perplexed, exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, should we not leave this evil tiger whale behind? Preserving our lives is of utmost importance." "Sister Xiaobai, how long will it take for you to reach Sea God Island at your fastest speed?" Bo Feng inquired earnestly. After pondering for a moment, Xiaobai replied, "At most an hour and a half. Is there an issue? I've heard my mother mention the evil tiger whale group. They are enormous in size. In terms of strength, the magic soul great white shark pales in comparison. However, when it comes to speed, you excel." "Indeed." Xiaobai proudly thumped her chest, sending waves rolling. Without delay, she plunged into the sea, transforming into a 20-meter-long magic soul great white shark. Bo Feng sat cross-legged upon Xiaobai's back, drawing soul power to his hand, as the nearly vanishing 1,000-year soul ring soared toward him. Simultaneously, the first soul ring beneath Bo Feng's feet lit up, with a purple 1,000-year soul ring rapidly spiraling above the yellow one. "Sister Xiaobai, we must hurry. The evil tiger whale king is coming." With that, Bo Feng began to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Xiaobai nodded, her gaze fixed on the direction of Sea God Island, swiftly carrying Bo Feng away at breakneck speed. As the mightiest among the magic soul great white sharks, her speed was among the finest in the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai sped towards Sea God Island. The belated evil tiger whale king, witnessing the tragic demise of two of its kin, released energy to survey the surroundings. Finding no trace of Xiaobai or the human, in a fit of rage, the evil tiger whale king consumed the lifeless remains of its kin. The sound of crunching bones echoing, stained with fresh blood upon its sharp teeth. "We must pursue," commanded the evil tiger whale king, as throngs of evil tiger whales propelled themselves toward Sea God Island at high speed. Across the boundless ocean, Xiaobai swam with remarkable speed, covering less than a third of the distance to Sea God Island, just moments away from reaching their destination. Seated upon Xiaobai's back, Bo Feng was actively absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, which had just reached its millennium. Unlike the first-century-old one, this evil tiger whale's power was far more volatile, and the oppressive force from the 1,000-year soul ring caused Bo Feng excruciating pain. His insides felt as if they were ablaze, and his complexion darkened as he encountered the agony of exceeding the age limit for absorbing a soul ring for the first time. The reason for his actions was none other than the manifestation of the sea god, compelling Bo Feng to proceed thus. Surpassing the 200-year threshold and absorbing a soul ring beyond his level was a torment Bo Feng could scarcely endure. Xiaobai deeply felt that, at this moment, Bo Feng was suffering immensely. Though her heart ached for him, this was a path he must tread alone, and no one could intervene lightly. As time passed, Xiaobai caught a glimpse of the silhouette of Sea God Island. Wonderful. Once they reached Sea God Island, the evil tiger whale group would be powerless against them. However, at that moment, Xiaobai sensed a hint of danger. A cerulean beam of light surged toward them at high speed, prompting Xiaobai to dodge urgently. Behind them, the evil tiger whale king led a formidable force. Xiaobai found herself overwhelmed. The injuries sustained from their battle 2 years prior flared up again, coupled with their hasty journey. This enabled the evil tiger whale king to catch up. "Xiaobai, how dare you slay my kin?" the evil tiger whale king bellowed, its massive form tugging as its bloodshot eyes fixated on Xiaobai. "Evil tiger, you brought this upon yourselves. Wait, one day the evil tiger whales will vanish from these waters." Restoring tranquility to the sea, Xiaobai declared resolutely, determined to ensure Bo Feng's absolute safety. "Ha ha ha!" the evil tiger whale king laughed. "A century ago, Your brother met his end at my hands. I must say, your brother's flesh was quite delectable. But I wonder what fate awaits you. You. Xiaobai trembled with rage, fully aware that the evil tiger whale king sought to provoke her into a fit of fury. Yet, Xiaobai could not succumb. At present, Bo Feng, seated upon her back, was on the verge of successfully merging with the purple thousand-year soul ring. Chapter 6. The bone of the evil tiger whale's right leg, 50,000 years old. Suddenly, the evil tiger whale king noticed something. Gazing at the unfamiliar figure on Xiaobai's back, it realized that the essence surrounding her was indeed. Oh, Xiaobai, you killed my kin for the sake of a human. The evil tiger whale king's fury ignited, and it gathered another blue beam of light directed at Xiaobai and Bo Feng. This commotion could not escape Poseidon's notice. At the sea god mountain, within the sea god temple, Poseidon suddenly opened her eyes, her left hand gesturing slightly. As she did, ripples spread before her. Through the water curtain, she saw Xiaobai desperately evading the evil tiger whale king's attacks, while her son absorbed the second soul ring upon her back. Through the water curtain, Poseidon discerned that her son was absorbing the second soul ring, which was purple. A millennium? Was this madness? He was her only child, and since his departure, Bo Feng had become Poseidon's sole emotional anchor. She quickly departed the sea god temple, hurrying toward the battlefield. Xiaobai was evading wildly, gathering energy to repel the pursuing evil tiger whales along the way. Ensuring Bo Feng's safety was paramount. They must leave this place securely while delaying for reinforcements. Seated on Xiaobai's back, Bo Feng acutely sensed the impending danger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The second thousand-year soul ring had fully integrated with him. First soul skill, Spear of the Sea. Bo Feng's martial spirit manifested, wielding a blue trident. As the possessor of the sea god martial spirit, he could effectively manipulate some of the ocean's power. At that moment, Bo Feng was still weak, wielding only a fractional portion of the ocean's might. Blue light gradually coalesced along the trident's shaft as golden points of light continuously gathered at its tip. He thrust the trident toward the approaching evil tiger whale behind Xiaobai, piercing through its skull with precision. The 30-meter-long creature thrashed wildly in the water, dragging Bo Feng along with it. This was a 50,000-year-old evil tiger whale. Under the immense pressure from the thousand-year sea soul beast, Bo Feng struggled to breathe. Crimson blood flowed, swiftly staining a vast expanse of the ocean. Xiaobai's eyes widened. Should the evil tiger whale drag them into the sea, it would spell either death or severe injury. Evil tiger, face your doom. Domain of the magic shark. Xiaobai unleashed her domain ability, preparing to clash with the evil tiger whale king. Simultaneously, Bo Feng, pulled into the ocean by the evil tiger whale, drew upon his lifelong experience growing up by the sea, possessing superior physical capabilities and excellent swimming skills. A 50,000-year-old evil tiger whale required 2 fully grown magic soul great white sharks to match in strength. Yet, at this moment, Bo Feng was merely a great soul master. Even with the divine martial spirit of a sea god, faced with such a colossal creature, he had no chance to retaliate. The trident pierced the beast's skull, and Bo Feng endured the immense water pressure as he forcefully withdrew the trident. The brain of a malevolent orca was brutally severed, flesh and bone alike. This marked Bo Feng's inaugural confrontation with a millennium-old soul beast. Drawing upon the might of the trident and the ocean's power, he managed to shatter the orca's brain, albeit barely. Yet, this alone would not suffice to vanquish it. The orca, acutely aware of its waning life force, was determined to drag Bo Feng down with it. Seeking a companion in death, enduring excruciating pain, it forced its massive jaws open and surged forward with incredible speed. As it made its desperate final attempt, Bo Feng positioned the trident against its chest. The second spirit ring beneath his feet glowed, channeling the endless power of the sea into the trident. The second spirit skill, Sea Goddess Protection, was activated. This ability allowed Bo Feng to harness the ocean's strength for total defense against enemy assaults. A barrier of deep azure materialized, isolating the malevolent orca from Bo Feng. The orca relentlessly charged at the sea goddess protection, fueled by a grim determination and its last vestiges of strength, delivering a final desperate blow. Here, in the ocean, Bo Feng, possessing the sea god martial soul, was granted a continuous supply of power. However, the second spirit ring was merely a millennium old, and his soul power was gradually dwindling. Immersed in the sea, Bo Feng, despite his excellent swimming ability, was still human. At this moment, the orca's eyes ignited with a fierce glow, its body crackling with dark red lightning as it launched one last ferocious assault against the sea god's protection. This would be its final attack, and Bo Feng was on the brink of exhaustion, both physically and spiritually. With a resounding crash, the sea god's protection remained unscathed while the orca's eyes dimmed, and its belly turned white as it sank into the depths. In tandem, Bo Feng began to descend as well, his eyes filled with defiance. He could not perish yet. His mother awaited him, and his father was still searching. The last remnants of his strength urged him to swim upward rapidly. At that moment, a glimmer of red light flashed from the deceased orca, and a bone-like object burst forth from its body. It flew at incredible speed, inexplicably landing in Bo Feng's embrace. Harnessing its power, Bo Feng gradually rose towards the surface. Utilizing the ocean's strength and the sea god's trident, he finally triumphed over the 5,000-year-old malevolent orca. On the surface, Poseidon wielded a golden scepter, channeling the true power of the sea to drive away the severely wounded Orca King, thereby safeguarding the peace of Sea God Island. Xiao Bai, battered and bruised, had exerted herself to protect Bo Feng. But what of Bo Feng? Poseidon anxiously searched, ultimately spotting her unconscious son floating nearby. Swiftly, she flew over to fetch him from the water surface. Soul Bone? Gazing at the soul bone tightly clutched in her son's hand, it appeared to be a fragment of the orca's right leg. Soul bones are inherently precious, and this one, being from a malevolent orca, held value far beyond what Poseidon had ever encountered, save for the 100,000-year-old Orca King. As long as her son was safe, Poseidon was relieved, and together with Xiao Bai, they departed from that place. Bo Feng remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. While Poseidon busied herself with various tasks, her primary focus was caring for her sleeping son. Nearby, the malevolent orca's soul bone emanated a crimson glow, captivating Poseidon's attention. Such a significant commotion during Bo Feng's first outing was recounted by Xiao Bai. Her son's first spirit ring came from a 100-year-old orca, the second from a 1,000-year-old orca, and he had even acquired a 5,000-year-old soul bone. Initially, even Xiao Bai was taken aback upon seeing this soul bone. An adult malevolent orca typically required 2 great white sharks to contend with. How could a mere 6-year-old accomplish such a feat? Indeed, the current Bo Feng could not. However, with the power of the ocean, it was achievable. Suddenly, Bo Feng stirred awake, his blurry eyes focusing on the familiar ceiling as he lay in bed. The crisis had passed. How wonderful it was to be alive. Chapter 7. The hammer technique left by his father-mom. The tender voice struck deep within Poseidon's heart. During Bo Feng's days of unconsciousness, she had been consumed with worry. Seeing her son awaken brought her immense relief. Gently, she helped Bo Feng sit up. Sigh, my dear. You nearly frightened me to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to go on. Mom, please don't say such things. I'm fine, aren't I? Bo Feng reassured her. What about Sister Xiao Bai? Is she all right? He asked with concern. Poseidon shook her head slowly. Xiao Bai is unharmed, just a bit injured. As for you, battling a 5,000-year-old malevolent orca is what led you to this state. You must not do such reckless things again. Bo Feng nodded in agreement, his gaze drawn to the soul bone resting beside him. This was his first encounter with such an object. According to his fragmented memories, the red, bone-like material resembled something that had fallen from the orca. Mom, what is this bone? I remember it fell from the malevolent orca. Bo Feng inquired with curiosity. Extending her left hand, Poseidon summoned the soul bone from the table into her grasp. This is a soul bone. They have a very low probability of dropping when a soul beast dies. You are remarkably fortunate. This soul bone belongs to the 5,000-year-old malevolent orca you inadvertently defeated. It is a fine specimen from its right leg, approximately 5,000 years old. Poseidon explained patiently. Upon seeing the soul bone in his mother's hand, Bo Feng finally grasped its significance. Having traversed 6 years since his arrival, this was his first encounter with such a relic. It was said that soul bones, when absorbed by soul masters, could grant exceptional skills. In time, you should absorb this soul bone. My dear, your first and second spirit rings are from malevolent orcas, and this soul bone is also from one with a commendable age. Combined with your first and second spirit skills, it presents a splendid opportunity. At this mention, Poseidon's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Moreover, did I not instruct you that you must not absorb spirit rings older than your own age? Why then did you absorb the 1,000-year ring? Do you truly wish to give your mother a heart attack? Feeling chastised, Bo Feng's heart sank. Mom, he murmured, if I were to say that it was the sea god who instructed me to act thus, would you still blame me? Poseidon paused, taken aback. Wind, clarify to me what the sea god has conveyed to you. Bo Feng reflected. The sea god instructed me to venture to Douluos continent to seek the lost sea god's heart, and he permitted me to absorb this 1,000-year spirit ring, assuring me that I would not encounter any peril. The sea god's heart? As the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon understood its significance. It was the sea god's divine artifact, the sea god's trident, with the most critical piece long since lost to time. Since the sea god personally designated you for this task, what are your plans for departure? The sea god's directives hold paramount importance. While others may be oblivious to the sea god's heart, Bo Feng was all too aware of its location. It lay within the Tindo Imperial Palace, safeguarded as a national treasure. Bo Feng smiled, and then said, Mom, there is no need for such haste. I know precisely where the sea god's heart is. Oh, Poseidon inquired, perplexed. Where might that be? Mother, rest assured, no one dares to take the heart of the sea god from that place. Did you not promise me that once my soul power reaches level 30, you would allow me to venture onto the mainland? Bo Feng expressed his eagerness. Having spent 6 years on Sea God Island, he was well acquainted with its people and affairs, but the outside mainland was truly captivating, and he looked forward to it immensely. Poseidon chuckled softly, you little rascal, with innate soul power at level 20, reaching level 30 will take but a few years. Once your injuries have healed, I shall provide you with special training. You will also visit one of the 7 sacred pillar guardians each week to learn their skills. Only when I'm satisfied with your progress will you be permitted to leave Sea God Island. Bo Feng nodded solemnly, assuring her that there would be no issues. By the way, it's time I handed this over to you. With that, Poseidon retrieved several ancient-looking tomes from behind her, resembling martial arts manuals. The pages were worn, and the titles had long faded. Mother? What is this? Bo Feng inquired as he accepted the manuals. Poseidon's eyes sparkled as she smiled. These were left for you by your father. Left by father. Bo Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the manuals in his hands, treating them as treasures. Your second martial soul is, in fact, your father's martial soul. These tomes pertain to hammer techniques. You may practice them in your spare time, Poseidon instructed. Mother, do these tomes have names? Bo Feng asked. After a moment's contemplation, Poseidon recalled, I believe your father once mentioned them. One was called something like the chaotic hammer technique, and the other, the great something hammer. Chaotic gale hammer technique. Great Sumera hammer. Bo Feng exclaimed instinctively. Yes. Poseidon clapped her hands in delight. Indeed, it is the chaotic gale hammer technique and the great Sumera hammer. But wait, how do you know this? Noticing his mother's puzzled expression, Bo Feng quickly chuckled and fabricated an excuse. After Poseidon departed, he gazed at the great Sumera hammer and the chaotic gale hammer left by his father, each of which was renowned on the mainland. Particularly the great Sumera hammer, a closely guarded secret of the Hao-Ian sect, could be considered a divine skill. The most notable feature of the great Sumera hammer is its ability to enhance one's strength by detonating soul rings. Unfortunately, since Bo Feng's primary martial soul was the sea god, should he choose to focus on the mysterious hammer as his main martial soul, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention upon reaching the mainland, especially from the martial soul palace. It seemed his father was indeed the one. If memory serves, he was currently in the distant city of Slaughter, unaware of how the Shura-9 tests were progressing. May his father remain untainted by the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa. Meanwhile, in a dim red palace, a pale-faced man with flowing white hair and a bloodless visage bore crimson wings on his back. A blood-red mark adorned his forehead, and sharp fangs peeked from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he was exploring this new body in awe. What a perfect vessel! Thanks to the Rakshasa-s malevolence, no matter how high your innate talent, completing the Shura's 7 tests over 6 years means nothing, for in the end, I have taken advantage of your weaknesses. From this day forth, this will be my domain. I am the king of slaughter. Chapter 8. Father, Mother. In the love history after a few days of recuperation, Bo Feng's injuries had fully healed. In front of the sea god temple, under his mother-esque guidance. Bo Feng wielded his second martial soul, a hammer that had grown significantly larger, weighing 500 pounds, which he swung with ease. Following the hammer techniques left by his father and under his mother-esque watchful eye, Bo Feng began his formal training. The chaotic Gale hammer technique was a Haotian sect secret, requiring a continuous series of 81 hammer strikes, with each strike's power cumulatively increasing. Now, Bo Feng was drenched in sweat, his bare torso glistening as he relentlessly hammered away. He could barely manage to strike 16 times in succession, still far from the 81 required. As for the great Sumeru hammer, it remained too distant for him at this stage. He merely absorbed its essence. Knowing that once he became a title Douluos and infused the hammer with soul rings, the great Sumeru hammer could unleash its true power. Poseidon stood seriously nearby, observing Bo Feng as he swung the hammer. She couldn't help but reminisce about their past together. Having spent decades together, he had left the Haotian sect for her. Those days held the most cherished memories of Poseidon's life. Both of them were at the pinnacle of Douluos continent's strength. And a union of such powerful beings often found it difficult to produce offspring. They had secluded themselves on Sea God Island, striving to achieve divinity so they could be together forever. Finally, just months before his departure, Poseidon had become pregnant. Without ever seeing their son, he had hurriedly left. Now, 6 years had passed. Their son had grown, and she wondered where he was. Thud! Bo Feng sat down on a rock, panting, and put the hammer aside. Poseidon smiled gently, approaching her son and lovingly wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite her concern for him, she knew this was the inevitable path to strength. Bo Feng was a son who would not allow his mother to worry, diligently training and making significant progress. At that moment, Bo Feng suggested, "Mother, I wish to step into the sea god's light." Poseidon paused in surprise. What brings this on? The pressure of the sea god's light is beyond what you can bear at present. In order to master the hammer techniques left by father, I must practice in a place of immense pressure. In such an environment, wielding the hammer will yield greater results. Furthermore, if I am to undergo the sea god's challenge in the future, I cannot escape the trial of the sea god's light. Wind, are you truly certain? Poseidon asked, her concern evident. Bo Feng nodded resolutely, and Poseidon offered no further objections. Grasping Bo Feng's small hand, they vanished from their location. In the blink of an eye, mother and son found themselves at the foot of Sea God Mountain. This was the only path to the Sea God Temple, consisting of 1,001 steps, illuminated flawlessly by the shimmering blue-gold light of the Sea God. As you traverse the Sea God's light, your body will endure tremendous pressure. I will keep that pressure within your limits, but you must be cautious and never act recklessly, Poseidon cautioned earnestly. After nodding in understanding, Bo Feng began his ascent towards the Sea God's light, his right hand gripping the second martial soul, the hammer. Upon stepping onto the first step, he immediately felt the weight of the hammer he bore increase, making it exceedingly burdensome to lift. With the heavy hammer martial soul in hand, Bo Feng pressed forward step by step, soon sweating profusely. Upon reaching the 10th step, he steadied himself, executing the chaotic Gale hammer technique while enduring the immense pressure of the Sea God's light, swinging with all his might. Unlike many other transmigrators who possessed a system, and lacking the remarkable techniques of Tang San, he relied solely on his own strength. To survive in a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, he must cultivate his own power. Even though he had formidable forces behind him and parents who were the strongest in this world, ultimately, the path ahead was one he would have to walk alone. Chaotic Gale. The hammer struck the ground, unleashing a thunderous roar. Under the immense pressure, guided by Poseidon's constant instruction, he successfully completed his training regimen for the day. The night on Sea God Island was extraordinarily tranquil. The starry sky twinkling above as Bo Feng stood on the steps in front of the Sea God Temple. Bo Feng nestled in his mother's embrace, while Po Saixi gently kneaded her son's shoulders to alleviate the stress of his day's training. "Mother, might you share the tale of your meeting with father?" he suggested, seeking a moment of amusement. Upon hearing this, Po Saixi smiled faintly, recounting, "Your father was a formidable soul master. The first time I laid eyes upon him, I was utterly captivated. Yet, he was already married, so I returned alone to Sea God Island. After several decades, I passed Lord Sea God's trials and took on the mantle of High Priestess. One fateful day, Your father and a peerless Douluos by the surname Qian came to challenge me. In that fierce battle, I stood against two opponents, leveraging the ocean's advantage to defeat both your father and the six-winged angel Douluos. And then what happened? Bo Feng inquired eagerly. Then, your father and that six-winged angel both found themselves enamored with me. Ultimately, it was your father who bravely confessed his feelings, leading to our union. Thus, he chose to leave his sect, severing ties to live with me for nearly several decades. Our powers have reached the pinnacle of this world, but your father, in his desire to remain by my side eternally, resolutely departed to seek the path to divinity. Bo Saixi smiled, reflecting, "It has been 7 years since your father left. By that time, I was already with child. He never had the chance to witness your birth before he departed. I do wonder how he fares now. Has he succeeded in his divine trials?" Bo Feng, lost in thought, hesitated to reveal what he knew to his mother, fearing it might overwhelm her to learn of his father's true predicament. After speaking, Bo Saixi retrieved the right leg bone of the evil sea devil whale and presented it to Bo Feng. "My child, absorb this 50,000-year-old bone during your training in the light of sea god tomorrow. This light can purify all things, and the resentment clinging to this bone, born from your victory over the evil sea devil whale, is far too potent for you to bear at your current strength. Under the light of sea god, however." Noticing her son's lack of response, Bo Saixi glanced down to find Bo Feng already asleep in her arms, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. With a tender smile, she cradled her slumbering son and walked gently toward the sea god temple. Chapter 9. The blind evil sea devil king beneath the light of sea god. Bo Feng sat cross-legged on the steps, cradling the evil sea devil whale's right leg bone. Under the illumination, the bone's lingering resentment was swiftly dispelled. The soul bone began to meld with Bo Feng's right leg, integrating into his very being. Free from the whale's vengeful influence, his absorption of the soul bone accelerated significantly. A sensation of bloodline connection surged as the bone fully united with his leg. Power, immense power. Suddenly, an eerie red light enveloped Bo Feng's right leg. He gazed at the tranquil sea, and the red glow intensified, sweeping forward with his leg. The ocean was split in two, monstrous waves crashing and roaring as they surged forth. Observing this spectacle, it was undeniable that this soul bone, having originated from the evil sea devil whale, possessed tremendous strength and an aura of despair. Had this soul bone belonged to the evil sea devil king, its effects would have been even more profound. One must not be overly ambitious. Even this 50,000-year-old soul bone was exceptionally rare, coveted even by titled Douluos. Bo Saixi nodded in satisfaction and settled on a nearby rock, continuing to oversee Bo Feng as he embarked on a new round of training. Seasons changed, and Bo Feng's presence became a common sight upon Sea God Island. Over the past 5 years, the once 6-year-old boy had blossomed into an 11-year-old handsome young man. Before the holy pillar of the sea spear, a youth standing at 185 meters wielded a hammer spirit, engaging in combat with the sea spear Douluos, who brandished the Nonic spear. As one of the 7 holy pillar Douluos, the sea spear ranked among the top 3 in strength. Clang! The hammer struck the spear. The boy gritted his teeth, laughing, "Come on, Uncle Spear, give it your all." With a surge of soul power, the sea spear Douluos effortlessly sent the boy flying. "I win. Uncle Spear, you used your soul power." The sea spear Douluos retracted his Nonic spear, shaking his head with an amused smile. "Young master, your 5 years have come to an end. You have completed our trials. It was said that upon your success, you would be ready to journey to the Douluos continent." With that, the boy dismissed his hammer spirit, expressed his gratitude to the sea spear Douluos, and made his way towards Sea God Mountain. This young lad was none other than Bo Feng from 6 years ago. In 5 years, he had successfully passed the trials of the 7 holy pillar Douluos and elevated his soul power to level 36. Achieving such a level at his age surpassed even the youth of Sea God Island, with few on the continent able to match him. Upon reaching the base of Sea God Mountain, one final trial awaited him, the trial set by his mother. To proceed to the Douluos continent, Bo Feng not only had to complete the 7 holy pillar Douluos trials, but also his mother Bo Saixi. This involved traversing the light of Sea God and ascending 100 steps. Only upon achieving this goal could Bo Feng set forth alone to the perilous waters leading to the Douluos continent. 5 years prior, Bo Feng had slain 3 evil sea devil whales. including one that was 50,000 years old. Hence, his name had been indelibly marked in the annals of the evil sea devil whales. In the waters surrounding Sea God Island, evil sea devil whales occasionally appeared, eternally observing the island with the intent of finding Bo Feng. To have a mere 6-year-old child cause such a stir, leading to the loss of 3 evil sea devil whales, was no small matter. The evil sea devil whale population was scarce and difficult to reproduce. Were it not for this, they would likely not even regard the deep-sea magic whale with any respect. With unwavering confidence, Bo Feng ascended the steps. Over the past 5 years, he had diligently practiced the hammer techniques under the radiance of the sea god light. The chaotic wind hammer technique and the great simmer hammer had reached mastery, and during his leisure, Bo Feng would also ascend the steps, confronting traps that led to significant breakthroughs each time. The pressure of the steps felt familiar, and Bo Feng wore a confident expression as he began his ascent, step by step. Before the sea god temple, Po Saixi watched her son climbing the steps through a watery veil, her face alight with pride. This son had never disappointed her. She had invested so much effort into him. It was clear that he had exceeded her expectations, surpassing even his father at the same age. The rising sun emerges brighter than the dawn, and he would only continue to excel. As Bo Feng faced the increasingly intense pressure of the 60th step, twice that of the previous, he recalled the months he had spent training here to prepare for the Sea Dragon Douluos trial, honing his hammer techniques and the use of the Trident. The environment was all too familiar, and his soul rings began to glow beneath his feet. 1 yellow, 2 purple. The third 1,000-year soul ring was sourced from the evil sea devil whale. Indeed, another evil sea devil whale. The tale begins 2 years prior when the protagonist, Bo Feng, after relentless effort, finally reached the 30th level. Due to a tragic incident that occurred when he was 6, Poseidon could not bear the thought of her son facing peril once more. Consequently, she instructed her subordinates to capture a random sea soul beast. However, Bo Feng was not inclined to comply. This was his most rebellious phase in recent years. Everyone has their moments of defiance, and even Bo Feng was not taken aback. Thus, under the cover of night, while his mother was preoccupied, Bo Feng ventured alone to the lair of the malevolent killer whales. These killer whales, being highly social sea soul beasts, possessed formidable strength and a strong sense of territoriality. They would not hesitate to eliminate any intruder. Fortunately, due to the presence of the right leg bones of the killer whales, Bo Feng carried some of their scent and went unnoticed. After a prolonged selection process, he ultimately delivered a fatal blow to one of the 1,000-year-old malevolent killer whales using a trident. The sudden scent of blood incited the fury of the killer whale pack. Yet Bo Feng was well prepared. Nearby, Xiaobai provided support, hastily dragging the corpse of the slain whale, and together they escaped back to Sea God Island. Before departing, Bo Feng did not forget to deliver a parting gift to the Whale King, utilizing the soul technique activated by the right leg bone of the killer whale. He blinded one of the Whale King's eyes, thereby inciting a profound hatred from the Whale King towards Bo Feng. The Whale King began to lurk around Sea God Island, ceaselessly seeking opportunities for revenge. Thus, he became a blind whale soul beast in the ocean, having one eye blinded by the sea god and the other by Bo Feng, both acts closely tied to the sea god's influence. The following morning, when Poseidon awoke, she discovered her son absorbing his third soul ring, accompanied by the long-deceased malevolent killer whale. Upon learning from Xiaobai about the events of the previous night, Poseidon's anger was palpable as she confronted Bo Feng. For a time, she admonished him like a balloon that had been held in too long, having been worried sick since his departure. Bo Feng was her sole child, and since he had left, she had held his safety in the highest regard. The audacity of him hunting killer whales alone, and succeeding at that, blinding the Whale King's eye, was a source of her ire. The malevolent killer Whale King was a notoriously bloodthirsty entity, even more so than the deep-sea magic Whale King. In her wrath, Poseidon resolved to punish her son. Initially, she had intended to send him to Douluos continent upon reaching level 30, but this incident had shattered their agreement. Poseidon arranged for the 7 sacred pillars to guard Douluos and instructed Bo Feng to ascend 100 steps. Only upon completing these tasks would he be permitted to leave Sea God Island and journey alone to Douluos continent. On the steps, Bo Feng gasped for breath, gazing at the 100 steps that seemed to stretch across an ocean. Having expended all his soul power, he realized that traversing the sea god's light was indeed a test, far more arduous than he had anticipated. As his hand touched the 100th step, his figure vanished from the sea god's staircase, only to reappear before the sea god's temple, where his mother awaited him. Poseidon, with a serious demeanor, questioned if he recognized his errors. Bo Feng nodded, understanding he should not have ventured alone to the lair of the malevolent killer whales and further blinded the Whale King, causing ongoing disturbances to Sea God Island, which left his mother constantly on edge. Recognizing your mistakes is a good start. Do not repeat them, Poseidon advised. Tomorrow, you shall set forth to Douluos continent. I will have Xiaobai accompany you. Xiaobai? Mother, if Xiaobai accompanies me, who will protect Sea God Island? Bo Feng inquired, puzzled. Poseidon smiled gently. Isn't there still your mother? And your 6 uncles, along with your sea maiden sister? Xiaobai has made arrangements within her clan, securing a 90,000-year-old great white shark to take her place. With Xiaobai by your side, I can rest assured. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels far. It is time I give you this. With that, Poseidon produced an item from her bosom. Bo Feng received it with both hands. It was a small, ancient-looking hammer. Mother, why does this resemble my own hammer so closely? He asked, perplexed. Poseidon explained. This hammer was left behind by your father when he departed. His name was Tang San, the former leader of the Haotian sect. This hammer symbolizes the position of an elder of judgment within the sect, holding a place of utmost authority. However, through my inquiries over the years, I have learned that the Haotian sect has not fared well, even closing its gates. The reasons behind this remain unclear to me. In any case, when you arrive on the continent, remember to avoid any entanglements with the Spear Hall. The closure of the Haotian sect is inextricably linked to them, and decades ago, they launched a large-scale invasion against Sea God Island, making them our enemies. You must not provoke them in any manner, understood? Bo Feng, well aware of the implications, nodded earnestly. I understand, Mother. After reclaiming the hammer token, Bo Feng expressed concern. Mother, if I leave, what will happen if the malevolent killer whale king returns? Poseidon chuckled softly. Since that creature was sent flying by me, I do not know how, but it inexplicably trespassed into the territory of the deep-sea magic whale king, resulting in significant losses for most of the malevolent killer whales. Even the other eye of the whale king has been blinded, alongside the one you blinded. The current malevolent killer whale king is thoroughly a blind whale king. With Xiaobai leading her kin in an offensive, they successfully avenged themselves. And the whale king has since retreated from this sea area, struggling to survive in another. Currently, apart from the great white shark pack, our only formidable foe remains the deep-sea magic whale king. Fortunately, he does not pose a threat to Sea God Island, largely thanks to the Sea God's intervention years ago. Bo Feng proposed, Mother, should we not take action and eliminate the malevolent killer whale king? Indeed, Poseidon questioned, perplexed. When did you become so combative? Do you think your slight stature could contend with the malevolent killer whale king? Bo Feng chuckled, scratching his head. I told Xiaobai that one day I would vanquish the malevolent killer whale king. This creature has long waged war against us, causing immense damage to the island and its inhabitants. My actions are for the sake of Sea God Island. Your sentiment is commendable, but you must first reach the rank of soldat or title de law. Otherwise, you cannot instigate troubles with the malevolent killer whale king. Mother, do you mean to suggest that the malevolent killer whale king should become my soul ring? Bo Feng inquired. Precisely, Poseidon confirmed with a nod of approval. Once you become a title de law and possess the capability to contend with him, allow him to become your 9th soul ring. Your 2nd martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Your father Tang Chen's martial soul. On Douluos continent, you must not wield it lightly. Once you have collected your 1st soul rings and achieved title de law, then you may apply martial souls to your 2nd martial soul. At that point, you shall be among the strongest on Douluos continent. Perhaps the sea god will even bestow upon you the Sea God's 9 trials. Bo Feng committed these words to memory, nodding vigorously. By the way, there is one more thing. As soon as the words fell, Poseidon retrieved an object and handed it to Bo Feng. Bo Feng accepted it with both hands, revealing a crown of blue and gold. It was not overly adorned, but rather a simple circlet woven from blue and gold, with a trident emblem engraved on its upper side. Realizing its significance, Bo Feng inquired, Mother, what is this crown? Poseidon explained, You may find this hard to believe, but this is the very crown that appeared when I gave birth to you. As for the crown itself, I stumbled upon it in the palace. Initially, I felt a sense of familiarity with it, and after some investigation by Xiao Bai, it was discovered to have once belonged to the sea god. It contains immeasurable power of the ocean, which I attempted to explore. According to historical records, only the true master of the sea can wear this crown. Your birth coincided with its appearance. Perhaps this is fate. Bo Feng gazed at the crown in a daze, and instinctively began to lift it above his head. Chapter 11. The coronation of the sea god. As the crown was raised higher, the entire sea god mountain began to transform. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Bo Feng, who radiated brilliance. The 7 sacred pillars shone with an unprecedented golden light, their beams soaring into the heavens, drawing the gazes of the 7 individuals towards the sea god mountain. On the beach, a large ship was docked, where Xiao Bai was busy counting the cargo. This journey to the continent was undertaken alongside Feng Di to ensure his safety, as they planned to conduct some trade there. Box after box of goods was loaded onto the ship. As a traveler from another world, Bo Feng possessed knowledge and items unknown in this realm. After considerable experimentation, he invented a series of novel seafood dishes, which received unanimous acclaim on Sea God Island. This trip to the continent also served to expand their business, aiming to establish a seafood market throughout the continent and earn some golden soul coins. After all, they were on Sea God Island, where the ocean represented immense wealth. Suddenly, a golden beam shot skyward, causing Xiao Bai, who was counting the goods, to pause in astonishment. Her face lit up with excitement as she knelt, for she beheld the shadow of the sea god emerging from the clouds, holding a golden trident. Poseidon knelt swiftly, while Bo Feng stood tall, the golden crown held by the sea god himself. Before all the inhabitants of Sea God Island, the sea god personally crowned him. In that instant, Bo Feng felt a profound stillness, attentively listening to the sounds of the ocean's waves, as if he had merged with the sea itself. At that moment, Bo Feng appeared extraordinarily noble, the golden crown atop his head shimmering under the sun. The trident emblem was unmistakably absorbed into his forehead. A wealth of knowledge regarding the oceans and the sea spirit beasts rapidly imprinted itself in his mind as he absorbed it with his eyes closed. After a long while, calm returned to Sea God Island. The people resumed their daily labors, while Poseidon watched with excitement, knowing that the sea god's personal coronation signified Bo Feng's future as the true master of the ocean. Eventually, Bo Feng slowly opened his eyes, comprehending the crown's purpose. "How you feel, my child?" Poseidon inquired eagerly. Touching the crown atop his head, Bo Feng smiled. "This crown harbors the ocean's power. It can obscure my own aura, preventing others from discerning my true nature." With that, he summoned his martial spirit. To his astonishment, while Bo Feng held the trident in his right hand, the shadow of the sea god did not appear behind him, and the soul rings beneath his feet had turned to one yellow and one purple. Poseidon gazed in disbelief, struggling to accept what she saw. "My sea god martial spirit attracts too much attention, hence this crown conveniently conceals it, which suits my life on the continent perfectly. My current martial spirit is the trident," Bo Feng explained with a smile. "This concealment will prevent unwanted scrutiny, especially from the martial spirit hall. I see Xiao Bai is busy loading the cargo. Are you headed to the continent for business?" Poseidon inquired with a smile. On Sea God Mountain, Bo Feng surveyed the scenery of Sea God Island, catching sight of Xiao by directing the crew as the ship was filled with numerous wooden boxes. With a playful grin, Bo Feng remarked, "Mother, the 50,000 golden soul coins you gave me are hardly enough. I'm going to the continent to earn some extra income to help the family. Our family lacks nothing. Once you leave tomorrow, it will only be you alone at home. Take care of yourself out there. If you encounter any difficulties, seek out Xiao Bai. With her strength on the continent, no one would dare threaten her. By the way, if the martial spirit hall bothers you, or if someone else causes you trouble that Xiao Bai can't handle, you can seek help from the Haotian sect. Your father is the sect master, making you, in a strict sense, a member of the Haotian sect, with a status that is undeniably high. When the time comes, just present the hammer I gave you. You need not worry about anything else." Poseidon continued to advise, "One more thing. Once you arrive on Douluos continent, find a daughter-in-law for me. She should be from a suitable family. I don't require her to be curvaceous, just that she can bear sons. She must be good-looking. I won't accept anyone too plain." "Mother." Bo Feng's face flushed. "I'm only 11. I don't want to get married so soon." "What do you mean you're only 11? Poseidon retorted, "Many children on Sea God Island marry at 12 or 13, and some even have children. I once missed my chance with your father and only gave birth to you after more than 100 years. Don't think just because I'm over 100 that I wasn't beautiful in my youth. I was the belle of Sea God Island, with suitors lining up from the demon whale sea. Your father also. He liked me, but didn't say anything until he was over 100. He made me wait all those years for his confession." "So," Poseidon said, firmly patting Bo Feng's shoulder, "the responsibility of continuing the family line falls on you. I have a task for you. Next time you return to Sea God Island, you must bring me a daughter-in-law. If not, don't bother coming back. Just go feed the deep-sea demon whale king in the demon whale sea." Bo Feng nodded with a solemn expression. "I will do my best." "What do you mean by do my best?" "You should be striving for success," Poseidon corrected. "Also, make sure to leave some of that cosmetic stuff you invented for me." "Huh?" Bo Feng asked in confusion. "Mother, do you use cosmetics that quickly?" Poseidon shot him a glance. "What do you think? Ever since you invented that foundation, facial masks, and all those collagen products, the effects have been extraordinary. After using them, I feel rejuvenated. When your father returns, I'm going to show him what it feels like to be 18 again." Bo Feng nodded silently, then asked, "Mother, can you tell me where father is? If I remember correctly, he should be in the city of Slaughter now. Hopefully, he hasn't become the king of slaughter. Otherwise," at the mention of this, Poseidon's expression dimmed, and she replied helplessly, "Your father has gone to the city of Slaughter, where the legacy of the Shura god lies. He should still be undergoing trials there. 11 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and you are already 11. When will your father return to see us? Please don't make me wait for decades again. Although I am a peerless Douluos with a lifespan of 1,000 years, a woman's greatest enemy is time. Without your father, I often wonder if I should have stopped him. But that was his dream, and I should support him." Wiping away her tears, Poseidon smiled. "Enough of this. Too much talk brings only sorrow. The city of Slaughter is truly a transcendent place left by the gods, just like Sea God Island. I see hope in you." Chapter 12. Encounter with Pirates. Bo Feng paused for a moment, then said, "Mother, if one day I venture to the city of Slaughter in search of father, you must not allow it." Poseidon quickly intervened, explaining that the city of Slaughter operates under special rules. Once one enters, it is exceedingly difficult to escape, unless one achieves 100 victories in the Hell's Arena. Exit remains elusive. With a solemn gaze, Poseidon implored, "Promise me, you must not go to the city of Slaughter. Trust in your father. He will surely return." Tears welled in Bo Feng's eyes, understanding his mother's intentions were for his own good. If his assumptions were correct, his father's current situation must be dire indeed. That night, after sharing their final meal together under the starry sky, the mother and son conversed for an extended period. On the following day, at the dock of Sea God Island, the 7 great pillars of Douluos and Poseidon gathered to bid farewell to Bo Feng, who was setting forth to the continent, uncertain of when he would return. During their parting, Poseidon reiterated her instructions, urging him not to forget the task she had assigned. "What task?" Bo Feng chuckled. "Finding a daughter-in-law." With a resigned smile, Bo Feng nodded, and, as the sails unfurled, the ship gradually set course toward the continent, disappearing from view until Sea God Island was but a distant memory. Standing on the deck, Bo Feng gazed at the vast ocean, reminiscing about the place he had called home for 11 years, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. At that moment, Xiaobai approached, patting Bo Feng gently. "What is this? Already missing Sea God Island?" Bo Feng smiled. "After living there for 11 years, how could you not? This is my first departure from Sea God Island. After staying here for 100,000 years, this journey to the continent should be quite enjoyable. I've heard there are many delicacies there, quite different from our seafood. By the way, what shall we do with these goods?" Xiaobai inquired. Bo Feng sat on the deck and produced a map of the continent, which detailed the entire geography of Douluos. "We shall go here." He pointed to a location. Xiaobai followed his gaze. "Heaven Do City? If I remember correctly, that is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire." "Indeed," Bo Feng affirmed, "the capital city is also the most prosperous area on the continent. Given the substantial amount of goods we possess, our journey to Heaven Do City will be lengthy. The boatmen here are all from Sea God Island. I've heard that we have a business venture in Hanhai City, so we can store our goods there and transport them in batches to Heaven Do City for sale. Being the capital, we are sure to fetch a handsome price for our wares. At that point, it will merely be a matter of time before we amass wealth." Xiaobai nodded in agreement with Bo Feng's plan. "Young master, we have a situation," a crew member reported urgently. Bo Feng rushed to the ship's edge and looked out at the horizon, where he spotted numerous ships in the distance. There were no fewer than dozens, and at the center was a vessel bearing a purple flag, signaling the approach of pirates. The Purple Pearl pirate crew. Someone recognized the ship. Bo Feng's eyes turned a misty blue as his crown began to reveal the truth. Before him stood a group of pirates armed with steel knives, clearly targeting Bo Feng's ship. Little did they expect that less than half a day into their voyage, they would already attract unwanted attention. Just a band of pirates. Let me show them how to deal with such nuisances, Xiaobai thought, ready to leap into action. At that moment, Bo Feng stopped her, saying, "Let them come closer. I've heard that their captain, Purple Pearl, is quite a character. As this is our first outing, it would be beneficial to see the world." Thus, Bo Feng directed the ship to advance slowly. Before long, the pirates had surrounded them. Bo Feng, Xiaobai, and the sole masters of Sea God Island stood firm as several pirates boarded their deck, all wielding steel knives. However, the pirates soon found themselves bewildered. "This is a ship from Sea God Island," they exclaimed, a revered place among sea soul masters. "To think they would attempt to rob here. My apologies. We will leave at once," said a purple-haired woman in her 20s with a stunning figure who was contemplating a hasty retreat. "Stop," Bo Feng called out to her. The woman froze. Those who emerged from Sea God Island were not to be trifled with, even if they ruled these waters. The reverence for the sea god in the hearts of soul masters made them untouchable. Bo Feng's striking appearance instantly captivated the purple-haired woman, her cheeks flushing as she softly asked, "Is there something you require?" The pirates, witnessing their captain's reaction, widened their eyes in disbelief. Bo Feng cleared his throat. "The Purple Pearl pirate crew is quite renowned in these waters. Your captain is a notable figure." The woman smiled faintly. "I am Purple Pearl. How may I assist you? Could it be that my luck is so fortuitous as to encounter you?" Bo Feng coughed lightly. "So, you have surrounded us with your fleet? Are you not intending to kill and plunder?" Purple Pearl quickly expressed her fear. "I would never. You are from Sea God Island, and I have spent time there myself. This is indeed a misunderstanding. If there are no further matters, I shall lead my crew away." Just as she prepared to leave, Xiaobai stepped forward. "Humph, you think you can come and go as you please?" With that, Xiaobai leaped into the sea, causing the calm waters to stir violently. More and more sea soul beasts surfaced, encircling the pirates, and before all eyes, a colossal magic soul great white shark emerged. As creatures of the sea, the pirates were well aware of what the magic soul great white shark represented. It was once the mount of the sea god. The mere fact that this ship was guarded by such a creature attested to its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the magic soul great white shark transformed into human form. It was the king of the magic soul great white shark, the guardian soul beast of Sea God Island for 100,000 years, the mount of the sea god. The sea god held a place of faith in the hearts of all sea soul masters, an inviolable existence, and the pirates were no exception. As captain, Purple Pearl slumped on the deck, realizing the gravity of the situation. Initially, they sought to profit from this endeavor, but now they faced dire consequences. Having boarded a ship from Sea God Island and provoked the king of the magic soul, Great White Shark, "I will give you an opportunity," Bo Feng said with a calm smile. Purple Pearl immediately replied, "Please command me. I shall do whatever is within my power." Chapter 13, Arrival at Hanhai City. You see, our ship needs to travel to the continent for business. With so many of you pirates, it seems fortuitous if you agree to my recruitment. Today's incident can be forgotten. What say you? Recruitment? What do you mean? Purple Pearl asked. Bo Feng smiled slightly, as he was in dire need of manpower. And these pirates arrived at the perfect moment. These goods need to be transported to Heavendo City for sale. Your task, both now and in the future, will be to ferry goods from Sea God Island to Hanhai City. Of course, whether you choose to accept this recruitment is up to you. You can continue your life of piracy or become a fisherman who earns a living. As captain, you should weigh your options carefully. With that, Bo Feng approached the ship's edge. "Xiaobai, you may come aboard now." As soon as the words left his mouth, the magic soul, Great White Shark, transformed back into Xiaobai, landing gracefully on the deck. This scene left Zhejian Pearl and the crew of pirates utterly dumbfounded. To command the mighty king of the magic soul, Great White Shark, with such authority, who was this individual? "We accept the incorporation," the pirates exclaimed in unison. Bo Feng declared, "In that case, The first order of business for your incorporation is to dispose of all your pirate-related belongings and bid farewell to your former selves. From now on, you will serve as auxiliary personnel of Sea God Island, primarily responsible for transporting goods to Hanhai City, which includes our ultimate destination, Tiando City. Of course, everyone will receive a salary, starting at 10 gold soul coins per month. The more cargo you transport, the greater your profits. What do you think? The pirates, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement. This signified their transformation from fearsome marauders into formally recognized auxiliary personnel of Sea God Island. Not everyone could enter Sea God Island. Only those who passed the Sea Goddess trials were deemed worthy, while others would be expelled. They could not afford to miss this opportunity, promptly gathering their belongings. Under Captain Zhejian Pearl's leadership, they hastened towards the nearby destination. Once the pirates had departed, Bo Feng ordered the ship to set sail once more. Be cautious of these unruly pirates, Xiaobai cautioned. If they were not driven by desperation, they too would be ordinary fishermen. Our journey to the mainland serves two purposes: to expand our business and to remain incognito. The Spirit Hall is our adversary. They returned empty-handed years ago and subsequently labeled Sea God Island as the Island of Demons, prohibiting all mainland spirit masters from venturing there. Bo Feng opened a coconut, inserted a straw, and handed it to Xiaobai, continuing, Sister Bai, as a sea spirit beast, if you encounter a title de law and your identity is revealed, it would spell trouble. Xiaobai took a sip of the coconut water and smiled. You can assist me by utilizing the Sea God's crown. This crown was once worn by the Sea God in his youth. It not only possesses the power of the ocean, but also masks one's presence and reveals hidden truths. Oh, Bo Feng observed as the Trident emblem engraved upon his crown began to radiate light. The azure glow enveloped Xiaobai, bathing her in a comforting aura. Moments later, Xiaobai appeared rejuvenated, stretching languorously. Now, even a title de law would be unable to discern my true identity. With a subtle smile, she revealed 9 soul rings arranged neatly at her feet. Behind her loomed a colossal magic soul, great white shark. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Bo Feng stood momentarily stunned. Sister Bai, what is going on? Xiaobai chuckled, retracting her soul rings. You know, I am a 100,000-year sea spirit beast. My status equivalent to that of a title de law among humans. We fish cannot stray too far from the sea. Otherwise, after 2 hours, it would become dire. Thankfully, with the Sea God's crown, which contains oceanic power, I have completely transformed my physical structure. I need to worry about that anymore. One might say I have become human. Seeing this, Bo Feng no longer questioned her. With a protector possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, their concerns were alleviated. Now, they were ready to venture onto the mainland and discover what peculiarities awaited them. The vast ocean stretched endlessly as Bo Feng's ship braved the waves, finally arriving safely at the harbor 2 days later. This was Hanhai City, located on the western edge of the Tiando Empire. Upon entering the city, Bo Feng promptly arranged matters and entered the city alongside Xiaobai. Everything within the city was novel and intriguing, and the two wandered about, captivated. The streets were lined with stalls selling various marine fish and local specialties, as the coastal inhabitants relied on the sea for sustenance. The air imbued with a faint briny scent. Before long, they arrived at a grand structure, the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena. Bo Feng read the sign. This is the Grand Soul Arena, present in every city, designed for battles and duels among spirit masters, featuring 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-17 competitions. Sister Bai, how about we step inside for some fun? Bo Feng suggested. This is the Grand Soul Arena, a place for spirit masters to spar. Are your hands itching for action? Xiaobai replied with a smile. Bo Feng nodded. My mother has given me 50,000 gold soul coins this time. The journey to Tiando City is long, and this amount is far from sufficient. Zhejian Pearl and the others 1T arrive for several days. This Grand Soul Arena offers a chance to win profits through betting, which could provide us with significant funds for our future endeavors. I plan to engage in a few matches here. Sister Bai, please place bets on my behalf. The more substantial, the better. Once Zhejian Pearl and the others arrive, we shall set off for Tiando City. No problem, leave it to me, Xiaobai assured confidently. Together, they entered the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, where a throng of spectators filled the venue. Xiaobai headed to the betting area, while Bo Feng proceeded to register for the combat. What is your name? Bo Feng. Age? 18. Martial Soul? Trident. What level? Great Soul Master. After a series of procedures, Bo Feng successfully registered. The reason for claiming a youthful age was primarily to maintain a facade. At a height of 185 centimeters, declaring himself as 18 posed no cause for suspicion, especially as a great soul master. Moreover, the presence of the sea god's crown concealed his original martial soul, altering his soul rings to one yellow and one purple. Otherwise, the appearance of the sea god's martial soul would likely terrify the populace of Hanhai City, predominantly comprised of sea spirit masters who would undoubtedly recognize it. Chapter 14. Couples Hotel. Xiao Bai leisurely sat above, sipping her exquisite wine, as it was soon Bo Feng's turn to battle. During their time on Sea God Island, Xiao Bai had trained Bo Feng, particularly through the challenges posed by the attacks of the magic soul great white sharks, which had proven to be quite arduous for him. Coupled with guidance from 7 titled Douluos and direct tutelage from Poseidon, Bo Feng had diligently practiced the Hao-Ian hammer technique under the illumination of the sea goddess light. And now his true strength was well concealed. The Hanhai Grand Soul Arena was vast, and before the battles commenced, it was filled to capacity with eager spectators. Regardless of the city on the mainland, the Grand Soul Arena was always the liveliest venue. This arena served as a one-on-one combat arena, packed with onlookers. And below lay a massive water pool measuring 108 meters in length and 10 meters in depth. Any competing spirit master falling into the pool would be deemed the loser. The pool shimmered crystal clear, its azure waters rippling gently. The host ascended the stage, fervently announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena." The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electrifying as all eagerly anticipated the ensuing battles. After an elaborate drawing ceremony, Bo Feng's opponent made his entrance, a great soul master with a martial soul of a sea turtle, named Sea Turtle. Bo Feng mused, an unusual name. But in this vast continent, there is no shortage of oddities. It's merely a name, nothing to dwell upon. His opponent was a 29-level great soul master. His soul power nearing 30 levels, reputed to have won 5 consecutive matches at the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, earning a modest degree of fame. As for Bo Feng, shielded by the sea god's crown, his martial soul had transformed into a trident, with soul power at 28 levels, while his true strength reached 36 levels. Of course, he was adept at playing the role of a modest underdog. There is no way around this. It is merely a matter of maintaining discretion. At that moment, the host's voice resonated once more, announcing the commencement of the first one-on-one battle, Bo Feng versus the Sea Turtle. Allow me to provide a brief introduction to both contenders. The Sea Turtle, fortified by its formidable spirit, has achieved 5 consecutive victories, showcasing an impenetrable defense. As for contestant Bo Feng, this marks his debut in the Soul Arena, wielding a trident as his spirit, a true clash of spear against shield. Esteemed audience, let us warmly welcome both participants to the arena. With the host's fervent promotion, the atmosphere surged with excitement, igniting the emotions of numerous spectators. Among them, Xiao Bai smiled slightly, recognizing the Sea Turtle's streak of victories. Many high-stakes gamblers wagered substantial sums, with only a select few placing their bets on Bo Feng, given the inherent risks of a first-time competitor. Having emerged from Sea God Island, Poseidon had granted Bo Feng a total of 40,000 gold soul coins. Consequently, Xiao Bai placed all her bets on Bo Feng, firmly believing in his ability to secure victory. Even though the Sea God crown concealed the Sea God spirit, Bo Feng's trident is, after all, the Sea God's divine artifact, the Sea God Trident. Shattering a turtle shell would be a mere trifle. As both contestants entered the arena, Bo Feng stepped onto the floating platform in the water. With the weight of numerous spectators surrounding him for his inaugural battle, a wave of nervousness washed over him. His opponent, a muscular man appearing to be in his late 20s, boasted an imposing physique. The Sea Turtle, upon observing Bo Feng's youth, let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Have you ever seen such perfect muscles?" In tandem with his words, he rolled up his sleeves to flaunt his brawn. Bo Feng's expression darkened as he muttered, "Simple-minded and brawny, no different from a real sea turtle." The Sea Turtle, momentarily at a loss for words, prepared to teach Bo Feng a lesson. With the host announcing the start of the duel, the Sea Turtle roared as a verdant turtle shell materialized before him, enveloping his limbs in a dense protective layer, leaving no gaps. 2 yellow soul rings flared to life beneath his feet, causing the water in the arena to tremble slightly. Bo Feng, done satisfied, raised his right hand above his head, brandishing a resplendent blue trident. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of reverence washed over all sea soul masters present. One yellow and one purple soul ring ignited upon the trident, representing 100 years and 1,000 years. The arena fell eerily silent. How had this Bo Feng managed to achieve 1,000-year second soul ring? A flicker of trepidation ignited within the sea turtle, not from cowardice, but from the intimidating aura exuding from the trident. As the trident pointed towards the sea turtle, a surge of oceanic energy enveloped Bo Feng. The crown upon his head glimmered with a faint golden light, as Bo Feng sensed an unending power from the ocean channeled through the trident. At that moment, the sea turtle's heart quivered. To secure victory, he had to overcome his fear of the trident and initiate an attack. His first soul skill, Waves of Azure, saw the water beneath him coalesce violently, his turtle shell adorned with ancient and mysterious azure markings. He unleashed a powerful punch toward Bo Feng, as if seeking to engulf him in a tumultuous wave. Yet Bo Feng stood unfazed, rooted in place. As the wave approached, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. The trident radiated a dazzling azure light, effortlessly dissipating the incoming tide. The sea turtle was left bewildered and, in frustration, summoned even more waves. However, Bo Feng remained an unperturbed figure, dismissing the onslaught as inconsequential. With the trident's presence, no sea-related soul skill could inflict genuine harm upon Bo Feng, an undeniable advantage. Now was his turn. Bo Feng's right leg glimmered with a crimson light as he activated the skill of his soul bone. Evil Whale's Demon Slash. The pressure it emitted was akin to that of an evil orca, evoking a sense of suffocation. The sea turtle quickly reacted, his second soul ring flaring with intensity. His second soul skill, Turtle Retreat, allowed him to withdraw into his shell, which now gleamed even brighter, suggesting a significant boost in defense. However, this was a soul bone honed over 50,000 years. The Evil Whale's Demon Slash could cleave mountains, rendering the turtle shell inconsequential. As the dark red scythe approached the turtle shell, the trajectory of the soul skill inexplicably shifted heavenward. Noticing the delay in the attack, the sea turtle cautiously poked his head out from his shell, realizing he was unharmed, and heaved a sigh of relief. Why did he not strike? That was the perfect opportunity. Do you look down upon me? The sea turtle questioned in confusion. Bo Feng merely shook his head and pointed upward. Following his gesture, the sea turtle's pupils constricted in shock. Above, a slender fissure marred the ceiling, its cut exquisitely precise. Had that earlier attack landed on him, even the sturdiest turtle shell would not have escaped the fate of being cleaved. Realizing this, the sea turtle gasped and promptly declared his surrender to the referee. After thorough confirmation, the announcement echoed. In the first match of the one-on-one duel, Bo Feng is victorious. The arena erupted into enthusiastic applause, as the audience eagerly anticipated getting to know this young prodigy, for no one on the continent could achieve a second ring of 1,000 years. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, Xiaobai hurried to settle the bets, resulting in a lucrative windfall. With a golden card in hand and a heart full of joy, she made her way outside, where Bo Feng had been waiting patiently. As night descended, the sibling duo decided to indulge in a sumptuous meal. They arrived at one of the largest restaurants in the city of Hanhai, renowned for its exquisite decor, with vibrant rose petals carpeting the floors, creating a breathtaking sea of flowers. This place feels rather peculiar, Xiaobai remarked, an indescribable sensation washing over her. At that moment, a server approached, bowing respectfully. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Bo Feng replied, bring forth all the delectable dishes your establishment offers, whatever quantity you possess. This restaurant was known for its exorbitant prices, beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. The server, taken aback by such lavishness, promptly escorted them to a private room. As they walked, the patrons they encountered were all elegantly attired couples, exuding an unmistakable aura of affection. The hallway was adorned with exquisite decorations, with an array of paintings gracing the walls. Thanks to the sea god crown, Bo Feng's hearing had become exceptionally acute. He could distinctly discern heavy breathing and hurried gasps, alongside unmentionable sounds drifting into his ears. As a traveler from another realm, he instantly recognized the nature of this establishment. Just as he contemplated departing, the server had already prepared their room. The expansive suite before them spanned over 200 square meters, decorated in refined taste. It featured plush sofas, exquisite carpets, and pristine marble flooring, with a heart shape crafted from vibrant red roses at the center. Upon witnessing this scene for the first time, Xiao Bai gleefully entered, captivated by the beauty within. Meanwhile, Bo Feng, filled with regret, found himself too late to voice any objections. The waiter hurriedly retreated, not forgetting to utter a phrase of goodwill before departing. Wishing you a splendid evening. With that, the waiter secured the door, and indeed it was locked. Bo Feng attempted to break free, but the door resembled a fortress. No matter how he twisted and turned, it refused to yield even a fraction. A note was wedged in the crack of the door. Bo Feng unfolded it. Tomorrow morning at 7, the door will automatically open. Should you attempt to force it open, please be prepared to pay a compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins at the front desk tomorrow morning. Bo Feng stood frozen, pondering the exorbitant price of the door. Was it encrusted with diamonds or gilded in gold? What a predicament! After all his calculations, he realized this was a couple's hotel, a place only lovers would frequent. Glancing back at the table, he saw Xiao Bai, who was heartily enjoying her meal. With a sigh, Bo Feng sat across from her. Xiao Bai, it seems we won't be returning tonight. Xiao Bai, momentarily pausing her chewing, glanced at Bo Feng with confusion. What is the matter, Feng Di? Bo Feng hesitated. Stammering Xiao Bai, this is a couple's hotel. Couples? Hotel? Having lived for 100,000 years, it was Xiao Bai's first time on the continent, and she was utterly unaware of the implications of these words. What is the difference? Seeing her innocence, Bo Feng sighed in resignation. The difference lies in the term couples. We are siblings, and this is not a place for us. Tonight, I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can take the bed. We'll settle the bill and leave early tomorrow. No way. Xiao Bai immediately objected. Before we came, the high priest told me to ensure your safety. I can't let you sleep on the sofa alone. The bed can easily accommodate 3. We can squeeze in together. In an instant, Bo Feng's face flushed. This is inappropriate. When we were younger, it was you who I helped take care of when the high priest was busy. Don't forget, you were quite the troublemaker back then. We even shared a bed at night. Have you forgotten? At her words, Bo Feng's ears turned even redder, and he began to pant heavily, striving to suppress his growing agitation. That's not the issue. Bo Feng desperately tried to clarify. If it's not that, then what is it? Xiao Bai asked with innocent curiosity. Is it truly about being a couple? Finally hitting the crux of the matter, she added. Then why don't we stop being siblings and become a couple instead? Xiao Bai said casually. The tea Bo Feng had just sipped erupted from his mouth, creating a fountain-like spectacle. He wiped the remnants from his lips, staring at Xiao Bai in disbelief. At that moment, she appeared as pure as a blank canvas, utterly untainted. Bo Feng could only manage a wry smile as he hurried to explain the true meaning of being a couple. Once Xiao Bai comprehended the situation and her reaction registered, her face flushed deep crimson, and she glared at Bo Feng. You're just trying to make a fool of me, aren't you? Bo Feng could only smile helplessly and shrug his shoulders, feigning innocence. Xiao Bai, you said it. I had no such intentions. In my heart, you will always be my sister, and I harbor no ill thoughts towards you. Xiao Bai placed her hands on her hips, fuming, as if he would dare. Following this, the two finished their dinner and resigned themselves to spending the night there. They shared the same bed, and Xiao Bai deliberately drew a line to demarcate their boundaries. Although they had slept together as children, Bo Feng had matured, and such occurrences were strictly off-limits now. Before long, both drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Bo Feng envisioned himself amassing immense wealth on the Douluos continent, swimming in an ocean of gold coins. Suddenly, the coins sprouted sharp teeth, fiercely biting into his arm with an extraordinary force. The pain jolted Bo Feng awake, drenched in sweat, relieved it was merely a dream. However, something felt odd with his right hand. Slowly turning his head, he discovered Xiao Bai gnawing on his right hand, her sharp teeth grinding against his palm. Oh no! Xiao Bai, the 10,000-year-old great white shark, had a bad habit of grinding her teeth. He had suffered enough from her bites in childhood. Attempting to break free proved futile as Xiao Bai held on tightly, her teeth continuing their relentless work. Chapter 15. The Fierce God Battle Team? Boom! Bo Feng emerged victorious. Bo Feng emerged victorious. Bo Feng emerged victorious. In the past few days at the Hanhai Grand Seoul Arena, Bo Feng had achieved an unblemished record. This success had allowed Xiao Bai to reap substantial rewards, her earnings soaring from 40,000 gold soul coins to an impressive 550,000, a tenfold increase. Today marked Bo Feng's final battle at the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, for Purple Pearl had arrived with her entourage. The grand ship docked at the pier, where Bo Feng, Xiao Bai, and Purple Pearl stood, observing the continuous unloading of goods. Everything was prepared. They only needed to head to Tiando City. Purple Pearl, there's no time to lose. You must set off for Tiando City immediately. Here are the coordinates. We will meet inside the city. Bo Feng handed over the map. Purple Pearl glanced at the map, bid farewell to Bo Feng and Xiao Bai, and drove her laden carriage towards Tiando City. As a sole emperor, Bo Feng felt no fear of ambushes along the way. However, the pirates of old were not to be underestimated. Their combat skills were quite formidable. With them in charge of transport, Bo Feng felt at ease. As Purple Pearl departed, Xiao Bai inquired, Feng Di, shall we set off as well? Have you planned our route? Starting from Hanhai City, they would pass through several smaller cities before finally reaching Tiando City. Given their pace, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Without further ado, Bo Feng and Xiao Bai set off, taking a different path from Purple Pearl. They enjoyed the scenery along the way, relishing the delightful journey. Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire, boasted a rich history and was one of the most vibrant cities on the continent. Engaging in trade, there promised ample opportunities to earn gold soul coins. The city thrived at night, illuminated with lights and bustling with pedestrians. This was Silva's City, part of the Silva's Kingdom. After 2 days of travel, Xiao Bai and Bo Feng drew closer to Tiando City, deciding to spend the night here with the goal of arriving at their destination before nightfall the following day. This was their first time on the continent. For the past 11 years, their world had been nothing but the sea. Oh, the sea. All yours is water. Upon checking into a hotel and securing a room, Xiao Bai collapsed onto the soft bed, releasing a long sigh. I'm so tired. The continent is just too much fun. I almost don't want to return to Sea God Island, Xiao Bai lamented. As she expressed her thoughts, Bo Feng realized that many things on the continent were entirely new to him, and the scenery had truly delighted their eyes. Xiao Bai, how about a stroll? Bo Feng suggested, noting that it was still early. Xiao Bai shook her head. No, I've been traveling all day, and my legs are aching. You can go explore a bit, but remember, don't cause any trouble. Nodding in agreement, Bo Feng left the room, descended the stairs, and began to wander the streets alone. Each city on the continent was vast, filled with a dazzling array of goods and various snacks. As Bo Feng passed through a narrow alley, he noted its desolation, clearly abandoned for quite some time. As he walked, a faint scent of blood caught his attention, emanating from just ahead. In the distance, Bo Feng faintly heard the sound of a child's cries, and an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over him. You shall perish. A massive fist descended like a rainstorm, wielded by 7 formidable men clad in heavy armor, their bodies marred with bloodstains from the chains they brandished. Before them stood a bloodied man, his breath growing increasingly feeble, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In front of this injured figure, a small girl boldly intercepted the 7 muscular men, forcing them to halt their advance. Get out of the way, or I'll beat you too. One of the men bellowed at the girl, his overwhelming aura nearly causing her to falter. You shall not harm my father. The girl stood resolutely, her expression unwavering, eyes ablaze with indignation. Her father, the man who had been assaulted, gently patted her small right shoulder, whispering weakly, Nan Nan, you must leave this place quickly. It is my inadequacy that has led us here. Oomph. The leader of the group, his hands entwined with iron chains, scoffed. Do you dare flee? When will you repay us the 10 soul coins you owe? 10 soul coins? The injured man's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as he stuttered. Wasn't it just 1? How did it become 10? You cough. In pursuit of you, we, the 7 brothers, have exerted considerable effort. During our confrontation, your blood stained our garments. We have no particular hobbies, but we do value cleanliness. Shouldn't you compensate us for the blood on our clothes? The man smirked, his eyes turning cold. This is sheer nonsense. I shall report you to the Silva's Grand Soul Arena. The wounded man shouted, his voice strained as his injuries worsened. Report us? The 7 exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Just then, Bo Feng approached, having witnessed the entire ordeal. Such usury was not uncommon, and he harbored a deep-seated loathing for such individuals. Report us? The man chuckled. We of the Fierce God Squad are quite the celebrities at the Silva's Grand Soul Arena. having generated untold profits over the years. Do you truly believe they would care about such trivial matters? You, a mere commoner, are beneath their notice. The name Fierce God Squad momentarily stunned Bo Feng. Was that not the most notorious squad within the Silva's Grand Soul Arena? Renowned for their brutality, they left a trail of death in their wake during every battle, with countless soul masters perishing, only for the incidents to be swept under the rug. The entanglements were too complex, as the Fierce God Squad provided substantial profits to the nobility. Under such a protective umbrella, their actions grew increasingly audacious. How about this? The leader grinned wickedly as his henchmen advanced towards the little girl. You have 3 days. If you cannot deliver 10 soul coins by then, we shall take this girl as our prize. Rest assured, we will fetch a handsome price for her, to ensure the father and daughter could not escape. They would take her now, promising to return her upon receipt of payment. As the man rubbed his hands together, his sinister claws reached toward the girl, her father mustering his last ounce of strength to shield her. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene as a trident fell between the two parties, its immense presence forcing the 7 men to retreat. Chapter 16. Adopting the little girl, the first kill the sudden attack incensed the 7 members of the Fierce God Squad. Leave at once. Is it merely 10 soul coins? I can pay that. Bo Feng emerged from the shadows, tossing 10 soul coins to the leader of the Fierce God Squad. The man caught the coins, counting them with satisfaction, but his expression quickly soured. These 10 soul coins are woefully insufficient. That trident nearly struck us. You must compensate us for our emotional distress. Oh. Bo Feng approached the injured man, assisting him to his feet with keen interest. I have long heard of the Fierce God Squad's tyranny and malevolence, and it seems the rumors hold true. You seek death. Years of combat had rendered them ruthless, intolerant of any defamation or disobedience. A colossal fist swung towards Bo Feng, who remained unfazed, wielding the trident with single-handed prowess, effortlessly repelling the attack. With a sharp crack, the man's arm shattered, and Bo Feng's expression shifted. Leave now, lest you risk your lives. Attack! Kill him! There will be others to clean up the mess, cried the leader of the Fierce God Squad, his voice laced with fury. The remaining 6 unleashed their soul weapons, transforming into ferocious giant bears, formidable spirit beasts, their soul rings glowing ominously. In the Silva's Grand Soul Arena, such a squad was akin to living weapons, devoid of emotion, merciless in their killings. The atmosphere thickened with the scent of blood, and the terror emanating from the 6 men caused the little girl to bury her face in her father's bloodied chest. Despite her father's wounds and weakening breath, the girl felt no fear. Little brother, the injured man murmured softly, you must flee. The Fierce God Squad is far too powerful. To be honest, I too am a soul master. I once fought at the Silva's Grand Soul Arena. We were once proud, even shining brightly among the competitors. But one day, the Fierce God Squad arrived. They fought with reckless abandon, and all 6 of my teammates perished. I alone survived. As he spoke, blood spilled from his mouth. The girl weeping bitterly, clutching her father tightly, as if she might lose him at any moment. Bo Feng offered comfort. Do not speak any longer. I will handle these 7. I will take you for treatment shortly. The man shook his head, his breath shallow. May I ask you for one favor? Speak. With great effort, the man extended his blood-stained hand, taking the little girl's hand and placing it before Bo Feng. This girl is named Nan. She is just 6 years old. I found her on the street, and she has been my only companion since. I wish he began to cough violently, his strength waning. Bo Feng understood the man's intentions, to entrust his daughter to him. You will recover. Do not say any more. The man slowly shook his head, his voice growing ever fainter. I can barely hold on. Surviving to this moment is already the greatest mercy from the heavens. Seeing Bo Feng's hesitation, the 6 members of the Fierce God Squad grew increasingly agitated. Enough of your prattling. I will tear you apart. One member lunged forward, initiating the attack. Be careful. The weakened father shouted urgently to Bo Feng. Bo Feng remained composed, and behind him, the trident moved, transforming into a blue arc of light that struck the advancing man in the abdomen. Boom! The member of the Fierce God Squad coughed blood, crashing through 2 walls. Buried beneath a pile of debris, Bo Feng cast a piercing glance at the remaining members of the Mad God team, then turned his gaze gently towards the father and daughter. You may continue, he said. I wish to entrust Nan to you. I hope you can take good care of her. A Upon finishing his words, the man breathed his last, his grip on the little girl's hand slackening as he collapsed to the ground. "Daddy, don't leave me. No, no, Daddy, Daddy." The little girl cried out in anguish, her eyes brimming with tears, which fell like pearls scattered from a broken string. No matter her pleas, her father had departed from her forever. Bo Feng's eyes grew misty. The world was cruel, and tragedies like this occurred almost daily. At that moment, Bo Feng's hands clenched tightly, and the trident resonated with his anger, emanating a chilling light. A faint murderous intent seeped from Bo Feng's eyes before the Mad God team. He could no longer utter a word. The only resolution was to end their lives to quell the fury raging within him. "Rest assured, I will take good care of Nan Nan. From this day forth, she shall be my sister, and no one will ever harm her again." Bo Feng extended his right hand, gently brushing over the deceased man's eyes. He had slipped away peacefully. "Bah, a worthless being dies so easily. Let us take him down together. Capturing that little girl will fetch a good price." Bo Feng slowly rose, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned around, his right leg glowing with a dark red light, a side-like arc coalescing. "You all deserve to die." In an instant, the 7 members of the Mad God team felt a tightening in their hearts, a suffocating sensation coursing through their bodies. Breathing heavily, they gazed at Bo Feng, who was no longer the gentle youth they once knew. His eyes flashed like lightning, and the dark red, demonic scythe coiled around his leg was poised for action. Devilish Orca, Soul, Bone Skill. Demonic Orca, Slash. The dark red scythe shot forth, and the charging members of the Mad God team halted in their tracks, their eyes glazed over, their soul rings dimming beneath them. Bo Feng let out a cold snort, lifting Nan Nan from her father's lifeless body and then shouldering her father's remains. "Come, the future has your brother to protect you. No one will dare to bully you again. If anyone dares to harm you, just invoke Sister Xiaobai's name, and she will stand with your brother to safeguard you." With the corpse on his back, Bo Feng departed alongside the little girl, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. After Bo Feng's departure, the Mad God team was left in disarray, the scene incredibly bloody, the wicked finally receiving their just deserts in that moment. Chapter 17. The Royal Hunting Grounds Crack. Bo Feng's face was pale, his eyes vacant. A few traces of blood on him as he pushed open the door with the little girl. "Fengdi, where did you go last night?" Xiaobai had waited all night for Bo Feng to return. In this unfamiliar city, she did not believe anyone would pose a threat to him. Seeing the blood on Bo Feng and the emptiness in his gaze, she stumbled to a chair, grabbing a cup of water and drinking greedily. "Fengdi, what happened last night? Why are you covered in blood? Who hurt you?" Xiaobai asked urgently. "Sister," Bo Feng stammered, "I killed someone." The air fell silent instantly. Xiaobai stared at Bo Feng, who had always been obedient and well-behaved, hardly believing the words he spoke. "What did you say?" "I killed someone," Bo Feng repeated. "You little rascal. The high priest warned you not to cause trouble before you left. You've only been on the continent for 5 days, and you've already taken a life." Xiaobai's anger flared. She then looked at Bo Feng, whose eyes were vacant. This was different from hunting soul beasts. This was a living person. Bo Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions. Last night, he had been consumed by rage, and the demonic Orca Slash had been unleashed with its full power. Xiaobai sighed deeply, observing the silent Bo Feng, and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "It's all right. Sister isn't blaming you. What is done is done. Who was the person you killed? And where did this little girl come from?" She glanced at Nan Nan, who sat beside her. Bo Feng recounted the events of the previous night in detail, and Xiaobai angrily slammed her hand on the table, deeply sympathizing with the girl's plight. "A bunch of despicable beasts. They deserve to die. Fengdi, you did well." Observing Bo Feng's despondent demeanor, Xiaobai comforted him. "This is something one must experience in life, as a soul master. It is inevitable, but I didn't expect your first kill to come so swiftly. It will get easier from now on." Xiaobai then turned her gaze to the still sorrowful Nan Nan, who remained lost in the shadow of her father's passing, sitting blankly on the bed as memories of their life together flooded her mind. "Your name is Nan Nan, right?" Xiaobai asked, sitting beside the little girl. Startled by the kindly demeanor of Xiaobai, Nan Nan nodded. "You're Sister Xiaobai, right? I heard this big brother mention you before we came." "I am indeed Xiaobai." Reflecting on Bo Feng's earlier words, Xiaobai felt a surge of compassion for the little girl. At such a tender age, she should not have to endure so much. Moreover, since Bo Feng had promised to honor the man's last wishes, he must follow through. Coincidentally, as they were heading to Tiando City, it would now be a more lively journey with an additional little sister. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just invoke Sister Xiaobai's name. Nana nodded, still struggling to escape the shadow of her father's loss. Along with Bo Feng, who had just committed an act of killing, the two remained silent, with only Xiaobai breaking the stillness. They had originally planned to set off for Tiando City today, but given the current state of affairs, Xiaobai suggested they remain in Silva's city for now, allowing Bo Feng and Nan some time to recover before continuing their journey. After a night of mental adjustment, Bo Feng finally emerged from the shadow of the killing. Early in the morning, he rented a carriage, and the three of them climbed aboard. With the carriage's speed, they would reach their destination in no time. The sun shone brightly today, perfect for travel. Bo Feng guided the carriage while Xiaobai held Nan, both admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. They passed through a dense forest, the carriage gliding slowly, the underbrush lush, and occasionally a flock of birds would dart past. Suddenly, a cold light shot towards Bo Feng. It was a sharp crossbow bolt. Bo Feng hastily wielded his trident to slice through the incoming projectile. The carriage came to a gradual stop as Bo Feng surveyed his surroundings. This was his first time in Douluos continent, and he had no known enemies here. The dense trees made an ideal ambush spot. "Fendi, what's happening?" Xiaobai inquired, poking her head out of the carriage. "Sister, just now a crossbow bolt shot straight at us. There must be something unusual going on," Bo Feng responded solemnly. Seeing the severed crossbow bolt on the ground, Xiaobai instantly leaped from the carriage, shielding Nan behind her, scanning their surroundings cautiously. The silence was eerie, apart from the gentle rustle of the grass in the breeze. A faint sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. There seemed to be many of them. Bo Feng's expression turned serious as he continued to survey the area. "Someone is coming. There are assassins." At that moment, a squad of soldiers armed with steel spears surrounded the three along with their cart. The cold tips of their long weapons pointed directly at them. Nan hid behind Xiaobai, feeling intimidated by the fearsome demeanor of the soldiers. Each clad in silver and gold armor, battle-hardened veterans of the battlefield. "Excuse me, brothers, we merely passed through here and are unaware of the situation," Bo Feng inquired hastily. The leading soldier replied coldly, "Do not move. This is the royal hunting grounds. We have already announced in the city yesterday that His Majesty, accompanied by the Crown Prince and numerous ministers, is conducting the annual royal hunt here today. This area is completely surrounded by us. How did you get in? Where are you assassins?" As he spoke, the soldiers advanced with their spears threateningly. The Emperor's safety took precedence above all else. Bo Feng nodded at Xiaobai, signaling her to take charge and ensure Nan's safety. Xiaobai nodded in response and promptly took Nan into her embrace. "Have you ever seen an assassin accompanied by family?" Bo Feng shrugged, bemused. The soldiers exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to proceed. "What on earth is happening?" A young man, no more than 20, adorned in luxurious garments woven with golden threads, approached on a white horse. His brow furrowed, his expression radiated displeasure. The soldiers quickly knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting, "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Fourth Prince." The Fourth Prince? In the Tiando Empire. This Fourth Prince must be Shui Peng. His face bore signs of discontent. Bo Feng, familiar with the Fourth Prince's demeanor, deduced that this was merely a fade to placate the so-called elder brother and prevent any suspicion. "You useless fools, our father is about to arrive. Do not dawdle. Apprehend them at once." Chapter 18. Xiaobai's anger has serious consequences. Following the Fourth Prince's command, the soldiers, gripping their steel spears, prepared to seize Bo Feng and his companions. Xiaobai clenched her fists. Having lived carefree on Sea God Island, she never anticipated such turmoil upon their arrival on the continent, though it appeared calm on the surface. Beneath it all lay turbulent undercurrents. Bo Feng, well aware of Bai Jia's temperament, quickly gestured for her to refrain from acting impulsively. Any conflict with the Empire would make their stay in Tiando City quite unpleasant. "We truly apologize. We shall leave at once." Just as Bo Feng prepared to retrace their steps, Shui Peng, seated upon his white steed, suddenly interjected, "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you not regard my royal family? Did you not hear my command? Seize them." Facing the pressure exerted by Shui Peng, the soldiers advanced, one thrusting his spear violently towards Bo Feng. There was no choice. It was better to risk an innocent life than to let an assassin escape. If anything were to happen to the emperor, their lives, and potentially their families would be at stake. Bo Feng gripped the spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the arrogant Shui Peng atop his horse. Was this boy putting on an act, or was he genuinely capable of violence? With a slight exertion, Bo Feng crushed the spear in his grasp. This unexpected retaliation astonished the soldiers. They dared to fight back, confirming their suspicions of them being assassins. They dare to retaliate. Seize them, Shui Peng bellowed. Xiaobai, unable to bear it any longer, began to gather a sphere of water in her palm. Stop! Just at that life-and-death moment, another figure arrived. The newcomer, a young man with golden hair, appeared to be around 21 or 22, with a handsome visage and an amiable demeanor that exuded an indescribable charisma, far surpassing Shui Peng. Bo Feng thought to himself, this must be the fourth brother. Father has sent me to inquire about the commotion here. The young man spoke calmly, casting a neutral glance at Bo Feng and momentarily pausing on him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shui Peng hastily dismounted and approached him, gritting his teeth. Elder brother, I have discovered 3 suspicious individuals here. I suspect they are assassins plotting against father. Elder brother? Bo Feng scrutinized the young man whom Shui Peng referred to as such, sensing an inexplicable connection the moment their eyes met. The awakening of his martial soul indicated that Bo Feng's sea god martial soul was divine. Thus, if Shui Peng referred to this individual as elder brother, he must hold a significant status. Shui Qinghe. However, the Tiando royal family's martial soul was the swan, which possessed little offensive power, instead enhancing the noble appearance of its wielder, fitting for royalty. Shui Qinghe felt the weight of this connection, despite the concealment of his head-soul bone, questioning why the 6-winged angel martial soul would resonate with him. What was this person's true identity? All these questions weighed heavily on Shui Qinghe's mind. He stepped forward and asked, Who are you? What brings you here? Bo Feng politely clasped his hands together and replied, We intended to conduct business in Tiando City, but upon entering this forest, we nearly fell victim to crossbow bolts. Then, this 4th prince arrived, insisting we are assassins. I simply wish to pose one question. Have you ever seen an assassin accompanied by family? Shui Qinghe hesitated. Clearly, Bo Feng and his companions did not resemble assassins. It appeared that Shui Peng had misunderstood them. Just as Shui Qinghe contemplated releasing them, he realized that the emperor would soon arrive, and there was no need for any unpleasantness at this critical juncture. Although puzzled, given that their destination was Tiando City, he felt confident that he could ascertain the truth about these individuals without issue. Very well, you may leave. Follow this path, and you will arrive at Tiando City. Shui Qinghe instructed. Bo Feng expressed his gratitude with a bow, just as he was about to depart. Elder brother, are you truly letting them go so easily? Shui Peng interjected, publicly challenging Shui Qinghe's decision. 4th brother, Shui Qinghe narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly inquired, Do you have any doubts about my decision? Shui Peng gritted his teeth, compelled to oppose his elder brother's command for the sake of their father's safety. What are you standing around for? Quickly apprehend them. Shui Peng shouted once more, disregarding Shui Qinghe. At that moment, Xiaobai, her expression darkening, gently set Nan Nan aside and ruffled her hair. Bo Feng remained silent. Xiaobai could no longer tolerate the situation. Shui Peng was digging his own grave, provoking trouble with mere words. Their purpose in coming to Tiando City was to earn gold soul coins and then travel the continent, hoping to avoid animosity with the royal family. Yet, the relentless Shui Peng continued to create obstacles for them. While Bo Feng could endure for the greater good, Xiaobai could not overlook it. Slowly she advanced, her aura causing the soldiers to tremble, sensing the overwhelming pressure of her formidable strength. Shui Peng's expression changed. He was a soul master and had only felt such immense pressure from the 3 esteemed instructors of the Tiando Royal Academy. Those instructors were all soul Douluos of high status within the empire and loyal to his elder brother. The oppressive force emanating from this woman far exceeded that of the 3 instructors, leaving Shui Peng struggling to breathe. Shui Qinghe's expression was grave. He had initially thought that the young man before him was already a surprise. However, it was the small white figure behind the youth that caused a drastic change in Shui Qinghe's complexion. A title Douluos. The aura was unmistakably that of a title Douluos, and moreover, it was stronger than that of the 2 beside him. Surrounding the little white figure were rippling waves, and, at her feet, the configuration of spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, manifested. A title Douluos? A title Douluos? That red 9 spirit ring was undoubtedly one that was 100,000 years old. Xue Qinghe instinctively took a step back, realizing he had kicked a steel plate. The title Douluos profession was the most esteemed on the continent. Not to mention the mysterious title Douluos before him, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring, was someone no one dared to provoke. Apart from Xue Qinghe, everyone else was witnessing a title Douluos with a 100,000-year spirit ring for the first time. The soldiers exchanged glances, fear creeping into their hearts as they raised their long spears skyward. Had they known they were in the presence of a title Douluos, they would never have dared to act so disrespectfully. What happened to your earlier bravado? Xiao Bai asked through gritted teeth. In the face of Xiao Bai's taunting, Xue Bong was utterly deflated, hurriedly hiding behind the soldiers, hoping to use them as a shield. The soldiers displayed panic. This was a title Douluos with a 100,000-year spirit ring. As mere commoners, how could they provoke such an entity? Naturally, the soldiers quietly retreated to the sides, revealing Xue Bong in his entirety. Under the gaze of all, Xiao Bai slowly walked towards Xue Bong. Not far away stood an immensely grand army, a formation of soldiers, with a figure at the very center. An elder donned in golden armor, embroidered with intertwining golden dragons, was currently drawing a bow, aiming at a pink rabbit. The elder's face bore a cold glint, exuding an oppressive aura of superiority. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the arrow shot forth at incredible speed, piercing through the pink rabbit. The scene erupted into cheers, soldiers raising their long spears as they roared in unison. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The elder smiled, his fluffy white beard fluttering as he waved his hand, silencing the crowd once more. His Majesty's martial prowess remains unyielding. A man standing nearby remarked. He was a distinguished figure, graceful yet gentle, with long black hair cascading down, clad in a pristine white robe, exuding an aura of comfort and elegance. He appeared to be in his 40s. Behind him stood an elder with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in white robes. His snow-white hair contrasting with his youthful visage, a silver longsword suspended behind him. Their identities were undoubtedly significant. The elder passed the golden bow to a nearby guard and smiled. Lord Ning, you jest. It has indeed been a long time since I last ventured out. Today marks the rare annual royal hunt. I apologize for troubling you, Lord Ning, to accompany me, and I hope you and Sword Douluos do not take offense. Lord Ning smiled and shook his head. Your Majesty is too courteous. It is my honor to accompany you. The elder chuckled lightly. Qinghe, Xuebing, he called. Noting the lack of response from the two, his brow furrowed, and he inquired, where are the crown prince and the 4th prince? Why have they suddenly vanished? His tone bore a hint of discontent. As the emperor, he was burdened with countless affairs, and to find both of his sons absent during the annual royal hunt was indeed disheartening. The general in charge promptly knelt, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty. I just saw the crown prince and 4th prince head towards the northern forest. They had been gone for some time. Upon learning the whereabouts of his sons, the emperor shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. It must be that Xuebing has been reckless again. Qinghe, as the elder brother, has indeed worked hard. I, consumed by state affairs, failed to look after him, and thus Xuebing has ended up like this. It is truly my fault. You are too harsh on yourself, Your Majesty. It is only natural for Qinghe, as the elder brother, to care for his younger brother. You have state matters to attend to, and I believe Qinghe will manage well. Lord Ning reassured with a smile. At that moment, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the northern forest. The elder in white behind Lord Ning's gaze sharpened, his eyes lightening fast as they fixed upon the area, the silver sword behind him trembling slightly. Uncle Jian, what is this power? Lord Ning queried, puzzled. The emperor sensed it too, and all eyes converged on that spot, where Xue Qinghe and Xuebing were located. Could it be that the 2 princes were in danger? Uncle Jian's expression hardened, his tone grave, a title Douluos. There is no mistaking this aura, and the overwhelming pressure indicates a very powerful title Douluos. Before Lord Ning could ask anything further, Uncle Jian stepped onto the silver sword, heading toward the source of the disturbance. After all, these are the emperor's last remaining sons. If anything were to happen to them, the soldiers stationed there would surely suffer the consequences. I shall see which title Douluos dares to lay a hand on my sons. The emperor snorted coldly, hastily mounting his white steed and galloping away. Most titled Douluos were known to Lord Ning, but this aura was unfamiliar. Could it possibly be from the Spear Hall? He shook his head and followed the main force toward the northern forest. In the forest, Xiaobai stood before Xuebeng, her teeth clenched, her gaze piercing into him. "Say that again, if you dare," she coldly challenged. Xuebeng trembled in fear, unable to utter a word, especially in front of Xiaobai, the apex predator of the ocean. Xue Qinghe regarded Xiaobai with keen interest. According to the records from the Spear Hall, this mysterious female titled Douluos had no information available. Furthermore, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring was an extraordinary feat. The identities of the three had become an enigma shrouded in mystery. As the situation escalated, Xuebeng's predicament was of his own making. Xue Qinghe felt no inclination to intervene. He sensed that this female title bore no ill will, merely wishing to intimidate Xuebeng to temper his arrogance, which was indeed a welcome outcome. Seeing Xuebeng hesitate to speak, his legs quaking, Xiaobai scoffed, "What a coward! Bullying the weak while fearing the strong." Though Xuebeng burned with indignation, he felt exceedingly small in the presence of a titled Douluos. Bo Feng smiled faintly. His sister, Bai Jia, was not one to cause trouble. This was Tiando City, not Sea God Island. It was best to keep things light, as they still had to navigate life here. "Sister Bai, let's just intimidate him. There's no need to take it too far. We should hurry to Tiando City. Consider this a warning. If you dare cross me again, beware," she declared, retracting her spirit rings and returning to Bo Feng and Nanan's side. Just as the three were about to leave, a silver light descended from the sky, instantly capturing their attention. The newcomer was Uncle Jian, and upon confirming that the two princes were unharmed, his gaze shifted to Bo Feng and the others. "Who was that just now? Please step forward," Uncle Jian called out, thrusting the silver sword into the ground, positioning himself like a steadfast pine tree. The spirit rings beneath his feet began to rise slowly. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. A stranger, a titled Douluos, caught Xiaobai off guard. She never anticipated her first visit to the continent would introduce her to a fellow practitioner. Xiaobai mused to herself, with such a soul ring configuration, this is rather inadequate. As a titled Douluos, how can one not possess a soul ring of 100,000 years? This truly feels like an exercise in ostentation. Chapter 20. The art of pretense. As Xiaobai prepared to approach, she was gently halted by Bo Feng. "Sister Bai, please look after Nan. I shall handle this." The newcomer was indeed the sword Douluos, Bo Feng inquired. The sword Douluos responded, "You know of me?" Bo Feng nodded with a smile. "The sword measures 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt is 1 foot 2 inches long, aptly named 7 kills. I am familiar with the reputation of the sword Douluos." Pleased with the acknowledgement, the sword Douluos pressed. "Was that individual you? Why did you show such disrespect to the prince?" Bo Feng's gaze shifted to the side, where the 4th Prince Xuebeng was still recovering from Xiaobai's startling appearance. "As for this matter, it is for the sword Douluos to question Prince Xuebeng. We have come to Tiando City to conduct some business. But upon entering the forest, we were surrounded by soldiers and then encountered Prince Xuebeng. Even after we explained our purpose, he remained obstinate, and his elder brother's arrival could not prevent the situation." Bo Feng smiled faintly. "Thus, my sister acted a bit impulsively, and I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident." After hearing the account, the sword Douluos grasped the situation. He had heard of the 4th Prince's notorious behavior, often oppressing students within the academy, making him a considerable nuisance, well known throughout Tiando City. However, as the emperor's son, people could do little but allow him to continue his debauchery. "Is that so, Xuebeng?" A familiar voice from behind made Xuebeng shudder, unable to meet the gaze of the emperor who arrived late. Emperor Zhuye, the ruler of the Tiando Empire, the most powerful individual across the continent. He had heard every word recounted by Bo Feng. Resigned to his son's misbehavior, Emperor Shuyi sighed, "Return to the palace. Confine yourself to your room for a month and forfeit your salary for a year. Now go." Xuebeng complied, casting a forlorn glance at Bo Feng and the others before departing. Once Xuebeng left, Emperor Shuyi turned to Bo Feng and his companions. "I am Shuyi, the emperor of the Tiando Empire. I deeply regret the events that transpired. May I inquire from whence you 3 hail?" Bo Feng bowed. "Your Majesty, it is a great honor to meet you. I am Bo Feng, having traveled from Hanhai City to conduct some business here. I was raised by the seaside. and my family encouraged me to seek experiences. Thus, I chose Tiando City as my primary destination. Firstly, as the capital, it has a multitude of merchants, and my goods, primarily seafood, should fetch a fair price. Secondly, the local populace is genuine, and being beneath the emperor's auspices, I believe our business will flourish. Unintentionally, Bo Feng complimented Emperor Shui, causing a slight buoyancy in the latter's demeanor. Clearing his throat, the emperor inquired, "Was that disturbance earlier caused by you?" Bo Feng chuckled. "Your Majesty, you jest. I am not so formidable. My sister acted rashly, and if she inadvertently harmed Prince Shuebong, I extend my apologies in advance. It is of no consequence. It is my failure in parenting." Emperor Shui's gaze turned to Xiaobai. "If there has been any injustice, I ask for your understanding." "Young lady," Xiaobai waved her hand, smiling, "you flatter me. It was not a significant matter. I too bear some fault for releasing my soul ring in a frightful manner, which prompted such a commotion." With that, Xiaobai exchanged a glance with Bo Feng, signaling to leave promptly to avoid keeping Zhu Jinzhu and the others waiting. Bo Feng nodded in understanding, addressing Emperor Shui, "Your Majesty, if there are no further matters, we shall proceed to Tiando City. Our transport crew has arrived, and as the proprietor, I cannot keep them waiting." Shortly, Xue Qinghe whispered to Emperor Shui. After listening, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Bo Feng and his companions, especially Xiaobai, with newfound scrutiny. Nearby, Ning Fengji caught a hint of 5 words: soul ring of 100,000 years. Coupled with the disturbances at the forest's edge, it was highly probable that the lady was indeed a tidal Douluos powerhouse. Emperor Shui looked at the trio with utmost seriousness, then commanded, "Royal Knights, clear the path to Tiando City." Upon his order, the soldiers of the Royal Knights immediately parted to create a direct route to the city. Bo Feng was well aware of the Royal Knights' significance. They were the pride of the Tiando Empire, the most trusted military force under Emperor Shui's command. Surprised by the emperor's directive, Bo Feng protested, "Your Majesty, this seems rather inappropriate." However, Emperor Shui smiled gently. "There is nothing inappropriate about this. The incident arose from the royal family, and this serves as our apology to you. Continue on your way to Tiando City. I look forward to our next meeting." With that, Emperor Shui took his leave. Ning Zongzhu, standing beside him, understood the implications of the emperor's words after accompanying him for so long. A tidal Douluos with 100,000-year soul ring was a rarity, even among the Spirit Hall, where there were no more than 3 individuals of such caliber. After expressing gratitude, Bo Feng helped Xiaobai and Nan onto the carriage. Under the gaze of many, Bo Feng guided the carriage onward until it vanished from sight. "Qinghe, see if you can befriend Bo Feng. If I recall correctly, he is here in Tiando City to sell goods. By tomorrow, inquire about reputable shops in the area and send them gifts in the name of the royal family," Emperor Shui instructed. Xue Qinghe acknowledged, understanding that it was paramount for the royal family to maintain good relations with these 3 individuals. Bo Feng's origins were unclear. It was said he hailed from Hanhai City, the only port of the Tiando Empire, where seafood was the sole commodity traded among fishermen. This journey served both to expand his business and to hone his skills, an opportunity for profit and rapid growth in strength, a win-win scenario. His enigmatic origins and the emperor's regard piqued Ning Zongzhu's interest in a young man named Bo Feng. This youth is remarkable. To have the protection of a tidal Douluos with 100,000-year soul ring implies a formidable backing. Fortunately, he does not belong to the Spirit Hall, the Sword Douluos remarked. Chapter 21. Arrival at Tiando. As the carriage sped away, a grand city emerged before Bo Feng. As one of the 2 most prosperous cities on the continent, its scale was unparalleled. The city towered 100 meters high, constructed entirely of granite. At the expansive city gates, numerous soldiers wielding long spears exuded a solemn aura. "Sister Bai, Nan, we're almost at Tiando City. What did Zhu Jinzhu say in her letter?" Bo Feng inquired with a smile. Xiaobai gazed through the carriage window at the approaching massive city. Realizing that this was indeed Tiando City, distinctly different from the towns they had passed along the way, its grandeur truly immense. "The exquisite purple pearl has been eagerly awaiting our arrival in the city, having reserved an entire tavern for our rendezvous. Wind brother, as we approach the city of Tiando, what course of action shall we pursue next?" inquired Xiaobai. "It is now midday," Bo Feng replied with a smile. Let's first meet with Purple Pearl upon entering the city. Afterward, I intend to visit the Spirit Hall to register my martial spirit. Finally, tomorrow we shall scout suitable shops to expand our business and strive to become the wealthiest in the Douluos continent, surpassing even the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Bo Feng's laughter echoed, while Xiaobai's lips twitched, recognizing Wind Brother's preoccupation with wealth. What's so admirable about money? I, Sister Xiaobai, have no interest in it. I recall that the Spirit Hall is a branch of the Martial Spirit Hall, with which we share an adversarial relationship. Why do you still wish to go there? Xiaobai asked, her brow furrowing. I participated in the battle when the Spirit Hall invaded Sea God Island, albeit in the form of the King of the Soul devouring great white shark, not in my current human guise. Poseidon contemplated the long-term implications. For the safety of her only son, she could not dispatch the 7 sacred pillars to guard Douluos. Each of the 7 had participated in that battle, and while the Spirit Hall may not have recognized them all, a few titled Douluos elders were certainly aware of the 7 sacred pillars. Thus, it was most fitting for Xiaobai to serve as Bo Feng's personal bodyguard. Across the continent, the Soul Master's badge symbolizes each Soul Master and serves as their finest credential. The Spirit Hall encompasses all of this. Bo Feng continued, we do not know how long we shall remain in Tiando City, and there are numerous matters to attend to. With the Soul Master's badge, I believe many troubles will be alleviated in the future. Of course, it will also dispel any suspicions from the Spirit Hall. By the way, Bo Feng's gaze settled on Nan Nan. If I am not mistaken, you should be 6 years old now. What is your martial spirit? Xiaobai also felt puzzled, realizing she had yet to discover her sister's martial spirit. Nan Nan shook her head and replied, Brother, my martial spirit has yet to awaken. I just turned 6 yesterday. Oh, Bo Feng nodded. Perfect. This afternoon, accompany me to the Spirit Hall for your martial spirit awakening. We are not on Sea God Island, and since there are no awakening tools here, we must go there. Wind Brother, Xiaobai cautioned seriously, exercise caution and avoid any entanglements with those from the Spirit Hall. Bo Feng solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Sister Bai, I know how to proceed. Do you need me to accompany you? Xiaobai suggested. Bo Feng shook his head. No need. Sister Bai, your release of the Soul Ring has already attracted the attention of the Tiando royal family and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? Xiaobai's brow furrowed. Were some of those individuals there from the Spirit Hall? Bo Feng nodded. That prince is quite formidable. Though he appears refined and courteous, he possesses a depth of cunning. I must be cautious around him. With that, Bo Feng guided the carriage slowly into the city. The bustling streets of Tiando contrasted starkly with the prior Silva city. The capital, with its rich history, was indeed the wisest choice for conducting business. Following the letter from Purple Pearl, Bo Feng arrived at the restaurant, where Purple Pearl and his brothers awaited. Upon Bo Feng's arrival, Purple Pearl clasped his hands in greeting. Boss, all the goods have arrived without incident. A portion of our brothers has returned to Hanhai City, and once the next shipment is delivered, they will take turns escorting the goods. Bo Feng chuckled and shook his head. Do not call me boss. You are no longer a pirate. Just call me boss. Purple Pearl paused momentarily, then laughed. Yes, boss. Boss. Who is this little sister? Purple Pearl noticed Nan Nan beside Xiaobai. Did you not just say, this is my sister? Bo Feng replied with a smile. Subsequently, Bo Feng entered the prearranged room, where Xiaobai and Nan Nan shared one, while he occupied a separate chamber. The room was exceptionally tidy, furnished with all necessities. He pulled back the long dusty curtains, allowing the brilliant sunlight to flood in. Stepping onto the balcony, Bo Feng gazed out over the city. Finally, Tiando City had arrived, and his story was about to commence. Sitting down, he retrieved a complete map of the Tiando City vicinity, an heirloom from his father. Before Bo Feng's departure, his mother had entrusted all of his father's belongings to him. At the center of the map lay Tiando City, surrounded by the Sunset Forest, a realm of soul beasts. To the east, a great mountain bore 3 grand characters, Haotian sect. Those 3 characters exuded majesty, the handiwork of his father. It was the sect his father founded, once renowned as the foremost in the world. If memory serves, Bo Feng's elder brother was none other than Tang Hao, the current Haotian Douluos, who had long since departed from this world. Should Bo Feng venture there, he would be regarded as a direct descendant. The map provided a comprehensive view of the Haotian sect, including both its outer and inner structures. As for whether to go, Bo Feng found himself uncertain. He gazed at the ebony hammer in his hand, a token of the chief elder of Haotian sect. With it, Along with the Haotian hammer martial spirit on his left hand, he could prove his true identity. However, Bo Feng had yet to establish himself in Tiando City. Making a visit to Haotian's sect impractical, he would wait a few more years. Before leaving, his mother had instructed him to visit Haotian's sect at least once. Bo Feng bore his father's bloodline. It was essential to return to his roots, even if he did not carry the Tang surname. Nonetheless, the Haotian hammer martial spirit was irrefutably his. Father, please do not become a king of slaughter. Though mother forbids me from seeking you, I shall not heed her command. Once I have the means, I will come to find you, Bo Feng murmured softly. Knock, knock, knock. Win, brother, hurry down for dinner. Nan Nan and I have already gone ahead, Xiao Bai called from outside. Coming, Bo Feng responded, promptly folding the map and closing the door behind him. He then made his way to the dining hall. Chapter 22. The blossoming following the elongated staircase, Bo Feng arrived in the hall, where several staff members were already dining. These were former pirates who had been incorporated into Bo Feng's ranks just days prior. Now officially part of the Sea God Island's auxiliary personnel and core forces for the forthcoming business expansion. Boss, good day, boss. Bo Feng greeted each one with a smile, earning their respect and admiration. He had offered them a chance to leave piracy behind, with the promise of potential membership in Sea God Island and a monthly salary of 10 gold soul coins. The more goods they transported, the more coins they would earn, freeing them from a need to wreak havoc at sea. Purple Pearl's pirate crew had vanished for good. Bo Feng joined Xiao Bai and Nan Nan at their table, continuing to eat while addressing Purple Pearl. Once you finish your meal, please check the goods. In a few days, once we secure a shop, we can officially open for business. Not a problem, leave it to me, Purple Pearl assured with a pat on his chest. Bo Feng continued, Nan Nan, after dinner, you will accompany your brother to the spirit hall for your martial spirit awakening. All right? Okay, Nan Nan replied with a bright smile. Sister Bai, I leave this place in your capable hands while I visit the spirit hall, Bo Feng instructed. Go with peace of mind. But remember, avoid any interactions with those from the spirit hall, understand? Xiao Bai cautioned. Bo Feng nodded, and soon after, the group relished a delightful lunch together. Under today's arrangement, Bo Feng cradled Nan Nan in his arms, making their way towards the spirit hall located in the heart of Heaven Do City. The spirit hall was vast, situated in a prime geographical location, and wielded significant influence across the continent. Every child was required to undergo a spirit awakening at the age of 6, a process overseen entirely by the spirit hall. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the hall, they were confronted by 2 knights, armed with long spears crossed to block their passage. Stop! This is the spirit hall. No unauthorized persons are allowed entry, one knight said coldly. Bo Feng explained, I have come to facilitate my sister's spirit awakening. She is 6 years old this year. Additionally, I require a spirit master as handbook, so I kindly ask for your leniency. Upon hearing this, the knights withdrew their spears. Very well, you may enter. Proceed inside and seek Lord Salis, they replied. Thank you, Bo Feng said as he and Nan then stepped inside. The interior was exquisitely adorned, with a resplendent hall that reflected the might of a power second only to the 2 great empires on the continent, perhaps even surpassing them. If the spirit hall was this opulent, one could only imagine the grandeur of the papal hall. Contemplating this, Bo Feng quickly shook his head. He could not afford to entangle himself with the spirit hall, setting aside the enmity between Sea God Island and the spirit hall, not to mention that his father's creation, the Haotian sect, had been sealed off by the spirit hall. Upon reaching the center of the hall, an elderly man clad in splendid robes was respectfully nodding to a flamboyantly dressed man in golden armor, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Salas, have there been any noteworthy talents among this year's spirit awakenings? The flamboyant man inquired. The elderly man, known as Salas, was the principal authority here and a platinum bishop of the spirit hall. Master Jew, among this year's children, only one possesses innate spirit power at level 7. The rest are all below level 5, with many even at levels 1 or 2, Salas sighed, noting the disappointing circumstances compared to the previous year. What instructions do you have for coming here personally? His Holiness has instructed me to inform you that in 2 years, the continent-wide Senior Spirit Master Competition will be held. 3 spirit bones will be awarded as prizes. His Holiness wants you to expedite the recruitment of spirit masters, the flamboyant man continued. Elder Jew was slightly taken aback, his gaze shifting to Bo Feng and Nan Nan as they entered. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? He asked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. To be honest, Bo Feng had not caught a word of their prior conversation. I am Bo Feng, and this is my sister. We have come for her spirit awakening and to obtain a spirit master's handbook. I hope we have not disturbed you, Bo Feng replied. Although Elder Ju felt some displeasure, he cast a glance at Salas, who understood the unspoken communication. Come in, but I have important matters to attend to, Salas said, retrieving 6 equally sized stones from a nearby table. With the operation of spirit power, the stones emitted a brilliant golden light. Bo Feng nodded at Nan Nan, who, filled with curiosity, began to step forward. Bathed in golden radiance, a shackle within her was released, and the aura emanating from Nan Nan was so profound that even Bo Feng, bearer of the divine spirit sea god, could not help but take notice. Elder Ju, who had initially stood with discontent, trembled as a golden light flickered in his hand, revealing a chrysanthemum adorned with golden patterns, his own spirit. At that moment, the chrysanthemum bowed towards Nan Nan, astonishing Elder Ju. This spirit was a top-tier flower-type spirit. To have it bow down meant this little girl must possess a flower-type spirit of even higher quality than his own. His earlier dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of Bo Feng and the onlookers, Nan Nan slowly opened her left hand, revealing a simple white flower with several blood-red petals, devoid of leaves or roots, accompanied only by a pitch-black stone. At the moment this flower appeared, Nan Nan exuded an air of nobility, surrounded by shimmering red dots of light. The chrysanthemum in Elder Ju's hand bowed lower, and in a miraculous turn of events, flowers of every variety across Heaven-Do City bowed their heads towards the spirit hall. This extraordinary scene persisted for some time until Nan Nan, struggling to retract her spirit, finally returned to normal. At that moment, Bo Feng noticed the earlier reprimanding flamboyant man, now gazing at Nan Nan with fervor. It seemed that he needed to devise a plan quickly. Salas cleared his throat and brought forth a blue crystal ball. Little sister, place your hand on the crystal ball. I wish to assess your spirit power. Nan Nan glanced at her small hand, and as soon as it touched the crystal ball, a dazzling blue light illuminated the entire hall. Even in daylight, the beam was astoundingly bright. Full innate spirit power. Little sister, would you be willing to accept me as your master? The flamboyant man implored eagerly. Simultaneously, a glimmering light emanated from the sea god crown adorning Bo Feng's head. Chapter 23. Is your name Chrysanthemum? A spirit master with full innate spirit power is a rarity in the spirit master world, with only a handful existing, each an exceptional talent. Before them stood one, and her spirit was extraordinary. How could the spirit hall not be captivated? No, Nan Nan decisively rejected without hesitation. The spirit hall would not let this opportunity slip, especially with Elder Ju present. They could not afford to miss out on her. Bo Feng quickly interjected. Could you provide me with the spirit master's handbook? He was eager to obtain it and depart as swiftly as possible. Elder Ju, sommevat displeased, retoted. I am speaking with your sister. It is not your place to interrupt. As he spoke, the aura surrounding him did not compel Bo Feng to submit. This aura, it unmistakably belonged to a titled Douluos. Bo Feng had miscalculated. He had not anticipated the presence of a titled Douluos in the spirit hall. Remaining composed, Bo Feng replied, I am her brother and guardian. I have the right to speak on her behalf. Furthermore, if she does not wish to accept you as her master, does the spirit hall intend to force her? Elder Ju seethed with anger, but for the sake of the little girl with the extraordinary spirit, he restrained his ire. Impudent! How dare you? Salas thundered. Elder Ju was a person of high standing and a titled Douluos. They were intent on acquiring this little girl. Enough, Salas. Grant him the spirit master's handbook, Elder Ju commanded. Though Salas was about to voice his objection, he was silenced by Elder Ju's glare. Even if he felt dissatisfaction, in this world where strength reigned supreme, he had no choice but to comply with Elder Ju's orders. Salas approached a nearby table, where a fist-sized black stone awaited, similar to the one used for the spirit awakening, albeit with a different shape. With a slightly displeased tone, he instructed, place your hand on it and release your spirit. Bo Feng's gaze shifted to the stone before him, his mind racing with plans on how to escape this predicament. Evading a titled Douluos was undoubtedly challenging, but the sea god crown could accomplish wonders. In that instant, Bo Feng's soul rings ignited beneath his feet. two yellow rings spiraling around his waist as a blue trident materialized in his right hand. With the guidance of the soul energy, it gradually flowed onto the black stone placed ahead, instantly causing the stone to radiate a dazzling blue light. Saras, filled with curiosity, inquired, as a level 28 soul master, "How old are you this year? Why have I never encountered your martial spirit before?" Elder Jew, standing beside him, expressed keen interest, remarking that the trident resembled a weapon he had previously encountered, though he could not recall the details at that moment. Bo Feng replied, "This is my martial spirit, the Trident, and I am 18 years old." In reality, he was merely 11, appearing more mature than his age. 18, a Trident, and level 28 soul power? How mediocre, Saras mused. Shortly thereafter, he completed the Soul Master identification card, which would suffice to validate Bo Feng's identity as a Soul Master, rendering him no longer a Black Household. From now on, "You are a Soul Master of the Tiando Empire," Saras declared impatiently, handing the identification card to Bo Feng. The so-called Soul Master identification card was merely an iron plate inscribed with Bo Feng's martial spirit information and soul power level. Securing the identification card, Bo Feng approached and lifted Nan Nan, indicating that it was time to return home. "Wait." Elder Jew stepped forward, unexpectedly blocking the path of the siblings. "Is this what it means to be a titled Douluos?" Bo Feng frowned slightly, pondering what further matters this elder might wish to discuss. If it was about his sister becoming his disciple, he would refuse, recalling his mother's teachings to avoid contact with strangers. Elder Jew, instead of displaying anger, smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am? It would be a blessing for me to take your sister as my disciple. I would rather forego such a blessing. The Spirit Hall is not solely yours to dominate. How about we adhere to my sister's wishes?" Bo Feng suggested. "Nan Nan, do you wish to take this uncle as your master?" Nan Nan looked at the stranger before her, feeling a wave of displeasure as he had scolded her brother, making him an unlikable figure in her eyes. "I do not want to. My sister is far more powerful. I want to take her as my master." Upon hearing this, Elder Jew grew anxious. If he missed this opportunity, it would be regrettable, as those favored by the Spirit Hall would not easily be let go. "Pray tell, who is your sister that she surpasses me?" Elder Ying curied, intrigued. For after so many years as a titled Douluos, he wondered who could be stronger, at least someone of the same rank. "She is just my sister, brother. Let's hurry home. I am hungry," Nan Nan declared. "All right." Bo Feng smiled, not minding Elder Jew's displeased expression as he walked past him. "Can you leave?" Elder Yu beluveet, his right hand glowing with golden light, and a flurry of chrysanthemums danced in the air, their golden petals transforming into sharp blades that surrounded the siblings with a chilling aura. "What do you mean by this? Do you intend to force us to stay?" Bo Feng frowned, holding Nan Nan closer. "I am Yueguan of the Spirit Hall, title Jew," Elder Jew stated nonchalantly, attempting to exert the pressure of his titled Douluos status to compel the siblings into submission. "Yueguan? So you are the notorious Yueguan?" Bo Feng replied, surprised. Yueguan's expression darkened. He detested being called by that moniker. "Boy, I will give you one last chance. I can facilitate your entry into the Spirit Hall, and I will spare no effort in nurturing your sister. Occasionally, I may even offer you some guidance, which is invaluable when coming from titled Douluos." Yueguan presented enticing terms, and while a common person might accept, Bo Feng scoffed at the offer. "Is the guidance of a titled Douluos so precious? Since childhood, I have been under the tutelage of the 7 sacred pillars, receiving guidance in turn, and frequently receiving instruction from my mother. Were it not for the unique status of Sea God Island, revealing my true martial spirit and soul rings would surely draw the attention of even the Pope, and perhaps even the formidable Angel Douluos who once pursued my mother. Yueguan, I sincerely apologize, but I have no regrets." With that, the sea god's crown atop Bo Feng's head radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the entire Spirit Hall in a luminous glow. By the time Yueguan regained his composure, the siblings had vanished from the hall. He clenched his fists, for no one had ever dared to escape from him, especially not so brazenly. "Saras, issue a citywide search for the two," he commanded angrily. Chapter 24. A harmonious confrontation with the Spirit Hall. Let us not linger on the fury of the Spirit Hall's authority, as the siblings had already returned to the tavern. Bo Feng hurriedly closed the door behind them, where they found Xiao Bai lounging comfortably on the sofa. "You're back. Have you completed your tasks?" she inquired nonchalantly. It was quite perilous. There was a titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall present. Thankfully, The sea god's crown allows for temporary displacement. Otherwise, Nan and I would have been trapped there, Bo Feng recounted, patting his chest. A title Douluos. Xiaobai sat up abruptly. Nan, tell Sister Xiaobai. Did anything happen? She asked with concern. Sister, I am fine. Fortunately, I had brother protecting me, Nan replied with a smile before becoming serious. Sister, would you accept me as your disciple? I want to become strong, just like you. Bo Feng was taken aback. When had this little girl developed such aspirations? Xiaobai felt a bit awkward, as she had never taken on a disciple before. As the 10,000-year soul great white shark, her duty was to safeguard the peace of Sea God Island. Besides occasionally training other great white sharks and having taught Bo Feng in his youth, she had never instructed a human. Nan, it's not that your sister is unwilling to teach you, but my martial spirit is the great white shark, which is only suitable for guiding soul masters related to the sea. By the way, Wind Brother, what is Nan's martial spirit? Bo Feng signaled for Nan to open her palm, and the white flower blossomed instantly, causing all the flowers in the city to bow in reverence. At the spirit hall, Yueguan sensed this and was about to head over when the sensation abruptly vanished. This was no longer important. As long as the siblings remained in Tiando City, he could locate them. Inside the room, Bo Feng quickly concealed Nan's martial spirit, aware that the disturbance was significant and any misstep could draw Yueguan's attention. Although Bo Feng was not afraid of him, this was still the continent, and with only Xiaobai by his side, facing a title Douluos from the spirit hall would be challenging. He needed to find a powerful ally, though he was reluctant to involve himself too deeply. However, throughout this journey, Bo Feng had attracted considerable attention, each from significant factions on the continent. He stepped onto the balcony, gazing toward the east, the location of Haoyan's sect. If the situation became dire, he would not hesitate to approach Haoyan's sect personally. Though they had long since closed their gates, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. As long as his father was still around, the spirit hall would not be so audacious. Even if that were the case, he could publicly declare that his father was still on the continent, which would at least serve to intimidate the spirit hall. This was his last resort. This flower is extraordinarily unusual. I do not know its variety. Yueguan's martial spirit, the rare heavenly chrysanthemum, must have thrilled him. Nan's martial spirit is undoubtedly even more precious. During my absence, did anything occur? Bo Feng queried. Xiaobai nodded and retrieved an envelope from his side. This was just delivered by the Tiando royal family. The Tiando royal family. Listening to Xiaobai, Bo Feng's expression turned serious. First, the spirit hall, and now the Tiando royal family. He had only arrived in Tiando City a few days ago and had already encountered two major powers. Bo Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the unforeseen gravity of the situation. How is it that even the royal family of Tiando is involved? They intend to gift us a shop in their name? He exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaobai nodded. Indeed. The messenger just left. It was the prince who sent him, and the message conveyed that it was the emperor's intention to compensate us for the earlier rudeness of Prince Xueping. Should we accept this offer? Of course we should. Bo Feng replied with a slight smile. I was just at a loss for ideas. This is perfect. It's as if someone is providing a pillow while I'm dozing off. We can utilize this opportunity to promote ourselves and leverage the royal family's influence to garner more funds. Are you not concerned that the title Douluos from the spirit hall might come after you? Xiaobai cautioned. Bo Feng laughed. What is there to fear? Engaging with Tiando or the spirit hall is quite enjoyable. I am rather bored at the moment. This is Tiando City, and even if the spirit hall's reach is extensive, they will not extend their influence to the foot of the royal city. After all, they cannot afford to offend the Tiando royal family at this juncture. Sister Bai, do you remember the title Douluos with the sword from this morning? Of course. Do you have another clever idea? Xiaobai giggled, covering her mouth. The title Douluos with the sword is one of the protecting elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, with the title sword and the name Qinshin. Our extensive promotion will not only utilize the royal family's reputation to market our goods, but also attract the attention of the spirit hall, especially since Yueguan has considerable standing there. It won't be long before the spirit hall notices us. Therefore, we need to find a suitable ally. An ally? Xiaobai inquired. Are you referring to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Bo Feng nodded. Exactly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is as wealthy as a nation and has two titled Douluos safeguarding it. Forming an alliance with them is a wise decision. This will allow me to cultivate in peace on the continent and lay a solid foundation for the future. What do you plan to do? Such a large sect will expect some sincerity on your part. Benefits, Bo Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Benefits? Xiaobai asked, puzzled. Indeed, we all have our interests. The Sea God Island has a vendetta against the Spirit Hall, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is close to the royal family. The Spirit Hall's ambitions extend beyond mere rivalry, and the sect's leader is quite astute. Thus, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is our ideal partner for this alliance. We can seize this opportunity to negotiate with them. Tomorrow, I will personally bring gifts to present to them, while also highlighting the uniqueness of our products. Every power has limited funds. I am confident that I can persuade the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to invest in us. This is a win-win situation. Why not take advantage of it? Indeed, Xiaobai nodded in admiration after hearing Bo Feng's words. After I leave tomorrow, Sister Bai, I entrust everything here to you. And as for Nan, Bo Feng crouched down, affectionately ruffling Nan's hair. Although I do not know what your martial spirit is, I assure you that no one can harm you here, not even the Spirit Hall. Stay in the hotel and do not wander off. Just stay by Sister Bai's side, and she will protect you. Okay. Nan smiled and nodded. Sister Bai, please arrange for someone to check on the new shop's environment tomorrow and promote it a bit. Once I return from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, we can officially start our business. Rest assured, I will handle this small matter, Xiaobai replied. Chapter 25. First encounter with Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is located not far outside Tiando City, and as one of the top 3 sects. Its wealth can be described as rivaling nations. Early in the morning, Bo Feng arrived with several capable associates, all of whom had been formidable figures in the Purple Pearl pirate group. They carried a cart full of treasures, all of which were unseen on the continent, though the primary objective of this visit was to forge an alliance. For a long time to come, Bo Feng would reside in Tiando City. Having previously dealt with the Chrysanthemum Pass, it was clear that the Spirit Hall, known for its relentless nature, would not let matters rest easily. They would not abandon the opportunity to encounter someone as gifted as Nan. Before long, following the map left by his father, Bo Feng arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The magnificent castle, with its towering Seven Treasure Glazed Tower at the center, was as lavish as Tiando City itself, befitting a wealthy family. At this moment, 2 disciples guarding the gate blocked Bo Feng's path. Stop! This is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. No unauthorized individuals may enter. Bo Feng smiled and said, I am Bo Feng, here to seek an audience with sect leader Ning. Would you kindly announce my arrival? The 2 disciples exchanged glances, and one hurried inside while Bo Feng waited outside. In the back garden of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, a young girl dressed in a white floral dress, aged 11, was playing with Ning Fengji. She was his only daughter, his cherished jewel. Daddy, I am already at level 20. When will you take me to hunt soul beasts? Ning Fengji lovingly ruffled the girl's hair and replied, Rong, my dear, tomorrow your bone grandpa will accompany you. Daddy still has important matters to attend to. Instantly, the girl's expression soured, her lips pouting in displeasure. Daddy always makes excuses. You said the same thing when I was at level 10, and now that I've finally reached level 20, are you deceiving me? Ning Fengji found himself both amused and exasperated, quickly reassuring her, my little princess. I'm not deceiving you. Today, I'm expecting a very important guest who will be arriving soon. It wasn't that Ning Fengji did not wish to accompany her, but as an auxiliary soul master, venturing out without the protection of the Sword Duo and Bone Duo could be perilous. Who is this person? Can you tell me? The girl questioned. Ning Fengji was left speechless. When did his daughter become so astute? Truly, she was her father's daughter. Sect leader. At that moment, a disciple guarding the sect rushed in to report. Ning Fengji asked, what is it? There is someone outside requesting an audience, the disciple replied. Ning Fengji turned to his daughter with a smile. Rong, see? Daddy told you the truth. I am indeed expecting an important visitor today. Clearing his throat, he asked, who is the visitor and what is the purpose of their visit? The disciple responded, he did not specify his intentions, only that his name is Bo Feng. Bo Feng? The name rang a bell. Oh, so it is him. Ning Fengji recalled the young man he had encountered yesterday, who was protected by a title Douluos with a 100,000-year spirit ring, appearing quite mysterious. But why had he come to visit in person today? No matter. A guest is a guest. Ning Fengji turned to his daughter, smiling, Rong, go find your bone grandpa. Daddy will attend to the guest for now. With that, he affectionately patted his daughter's head and, guided by the disciple, left the garden. The girl, her cheeks puffed up in frustration, despised the sudden arrival of Bo Feng, which disrupted the rare tranquility between her and her father. As the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji was perpetually busy, and just when he found a moment of respite, his daughter demanded company. Ning Fengji even contemplated sending his only daughter out to train, secretly ensuring her safety in the process. Meanwhile, the girl stealthily followed, eager to see what this Bo Feng looked like, casually noting it in her little notebook. She dared to let her father not accompany her in play. Bo Feng had waited for quite some time at the sect's entrance, and at last, Ning Fengji emerged under the guidance of a disciple. It was a pleasure to finally meet the esteemed sect Master Ning. Due to certain matters yesterday, I could only afford a hasty introduction. Today, I have come specifically to pay my respects, and I hope Sect Master Ning will not take offense, Bo Feng said with a smile and a cupped fist. Ning Fengji shook his head with a smile, saying it was no trouble at all. I too was with His Majesty on a hunt yesterday. Perhaps it is fate at play. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Bo Feng glanced around helplessly, and immediately, Ning Fengji understood, offering a wry smile. It seems I have been remiss. Please, follow me. Bo Feng entered the sect with Ning Fengji, followed by attendants carrying a large chest. The contents of the chest piqued Ning Fengji's curiosity. Could it be that Bo Feng had important business to discuss? Upon entering the sect, it resembled a small city, expansive in area and grand in its luxurious decor. You are Bo Feng? As they walked, an unfamiliar voice caused Bo Feng to halt. Turning around, he found a girl in a white floral dress standing with her hands on her hips, her lips pouting in displeasure. That would be me. May I ask who this is? Bo Feng responded, positive. Rong, do not be rude. Ning Fengji explained with a wry smile. This is my daughter, Ning Rong. Ning Rong. So she is Ning Rong. Observing her rather arrogant demeanor, she bore a striking resemblance to a little demoness. May I ask what matter you have with Bo Feng? Bo Feng inquired with a smile. I hate you. Ning Rong retorted angrily. Bo Feng, what is happening? I have only just arrived at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and already this little demoness has taken a disliking to me. If memory serves, this is our first meeting. Rong. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, his tone laced with reproach. You should quickly withdraw. Ning Fengji's expression grew stern. Instantaneously, Ning Rong ran off, tears streaming down her face, heading towards a distance. Bo Feng tentatively suggested, Sect Master Ning, perhaps you should check on her, otherwise, your daughter. Alas, Ning Feng Ti Siket. Let her be. Rong is rather spoiled by me. Please do not take it to heart. I wouldn't dream of it, Bo Feng quickly assured him. The two then continued towards the hall. Meanwhile, as Ning Rong ran and cried, her resentment towards Bo Feng deepened. Ouch! In her distress, she collided with someone and fell to the ground, continuing to weep. Rong, what is the matter? Who dares to anger our little princess? Chapter 26. Stating intentions, the sword claw inadvertently bumped into Ning Rong and quickly helped her up upon noticing her quiet sobs. As Ning Fengji's only daughter, she was cherished and spoiled, particularly by the sword Douluos and Bon Douluos, who regarded her as their own granddaughter, often reluctant to scold her. Whenever Ning Fengji grew angry, the two elders would rush to console her, resulting in Ning Fengji being reprimanded in turn. Thus, Ning Rong was the one person in the seven-treasure glazed tile school that should never be crossed. Grandpa Jian, you must help me. Ning Rong exclaimed as she threw herself into the sword Douluos' embrace. The sword Douluos' expression shifted. Did Fengji scold you again? Ning Rong nodded. Not just that. Today he even got angry at me for a stranger. A stranger? The sword Douluos asked curiously. Who is this stranger? After a moment of thought, Ning Rong replied. His name is Bo Feng. Yes, that's him. Bo Feng? The sword Douluos pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. Ah, I see. It's him. He came to the seven-treasure glazed tile school with a purpose in mind. Grandpa Jian, do you know him? Ning Rong asked. Noticing the sword Douluos' reaction mirrored her father's. I do, the sword Douluos confirmed. I met him while hunting with the sect master and His Majesty yesterday. The sword Douluos continued. Rong, he is not just any stranger. That young man carries himself with remarkable poise. He is quite an impressive individual, and you should learn from him. Hearing the praise from both the sword Douluos and her father, Ning Rong couldn't help but wonder what was so special about this Bo Feng. Has Bo Feng already arrived at the seven-treasure glazed tile school? The sword Douluos inquired. Ningrong kasuali noted. Their brief encounter yesterday left the sword Douluos curious about the kind of young man who could garner the attention of a titled Douluos with 100,000-year soul ring. Such a soul ring was the most precious item in the Soul Master realm, and his backing must be formidable. Unable to quell his curiosity, the sword Douluos made his way towards the hall, hoping to glean some useful information. Grandpa Jian, where are you? Ning Rongrong looked around. The hall of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school was resplendent, its grandeur overwhelming. Even Bo Feng, hailing from Sea God Island, couldn't he help but be awed by the wealth on display. Ning Fengji sat regally at the head, his grand chair crafted from golden silk namu, adorned with a massive piece of warm jade behind him, a true extravagance. Bo Feng sat beside him, engaged in conversation. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Young brother Bo? Ning Fengji asked directly. Without hesitation, Bo Feng replied, Sect Master Ning, I have two objectives for my visit, to form an alliance and to discuss business. Is that so? Ning Fengji asked, intrigued. Please go on. Yesterday, I took my younger sister to the Wuhuan Hall for soul awakening. There, we encountered a titled dog known as Ju. I wonder if Sect Master Ning is familiar with him? Him, Ning Fengji affirmed. He is one of the elders of the Wuhuan Hall, a 95th level titled Douluos with a very high status there. Did he threaten you? Bo Feng chukil deraidi. Not exactly a threat, but my sister awakened a mysterious white flower as her martial spirit, and it possesses innate full soul power. He intentionally lowered his voice. Innate full soul power. Ning Fengji gasped, realizing the rarity of such a phenomenon on the continent. Over the years, only a handful of individuals had achieved this, and most were absorbed by the Wuhuan Hall. Understanding the gravity of Bo Feng's visit, Ning Fengji recognized that despite having a titled Douluos with a 100,000-year soul ring by his side, Bo Feng must still be wary of the predatory Wuhuan Hall. Thus, I wish to form an alliance with your sect. Should the Wuhuan Hall pose any threats to us, I hope your sect will lend us your support. Ning Feng Hisi Kit. Young brother Bo, it is not that I do not wish to ally with you. Rather, I'm still uncertain of your origins and who you truly are. Bo Feng was taken aback for a moment. I was indeed presumptuous. I sincerely apologize, Sect Master Ning. Before revealing my identity, I kindly ask that you keep this confidential. Ning Feng Ti noted it. Of course, I swear by my status as a soul master that our conversation today will remain between us. His oath, made in the name of a soul master, undoubtedly brought reassurance. I believe this item may serve to prove my identity. With that, Bo Feng opened his left hand, revealing a small hammer, which caused Ning Fengji's pupils to constrict in surprise. How Tian. The last word remained unspoken as Ning Fengji quickly cleared his throat and glanced around to ensure no one was listening. Gently, he remarked, I never expected you to be a member of the Haotian sect. Yet, why are you not with them, but instead forming an alliance with my Seven Treasure glazed tile school? This was the most perplexing aspect for Ning Fengji. Although the Haotian sect had long since sealed its gates, it was once the foremost sect in the world. Furthermore, Bo Feng, with the surname Bo, had come from elsewhere to Heaven Do City. Could he be a lost disciple returning to his roots? This reasoning seemed flawed. Moreover, accompanying him was a titled Douluos, who appeared to share a remarkably close relationship with him. Numerous conjectures surged in Ning Fengji's mind, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Bo Feng offered a bittersweet smile and made a simple gesture. Does the esteemed sect master still remember the three legendary titled Douluos who were once renowned in the world of soul masters? Ning Fengji nodded, of course. They are Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall, Tang San, the founding master of the Haotian sect, and Bo. Wait, his gaze shifted sharply to Bo Feng, and a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that you are? Ning Fengji inquisiret cautiously. Bo Feng smiled faintly. What you are contemplating is indeed the true answer I offer you. Ning Fengji sighed deeply. I never anticipated that your background is so vast, even surpassing that of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school by several folds. I truly cannot comprehend why, with such a grand lineage, you would choose to ally with us. Bo Feng chuckled. To speak candidly, this is a trial bestowed upon me by my mother. Ning Fengji understood well the complexities of their relationship with the Spirit Hall, particularly after the invasion war, which they had emerged victorious from, leading to the rise of the Devil Island. In the battle between the Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall, the latter had lost two titled Douluos and ultimately retreated in defeat. From that moment forth, The name of Devil Island resonated throughout the Douluos continent. With his identity, Bo Feng could command respect effortlessly. Sect Master Ning, I have already introduced myself. What are your thoughts on our alliance? He inquired. With such a formidable background, even the Spirit Hall would think twice before challenging Bo Feng. Considering the two legendary title Douluos standing behind him, the alliance would undoubtedly benefit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and with Bo Feng possessing the Haoyan Hammer, martial soul. His connections to the Haoyan sect were profoundly intricate. Such a person was worth cultivating a deep friendship with. Ning Fengji rose from his seat and approached Bo Feng, smiling. Certainly, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is eager to form an alliance with you, and you shall forever be a friend of our sect. He hesitated for a moment before asking, May I pose a question, if it is not too presumptuous? Bo Feng smiled gently. Sect Master Ning, as allies. Feel free to inquire. It is about the calamity that befell the Haoyan sect. Your father was still alive at that time. Why did he allow the Spirit Hall such audacity, leading to the Haoyan sect sealing its gates? Ning Fengxi questioned. This was an enigma for him, as the death of the Pope and the expulsion of Tang Hao, combined with the concealment of the truth by both factions, left the reality obscured. Even from the well-informed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bo Feng chuckled helplessly. I cannot simply say that my father was preoccupied with breaking through to the 100th level, oblivious to the outside world. Thus, I could not disturb him regarding the events at the Haoyan sect. In a few years, he will achieve that level and eventually return to the Douluos continent. 100th level. Ning Fengji's eyes widened. That was a realm that no soul master had ever reached according to legend. It was said that breaking through this threshold would grant one boundless longevity, leading to a new world. My mother sent me from the island precisely for the matters concerning the Haoyan sect. Though my surname is Bo, the blood of the Haoyan sect flows through my veins, and I cannot simply disregard their affairs. Sect Master Ning, Bo Feng stated, rest assured. Everything we have discussed today is sacred. Ning Fengji nodded solemnly. You have my word as a soul master that I shall not disclose a single word regarding this. Excellent. The first matter, our alliance is perfectly established. The second matter, business. Bo Feng then clapped his hands, and several attendants entered, bearing large boxes. The two approached, and Ning Fengji inquired curiously, Do you know what is contained in these boxes? Bo Feng smiled mysteriously, and, as he opened the box, the dazzling light enveloped the entire resplendent hall. Rare treasures. Before them lay fist-sized luminous pearls, coral clusters the size of human heads, and necklaces woven from various pearls. These were indeed precious treasures, and while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not in want, the sheer quantity was staggering even for the well-versed Ning Fengji, who gasped in astonishment. Sect Master Ning, these are things that can no longer be found in the sea. The ocean is boundless, containing treasures beyond measure. These are but a drop in the bucket. Bo Feng said as he opened another box. Inside were various jars and bottles, all unfamiliar to Ning Fengji. Just then, the sword Douluos entered. Upon seeing the scene before him, the sword Douluos glanced casually at the valuable items within the boxes. Having attained the rank of title Douluos, such material wealth was insignificant compared to the pursuit of enhancing one's soul power. Forgive my abrupt intrusion after our brief encounter yesterday, Bo Feng said with a polite bow. The sword Douluos nodded slightly, finding Bo Feng's first impression quite agreeable. He then turned to Ning Fengji and asked Fengji, May I inquire about the purpose of young Bo's visit? Ning Fengji smiled. Sword uncle, allow me to introduce. From this day forth, Bo Feng shall be our ally at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. An ally? The sword Douluos scrutinized Bo Feng. Although he had a title Douluos by his side, the essence of an alliance lay in the mutual benefits of both parties. Bo Feng appeared enigmatic, and his true nature remained unknown. It was uncertain whether this would be advantageous or detrimental for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After years of collaboration, Ning Fengji quickly discerned the sword Douluos' thoughts. With a wry smile, he reassured, Sword uncle, you need not worry. Young Bo has already elucidated everything to me. Oh, the sword Douluos inquired. Fengji, could you share some details? I find myself quite intrigued by young Bo's sword uncle. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but I have sworn in the name of a soul master to maintain confidentiality. Yes, you. My decision today will certainly lead the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School towards prosperity. The sword Douluos paused, realizing that the sect master had sworn an oath as a soul master. indicating that Bo Feng was not an ordinary individual. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiry. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Bo Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration awaits us. Continuing, Bo Feng remarked, now, let us proceed to the next matter. The contents of this box pertain to my second purpose, business. It is well known that a woman's innate desire for beauty is timeless. The jars and bottles within contain exquisite creations designed to enhance a woman's allure. Is that truly so? A sudden exclamation interrupted Bo Feng's forthcoming words. From an undisclosed corner, Ning Rongrong, who had been concealed, dashed forward. Rongrong, do not be rude, Ning Fengji admonished, his face stern. Yet Ning Rongrong paid no heed, merely sticking out her tongue playfully. Her gaze remained fixed on the jars and bottles, revealing that no matter how mischievous, she was still a girl at heart. The pursuit of beauty is a common trait among women. Master Ning, might I demonstrate the true purpose of this item? As you well understand, words often pale in comparison to practice. Only women truly comprehend these matters. We men, however, do not. Master Ning and the sword Douluos exchanged knowing smiles. Master Ning replied, feel free to command whatever you require. I want no one but her, Bo Feng declared, pointing at Ning Rongrong, who was lying on a chest nearby. Ning Fengji gasped, and the sword Douluos' eyes widened in shock. Wonderful. At last, I can let go of this daughter I have raised for 11 years, especially considering Bo Feng's formidable power, backed by two unparalleled Douluos, one of whom is on the verge of breaking through to level 100. Glancing at Ning Fengji's insidious gaze, Ning Rongrong instinctively felt a chill in her heart and hurriedly hid behind the sword Douluos. Chapter 28. The Phantom Title Douluos, please don't misunderstand. I have no intentions of such things just yet, Bo Feng hastily reassured. No worries. With time, we shall become familiar. Bo Feng turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Miss Ning Rongrong, I can enhance your beauty. What do you think? Before Bo Feng could finish, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she impatiently exclaimed, what are you waiting for? Come on. Bo Feng looked at her, realizing that she was indeed a little devil, so carefree and bold. He immediately reconsidered and decided to keep his distance in the future. Ning Fengji helplessly slapped his forehead. This was not merely his daughter, but he had initially intended to find a way for her to leave the sect early next year and explore the continent on her own, hoping to temper her spoiled disposition. Without hesitation, Bo Feng retrieved the necessary materials from a chest. Ning Fengji commanded someone to bring a mirror, and Ning Rongrong settled comfortably before it, her mind drifting to thoughts of her future beauty. Ning Rongrong's skin was already quite good. It merely needed a touch of embellishment. Under the watchful eyes of the sword Douluos and Ning Fengji, Bo Feng commenced his work. As he opened bottles and jars, he began his task with a serious demeanor, applying unfamiliar materials to Ning Rongrong's delicate features, bringing forth an indescribable sense of comfort. In that moment, she closed her eyes, relishing every sensation. The expressions of the two elders transitioned from confusion to astonishment, and upon seeing Ning Rongrong before them, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. Was this truly their little princess? At that moment, with Bo Feng's careful embellishment, Ning Rongrong bore a subtle makeup that rendered her stunningly beautiful, surpassing all other women they had ever seen. When she slowly opened her eyes, Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, frozen in place as she gazed at her reflection, feeling as though it was surreal. With her exquisite makeup complementing her already lovely features, she was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. Master Ning, you have seen it. This is the typical use of this item. It can make women even more enchanting, and the business opportunities are unprecedented. Especially in affluent places like Heavendo City, there are plenty of wealthy patrons. The prospect of expanding the business throughout the Douluos continent promised remarkable profits. Ning Fengji could hardly believe that the potential earnings would be extraordinary, even surpassing the national treasury in just a year. He felt tempted. Who wouldn't want more wealth? Subsequently, the remaining chests were opened one by one, revealing an assortment of maritime goods, including lobsters, shark fins, and hairy crabs, among other items. Due to the previous rudeness of the Avalanche Prince, the royal family had sent someone to offer a larger shop to alleviate the situation. Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded inwardly, realizing that the royal family had taken the initiative to extend a goodwill gesture. Had Bo Feng not arrived today, he would have missed this exceptional opportunity. May I know Master Ning's thoughts? Ning Fengji asked with a slight smile. I'm willing to invest 10 million gold soul coins for shares. How about a split of 60 for you and 40 for me? Bo Feng was momentarily taken aback. How about a 50-50 split? The stakes are significant, and I cannot allow you to bear the brunt of this alone. There's no need for further discussion. We have benefited from your presence. Otherwise, we would not have this opportunity to collaborate. With the agreement reached, Bo Feng prepared to leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Master Ning, Sword Douluos, this is where I shall take my leave, Bo Feng said with a bow and a smile. Will you not stay for a meal before departing? I have some other matters to discuss, Ning Fengji said with a mischievous glance at Ning Rongrong, who was starry-eyed. Bo Feng swiftly replied, there is no need for such formalities. The shop will officially open tomorrow, and I would be honored to have Master Ning visit. Rest assured, I shall personally come to congratulate you tomorrow, Ning Fengji assured him. After bidding farewell to the two, Bo Feng set off once more toward Heaven-Do City. Ning Fengji, what is the true nature of this young man? How can he compel you to swear an oath in the name of a soul master? The Sword Douluos asked, perplexed. Watching Bo Feng depart, Ning Fengji smiled faintly. In time, you shall understand. His background is formidable. Even the Spirit Hall must tread carefully around him. Our alliance promises great benefits. Oh, having completed his task, Bo Feng officially returned to Heaven-Do City. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall, a shadowy figure stood before Elder Ju, eluding any clear understanding of his true identity. He, too, was a titled Douluos. Have you tracked down the whereabouts of that little girl? The Phantom coldly inquired. Yu Guan produced a colorful flyer, and, as the Phantom received it, his tone turned slightly dissatisfied. The Master has issued a strict command. We must ensure that little girl is taken. Unfazed, Yu Guan picked up the flyer that the Phantom had thrown to the ground. Old Ghost, I have gathered all the information. The location on this flyer is where the little girl is hiding. Is that so? The Phantom took the flyer back and examined it closely. A department store. It seems to have everything you could desire. Are you certain our target is within? Yu Guan nodded earnestly. There is no doubt. My martial soul has sensed the presence of the heartbroken red, the king among flowers. A mere chrysanthemum, cannot compare. What is the Master's directive? The Master wishes us to act swiftly. Is not the department store opening tomorrow? The Phantom grinned malevolently. To be frank, the Master seems inclined to take that little girl as a disciple. You might want to keep your intentions to yourself, the Phantom cautioned. Enough, Old Ghost, I understand. Yu Guan replied, waving his hand impatiently. I finally found someone worth noticing, only to have the Master cut in. There is nothing to be done but to follow the Master's orders. With two titled Douluos taking action, they felt 100% confidence in their plan to strike the next day. Simultaneously, in the commercial district of Heaven-Do City, bustling with numerous businesses and shops, Xiaobai was leading the disguised Nan Nan, standing before a relatively large building. The entrance was already under renovation, and the sign had been delivered. The words department store gleamed prominently, attracting considerable attention. Nestled at the foot of the royal city, every shop here was backed by significant power. The royal family had sent this shop, strategically located in the heart of the commercial street, a prime piece of real estate. Chapter 29, The Countdown to Opening. Congratulations from Xue Qinghe. 8 days swiftly passed, and the commercial street today was bustling with an overwhelming crowd. Thanks to the vigorous promotions of the previous day and the royal authorization of the store, the grand opening of the Bo Feng shop was nothing short of spectacular. To establish a store at the foot of the imperial city, one must possess considerable capital and formidable backing. Bo Feng harbored no doubts regarding this. In the early morning, Zhizhenju was busily arranging various items on the shelf along with the staff, all of whom had undergone specialized training and spoke with remarkable fluency. They each possessed unique insights in a product promotion. Bo Feng and Xiaobai stood in the expansive hall, adorned with lavish decor. The shop boasting a two-story design that occupied an astonishing area of over 700 square meters. In this precious land of Tiando City, Xiaobai, being a titled Douluos, along with the recent disrespect shown by Xuelang, had prompted the royal family to ally with Bo Feng. As titled Douluos with 10,000 years of soul rings were a rarity. With less than half an hour until the official opening, the entrance was packed with eager customers, as those who could settle in Tiando City generally lacked for funds. At this crucial moment, it was imperative to avoid any missteps. Thus, Bo Feng and Xiaobai meticulously inspected every corner to ensure nothing was overlooked, for first impressions were of utmost importance. 2 days prior. Due to Nan Nan's soul awakening causing troubles, it had drawn the attention of the Spirit Hall's Jute Douluos. Consequently, Nan Nan was specially arranged to remain on the second floor today to prevent any sudden attacks. In the hall, as Bo Feng was fervently occupied, a staff member approached with urgent news. Boss, the royal family has sent someone to congratulate you. They have already arrived. So soon, Bo Feng exclaimed. Who is it? The Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, the staff member replied. Her? Bo Feng was taken aback. If the Crown Prince personally came to offer congratulations, it indicated the royal family's significant regard. Although Bo Feng understood Xue Qinghe's true identity, the current circumstances were different from the past. She was here to extend royal congratulations for the shop's opening, and Bo Feng naturally had to welcome her warmly. Where are they? The Crown Prince is already in the reception room waiting. Bo Feng nodded and followed the staff member toward the reception room. Meanwhile, outside the bustling shop, two figures lurked mysteriously. Juhua Guan, what foolish idea is this? Gue Ying complained. Gue Ying, a title dog known as Gue Mei, was a solitary figure, remaining taciturn except for his sole friend, Yu Guan. It was said that no one had ever seen his true face. At this moment, Gue Mei and Yu Guan were mingling within the crowd, intending to blend in. Yu Guan, cloaked and holding a poster, pointed excitedly at a product depicted on it. Old Gue, you have no idea. This item can make my skin more refined, smooth, and radiant. Gue Mei replied, don't forget the task entrusted to us by the crown. Yu Guan continued, oblivious, you don't know. A spy from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reported that Bo Feng's makeup techniques transformed Ning Fengji's daughter completely. I just wonder if that so-called cosmetic will work on my face. Watching Yu Guan lose himself in excitement, Gue Mei felt exasperated. Sometimes, a martial soul could truly alter a person's character. Wait, Gue Mei suddenly reacted, asking, Juhua Guan, what did you just say? Where did Bo Feng go? To the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What's the matter? Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances. I have a feeling our plans for today will fall through. Hui Mei remarked. Did the spy learn what Ning Fengji and Bo Feng discussed? Yu Guan recalled. You know, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is heavily guarded. Our infiltrators are merely outer disciples. As such, they only learned that Bo Feng collaborated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gue Mei said, Ning Fengji is no simple character. Since Bo Feng managed to convince him to collaborate, I believe Ning Fengji will certainly come to congratulate today's ceremony. Let us go. We can deal with this later. Amidst the crowd, Gue Mei, burdened by the Pope's orders, found this to be the most detestable of places. Don't leave, old Gue. There might be unexpected developments. Moreover, once this village is gone, this shop will be no more. Today's cosmetics are the first batch, and I must acquire them. Around them, 2/3 of the crowd were women, elegantly dressed, especially upon hearing of the new cosmetics. They had arrived early to queue, hoping to secure the privilege of being among the first to use them. As only the initial batch had arrived, with the rest still en route, there were merely 1,000 units available. Are you not afraid of being spotted by Bo Feng? Don't forget, he has seen you before. Plus, Ning Fengji will definitely come, and if either the Bon Douluos or Sword Douluos shows up, how will you complete the task? Gue Douluos cautioned. But Yu Guan bit his lip, determination in his eyes. If we don't proceed with the task this time, you can return first. Once I acquire the cosmetics, I will reunite with you, and we can discuss matters later. Gue Mei was left speechless and sighed in resignation. Fine, I will accompany you. Each time Ning Fengji goes out, one of the 2 titled Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely emerge. If we spot that little girl, you obstruct her while I take her away. If we succeed, we will meet at the Spirit Hall. In the reception room, Xue Qinghe sipped fragrant tea. He had accepted the Emperor Xue Ye's command to personally extend congratulations, signifying the royal family's attitude towards Bo Feng. As the sole heir to the throne, Xue Qinghe was deeply trusted by Emperor Xue Yi. Thus his presence was expected to ensure everything was handled well. Bo Feng smiled. It is an honor for Bo Feng to have the Crown Prince personally visit. Should there be any shortcomings, I hope the Crown Prince will not take offense. Xue Qinghe rose, smiling slightly. Boss Bo, you jest. The other day, it was Xue Lang's rudeness. This time, my father sent me here specifically to congratulate you on your grand opening. Then I thank your majesty, Bo Feng replied. Crown Prince, let us proceed to the hall. The shop will open in less than half an hour. Indeed, Xue Qinghe nodded. Big brother. Bo Feng's gaze shifted to the girl behind Xue Qinghe. Adorned in a golden palace dress with flowing golden hair and a beautiful face. Crown Prince, who is this? Bo Feng inquired. Xue Qinghe chuckled and shook his head. Please forgive my sister, Xue Ke. She is my father's most beloved daughter, and upon seeing me leave, insisted on accompanying me. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 30. The grand opening of the department store. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess, Bo Feng said with a smile. Boss Bo, hello. Just yesterday, I heard my brother praising you before our father, saying you are approachable, refined, and an exceptional talent. Upon hearing Xue Ke's words, Bo Feng sensed an unusual undertone. Xue Qinghe smiled wryly. This girl of mine, Boss Bo, please do not mind. She insisted on coming along this morning, having heard about the new cosmetics. Bo Feng understood and assured, Rest assured, Crown Prince. I will reserve a special portion for Princess Xue Ke. No, I want two, Xue Ke exclaimed excitedly. Two. Bo Feng cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, pondering that while a woman's desire for beauty is understandable, her identity complicates matters. Xue Ke hurriedly clarified, Boss Bo Feng, please don't misunderstand. This is a gift I prepared for my teacher. Teacher? Xue Qinghe inquired, realizing that Xue Ke's mentor was none other than the illustrious Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moonlight sect. Oh, so it's her, Bo Feng remarked. As the young lady of the Haotian sect, by lineage, she could be considered Bo Feng's niece. My teacher is extremely busy, teaching me music every day. Thus, I wish to present her with a token of my appreciation, which is why I asked my brother to accompany me here. You darling. Xue Qinghe affectionately ruffled Xue Ke's hair. Bo Feng then suggested, how about this? I will gift Princess Xue Ke 3 sets, one for you, another for your teacher, and the last as a complimentary gift. What do you think? Oh, how can I accept such generosity? Xue Ke quickly shook her head. Bo Feng chuckled, there's no need for embarrassment. The royal family has lent me their support, and these items are but a trivial expression of my gratitude. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Your Highness and Princess, please accompany me to the hall, he urged. Xue Qinghe wondered what Bo Feng's intention was behind gifting 3 sets. Did he perceive something? As they followed Bo Feng towards the hall, they found Xiao Bai attending to guests, alongside Ning Fengji and a tall, slender elder. Ning Fengji, an investor, had come personally for the grand opening. The elder, known as Gu, was introduced to Bo Feng, who inquired, Are you Bo Feng? Indeed, I am. May I ask who you are? Bo Feng replied, somewhat puzzled. Ning Zhongzhu, you need not frighten Boss Bo Feng. Ning Fengji chuckled, introducing, This is Uncle Gu, the protective elder of my 7-treasure glazed tile school, a 95th level title do, known as Bone. Bo Feng bowed slightly. The continent's foremost defensive Douluos has arrived. I am honored. Yes, Bone Douluos nodded. I heard about your alliance with our sect and was curious. Few can capture Fengji's attention. Upon seeing you today, it is evident you're quite remarkable. You flatter me, Bo Feng replied modestly. Teacher, you're here too? Xue Qinghe exclaimed upon spotting Ning Fengji, who appeared unfazed by her presence. Qinghe, Ning Fengji greeted her warmly. Xue Qinghe was puzzled by his sudden appearance, as Bo Feng and Ning Fengji had only met briefly before, seemingly establishing a close rapport. I am a major stakeholder in the general store, since Bo Feng has established a business relationship with our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I had to come in person for this auspicious occasion. Upon learning of Ning Fengji's intention, Xue Qinghe scrutinized Bo Feng. Such an impressive figure could reach an agreement with the 7-treasure glazed tile school within a single day. His depth of character was concerning. If he were to act in the future, caution would be prudent. At that moment, Nanan dashed down from upstairs, expressing her discontent. It was so boring being alone in the room. I just want to be with you, brother. Bo Feng sighed. Silly girl, this is for your own good. Be wary of those who might come again. If you were to be captured, I'm not afraid. Let them come. With you and Sister Xiaobai here. They wouldn't dare, Nanan retorted confidently. Bo Feng sighed again. All right, just stay close to me and don't stray more than 5 meters away. As time passed, the crowd outside grew ever larger. Finally, the long sealed doors creaked open. Amid the anticipation, Bo Feng and Xiaobai emerged slowly with Nanan in tow. Among the crowd, the specter endured patiently, biding his time for the plan's fruition. Meanwhile, Juhua was unusually excited, eager to acquire what he desired. Bo Feng proclaimed passionately, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I hereby declare the grand opening of the general store. Today, everything is at a special discount of 20%. Thunderous applause erupted as the crowd surged forward, eager to enter. Bo Feng clapped his hands, continuing now. Let us invite His Highness the Crown Prince and the Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the stage. Good heavens! Did I hear correctly? The Crown Prince, the Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, gasped the crowd. As Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji joined Bo Feng on stage, astonishment swept through the audience. What powerful backing did this store possess, garnering the attention of both the royal family and the Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Xue Qinghe alone could represent the emperor, not to mention the esteemed Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such an invincible background. The specter among the crowd narrowed his eyes, realizing that he could no longer proceed. The task assigned by the Duke was crucial, but the crowd was overwhelming. Any rash action could jeopardize the reputation of the Spear Hall. He hastily departed with Ju Hua, who, seeing the significant figures present, decided to leave as well, knowing there would be more opportunities in the future. Before them hung a ribbon, symbolizing prosperity. Bo Feng and his companions held golden scissors, and upon cutting the ribbon, a wave of excited patrons surged forward, creating a lively scene. Bo Feng, the owner, was even jostled aside in the chaos as the sales officially commenced, and the store became bustling with activity thanks to the numerous staff members. Finally managing to carve a path, Bo Feng made his way to the side, where the sound of gold soul coins jingling at the cashier brought him immense satisfaction. As evening fell, after bidding farewell to the last group of customers, all the staff collapsed in exhaustion. It had been an overwhelming day with barely time to eat. Every item brought had sold out, netting over 30,000 gold soul coins, an impressive start that, if sustained, would soon make Bo Feng the wealthiest individual on the continent. Having left early with Xue Ku post-opening, Xue Qinghe returned to attend to his many responsibilities. Bo Feng concluded his day's work and ascended to a room on the second floor, where Ning Fengji and Bon Douluos still awaited him. Their visit was not solely to congratulate Bo Feng on his successful opening, but also to discuss a matter of great importance. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Zhongzhu Ning, Bo Feng said as he entered. Ning Fengji waved dismissively, smiling, no problem. What are your plans moving forward? Bo Feng sat across from him and Bon Douluos, sipping some water before responding thoughtfully. Now that the shop has opened as I wished, it alleviates a concern of mine. However, I have attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall. I am uncertain when their representatives will arrive, and there have always been tensions between us. The Spirit Hall has been rapidly expanding its influence in recent years, and I believe you understand the implications of that. Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded, acknowledging the Spirit Hall's ambitious growth. Rest assured, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will stand by you. Thank you, Bo Feng replied gratefully. What do you suggest as the next step? The next step? Bo Feng mused, his mind racing with possibilities. I intend to devote myself to training these days in hopes of reaching level 40 soon. Level 40? Ning Fengji was perplexed and inquired about Bo Zhao's age. 11. Bo Feng replied casually. Ning Fengji and Bon Douluos gasped in astonishment. At such a height of 185 centimeters, who would believe he is only 11? Furthermore, achieving Soul Master status at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Bo Feng rose from his seat, and his soul rings began to rise slowly. Under the astonished gazes of the two, one yellow and two purple soul rings formed a stunning configuration. Ning Fengji and Bon Douluos were left speechless, unsure of how to express their surprise. When Bo Feng unveiled his true soul rings, far away in the Heaven Do Palace, Xue Qinghe's body trembled. 6 pairs of golden wings sprouted from his back, causing a resonance with this martial soul. What could this mean? In the royal court, where many eyes are watching, Xue Qinghe quickly retracted the golden wings. He cast his gaze towards the source of the peculiar energy, and his eyes narrowed. Was that not the bustling marketplace? It certainly was. Reports had indicated that his martial soul was a Trident, with an age of 11 and a rank of 28 as a great soul master. Yet, at that moment, his strength was far from this. What was his true identity? It seemed necessary to establish a connection and uncover his background sooner rather than later. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Bon Douluos, the day officially concluded for business. The past few days had been comfortable. The marketplace was thriving, with at least 10,000 gold soul coins entering the accounts daily. Bo Feng planned to open branches across the continent to amass even more gold soul coins. Like any other day, he sat in his office, relishing this hard-earned leisure. On Sea God Island, each day was a battle, facing the 7 sacred pillars trials one moment, and fending off attacks from the soul-eating great white sharks the next, all while persevering under the light of the sea god. Now that he enjoyed a moment of tranquility, Bo Feng felt somewhat uneasy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Xiaobai entered. Wind brother, there's a letter for you. A letter? Bo Feng took it puzzled, as he had just steadied himself in Heaven City. What could this be about? As he read the contents, his expression turned grave, and after a long pause, he placed the letter on the table. Noticing his somber demeanor, Xiaobai quickly asked, Wind brother, what is wrong? You look unwell. Xue Qinghe invited me to dinner. Bo Feng replied nonchalantly. Dinner? Xiaobai questioned. You mentioned before that this Xue Qinghe is no ordinary person. What is his true identity? In response to Xiaobai's curiosity, Bo Feng shook his head, stating, he is exceptionally formidable. When my martial soul awakened as the sea god, my innate soul power was at level 20. She too possesses innate soul power at level 20 with the same divine martial soul. Sister Bai, think carefully. Do you remember the peerless Douluos with the 6-winged angel martial soul who fought against my mother back in the day? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai wondered if she could be that person's descendant. Indeed, Bo Feng nodded lightly. The situation on the continent is even more dire than we imagined. While the surface appears calm, there are undercurrents stirring. That night, Bo Feng arrived alone at the agreed-upon location, intending to meet her. Situated to the east of Heaven City, this restaurant was known for its reputation. Following the earlier arrangement, Bo Feng arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Xue Qinghe's voice resonated from the other side of the door. Bo Feng opened the door and immediately donned a smile. Your Highness, welcome, please take a seat. Xue Qinghe gestured for him to sit. Bo Feng settled across from her and began. May I ask why your Highness summoned me here tonight? Xue Qinghe chuckled, replying, Oh, it's nothing much, just a bit bored today. I'm older than you. Older than me? Bo Feng shot a dark look at a specific part of Xue Qinghe. Ahem, she blushed and coughed. I misspoke. I meant to say that my age is greater than yours. Why not call me Brother Xue? Bo Feng quickly responded, No. You are the prince, the future sovereign of the Heaven Do Empire. I cannot overstep. I believe it's best to continue addressing you as your Highness. It feels more familiar that way. Very well, Xue Qinghe conceded, not pressing the matter further. Your Highness, may I inquire what prompted your invitation today? With a clap of her hands, Xue Qinghe signaled as a side door opened, revealing a table laden with exquisite delicacies. May I ask where you hail from, Bo Xiao? Xue Qinghe inquired. I grew up by the sea, spending my days in the company of the ocean, residing on an uncharted, deserted island. Bo Feng replied casually. Xue Qinghe clearly found this answer hard to believe. A titled Douluos with a 10,000-year soul ring. Who would buy such a tale? She smiled slightly. Bo Xiao, what brings you to the city this time? Bo Feng deliberately glanced at Xue Qinghe and replied, My mother urged me to find a wife. But I left without any money, so I ended up doing business in Heaven City. Oh, do you have someone special in mind? Chapter 32. Touching the Heart's Sadness. Someone special? Bo Feng gazed deeply at Xue Qinghe. To be honest, he admired her, wasting her youthful years in the dark, scheming palace. A girl could remain undercover for so long was truly impressive. Had it not been for Tang San's emergence, the entire Heaven Do royal family might have faced upheaval long ago. Noticing Bo Feng staring at her, Xue Qinghe felt a bit awkward. Why are you looking at me? Bo Xiao, is there something on my face? Bo Feng smiled gently. Nothing. I just sense a unique essence about your Highness. This scent, it feels oddly familiar. Do you remember the cosmetics I gifted to Princess Xue Ke this morning? At that moment, Xue Qinghe froze, realizing he was quite perceptive. What woman does not love beauty? Even while disguised as a man, she couldn't help but be intrigued by the gift from Bo Feng. Thus, she had used a bit. And to her surprise, the results were quite remarkable, enhancing her beauty while nourishing her skin. Unfortunately, while her soul bone could conceal her appearance, it could not mask the enchanting fragrance. Moreover, Bo Feng was the vendor, and the scent was all too familiar. To capture a woman's heart, one must first understand her preferences. Xue Qinghe initially paused, then waved her hand with a smile. Bo Xiao, please don't misunderstand. How could a man like me use such things? I merely happened to be beside my sister when she used it, so I unknowingly picked up a hint of the fragrance. In response to Xue Qinghe's explanation, Bo Feng simply nodded with a smile, understanding in his heart. Gulme. Today I will treat you. Let's not discuss anything else. As she spoke, Xueqinghe lifted her cup and poured the royal wine she had brought, which was quite potent. Bo Feng quickly protested. Your Highness, I cannot trouble you. I can serve myself. Nonsense. A guest is a guest. Tonight, there is no such thing as a prince. There's only Xueqinghe sharing wine and conversation with you. Xueqinghe placed the cup in Bo Feng's hands. Please. As soon as she finished speaking, Xueqinghe drank from her cup. But Bo Feng hesitated, and Xueqinghe raised an eyebrow. Bo Xiao, why aren't you drinking? Is it that you won't honor my invitation? Your Highness, I have never consumed alcohol. On the island, my mother was quite strict. Once, I sneaked a drink and was reprimanded for half the day. Since then, I have never touched it again. Xueqinghe chuckled. I didn't expect Brother Bo to be afraid of his mother. Aren't you afraid? Bo Feng asked deliberately. Xueqinghe was left speechless. In her eyes, Bo Feng detected a hint of complex emotion. After all, blood is thicker than water. If she truly loathed him, he found it hard to believe. In truth, their fates were intertwined. Both possessed divine martial souls. Both had innate soul power of level 20, and both were children with a mother, but no father. One had been killed, and the other was trapped in the city of slaughter. Fortunately, for Bo Feng, Poseidon showered him with love. In contrast, Xueqinghe was not as fortunate. Her mother did not care for her, and only her grandfather looked after her. She felt a sense of helplessness being placed here against her will. Xueqinghe remained silent, taking large gulps from her cup. Bo Feng's earlier words had struck at her most painful spot. Although she felt anger, she could only attribute it to Bo Feng's casual remarks. Apologies, I lost my composure, Xueqinghe said softly. No harm done, Bo Feng replied. Everyone harbors a wound within. Ultimately, we are the same kind. Come, let us drink. Xueqinghe raised her cup once more. Your Highness, before Bo Feng could explain, Xueqinghe interjected. Consider this my apology. You inadvertently spoke to my heart. You must drink this cup. To this, Bo Feng could only acquiesce, saying, very well, Your Highness. I must forewarn you, I am not good with alcohol, so if I were to speak out of turn, please be forgiving. With that, he drank from his cup. Xueqinghe watched with a grin, eagerly awaiting Bo Feng's intoxication, hoping to uncover his true nature. His martial soul was certainly not the trifling trident he claimed to possess. As their conversation flowed, they were unaware of how much time had passed. Xueqinghe occasionally tried to trap Bo Feng with her words, yet he deftly countered each attempt. Xueqinghe's face flushed, her head began to spin, and she felt herself becoming increasingly unsteady. Brother Bo, to be honest, how about you stay in Heaven-Do City to assist me? Bo Feng glanced at the inebriated Xueqinghe and shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid we inhabit different worlds. You are the center of attention, destined to be the ruler of a unified empire, while I am but an ordinary fisherman on a distant island. Moreover, my mother forbids any connection with the spirit hall. I'm sorry. After several rounds of drinks, Bo Feng decided it was time to leave, but Xueqinghe had already collapsed onto the table, sleeping soundly, her breathing rhythmic. Watching her, Bo Feng fell into a trance. Recognizing their shared plight, though their destinies diverged. Compared to her, he considered himself fortunate. His next step was to rescue his father, leading to their family's reunion. Alas, Bo Feng sighed. She too is a pitiable soul. He removed his outer garment and gently draped it over Xueqinghe's shoulders before quietly exiting the room. Closing the door softly behind him, Xueqinghe, who had been in a deep slumber, slowly opened her eyes to the empty table and the still warm bench. The coat draped over her retained some warmth. The strong liquor burned like fire within her, igniting a fierce blaze in her heart. A single clear tear rolled down her previously flushed cheeks. In the next moment, she raised her right hand, and a flash of golden light illuminated her beautiful visage, skin as fair as snow, a delicate nose, and cascading golden hair. Her bright eyes shimmered, as if tears were swirling within them. She rose and approached the window, gazing at Bo Feng, who was retreating into the darkness. A charming smile graced her lips. It was the first time she had connected so well with someone. Aside from her grandfather, she had never found anyone to converse with on such a level. In this cold palace, she had grown increasingly aloof, revealing her smile only in the presence of Princess Xueqinghe. Perhaps it was because they were both women. Coupled with her unyielding spirit, she longed to fully grasp Bo Feng and the secrets he harbored. I shall find an opportunity to meet again. Young master, A voice called from outside. She reverted to her usual demeanor, her expression returning to one of indifference. Uncle Shi, in the future, no one is permitted to harm him without my consent. The person outside paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. That night, Bo Feng returned to his room. Lying on his bed, reflecting on the events of the evening, he had developed a profound interest in Xue Qinghe, and he pondered how to navigate this newfound entanglement. Next step, I shall not think further. Time for sleep. A night passed without incident. The morning sun shone brightly, and the shop thrived, attracting numerous customers, many of whom had traveled from the Luo Empire. Xiao Bai had already begun preparations to expand the business and was in discussions with Zi Zhanzhu about opening branches throughout the Heaven-Do Empire, eventually covering the entire Douluos continent. Bo Feng descended the stairs, stifling a yawn. He had indulged too much the previous night, and the aftermath of his first experience with alcohol left him feeling dizzy. Fengdi, you're up. Wait, what? Xiao Bai sniffed the air. Why do you smell so strongly of alcohol? How old are you to be drinking? Be careful, or I'll inform the High Priestess, and she'll have a word with you. Please, Sister Bai, Bo Feng pleaded. The situation last night was peculiar. The prince was relentless. I had no choice but to comply. If you tell Mother, I'll be in for it. What was the situation like last night? Xiao Bai inquired. The situation? Bo Feng raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Nothing significant. The prince is not an ordinary person. He even asked me to assist him. You didn't agree, did you? Bo Feng chuckled. Do you really think I'm that type? The spirit hall, and we are like fire and water. Do you think I would agree? Unless we reconcile, there's no chance of that happening. But that's impossible. We've reached an irreparable point. My mother would never allow it, especially you, the queen of the great white shark. Xiao Bai shook her head decisively. That battle was the most harrowing in the history of Sea God Island. Even though we defeated 2 title Douluos, it caused devastating losses to our side, especially the great white shark clan. By the way, there's something for you. It arrived this morning. Bo Feng asked. It's not another tedious banquet invitation, is it? Since arriving in Heaven-Do City, I Haven Tea had a moment of peace. An invitation? Bo Feng exclaimed in surprise as he received the sealed invitation. He glanced at it and shook his head, storing it away. Sister Bai, I'm heading out now. I'll return in the evening. Xiao Bai nodded eagerly. A significant business opportunity was on the horizon, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Since arriving on the continent, Xiao Bai had realized that wealth made a considerable difference. Bo Feng held the invitation as he walked toward the imposing building nearby. Stop. No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. At the entrance stood 2 elegantly dressed gentlemen, guarding the most prestigious and opulent establishment in the Tiando Empire, a place that resembled more of a coveted academy sought after by all aristocrats. Bo Feng understood their duties and presented an invitation to one of them. Upon receiving the invitation, the man's demeanor shifted. Are you the proprietor of the department store, Boss Bo? Ever since its grand opening yesterday, it has enjoyed remarkable momentum. Backed by the royal family and the 7 treasures glazed tile school, no one dares to challenge them. The quality of the goods inside is assured, albeit at a high price. The transportation costs from Sea God Island to Hanhai City, and subsequently to Tiando City, amount to a significant sum. In this land where every inch is precious, most residents are capable of such expenditures. Recognizing Bo Feng, the guards immediately apologized. We beg your pardon, Boss Bo. Please do not take offense. Bo Feng smiled reassuringly. No harm done. Where's your lady? Wasn't she to discuss the supply issue? The guards, not daring to be negligent, hastily ushered Bo Feng inside. The interior was extravagantly decorated, with an air of nobility permeating every corner. Under the guidance of the guards, Bo Feng entered a spacious private room. Please wait a moment. Our lady will be here shortly. Bo Feng nodded, casually taking a seat and patiently waiting, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of his first encounter with the Haotian sect. Sipping fragrant tea, he remained calm and composed. With a soft click, the door opened to reveal 3 individuals. Leading the group was a striking woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, adorned in a silver palace gown that exuded an aura of nobility. Her clear eyes seemed to see through the world, a presence that could rival even his own mother. 2 exquisitely featured young ladies in purple followed closely behind her. The beautiful woman expressed her surprise. You are Boss Bo? I did not expect you to be so young. Looking barely 17 or 18. What charm do you possess that captures the attention of both the royal family and the 7 treasures glazed tile school? After greeting her, Bo Feng replied with a smile, "You must be the esteemed Lady Yu, the mistress of this place?" Lady Yu nodded affirmatively. She gestured for the two young ladies to step back and signaled Bo Feng to take a seat across from her. "I cannot believe that the invitation I sent this morning has prompted you to come in person." Bo Feng shrugged. "My shop is not far from here, and having no pressing matters today, I thought it fitting to come personally, especially since it was you, Lady Yu, who delivered the invitation. I could hardly neglect such an occasion." Lady Yu smiled subtly. "Then let us get straight to the point. The cosmetics that Shui sent me yesterday were quite impressive. I intend to establish a cosmetic course at Yuxian. As you know, we are the Tenno Royal Court Etiquette Academy, dedicated to teaching etiquette to noble offspring. Therefore, I wish to formalize an agreement with you to supply Yuxian with a fixed quantity of cosmetics each month, with pricing at your discretion." Bo Feng readily nodded. "It would be my honor to collaborate with Yuxian. As for the pricing, Yuxian is not lacking in funds, and I do not intend to charge." With a gentle smile, he added, "I shall not take a single coin. However, I have a request." Lady Yu paused, taken aback by the enormity of the business at hand. "What could your purpose be?" she inquired cautiously. "Could you enlighten me about the current state of the Haotian sect?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Yuehua, who had been seated, visibly tensed. Few were aware of her identity as a disciple of the Haotian sect. So how did this boss Bo know? Seeing her reaction, Bo Feng understood her apprehension. "Do not be alarmed. We are family," he said, extending his left hand. At the moment the Haotian hammer appeared, Tang Yuehua was rendered speechless. "Whose child are you?" Chapter 34. My adorable niece. The petite Haotian hammer spun gracefully in Bo Feng's palm as Tang Yuehua's eyes widened, scrutinizing it with utmost care to miss no detail. After a prolonged silence, Bo Feng retracted the hammer, smiling at Tang Yuehua. "Who exactly are you, and why do you not bear the surname Tang? Is it not the case that all wielders of the Haotian hammer possess the Tang surname?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded in a daze, needing a moment to process the monumental implications of this revelation. The sect was reclusive, forbidding disciples from leaving, and even the sect leader could not easily exit. Noticing Bo Feng's continued silence, Tang Yuehua displayed signs of irritation. "You still have not answered my question. You appear to be merely 16 or 17, and with the Haotian hammer as your martial spirit, you must be a disciple of the Haotian sect. By lineage, you ought to address me as Aunt." "Aunt?" Bo Feng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. "Aunt? It's a miracle you're not calling me little uncle. What are you laughing at? Do you not know how to respect your elders?" Tang Yuehua retorted, her temper flaring. Despite her mutated martial spirit, as the daughter of the former sect leader, her status within the Haotian sect was high, and few dared to jest with her. Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, Bo Feng replied, "To be honest, I'm only 11 years old." 11? Tang Yuehua exclaimed, "How can that be? Just precocious, I suppose. Now, back to the matter at hand. Tell me about the current situation of the Haotian sect." "Oof." Tang Yuehua huffed, crossing her arms in annoyance. "You still have not revealed your identity. You must address me as Aunt if you wish for my forgiveness, and for me not to report you to your parents. Why have I not seen you at the Haotian sect?" She pressed on. "You bear the surname Tang, not Bo." Bo Feng shook his head. "You want me to call you Aunt?" "I'm sorry, but my lineage precedes yours." Tang Yuehua was left speechless. "Who exactly are you? I will investigate this matter." Bo Feng chuckled, "Investigate away, and if you uncover the truth, it will be quite the feat. Just hope you do not appear shocked when you learn it. I grew up by the sea, but I cannot yet divulge details about my parents. I will eventually return to the Haotian sect, but first, you must inform me of its current state. Then I will consider whether to share my lineage with you." Both were indeed family, with Bo Feng's martial spirit being the Haotian hammer, creating an inseparable bond with Tang Yuehua. Initially, she had invited him to discuss a business partnership regarding cosmetics, but now, the revelation of their familial ties had dampened her earlier enthusiasm, leaving her sulking in silence. "Lady Yu, could you briefly outline the current situation?" Bo Feng inquired repeatedly, but all he received in return was Tang Yuehua's coldness and indifference. It seemed that his dear niece had grown angry, and what had initially been a promising connection now appeared to be unraveling. Bo Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously as he smiled. "If that is the case, let us temporarily set aside our cosmetic business." As they spoke, Bo Feng walked towards the door, intending to leave. "Wait!" Tang Yuehua immediately exclaimed. "You promised me just now. How can you go back on your word?" We are family. And as your elder, you should not be so resolute. Be careful. I might return to the sect and reveal your true identity, allowing your parents to educate you properly. Educate me? Bo Feng smiled faintly. My parents cherish me. You're not qualified. Even if the sect master of Haoyin came, he would not be either. You infuriate me. Who are you even? Tang Yuehua was incensed, realizing it was the first time a junior had angered her so profoundly. Bo Feng shook his head and gently patted her shoulder. All right, my dear niece, I shall not tease you any further. At this moment, Tang Yuehua paused, her gaze at Bo Feng filled with emotion. What did you just call me? She asked, hardly believing her ears. My dear niece, is there a problem? Bo Feng repeated. This is outrageous. You are disrespecting your elders. What must you do? Bo Feng interjected, swiftly producing a small black hammer left by his father. The instant the hammer appeared, Tang Yuehua froze in place. The Haoyin order. Who are you? She gasped. Bo Feng chuckled softly, retracting the Haoyin order. There is no need for further explanation. My mother is Poseidon, and my father is the owner of this Haoyin order, the founder of the Haoyin sect, your grandfather, Tang Chun. Now, calling you my dear niece does not seem unjust at all. Bo Feng sat beside her, watching Tang Yuehua, who was still in shock. Your grandfather actually has descendants, and one of them is Poseidon, one of the 3 peerless Douluos on par with him. Why didn't he return when the Haoyin sect was in trouble? Tang Yuehua looked at Bo Feng again, her earlier frivolity replaced with caution. Are you truly my grandfather's? Bo Feng furrowed his brow. You still doubt me? The Haoyin hammer and the Haoyin order are in my possession. You should know what this signifies. He then pulled out a map, meticulously drawn by Tang Chun himself, detailing everything about the Haoyin sect. Tang Yuehua scrutinized it, fearing she might overlook something. After her careful comparison, she confirmed that it was indeed her grandfather's handwriting, and the depicted layout matched the Haoyin sect perfectly. Sighing, Tang Yuehua expressed her disappointment. Why do you sigh in broad daylight? Bo Feng cautiously put the map away. Why didn't you say this sooner? You made me embarrass myself so greatly. Tang Yuehua complained. Bo Feng chuckled. You insisted I call you aunt, and now you don't want me to? My dear niece, why not say uncle once for me? Who knows, I might be in a good mood and send you some cosmetics. You. Tang Yuehua immediately bristled. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Bo Feng was indeed her grandfather's son, and his generation was even higher than hers. Uncle, she muttered softly. What? Bo Feng leaned in closer, feigning ignorance. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Chapter 35. Uncle Tang Yuehua's forehead throbbed, her face flushed with embarrassment. This was utterly humiliating. Despite her unwillingness to accept it, Bo Feng's identity was irrefutable, and she had been toyed with by this uncle for quite some time. With a resigned sigh, Tang Yuehua finally mustered a weak acknowledgement. Uncle, what? You are being too excessive. It is true you are my grandfather's child, but if you continue like this, I will have to inform the 5 elders to discipline you properly. The 5 elders? Bo Feng raised an eyebrow, knowing they were all titled Douluos who referred to Tang Chun as uncle, thus being of a higher generation than him. Wait a moment. Bo Feng chuckled. Those 5 elders call my father uncle, and I am his son, so we are of the same generation. You want them to discipline me? Don't forget, the Haoyin order is still in my hands. It is uncertain who will end up disciplining whom. You. Tang Yuehua was left speechless. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Quickly tell me about the current state of the Haoyin sect, so I can arrange the next steps, Bo Feng asked earnestly. Then you must first tell me where grandfather is. When the Haoyin sect was threatened by the Spear Hall, why didn't he return? Bo Feng sighed deeply. My father is currently in a place striving to break through to rank 100. It is not easy to access, and I cannot disturb him. I grew up on Sea God Island, and recently, my mother sent me out to resolve the issues concerning the Haoyin sect. The Spirit Hall has already taken notice of me, so you must not disclose my identity to anyone. Not even to my brother? Tang Yuehua asked. Bo Feng shook his head, no. The Spirit Hall has been watching me closely these days, and given our special relationship, if anything happens, just send me a letter. Hurry and tell me the current situation of the sect. Tang Yuehua nodded. Since the sect was sealed, my second brother was expelled and has been missing ever since. I thought your appearance would bring grandfather back, but unexpectedly, quickly come up with a plan. The esteemed #1 sect in the world has been sealed. Do you have any idea how much my elder brother suffers daily? My dear niece, stop swaying. I feel dizzy. Bo Feng quickly patted her hand that was clutching his arm. What is your plan? We cannot just sit and wait. Bo Feng stated for now. I need to remain calm. The spirit hall is already fixated on me. I will eventually return to the sect, but not at this moment. For now, I need to search for my dear nephew Tang Hao on the continent and bring him back to the sect. Understood. Tang Yuehua nodded. When do you plan to set off? Don't rush. I have some concerns. I need to ask you for a favor. My uncle, please go ahead. Oh, so now you'll call me uncle? Bo Feng teased. Tang Yuehua's face turned crimson. If it weren't for your commitment to the sect, do you think I would call you that? Just tell me what the matter is. Recently, I adopted a little girl named Nan Nan in Silva City. A few days ago, during the spirit awakening at the spirit hall in Tiando City, her spirit manifested as a mysterious white flower, possessing innate full spirit power. Unfortunately, the Douluos from the spirit hall was present. Douluos. He was the one who led the team to Haotian sect back then. Tang Yuehua said through gritted teeth, I intend for you to take Nan Nan to the Haotian sect. Although it is sealed, the most dangerous places are often the safest. But Tang Yuehua hesitated. There are rules in the sect. If the spirit is not the Haotian hammers, no one is allowed to ascend a mountain. Bo Feng replied, this ridiculous rule is truly bothersome. How about this? You could be the godmother of my little sister. Godmother? Tang Yuehua said helplessly, what? My dear niece is still a saint and unmarried? Tang Yuehua shot Bo Feng an exasperated look, nodding. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have and remain unmarried to this day, which is likely to be a source of frustration. All right. Bo Feng clapped his hands, and the sealed door slowly opened a crack. Brother, where is this? Nan Nan pushed the door open, innocently asking. Bo Feng smiled, stepping forward to scoop her up, then instructed the attendant to leave. Fortunately, I instructed the attendant to bring you here secretly. It has been far too dangerous for you to stay by my side. Nan Nan is unafraid. Let those evildoers come. Soon after, Bo Feng seated himself across from Tang Yuehua. This is Nan Nan, my younger sister. Her martial spirit is known as the Heartbreak Red. Heartbreak Red? What kind of martial spirit is that? Tang Yuehua questioned, puzzled. Bo Feng elaborated upon my return. I perused numerous records and discovered that it is a flower-type martial spirit, the sovereign among all floral martial spirits. If the Haotian hammer is regarded as the foremost weapon martial spirit and the blue lightning tyrant dragon as the premier beast martial spirit, then the Heartbreak Red reigns as the monarch among flower-type martial spirits, holding a status that parallels both the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Now it becomes clear why the Chrysanthemum sect sought to abduct Nan Nan. Tang Yuehua nodded in comprehension. The young girl appeared extraordinary indeed. Bo Feng produced the Haotian order and handed it to Tang Yuehua, instructing, should any obstinate elders in the sect refuse to comply, present the Haotian order. In my father's name. Let's see if they dare oppose. Tang Yuehua accepted the Haotian order with reverence. It symbolizes the absolute authority of the Haotian sect, capable of overriding even the sect master's decisions. Rest assured, with the Haotian order in hand, I shall feel at ease. Do not forget what? Tang Yuehua secured the Haotian order. Do not forget to return it. There are matters ahead that require the assistance of the Haotian order, Bo Feng cautioned. You can be assured of that. Turning her gaze to Nan Nan, Tang Yuehua smiled. Your name is Nan Nan, correct? Nan Nan, with a childlike voice, inquired. Brother, who is this beautiful sister? Bo Feng chuckled. This is my family. He glanced at Tang Yuehua, for it would be inappropriate to refer to her as a niece. You will accompany this sister to a safe place. Brother, are you abandoning Nan Nan? Tears welled in Nan Nan's eyes. Bo Feng affectionately ruffled Nan Nan's small head, saying, it is far too dangerous to remain by my side. Go with this sister. She is part of my family. She'll take good care of you. Do you not wish to grow stronger? There are several individuals there, not weaker than your sister Xiaobai, who will teach you. Yet Nan Nan remained apprehensive. Fear not. Your brother will make time to visit you. Please take care of her. Bo Feng earnestly addressed Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua nodded deeply, assuring him, rest assured, I will take Nan Nan back to the sect immediately. Chapter 36. My apologies, Uncle. After issuing instructions, Bo Feng exited the Moon Pavilion and made his way directly back to the general store. He was determined to commence his training. Since arriving in Tiando City, Bo Feng had been preoccupied daily, neglecting his cultivation. Meanwhile, after investigating the true circumstances surrounding the general store, the Ghost Douluos and Chrysanthemum Douluos, who had long coveted Nan Nan, rushed back to the Spear Hall. The Spirit Hall is the foremost power on the continent, surpassing the 7 major sects and 2 great empires. Had it not been for the Haotian sect's closed doors, it is believed that the Haotian sect possesses sufficient strength to contend with the Spirit Hall. Situated between the 2 great empires, the Spirit City plays a balancing role. Within a grand hall, the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos knelt respectfully, gazing upward at the imposing figure seated upon the throne, a woman wielding a purple gold staff. "Where's she? Did you bring her back?" The woman's authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating in the ears of the 2 titled Douluos. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the chrysanthemum Douluos stammered, "Your Holiness." There was an unexpected incident along the way. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed, her aura causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. "You are both titled Douluos elders, cannot even bring back a little girl?" She expressed her dissatisfaction. The ghost Douluos interjected, "Your Holiness. The general store is backed by the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and furthermore." "The royal family? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Furthermore what?" The woman's gaze sharpened. "Additionally, within the store, there is a titled Douluos possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. We are likely no match for them." The disparity in strength between a titled Douluos with a 100,000-year spirit ring and one with a typical configuration is not negligible. The example of Tang San serves as a testament to this truth. As soon as the chrysanthemum Douluos finished speaking, the woman vanished and reappeared before them. "Have you verified the existence of a titled Douluos with a 100,000-year spirit ring?" she inquired again. The chrysanthemum Douluos continued, "Your Holiness. This information was relayed to us by the young master, and he also instructed us to convey a message to you." "Her?" The woman scoffed lightly. "What did she instruct you to say?" The chrysanthemum Douluos, drenched in sweat, replied, "The young master wishes us to inform you not to interfere in the matters of the general store." With that, he felt the oppressive aura weighing heavily upon him. "Huh!" The woman scoffed coldly. She truly believes she has grown wings, daring to ask me not to meddle in that so-called general store? A royal family from Tiando. A 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, establishing an alliance with that store for no apparent reason. There must be some unspeakable secret behind it. "Do you know who is behind that general store?" The chrysanthemum Douluos bowed and replied, "Your Holiness. The little girl with the heartbreak red martial spirit is the sister of the store's owner. A few days ago, during the martial spirit awakening at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, I happened to encounter her. Her name is Bo Feng, 18 years of age, a level 28 great soul master with a martial spirit known as the Trident. However, according to the young master's recent interaction with him, the martial spirit is not the so-called Trident. He is rather enigmatic and difficult to discern." "Oh." The woman returned to her throne, her long, delicate legs crossed casually, intrigued. "Bo Feng? Trident martial spirit? 18 years, level 28 great soul master?" With a bemused smile, she remarked, "Since she wishes to prove herself, let her be. For the time being, cease all actions regarding the little girl. Monitor Bo Feng's every move closely. Should there be any developments, report to me immediately." "Yes, Your Holiness." With that, the 2 vanished from hall. The woman murmured to herself, "Trident? Such martial spirits are indeed rare on the continent. It resembles something of the sea." Meanwhile, Bo Feng had entrusted Nan to Tang Yuehua to ensure her safety, and Tang Yuehua planned to return to the Haotian sect personally, having already arrived there. The Haotian sect, perpetually enveloped in ice and snow, was a stark contrast for Nan, who accompanied Tang Yuehua for the first time and sneezed numerous times along the way. Her little face flushed from the cold. "Sister Tang, when will we arrive?" Nan asked, her cheeks rosy as she was cradled in Tang Yuehua's arms. Despite this, the frigid weather was undeniably harsh. Tang Yuehua smiled. "We shall arrive shortly, and remember to call me mother. That is what your brother specifically instructed." Tang Yuehua had never had children nor married. After that incident, she resolved to spend her life alone. "Mother?" Nan exclaimed in astonishment. "Am I to call you mother? Then what do I call my brother?" Tang Yuehua chuckled. "Let us each call as we wish, although the relationship may be a bit tangled. It is truly delightful to enjoy the benefits of being the young uncle's niece, especially since Bo Feng teased her right from the start." The Haotian sect sprawls over a vast area, and on their way, many disciples of the Haotian sect were taken aback. Why was their aunt carrying a little girl? And they appeared to be quite close. Could she be an illegitimate child? Impossible. Impossible. Our aunt has never married. How could she possibly be along the familiar path. Tang Yuehua made her way to the room of the sect master. Certain matters must be personally communicated. Elder brother, I have returned, Tang Yuehua announced as she entered. Yuehua, did you not just return a few days ago? How is it that you are now accompanied by a man of towering stature, broad shoulders, and white hair, whose serious demeanor evokes a sense of solemnity? Yuehua, who is it that you are holding? This individual is none other than the current sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao. His martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, and he is a peak Douluos of level 97. Brother, this is my daughter. What do you think? Isn't she adorable? Tang Xiao, perplexed, asked Yuehua, what did you just say? He seemed to mishear her, repeating his inquiry. This is my daughter, Tang Nan. Is there a problem? Tang Yuehua smiled gently. Your biological daughter? Who else could she be? How old is she? Not a moment too soon. She is precisely 6 years old. Why have I never heard you mention this before? It's the same now. I wanted to give you a surprise, brother. Tang Xiao's mouth twitched. This was the most speechless day he had encountered in decades. How could his sister have silently brought someone home? And what is more, a biological child? Who is that man? Why did you not consult me, your elder brother? Tang Xiao asked with a bitter smile. Alas, Tang Yuehua suddenly donned a theatrical persona. Brother, he abandoned both our mother and me. You must stand up for me. What? Tang Xiao erupted in anger, his barely restrained aura causing Tang Nan to rush into Yuehua's embrace. Yuehua, where is that scoundrel now? Tang Xiao gasped, his fists tightly clenched. Since the departure of the second brother from the sect, this sister had become his sole family. He never anticipated that she had secretly married and brought home a niece. While it should have been a joyous occasion, it was unthinkable that such a man, who had forsaken them, was unworthy of being the son-in-law of the Haotian sect. His name is Bo Feng, and he is the owner of a general store in Tiando City. Tang Yuehua wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, revealing her innate talent for the dramatic. A general store? Bo Feng? Tang Xiao muttered to himself. Then, patting Tang Yuehua on the shoulder, he said, do not worry. Brother will seek justice for you. With that, Tang Xiao vanished without a trace. Once he left, Tang Yuehua stifled a giggle. Godmother, are you setting up your brother? Tang Nan chirped innocently. With a proud expression, Tang Yuehua replied, who told my little uncle to set me up first? I am merely returning the favor in kind. Do not worry, your uncle knows how to handle this. Come, mother will take you to meet the other 5 elder grandfathers. With that, she carried Tang Nan outside. I'm sorry, little uncle. Chapter 37. Bo Feng and the Mix-Up Wonderful. My soul power has finally reached level 38. Bo Feng exclaimed with joy upon noticing his soul power transformation. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning his store, and his soul power was now on the brink of a breakthrough. Just 2 more levels, and he would attain the rank of Soul Sect. Under the twinkling stars and the full moon hanging in the night sky, Bo Feng rubbed his tired eyes, contemplating sleep. In the darkness, a man clad in a black robe, towering over 2 meters, approached Bo Feng. Who goes there? Bo Feng sighed. If you wish to purchase something, please come tomorrow. We're closed for today. The man in black coldly asked, Are you Bo Feng? Bo Feng nodded, realizing that the figure was indeed imposing, radiating an air of hostility. May I inquire your identity? Do you know the master of moonlight, Tang Yuehua? The man in black inquired. Know her? She is my... Bo Feng was cut off as the man suddenly lunged forward, his massive fist aimed directly at Bo Feng. This guy. Bo Feng summoned a glimmer of blue light from his right hand, channeling the strength of the sea as he met the black-robed man's fist with his own. The two were simultaneously knocked back, both astonished. Title Douluos? Bo Feng, having been trained by the 7 sacred pillars Douluos in his youth, was acutely aware of the implications. The black-robed man's use of soul power signaled his fury. However, Bo Feng had only been in Tiando City for a few days. It was improbable for a title Douluos to hold a grudge against him. What perplexed him further was the connection to Tang Yuehua. Are you from the Spirit Hall? That remains uncertain. Predecessor. Bo Feng, feeling helpless, found the man relentless in his assault, and another barrage of punches followed. Bo Feng furrowed his brow as he manifested a sea-blue trident in his right hand, its second soul ring beginning to glow with radiant purple light. A 1,000-year second ring? The man in black widened his eyes, recognizing that Bo Feng was a unique talent. No one on the continent dared to possess a 1,000-year soul ring for their second soul skill. See God as protection. A blue barrier enveloped Bo Feng as the black-robed man's fists rained down upon him like a torrent, striking with the speed of bullets. Although the black-robed man was formidable, he brandished a black Haotian hammer, surrounded by 9 soul rings, capturing Bo Feng's full attention. Haotian hammer, you are from the Haotian sect? Bo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Since you know this, why did you abandon Yuehua? What grievance do you hold against her? The black-robed man became agitated. Bo Feng was taken aback. Stop. Yuehua is my niece. What do you mean abandon? If you're indeed a titled Douluos from the Haotian sect, then go and ask her what truly transpired. Niece? The black-robed man furrowed his brow. Who are you to claim Yuehua as your niece? That is a question I should be asking you. Bo Feng retorted, summoning a Haotian hammer identical to the black-robed man's with a flick of his left hand. The black-robed man could hardly believe his eyes. The Haotian hammer was unmistakably a direct lineage martial spirit of the Haotian sect. Who are you? Why does Yuehua claim you abandon her? And what of that little girl named Tang San, who she insists is your biological child? The man's barrage of questions left Bo Feng bewildered. The situation was indeed tangled and chaotic. Are you Tang Xiao? Or perhaps Tang Hao? Or one of the 5 elders? The man in black revealed his true appearance. My name is Tang Xiao, the current sect master of the Haotian sect. Who are you? Bo Feng nodded, recognizing the formidable presence of Tang Xiao. He could only imagine how imposing Tang Hao must be. My father is Tang Chun, Tang Jian, Tang Xiao Gapet, Stun, the child of my grandfather? How is that possible? He's been missing for decades. How could he have descendants and so young? Was Yuehua lying? Or was this Bo Feng simply fabricating tales? Why do you not bear the surname Tang, but instead the surname Bo Feng? Tang Xiao remained skeptical. His sister could not possibly be lying. Who decreed that the owner of the Haotian hammer must bear the surname Tang? I grew up with my mother. My father left before I was born to pursue the path of divinity. My mother is the grand priestess of Sea God Island, the sea god Douluos, Poseidon. As she spoke, the crown of the sea god worn by Bo Feng radiated a golden light. The trident in her hand gradually faded away, while a yellow and 2 purple spirit rings appeared beneath her feet, heralding the arrival of the sea god behind her. The moment the sea god's spirit manifested. Far away in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xueqinghe abruptly rose from his seat, a faint golden glow emanating behind him, where a 6-winged angel flickered into view. That feeling returned again. Bo Feng. Bo Feng, what secrets do you conceal within you? Ah, Fundi, why are you up at this late hour? What are you up to? Hearing the commotion, Xiao Bai, with a dazed expression, stepped out and upon witnessing Bo Feng unleash the sea god spirit, was instantly revitalized. Tang Xiao gazed at the sea god as phantom. In his youth, he had once visited Sea God Island with Tang Hao to deliver a message to his grandfather. He had seen the sea god Douluos Poseidon. The sea god phantom before him was indeed Bo Feng's primary spirit. Subsequently, Bo Feng retracted the sea god spirit, and Xiao Bai approached him, looking at Tang Xiao across from them. Have we met somewhere before? As the guardian spirit beast of Sea God Island, Tang Xiao had once traveled there with Tang Hao to deliver a message. Everyone has their youthful arrogance. As a disciple of the Haotian sect, which was once the foremost sect in the world, their standards were naturally high. At that time, they had clashed with the spirit masters of Sea God Island and were utterly defeated. Fortunately, Tang Chun had personally vouched for them, allowing the 2 brothers to return unscathed. Oh, Xiao Bai exclaimed. I remember now, back in your youth, you had entangled with the guardian spirit masters of Sea God Island and ended up being defeated. Tang Xiao's face flushed. Was it necessary to dredge up such old matters? Who are you? Tang Xiao looked at Xiao Bai in confusion. Me? Xiao Bai smiled gently. I am the guardian divine beast of Sea God Island, the spirit of the great white shark. Chapter 38. The sister of the brother-in-law, as she spoke. The phantom of the spirit of the great white shark manifested behind Xiao Bai, its imposing aura overwhelming. It was indeed the spirit of the great white shark. Tang Xiao had seen it in his youth when he visited Sea God Island. He could hardly believe that his grandfather had crossed paths with the grand priestess of Sea God Island and even fathered offspring. Nephew, as you can see, my spirit is inherited from both my father and mother. Do you have any further questions? Bo Feng asked solemnly. Tang Xiao, feeling speechless, was addressed as nephew by someone who appeared considerably younger than him. How vexing this generational hierarchy is. Ahem, do you have any proof? Tang Xiao Yin Gui. Bo Feng replied helplessly. My Haotian order is in the hands of my little niece. You can inquire with her when you return. Also, that little girl named Nan Nan is my sister. I merely asked my niece to be her godmother. At her age, she is still a saint. Surely, She deserves to be left with a cherished memory, does she not? If you still doubt it, my father's handwritten note should suffice. As Bo Feng produced the Haotian sect map and handed it to Tang Xiao, he was momentarily stunned. This was the complete map of the Haotian sect, detailing the geographical environment of the entire sect, the routes to ascend the mountain, and even some special secret passages. If this were to fall into enemy hands, the Haotian sect would be utterly doomed. You truly are grandfathers. Bo Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Tell me, what exactly did my little niece say to provoke such anger in you that you, as the leader, disregarded the rules of the Haotian sect and descended the mountain? It's like this. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. That little niece of yours is too talented, claiming Nan Nan is your daughter and then abandoning her. Ha ha. Bo Feng. Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao felt deceived, almost ready to strike Bo Feng. Bo Feng's expression darkened. It seemed his dear niece had not forgotten the events of this morning. Reflecting on the morning's antics, it was indeed not her fault. Suddenly gaining a new uncle and being teased for an entire day would naturally elicit some resentment. But who would have anticipated that she would concoct a lie to bring her elder cousin Tang Xiao to confront Bo Feng? Fortunately, the Haotian hammer spirit had manifested early. Or else, Tang Xiao hastily said, "Little uncle, what commands do you have? Return and keep an eye on my little niece. Don't believe everything she says. And look after Nan Nan." "Yes," Tang Xiao replied. "There's one more thing. When you return, have my little niece promptly return the Haotian order to me. I will need it for some matters in the future." Tang Xiao nodded. "Little uncle, may I ask where grandfather is now? Ask my little niece when you return. I informed her this morning. If there's nothing else, you may leave now. As for what transpired previously, you must not divulge it to anyone in the Haotian sect. I will return to the sect eventually, but not just yet. Prepare yourself to accumulate strength for the day I re-enter the sect." "Yes." Saying this, Tang Xiao donned his black robe once more and vanished from sight. "How does it feel to be outwitted by your little niece?" Xiao Bai teased. Bo Feng shook his head helplessly. "Sister Bai, please refrain from rubbing salt in my wounds. This little niece, though appearing noble and extraordinary, is still one to hold grudges." "Sigh, forget it." The night passed in silence. The morning sun shone brightly on the Haotian sect, where numerous disciples had already commenced their training for the day. Even with the mountain gates closed, these disciples remained undeterred, diligently honing their skills, believing wholeheartedly that the Haotian sect would one day rise again. In a particular room, Tang Yuehua sat leisurely, while Nan Nan had been taken away by several elder gentlemen, reportedly to obtain her first spirit ring. Particularly upon learning that she was the biological daughter of Tang Yuehua, they were even more delighted, leading the 5 elders to personally scour all ancient texts of the Haotian sect, eventually discovering records of the Heartbreak Red Spirit and the requisite spirit rings. They set off early that morning. Only Tang Yuehua remained at home, feeling bored and idle, wondering how the battle was faring for her elder brother. Hopefully, her little uncle would receive a good beating from this so-called nephew, given how her little uncle had teased her yesterday. Creak, as if summoned. Tang Xiao removed his black robe and sat across from Tang Yuehua, his expression grim. "Yuehua, you are becoming increasingly irresponsible. Why did you not inform me about little Uncle-less affairs in Tiando City? Elder brother, did you not come to blows with little uncle?" Tang Yuehua asked, puzzled. "Almost. But fortunately, little uncle released the Haotian hammer spirit just in time, which resolved the misunderstanding. I wondered when you got married. I was perplexed that you even had a child. Had it not been for my anger at the time, I would have had quite a few questions for you." "You little girl," Tang Xiao said, exasperated. "Where is the Haotian order?" Dan Xiao In Guit. Faced with Tang Xiao's reprimand, Tang Yuehua reluctantly produced the Haotian order. This small hammer represented the supreme authority of the Haotian sect, held in higher regard than the sect leader and elders, the adjudicator elder. Tang Xiao nodded. "Tomorrow, you shall descend the mountain and return the Haotian order to little uncle. Remember, upon seeing little uncle, apologize for your mischief and refrain from being playful again." "Oh," Tang Yuehua replied listlessly. "Elder brother, you have no idea how outrageous little uncle was yesterday," Tang Yuehua complained. "I kindly invited him to discuss a collaboration on cosmetics, and he inexplicably referred to me as his little niece. At that moment, I was puzzled, having been toyed with for quite a while, only to discover that you concocted a lie, making me, your elder brother, the scapegoat. Tang Xiao glanced at Tang Yuehua in silence. Tang Yuehua offered a wry smile and nodded. Faced with this, Tang Xiao felt helpless. He indulged this one sister as if she were a precious gem. Ever since the second brother departed, this home no longer felt like a home. Now, they had a little uncle, a child of the grandfather, with dual martial souls. Once the Haoyan sect reemerges, it would undoubtedly shake the entire spirit master world. Sighing softly, Tang Xiao reflected, no matter how one viewed it. The little uncle was still a child of their grandfather and the future inheritor of the Sea God Island's great offerings. Had it not been for your inadvertent actions, we might have remained in the dark about the little uncle. In truth, your actions were not wrong. Only your methods were flawed. You should have revealed the truth to me yesterday, rather than weaving this lie that nearly caused me to lose face. Recalling his performance from the previous night, along with the inadvertent mockery from Xiao Bai, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Children often bring trouble to their parents. This younger sister had managed to ensnare her elder brother. Chapter 39. Teacher Bo. Time flew by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The general merchandise shop established by Bo Feng a year ago had now spread to every corner of Douluos continent. With the support of the royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it had expanded to nearly half of the continent's territory, with every city bearing the shadow of a general merchandise shop. During this year, Bo Feng either counted money or traversed the path to count it. Outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Bo Feng stood alongside Ning Fengji. Lord Ning, let us stop here, Bo Feng said with a smile, cupping his hands in respect. Ning Fengji smiled back. This cooperation has been delightful. A year ago, I truly did not misjudge you. Bo Feng shook his head with a smile. If anyone made the most profit, it belongs to you, Lord Ning. The income from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect over the past year is an astronomical figure. With this substantial sum, Ning Fengji had recruited numerous talents, and the entire sect flourished. By the way, where is Rong? I haven't seen her in months. Without this mischievous girl, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed, Bo Feng inquired. Ning Fengji sighed with a bitter smile. 3 months ago, I arranged for her to travel across Douluos continent. Our little witch is quite the handful, and even I, as her father, find myself at a loss with her. I've heard she has already joined Shrek Academy in Soto City. That is no ordinary institution. Shrek Academy? Soto City? Bo Feng nodded, realizing that the time had come. Tang San's grandson, we shall meet soon. Then, Lord Ning, I shall take my leave, Bo Feng said, wishing him a safe journey as he entered the carriage, which gradually made its way towards Tiando City. Boss, this is a letter of invitation from His Highness the Crown Prince, said an attendant inside the carriage. Bo Feng took a glance at the invitation from Xue Qinghe, but tossed it aside without a second thought. It had been a year, and she had not given up on enticing him, which only served to irritate Bo Feng. Each banquet he attended involved drinking, followed by familiar discussions about family matters or the state of the continent. What concerned was the continent's turmoil to Bo Feng. Earning money was far more appealing. The attendant shook his head in silence, aware that this was not the first invitation Bo Feng had declined due to his busy schedule. One must admit, women can be quite persistent. Xue Qinghe sent him an invitation every day. The last time they met was 3 months prior. This persistent individual did not seem to tire. But Bo Feng certainly did. Stop the carriage. I need to get out for a walk. Upon hearing this, the carriage halted at the city gates of Tiando City. As the wealthiest individual in Tiando City, Bo Feng was well known, and the guards of the gate were quite accommodating. In the past, all entrants faced rigorous inspections. But upon seeing Bo Feng, the soldiers immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, something he had grown accustomed to. At that moment, a notice caught Bo Feng's attention. Urgently hiring. Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy seeks to recruit the following personnel due to expansion. Soul Masters above level 40, with higher soul power preferred. Favorable treatment upon hiring. Lamba Academy? ISNT, that the predecessor of Shrek Academy? Bo Feng's eyes sparkled with a daring idea. Having broken through to level 46 months ago and possessing a 10,000-year soul ring, his soul power had reached level 44. Now, with Xiao by managing the merchandise shop and a smooth collaboration with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and with his nephew and niece involved in the Haoyan sect, he had little to worry about. This year, Bo Feng either practiced or counted money, finding it dreadfully monotonous. He had to always be wary of Xue Qinghe's invitations. There was no way to underestimate a woman, especially her. Ignoring her was the best course of action. Bo Feng nodded decisively, and then settled back into the carriage. Let's change course to Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy? The attendant looked puzzled. Boss, are you going to school? Am I going to school? I'm already a level 44 Soul Master, well past the threshold for advanced academies. We're going to Lamba Academy to apply for a teaching position. Did you not see the recruitment notice? Let us hurry, or there won't be any spots left. The attendant nodded quickly, urging the carriage towards Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy was a prestigious advanced Soul Master institution that had performed well in previous high-level Soul Master competitions, but had never made it to the final elimination rounds. Unlike the Tiando Royal Academy, which catered solely to nobles, Lamba Academy aimed to attract commoners. The carriage came to a stop, and Bo Feng gazed at the large iron gate emblazoned with the words, Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. A student guarding the gate quickly approached and asked, Hello, this is Lamba Academy. May I inquire why you are here? Bo Feng replied, I heard you are hiring teachers, so I have come. You? The student glanced at Bo Feng, shaking his head. Brother, no offense, but how old are you? Take my advice and leave while you still can. Bo Feng frowned slightly. What? Do not look down on me. The student quickly responded, It's not that I look down on you, but many Soul Masters have come to apply recently. While they have managed to pass the first round of testing, the final test by the principal is a significant challenge. Few can succeed. Let me warn you in advance. Our principal is a level 78 Soul Sage. If you truly wish to become a teacher at Lamba Academy, you must pass the principal's practical combat assessment. You can still leave now if you wish. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng became intrigued. The principal of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, a level 78 Battle Soul Sage, wielding the Fire Dragon Martial Soul, was known for a fiery temperament, much like her martial soul. Take me to the test. Bo Feng insisted. Seeing Bo Feng's determination, the student had no choice but to comply. After instructing the attendant to return, Bo Feng entered Lamba Academy with the student. The reason why Bo Feng has taken up the role of a teacher here largely stems from his desire to evade Xueqinghe. Having earned a fortune and opened a shop, aside from daily training, he also finds time to peruse the invitations sent by Xueqinghe, each with the same theme, to win him over. If it were a matter of romance, Bo Feng might consider it, but they belong to entirely different worlds, rendering any union futile. As for the timeline, many have spoken of its significance. Allow me to elucidate. I have made slight modifications to the timeline, while keeping everything else intact. The only alteration is that Tang San traveled to the City of Slaughter a year prior to Poseidon's conception of the protagonist. The rest of the timeline aligns closely with the original narrative. In Chapter 40, The Heart of the Sea God, within the Imperial Palace of Tiando, Xueqinghe sits idly, propping his chin on his hand. In the shadows, an elder wielding a serpent spear emerges. Young master, this is the 100th time Bo Feng has rejected you. Are you not incensed? Xueqinghe smiles faintly, stating that a qualified hunter must possess patience. After all, where are they now? The secrets surrounding Bo Feng are yet to be fully uncovered. Has he made any recent moves? The elder responds, Bo Feng has been frequenting the general store, and this morning he specifically visited the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Xueqinghe inquires, puzzled. What business does he have there? The elder shakes his head, revealing that their informants have not gathered any intelligence. But it seems Bo Feng has a close relationship with Ningfengji. If they are concocting any secret plans, it could potentially jeopardize the Spirit Hall. Xueqinghe shakes his head. You wouldn't dare. Young master, how can you be so certain? Xueqinghe chuckles. He is exceedingly fond of wealth. According to this year's financial reports, Bo Feng has amassed 9 million gold soul coins in just 1 year. His shops dominate both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, with the sole exception of the Spirit City. Last month, during our meeting, he inadvertently mentioned his desire to establish a shop within the Spirit City governed by the Spirit Hall. The elder chuckles. His Majesty will never acquiesce to that. Xueqinghe nods, acknowledging that while Bo Feng is greedy, he is indeed a talent she cannot overlook. Unless he earns her approval, Bo Feng has no authority to open a shop in the Spirit City. Meanwhile, Bo Feng, having entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, progresses slowly under the guidance of a student. Surrounded by a forest, most of the Academy's buildings are obscured by trees. Unlike the opulent Tiando Royal Academy nestled against the mountains, this environment, while not extravagant, exudes a sense of comfort. Numerous tall structures rise along the path, and soon the student leads Bo Feng into a spacious room. Upon entering, Bo Feng notices three individuals standing above, a trio with ordinary appearances, all around 40 years of age, presumably the instructors responsible for this assessment. The foremost figure, upon seeing Bo Feng, expresses surprise. "Boss Bo, what brings you here?" Bo Feng smiles wryly. "I have some free time, so I thought I would play at being a teacher. Please don't go easy on me just because of my status." The three share a knowing glance, and the leading instructor clears his throat. "Boss Bo, have you truly thought this through?" "Very well. Let me briefly outline the rules. First, you will showcase your martial spirit. Then, if your soul power exceeds level 40, you will battle one of us three, as long as you can endure for 10 minutes. You will have the qualification to proceed to the dean." After the introduction, Bo Feng smiles slightly, his right hand glowing blue as a three-pronged spear materializes in his grasp. "This is impossible? A 1,000-year second ring? A 10,000-year fourth ring?" The soul rings beneath Bo Feng's feet illuminate, a configuration of one yellow, two purple, and one black, completely shattering the trio's understanding. The instructor in charge of the assessment wipes the cold sweat from his brow and hastily declares, "Boss Bo, you have already passed the first round. May I ask which of us three you wish to challenge?" Internally, each of the three hopes fervently not to be chosen, aware that a 10,000-year fourth ring is not to be underestimated. All are soul kings, and at this age, their potential for growth has significantly diminished. Bo Feng, still quite youthful, presents no desire to suffer unnecessarily. Yet Bo Feng, with a mysterious smile, urges, "All three of you, come at me together." The trio exchanges puzzled glances, incredulous at Bo Feng's audacity. "Boss Bo, are you jesting?" the leading instructor asks in disbelief. Bo Feng shakes his head with a smile. "What do you think?" "I am eager to witness the true strength of the Blue Tyrant Academy's instructors. Once I pass the final test, we shall all be teachers here. It is necessary to foster a profound understanding among us. Moreover, as soul masters, battling one another is the only way to truly comprehend each other's capabilities." The three share another glance, then stride down together. Without further ado, they release their martial spirits, their soul rings rising one by one, each sporting a configuration of two yellow, two purple, and one black. Their martial spirits consist of Ghost Vine, Golden Eagle, and Battle Tiger, a plant-type soul master alongside two beast-type soul masters. Without a second thought, it is evident that the plant-type spirit is primarily control-oriented, while the Golden Eagle soul master specializes in agility, leaving the Battle Tiger as the powerhouse. "Boss Bo, please be cautious," the Golden Eagle soul master warns. Bo Feng, grasping his trident, nods. "Come, unleash your full strength so that I may truly appreciate your capabilities." With that, the three exchange knowing glances. The Ghost Vine soul master summons vibrant green light with his right hand, activating his first soul ring, causing numerous ghost vines to erupt from the ground to seal Bo Feng's path. Simultaneously, the Golden Eagle soul master unfurls a pair of golden wings, his second soul ring spinning with fervor. Accompanied by a howling gust, golden feathers slice through the air like blades, hurtling towards Bo Feng from above. The Battle Tiger soul master employs his third soul skill, his visage transforming into that of a tiger, his maw opening wide as crimson energy gathers within. A thunderous roar reverberates throughout the room, shattering the glass along the window ledge. The three formidable attacks converge, their combined might potent enough to obliterate anything in their path. Bo Feng nods inwardly, activating his second soul ring, the purple light merging into his trident. Second soul skill, Guardian of the Sea God. Layers of azure barriers materialize around him, while the crown of the sea god atop his head radiates a blue-golden glow. Mysteriously, deep within the Tiando city, at the innermost sanctum of the Tiando Palace, an area heavily guarded and deemed the most secure within the entire palace, accessible only to the emperor himself. Not even the Prince Xueqinghe is permitted entry, lies the heart of the sea god. Considered the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, it is believed to be a soul guide device. In truth, it is indeed a soul guide, but more importantly, it is the very heart of the sea god, the core of the sea god Trident, emanating a radiant blue light, echoing the relentless roar of the ocean. In Chapter 41, The Duel with Three, Bo Feng murmurs, "The heart of the sea god truly resides within the Tiando Palace." The crown of the sea god and the heart of the sea god resonated with one another, their powers echoing across the vastness, sensed by Bo Feng. This is not good. How can one fight while distracted? Damn. Channeling the might of the ocean through his trident, Bo Feng deftly neutralized the attacks launched by the three Soul Kings. Utilizing the mist created by the explosions, Bo Feng swiftly advanced, reaching the Ghost Vine Soul King in an instant. With a right hand glowing a vibrant green, countless ghostly vines erupted from the ground, surging toward Bo Feng like a flurry of sharp spears detonating around him. Bo Feng wielded his trident, deftly countering all the ghostly vines. Even if this was not the sea god's trident and only possessed 1% of its power, the meager, ghostly vines posed no threat to him. With the first soul technique, Spear of the Sea, as the yellow soul ring illuminated, an increasing number of blue light points cascaded like ripples into the trident. Break! The wall formed by the ghostly vines was instantly pierced, and under the terrified gaze of the Ghost Vine Soul King, the trident was now before him. My apologies, teacher. The Ghost Vine Soul King paused momentarily, then forced a wry smile, saying, I concede, Boss Bo Feng truly hides his prowess. With that, he stepped aside. The Battle Tiger Soul King and the Golden Eagle Soul King were taken aback, unable to fathom that Bo Feng, the proprietor, wielded such extraordinary strength. Complemented by that enigmatic trident martial spirit and unparalleled soul ring configuration across the continent. With the defeat of the Ghost Vine Soul King, the remaining two dared not slacken their efforts. Their task was clear, to limit Bo Feng's potential by leveraging their strengths. With a roar, the Battle Tiger Soul King unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, infused with the might of Tiger. Bo Feng planted his trident into the ground, tightening his fist and engaging in fierce combat. Crack! Having trained under the light of the sea god and with guidance from 7 tidal Do, Bo Feng's power was unfathomable. Though he often appeared greedy, he was anything but timid in battle. The Battle Tiger Soul King, feeling the firmness of his fists, noted that while Bo Feng's appearance was unremarkable, the evidence lay before him. The tiger's claws trembled slightly. Before Bo Feng could launch his next offensive, another wave of golden feathers descended from above. The feathers struck like raindrops, embedding into the hard stone ground, penetrating about a third of the way. Bo Feng patted his chest, impressed by the strength of his opponent. Had he not reacted in time, he would have been transformed into a pincushion. Looking up at the poised Golden Eagle Soul Master, Bo Feng smiled, deciding to take him on first. With a gentle motion, the trident swiftly flew into his grasp. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he prepared to demonstrate the power of his Third Soul Technique. Third Soul Technique. Cage of the Sea. As the Third Soul Technique activated, a purple soul ring transformed into beams of light, rapidly merging into the trident. Under the watchful eyes of the two remaining soul masters, Bo Feng held the trident aloft, and an array of identical tridents materialized around him, numbering 10. They hovered in the air, emanating a chilling aura. Bo Feng smiled at the Golden Eagle Soul Master in midair, bidding farewell. Chase, he commanded. The 10 hovering tridents transformed into blue beams, hurtling towards the airborne Golden Eagle Soul King. The Golden Eagle Soul King sighed inwardly, realizing the peril, and hastily took flight. The Golden Eagle was remarkably swift among soul beasts. Yet, it seemed the tridents were even faster, encircling him from all directions. The Golden Eagle Soul Master quickly steadied himself. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself completely surrounded by the tridents, their sharp tips inching closer. Fifth Soul Technique, Majestic Eagle's Wings. The Black 10,000-Year Soul Technique was finally unleashed, his true trump card. Enveloped in a golden sea, the golden wings behind him radiated brilliant light, transforming into a massive golden eagle that let out a fierce cry directed at Bo Feng below. The encroaching tridents were instantly repelled, and Bo Feng quickly regained his composure. Adjusting the trident's trajectory. Clang! The 10 tridents landed beside the Battle Tiger Soul King, and an electric blue current surged between them, fully paralyzing the Battle Tiger King. Thus, the tridents were irregularly embedded in the ground, effectively sealing off his escape route. Seeing this, the two could only place their hopes on the sole surviving Golden Eagle. Soaring high, with its impressive size and striking presence, it prepared for a final dive, having amassed power while Bo Feng engaged the Battle Tiger Soul King. Planning to confront head-on? I do enjoy your tenacity. A 10,000-year soul ring, you say? If you wish to overcome your adversary, employ an even greater strategy. Bo Feng withdrew his trident, calmly facing the challenge. The two defeated instructors were puzzled. Among the trio, the Golden Eagle Soul King was undeniably powerful. With a martial spirit of superior quality and at level 59, rivaling any ordinary soul emperor on the continent. This was a 10,000-year soul technique. Could Boss Bo Feng withstand it? Bo Feng smiled serenely, stepping back with his right foot. Subtly, red light began to converge into his right leg, intertwined with strands of crimson lightning. As a waning moon encircled it, Soul Bone. The three instructors gasped in unison. You guessed correctly, but alas, you have already lost. The skill of the evil demon tiger whale, Soul Bone. Evil whale's desolation slash. Bo Feng swept his right leg, the blood-red crescent moon expanding dramatically. Like a scythe harvesting death, it advanced toward the diving golden eagle, whose pupils contracted in alarm. The blood-red crescent moon approached swiftly, the aura of death palpable. Yet, abruptly, the crescent changed direction. A few golden feathers fell from the sky, powerless as they drifted down, while Bo Feng stood smiling in place. At that moment, the Golden Eagle Soul Master, upon retracting his martial spirit, found himself drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, a look of panic etched on his face as he gazed at Bo Feng. Soul bones are already scarce, and the skills they bestow are formidable. Bo Feng's right leg bone, originating from a 50,000-year evil demon tiger whale, was a force to be reckoned with, feared even by the great white shark of the demon soul. In the ocean, true predators exist, and apart from the 100,000-year evil demon tiger whale king, this soul bone is undoubtedly among the rarest and most precious. With the domineering and brutal essence of the evil demon tiger whale, the use of its soul bone skill evokes a profound sense of impending death. Thank you for your restraint, Boss Bo Feng. The Golden Eagle Soul Master expressed his gratitude. Bo Feng gently shook his head, thanking the three for their guidance. Now, may I go meet the Dean? Chapter 42. Lu Erlong. Have we met before? Young Master, Bo Feng is making new moves, the elderly snake spear remarked. Xueqinghe immediately became intrigued, inquiring, Uncle Shi, is there any new development? Upon returning from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bo Feng did not head straight back to his shop, but instead diverted to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? Xueqinghe mused. I recall it being a prestigious Soul Master Academy. What business does Bo Feng have there? According to the notice posted at the city gate, Bo Feng was going there to become a teacher. After speaking, Xueqinghe erupted in laughter. A teacher? Ha! I know him too well. Given his miserly nature, how could he possibly aspire to be a teacher? Although I cannot ascertain his soul power level with certainty, the president of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, hails from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Could it be that the Elder Snake Spear suggested, young master? Are you concerned that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family may have ties with Bo Feng? Xueqinghe slowly shook his head. It is impossible for any connection to exist. Bo Feng has been under my vigilant observation for the past year and has not stirred up any significant turmoil. His actions are merely an attempt to evade us. Evade us? Does he sense something? The Elder Snake Spear furrowed his brow. He is exceedingly clever, attempting to leverage an opportunity to join Blue Tyrant Academy as a teacher, thereby severing our surveillance over him. Xueqinghe realized. The Elder Snake Spear inquired further. At that moment, a mysterious smile graced Xueqinghe's lips. I have sent him invitations for 3 consecutive months, yet he has not appeared. As Uncle Shi mentioned, this marks the 100th time he has rejected me. From the very beginning, he has been the first man daring enough to refuse my advances. This time, I shall take the initiative to probe his depths. Xueqinghe coldly remarked, casting his gaze towards the direction of the general store. Meanwhile, at Blue Tyrant Academy, Bo Feng successfully passed the first phase of the evaluation and, under the guidance of the assessment teacher, proceeded towards the back mountain. Does the president usually reside in the back mountain? Bo Feng inquired. The assessment teacher patiently explained. The president favors tranquility, thus most of the academy's affairs are handled by the vice president. Unless significant issues arise, the president remains secluded in the back mountain. The teacher added, by the way, I must caution you, our president is notoriously temperamental. The previous applicants either fled in fear of her imposing presence or were personally defeated and expelled. Is it truly that dire? Bo Feng asked, bewildered. The teacher solemnly nodded. It is not without reason. We are preparing for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament in a year and a half. Last time, Our academy barely made it to the elimination rounds and even managed to eliminate the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet we were subsequently swept aside in the following matches. This year, we are sharpening our skills, and the president has personally selected several outstanding students to compete in this tournament. While we do not seek the championship, reaching the finals would be a remarkable achievement. Bo Feng chuckled. Rest assured, your dreams are about to be realized. I recall hearing from Ning Fengji this morning that Ning Rongrong has already joined Shrek Academy. By the timeline, it should not be long before they arrive. Tang San, my dear grandson, we shall meet soon. Shall we take a preliminary look at Soto City? This would also allow us to shake off Shui Qinghe's scrutiny. It is imperative that we first manage our current affairs. As they ventured deeper into the back mountain, the environment grew increasingly enchanting, filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Before long, a quaint wooden cabin came into view, where a lilting melody drifted through the air, striking a chord in Bo Feng's heart and soothing the deepest scars within. A beautiful woman tended to a flower garden, singing softly as she watered the plants. Bo Feng and the assessment teacher paused, captivated by the serene cabin, the picturesque scenery of the back mountain, and the gentle flow of the nearby stream. This place resembled a celestial paradise. The woman, with her alluring figure and flowing black hair, possessed strikingly beautiful features. Her large, expressive eyes gazed at her surroundings, blissfully unaware of the presence of Bo Feng and the assessment teacher, fully immersed in the harmony of her environment. Contemplating this, Bo Feng could not help but envy that esteemed master. That individual truly was a master, a person with a mere 0.5 soul power and an anomalous martial soul. What kind of charisma must he possess that could captivate both the spirit hall and this remarkable woman? It was akin to a celestial maiden descending to marry a scholar, reminiscent of the tales of Dong Yong and the Seventh Fairy, or the cowherd and the weaver girl, a complete reversal of fortune. With a heavy sigh, Bo Feng resolved to pay a proper visit when the opportunity arose. The assessment teacher respectfully addressed the woman. President, we have a new applicant for the teaching position today. Another one? The woman replied with slight impatience. I hope he is not another fragile one who cannot withstand even a single blow from me. A blow? Bo Feng gaped. As a soul sage, your casual strike could easily be lethal. He readied himself for a potential confrontation. As the woman set down her watering can and caught sight of Bo Feng, she froze in surprise. Boss Bo, what brings you here? Bo Feng puzzled, inquired. Do you know me? The woman quickly smiled. The illustrious Boss Bo. How could I not recognize you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Erlong, a level 78 battle soul sage, with a martial soul of a fire dragon, currently serving as the president of Blue Tyrant Academy. The cosmetics produced in your shop are quite effective. I visited your store previously and met you briefly. Your reputation precedes you. I could not possibly forget. Bo Feng introduced himself. I am Bo Feng, a level 44 battle soul master, with a martial soul of a Trident. I have come here with the intention of joining your esteemed academy as a distinguished teacher. Lu Erlong responded, Boss Bo, you must be jesting. Bo Feng chuckled and shook his head. President Lu Erlong, do I appear to be joking? Furthermore, I have successfully passed the first round of evaluations. At this moment, the assessment teacher interjected, Boss Bo has defeated all three of us. I must confess, it is quite embarrassing. As Lu Erlong gazed upon the remarkably youthful Bo Feng, her thoughts drifted back to past memories. Boss Bo, have we met before? Lu Erlong asked. Bo Feng shrugged. Did you not mention that we crossed paths in the shop? Lu Erlong gently shook her head. No, I meant that during my youth. It seems we were acquainted. Make a note of this. It is the final plot setup. Chapter 43. A fiery rebuke to Shui Qinghe. Bo Feng replied helplessly. President Lu Erlong, this is our first meeting. Furthermore, I was not yet born during your youth. So how could we have met? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong nodded, realizing she must have been mistaken, though Bo Feng bore a striking resemblance to someone from her past. By the way, Boss Bo, you are here to apply for the teaching position? Lu Erlong got straight to the point. Bo Feng nodded. I will be grateful for your guidance, as the assessment teacher mentioned that the final test involves sparring with you. Please proceed. Indeed, the final test lies in my hands. But I intend to modify the rules a bit, Lu Erlong said with a mysterious smile. I look forward to your instruction, Bo Feng responded. Lu Erlong continued. To be a qualified teacher, One must not only possess formidable strength, but also exhibit patience towards students. Both elements are indispensable. Your earlier victory over the assessment teacher's trio proves your strength beyond doubt. Tomorrow, I will arrange a special class. I invite you to participate. Practical experience? If you complete the teaching task tomorrow, I shall consider you have passed this stage. What do you say? Bo Feng did not hesitate and nodded decisively. No problem. When should I arrive tomorrow? If I recall correctly, afternoon tomorrow, the academy will organize an outdoor practical class for the students. How's that sound? Lu Erlong proposed. An outdoor practical class? Regardless of the student's prior knowledge, an outdoor practical class suggests a hands-on approach. We shall see what unfolds tomorrow. Absolutely, Bo Feng affirmed. I shall be present at that time, and I sincerely hope that Boss Bo can successfully pass the test and officially become a member of the Blue Tyrant Academy. After familiarizing himself with the basic conditions of the academy, Bo Feng intends to bid farewell in preparation for the trials of the following day. Outside the Blue Tyrant Academy, under the farewell of Lu Erlong, Bo Feng stepped into the carriage, officially returning to the general store. The journey was bumpy, and Bo Feng sat quietly in the carriage, contemplating how to conduct his very first lesson. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt. They had arrived home. Boss, we have arrived. Boss, boss. Seeing that Bo Feng remained still within the carriage, the attendant called out several times. Oh, I'm coming. Bo Feng leisurely disembarked, and, as he entered the shop, Xiao Bai unexpectedly approached him. Feng Di, where'd you go just now? Bo Feng replied, I had some matters to attend to, so I took a detour after leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Noticing the serious expression on Xiao Bai's face, Bo Feng inquired, Sister Bai, what has happened? Xiao Bai cast a glance upstairs and softly said, That prince you detest, Xue Qinghe, has arrived. Instantly, Bo Feng's eyes widened. Goodness, is this considered a proactive approach? Is she here alone? Yes, she has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Feng Di, do you wish to meet her? Bo Feng gazed at the tightly shut room on the second floor and decided that some matters must be addressed face to face. He was already aware that Xue Qinghe had sent people to follow him. After all, they were all soul masters, and such trivial tactics were easily discernible. Therefore, Bo Feng generally acted with great caution, rarely allowing her to seize any incriminating evidence against him. After tidying his attire, Bo Feng ascended the stairs slowly. Hopefully this time, all issues can be resolved in one fell swoop. Arriving at the door, he took a deep breath and gently opened it. Brother Bo, you have finally returned. I've been waiting for quite a while, Xue Qinghe said cheerfully while sipping fragrant tea, her gaze fixed on Bo Feng. Bo Feng took a seat opposite her, unsure of the purpose of the prince's visit. What brings you here? What brings me here? Xue Qinghe smiled. For the past 3 months, I have sent you invitations daily. It seems you have been avoiding me. So you decided to come in person? Bo Feng replied. Is this the hospitality of your general store? Xue Qinghe's expression hardened as she silently observed Bo Feng. Your Highness, I am occupied with official duties every day, hence unable to attend these so-called banquets. If there is nothing urgent, you may take your leave. I have matters to attend to, Bo Feng stated, dismissively. Very well. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly. Since Boss Bo has matters to tend to, I shall not disturb you further. However, before I depart, there is one more thing to discuss. Please go ahead. Xue Qinghe smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow, I shall continue sending invitations until the day you willingly accept. Wait. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to leave, Bo Feng interjected. Oh, Brother Bo, do you have something else to say? Xue Qinghe asked. With a serious demeanor, Bo Feng approached her directly. Your Highness, I have long wished to inquire something of you. Noticing Bo Feng's unusual tone, Xue Qinghe responded earnestly, Please ask. You have been arranging for people to follow me. What is your intention? Bo Feng pressed. You must be well aware of my actions over the past year, Your Highness. If you wish for me to join the royal family, you could simply say so without resorting to such underhanded tactics. We are both soul masters. Let us speak frankly. I have my own life and secrets. Your relentless pursuit resembles that of a woman, overly coy. Xue Qinghe was left speechless. Bo Feng had struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, she was a woman. Yes, I did arrange for people to follow you. I hope you can assist me. It would be a shame for someone with your talents to remain solely in commerce. Furthermore, I am aware that you visited the Blue Tyrant Academy. It seems you wish to distance yourself from me to pursue other endeavors. Xue Qinghe scrutinized Bo Feng, attempting to gauge his reactions. Indeed, I do wish to distance myself from you. Bo Feng replied nonchalantly. I kindly ask, Your Highness, to refrain from disrupting my normal life. I have no interest in those intrigues. I am merely an ordinary fisherman, far simpler than you imagine. My visit to the Blue Tyrant Academy was merely to experience life. Counting money in the shop is dreadfully dull. Xueqinghe found herself at a loss for words. Bo Feng was indeed a remarkable individual, having established a vast commercial empire in just a year. Aside from the absence of a shop in Wuhuan City, one could find the presence of the general store in every city or even smaller village across Douluos continent. Yet despite Bo Feng's assertions, Xueqinghe would not concede to his perspective. A year prior, the resonance of martial souls. Chapter 44. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Xueqinghe rarely nodded in agreement. Very well. From now on, I shall not intrude upon your normal life, and I will also revoke all surveillance of you. However, before that, I wish for you to agree to one thing. Without hesitation, Bo Feng asked, Please state it. I shall comply as long as it is within my capacity. Xueqinghe smiled. Let us meet at least once a month as a means of maintaining our connection. What do you think? Is that all? As long as Xueqinghe ceased her relentless pursuit, Bo Feng found this condition acceptable. Meeting once a month was certainly preferable to receiving daily invitations. No problem. Thus, she took her leave. After saying their goodbyes to Xueqinghe, Xiaobai stepped forward and asked, What did the prince say to you? In the past, your meetings would last quite a while. Nothing much. Bo Feng shook his head. She merely rambled a bit and resolved some unnecessary troubles. I must say, she is indeed quite formidable. With that, Bo Feng returned to his room, preparing to face the trials at the Blue Tyrant Academy the following day. The day passed in a rather mundane manner. In the quiet of the night, many in the city drifted into slumber. Only in a certain room within the palace did the lights remain brightly lit. Young master, are you truly going to proceed with this? The elder with the snake spear inquired, observing her as she adorned herself. At that moment, Xueqinghe had completely shed her previous guise, reclaiming her true identity as a woman. Qianren, gazing at her noble and beautiful reflection in the mirror, she smiled faintly and asked, Uncle Shi, how have you handled the matters I instructed? The elder nodded, and the door gradually opened. Xueqinghe entered the room, and Qianren glanced at her, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. After which, Qianren resumed her preparations. Unable to contain his curiosity, the elder asked, Young master, what is the purpose of your actions? What is my purpose? Qianren set down her comb, a serene smile gracing her lips. It is for him. Here, him naturally referred to Bo Feng. Young master, do you perhaps have feelings for him? Qianren could not help but chuckle bitterly. Uncle Shi, please do not misunderstand. How could I possibly have feelings for him? She then scoffed lightly. I am doing this out of necessity. I have already revoked all surveillance on Bo Feng. He is far too clever to be easily tamed. What are your plans? The elder inquired. I intend to personally meet him. Tomorrow, I shall seize the opportunity to enter the department store. If my memory serves me well, we have our people inside. The elder with the serpent spear nodded and said, Indeed, they infiltrated long ago and are currently engaged in daily cleaning tasks within the store. At this point, the elder's gaze shifted. Young master, you wouldn't be thinking of using this to enter the store and approach Bo Feng to uncover his true secrets, would you? Qianren slightly nodded, stating, This is my only opportunity. Despite sending numerous people over the past year, I have been unable to ascertain Bo Feng's true identity and intentions. The more enigmatic he becomes, the more my interest is piqued. Such a person, I yearn to conquer completely. Just wait, your secrets will ultimately be revealed to me. Bo Feng, be cautious, or you may lose both the lady and your troops. The early morning sun shone brightly. At that time, the department store was bustling with people, each carrying various bags. Bo Feng was still practicing, while Xiaobai was busy with store affairs. In silence, a beautiful figure appeared in the store, clad in professional attire, diligently sweeping the floor. Qianren successfully blended in. Sister Bai, I'm heading to Lamba Academy now. At that moment, Bo Feng descended the stairs and spoke to Xiaobai, who was meticulously counting accounts. Xiaobai waved her hand. Go ahead, just come back early. Just as Bo Feng was about to leave, he happened to notice Qianren, who was earnestly cleaning. Who is that person? Xiaobai, glancing over, casually remarked, That's Xiao Wang's sister, Wang Shui. Xiao Wang resigned yesterday to return home for marriage and recommended his sister to come here. I found this young lady quite likable, quiet, and pretty, so I decided to keep her. Honestly, you, being such an adult, keep wandering around outside. Since Xue Qinghe has canceled his surveillance on you, you should focus. Qian Ruxue listened attentively, realizing something significant was about to be revealed. Xiaobai solemnly stated, "You should consider finding a wife before leaving the island. Your mother specifically instructed you to bring back a daughter-in-law next time, preferably with a chubby grandson." Bo Feng's expression darkened, while Qian Ruxue stumbled. "Now that you have money and don't look bad, and with Xue Qinghe no longer monitoring you, you should be able to find someone." At that moment, Bo Feng's figure vanished. Xiaobai shook her head helplessly. "This rascal runs away whenever this topic arises. He truly gives me a headache. Forget it." Then she turned to Wang Shui, instructing, "Go clean the boss's bedroom and throw away any useless items." Qian Ruxue nodded and slowly walked towards Bo Feng's room. Finally seizing the opportunity, she must not let it slip away. Meanwhile, having left the store, Bo Feng arrived at Lamba Academy, where Lu Erlong had been waiting for some time. Finding a wife had become a source of distress for Bo Feng. It was not that he did not seek one, but rather that he could not find someone with whom he truly resonated. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai frequently urged him, and his mother, Poseidon, often sent letters, both sides persistently pushing him. "Boss Bo, you have arrived," Lu Erlong approached. Bo Feng nodded. "What about the students?" "They have gathered on the playground, eagerly awaiting your arrival." With that, Bo Feng followed Lu Erlong into Lamba Academy. On the other side, upon entering Bo Feng's room, Qian Ruxue, following Xiao Bai's instructions, prepared to clean. Observing the spotless room, she found it exceedingly clean, with no apparent need for tidying. Just as Qian Ruxue was about to search for items related to Bo Feng, Xiao Bai entered. "Boss Bai," Qian Ruxue quickly addressed. Xiao Bai nodded, then began to scrutinize Qian Ruxue from head to toe, occasionally nodding in satisfaction. Qian Ruxue felt bewildered. Xiao Bai had tasked her with cleaning the room, and now she was here again. The two siblings were equally enigmatic. "How about becoming my sister-in-law?" Qian Ruxue was taken aback. Chapter 45. Personal made Qian Ruxue gaze at the smiling Xiao Bai, her heart churning with tumultuous emotions. Did she just say what she thought? She had come to investigate Bo Feng, not to become a sister-in-law. How could her first day at work be so thrilling? Boss Bai, this was a title de law, with a 100,000-year soul ring. Even with her six-winged angel divine spirit, Qian Ruxue would still be no match in front of a title de law. Yet at that moment, Xiao Bai had no intention of engaging in combat. Her sole focus was on finding a wife for Bo Feng, a task assigned to her by the High Priestess, which she could not afford to neglect for the future of Sea God Island. Earlier that morning, she had seen Wang Shui, who had replaced the person after Xiao Wang's departure. Qian Ruxue had assumed that identity. Having been the palace previously, no one recognized her appearance or identity. Even Bo Feng, upon seeing her earlier that morning, could not help but glance at her a few extra times, for she was undeniably beautiful. Xiao Bai, having known Bo Feng since childhood, understood his thoughts. In truth, Bo Feng had no particular intentions. He was merely misunderstood by Xiao Bai, leading to the current situation. Qian Ruxue, at a loss for words, did not know how to respond. This was her first encounter with such a situation. Who says such things on the first day? It was indeed a shocking experience for her. "I apologize, Xiao Bai is not a human. She is the king of the 10,000-year soul shark." "What? Did I frighten you?" Realizing her error, Xiao Bai quickly added, "I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have been so hasty." Just as Qian Ruxue felt relieved, the next moment, Xiao Bai suggested, "Why not hurry and arrange the wedding? This way, I can fulfill Wine Brothers' mother's wish to have a grandson soon." In an instant, Qian Ruxue was stunned, unable to believe that such words could come from a title de law. "I apologize, Xiao Bai is a shark." Qian Ruxue felt an overwhelming urge to leave, but she could not. If she did, it would surely attract Bo Feng's attention, for he was exceedingly cunning. The next time she wished to enter, it would not be so simple. Qian Ruxue explained, "Boss Bai, I truly do not have that intention right now. I kindly ask you." She bore the burden of a mission to infiltrate the Tiando Empire, although someone was replacing her in the palace. If any signs were discovered over time, it would be disastrous. Xiao Bai smiled gently and then patted Qian Ruxue's shoulder. "No worries, feelings can be cultivated. I won't force you." Just as Qian Ruxue thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Bai continued, "From now on, you should be Wine Brothers' personal maid, responsible for caring for his daily needs, and in the evenings, assisting with He, Xiao Bai giggled the warm bed kind. At that moment, Qian Rushue's heart crumbled entirely. She had thought that entering the department store would allow her to uncover Bo Feng's true secrets. Who would have guessed that instead of discovering secrets, she would inadvertently entangle herself in this predicament? Wait a moment. A maid, of the kind that takes care of Bo Feng. Thus, she could approach him, waiting for the opportune moment to uncover the secrets deeply hidden within his heart. Then, she could leave and revert to her original self, Xue Qinghe, without anyone suspecting a thing. Qian Renxue nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Xiaobai left with a joyful expression. Leaving Qian Renxue alone in the room, she sat on the soft bed, surveying everything around her. She began to seek out any information regarding Bo Feng, hoping to understand the secrets he harbored within his heart, allowing her to depart from this place sooner. If Xiaobai's words held any truth, making her Bo Feng's partner would undoubtedly stir chaos within the spirit hall, especially concerning Qian Douluos. His granddaughter was the sole hope of Qian Douluos, who had always held high expectations for her. Without knowledge of Bo Feng's true identity, Qian Douluos would surely oppose the idea. However, if he were to discover the truth, he might very well say, "I would prefer it if Bo Feng's mother did not pursue him, allowing Tang San to take her place. If his son marries my granddaughter, I will be more than pleased." The next time they met, I could boastfully declare, "Back in the day, we both pursued Poseidon, and I lost to you. Now, my granddaughter has won your son. This time, I have triumphed over you." Thus, Qian Renxue began to rummage through Bo Feng's room, carefully returning everything to its original place to avoid arousing his suspicion. He was remarkably astute. Yet, after much searching, she found nothing related to Bo Feng. Disgusted, she tossed aside a red object that she found repulsive. Bo Feng was far too clever to commit his thoughts to paper. Surely, he kept them etched in his mind. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one hope to capture the tiger cub? Qian Renxue resolved to take the risk. Meanwhile, Bo Feng, following Lu Erlong, entered the Blue Tyrant Academy. The verdant training ground was already populated with numerous students clad in uniforms. All the students recognized Bo Feng, as his reputation was quite substantial in the Heaven Do Empire. His business spanned the entirety of the Douluos continent, and the quality of his goods was unparalleled. Just yesterday, it was rumored that Bo Feng intended to join the Blue Tyrant Academy as a teacher. This stirred a wave of curiosity among the students, many of whom questioned why Bo Feng would choose such a path when being a leisurely businessman seemed far more appealing. Bo Feng stated, "You are all still on the first level. Today is an outdoor combat class. As a soul master, engaging in battle is inevitable. Whether in the soul arena or hunting soul beasts in the wild, combat is the only constant." Lu Erlong and Bo Feng arrived at the center of the training ground, prompting the students to quickly take their seats. Even the typically reclusive dean had come, indicating the importance of this event. Lu Erlong waved his hand, and the previously noisy academy fell silent. His notorious temper ensured that no student dared to disobey. Clearing his throat, Lu Erlong said with gravity, "Dear students and esteemed teachers, this is Bo Feng, who has come to participate in today's outdoor combat class. I believe you all recognize him. Indeed, he is the proprietor of the Heaven Do City Department Store and a Soul Sovereign. At my invitation, should Bo Feng successfully complete the following 2 tests, he will officially become a true teacher at Blue Tyrant Academy. Bo Feng, are you ready?" Bo Feng nodded solemnly and stepped to the center of the training ground. Lu Erlong continued, "For the first test, students will pose questions to Bo Feng regarding soul skills. As a soul master, especially as a prospective teacher, one's understanding of soul skills directly influences the future accomplishments of their students." Chapter 46. The Avatar of the Sea God. As Lu Erlong's words faded, the first assessment commenced. One student asked, "Bo Feng, I possess a plant-type soul. Are there any special considerations for choosing soul rings?" Bo Feng replied, "As is well known, soul skills can be categorized into weapon and beast types. The age of the soul rings depends on the future achievements of the soul master and the evolution of their soul. As a plant-type soul master, should you reach a bottleneck, consider hunting beasts within the required age for your soul rings. But how can a plant-type soul master absorb beast-type soul rings? Wouldn't that create a conflict?" Another student inquired. Bo Feng smiled, recalling a master who once mentioned that plant-type souls need not exclusively absorb plant soul beast rings, nor are beast-type soul masters precluded from absorbing plant-type soul rings, though this conclusion remains unverified. It has been proven that there exists at least one individual in today's Soul Master world who has achieved this, a fact that I can attest to as a unique example. As he spoke, Bo Feng opened his palm, revealing a blue trident. Beneath his feet, soul rings began to rise. Yellow, purple, purple, black. 100 years, 2,000 years, and 10,000 years. The sight of 4 soul rings swirling around Bo Feng left the onlookers astounded. How had he achieved a 10,000-year soul ring? The second 1,000-year ring was also astonishing, exceeding the typical limits for soul ring absorption. Even Lu Erlong, who had heard of Bo Feng's soul ring configuration, could scarcely believe it. Such an irregular arrangement was truly breathtaking. Bo Feng chuckled. I am but an exception. There are many unknown definitions within the Soul Master community. We cannot rigidly adhere to textbook knowledge. The most crucial aspect lies in practical experience leading to truth. Of course, do not emulate me, for I am a genius. The questioning continued, and Bo Feng answered each with enthusiasm. Lu Erlong, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction at every response, clearly realizing that Blue Tyrant Academy had struck gold with Bo Feng. This seemingly unremarkable businessman was, in fact, a person of profound depth. At the same time, the Master Bo Feng referred to was currently at Shrek Academy, with a founder, Flander, a level 76 battle soul, saint with the soul of a cat eagle, remained alongside the Master, as Tang San had ventured into the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Back at Blue Tyrant Academy, Bo Feng had successfully passed the first assessment. They were now engaged in the second test, the practical evaluation. With the second soul skill, Sea God S Guardian, Bo Feng wielded the Trident, erecting a blue barrier to block the ethereal blue flames. The training ground was suddenly engulfed in waves of fire. Indeed, Bo Feng's opponent was Lu Erlong, whose mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul manifested as a fire dragon. Its ethereal blue flames burned with an intensity that made escape nearly impossible. As the fire dragon unleashed its flames, Lu Erlong stood with a smile. Although Bo Feng possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, Lu Erlong was a soul saint, making comparisons between a soul sovereign and a soul saint quite futile. Nevertheless, under the protection of Sea God S Guardian, Lu Erlong's dragon flames did not harm Bo Feng in the least. Lu Erlong, is this the extent of your flames? Lu Erlong smiled slightly and activated his first soul ring. Is it? Then let me show you this. His first soul skill, Flame Dragon Claw, transformed his left hand into a dragon's claw, enveloped in ethereal blue flames. Facing the tempest, a sweeping strike ensued as the dragon claw clashed against the trident. Truly, the embodiment of slaughter, the combat was a stark contrast to the gentle and refined demeanor displayed yesterday. It was hard to believe that such melodious notes emanated from the lips of Lu Erlong. With each swing of the dragon claw, Bo Feng could distinctly feel the fluctuations in temperature around him. Lu Erlong's prowess was formidable, her assaults leaving Bo Feng no opportunity to counter. Conversely, Bo Feng adeptly neutralized every attack she launched. An increasing number of Academy spectators gathered, astonished that their dean could contend evenly with an opponent of Soul Master rank. This was merely a public display of one-on-one combat. At present, the two relied solely on their skills. Prior to the duel, Lu Erlong had declared that she would only employ her first 4 soul skills, and if Bo Feng remained standing for the duration of a single incense stick, he would have passed the test. The incense stick had already burned halfway, yet the battle raged on. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lu Erlong pondered why each of her attempts at offense was so skillfully evaded by Bo Feng. Confounded, she inquired, could you enlighten me as to why you refrain from initiating an attack and merely dodge? This battle lacks excitement. Planting his trident into the ground, Bo Feng responded with a smile, we are merely sparring, keeping it light. Furthermore, we will soon be part of the same academy. Exerting ourselves to the utmost in such a setting, where we will inevitably encounter one another, seems unwise. As the dean, I now command you to initiate an attack. For the sake of our future students, I must ascertain your true combat capabilities, Lu Erlong insisted. To which, Bo Feng inquired, are you truly certain? Enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. With that, Bo Feng readied himself. In an instant, the trident in his grasp transformed into a cascade of azure light, rendering him more sanctified and noble. The diadem of the sea god upon his head radiated a dazzling golden glow as a spectral image of the sea god flickered behind him. At that moment, All souls present felt an inexplicable force suppressing them, even Lu Erlong, his adversary. Far away in a bustling marketplace, Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai were taken aback. The sea god, Bo Feng. Xiaobai sensed that Bo Feng had tapped into the true power of the sea god, embodying his essence. Could it be that he had encountered peril? In the next breath, Xiaobai vanished from sight, while Qian Rinxue stood on the balcony of Bo Feng's chamber. Her expression grave as she gazed toward the area where the sea god's power emanated, precisely where the Blue Tyrant Academy was situated. A faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, you've been concealing something. Your martial soul is not merely the Trident. Wait for it. I shall unveil the secrets of your heart. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue continued her search for any vital information in the room. Chapter 47, Early Blessings. Under the embodiment of the sea god, Bo Feng donned blue and gold satin, adorned with the undulating patterns of the ocean. The golden trident insignia on his brow manifested, and the diadem of the sea god began to evolve. Ripples appearing behind his head, with a golden halo that lingered. Extending his left hand, Bo Feng invited, and Lu Erlong sensed his newfound strength, his aura becoming increasingly enigmatic, even overshadowing her own fire dragon martial soul. What is this? Why does my martial soul? Bo Feng replied with a serene smile. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it. Very well. Prepare yourself. Second soul skill, Inferno. The second soul ring beneath Lu Erlong glowed, and her fire dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Bo Feng with overwhelming force. Bo Feng smiled faintly, raising his right hand as countless blue light points flickered into existence, resembling tiny droplets of water suspended in the air. Second soul skill, Sea God as protection. In an instant, the blue light points surged toward Lu Erlong, directly overwhelming her fiery onslaught, transforming it into wisps of white vapor that gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. This was the true Sea God's protection, capable of neutralizing all attacks while ensnaring the opponent. With the assistance of the diadem, the ocean's waves roared, creating a thunderous sound. Instantly, the small droplets formed a cocoon around Lu Erlong. As Bo Feng gently clenched his right hand, the droplets erupted beside her, an unending torrent of seawater enveloping Lu Erlong. In a moment, she found herself submerged, the water surging around her, nearly suffocating her. In desperation, her fifth soul ring blazed to life. The moment the black soul ring appeared, the water sphere encasing Lu Erlong burst open, leaving her drenched, her garments clinging to her figure. In that moment, all the spectators' eyes widened, entranced by her alluring form. Everyone was aware of Lu Erlong's commendable physique, and now it was evident. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Lu Erlong's fierce proclamation swiftly turned the gazes of the onlookers elsewhere, for she was indeed capable of making good on her threats. Bo Feng retracted his power, the diadem gleaming as the embodiment of the sea god gradually faded. Dean Lu Erlong, you have lost. As per the rules, you have utilized your fifth soul skill, thereby violating the pre-established agreement. Blue flames erupted from Lu Erlong, instantly drying her soaked attire. With a sigh, she remarked, this time, I underestimated him. I didn't expect Boss Bo to be so formidable, keeping such depth hidden. Bo Feng smiled in silence, as Lu Erlong formally declared, from this moment forth, Bo Feng shall officially serve as a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, alongside the role of deputy director. Today's test is officially concluded. With a joyous heart, Bo Feng envisioned counting the wealth amassed at home, the prospect so enticing that it nearly caused his fingers to cramp. Occasionally emerging to impart wisdom, he was certain that the name of teacher Bo would resonate throughout the Douluos continent. What is going on, Feng? Why are you using it that moment? Xiao Bai descended from above. Bo Feng elucidated, Sister Bai, nothing of consequence occurred. The dean requested me to exert my full strength, and in the heat of the moment, I may have overdone it. You, be more cautious next time. We are, after all, in Tiando City. If your identity were to be exposed, what would the Spear Hall do? Bo Feng nodded in understanding. Lu Erlong glanced to Xiao Bai, recognizing her from her previous visit to the marketplace. Greetings, Boss Bai. Xiao Bai turned to Lu Erlong. So, you are the dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy? Indeed. I've seen you from a distance during my previous visit to the marketplace. Xiao Bai scrutinized Lu Erlong and nodded approvingly. Not bad. A rank 78 Battle Soul Saint. achieving such at a young age. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Boss Bai. Lu Erlong expressed her gratitude. Boss Bo, you'll formally assume your position tomorrow. Please don't be late. Bo Feng nodded, bidding farewell to Lu Erlong as he followed Xiao Bai away. Feng, Sister Bai has found you a fine match. Bo Feng, with a hand to his forehead, shook his head helplessly. Sister Bai, I'm not in a rush about my own matters. Why are you more anxious than my own mother? What words are those? You must remember, you are the future of Sea God Island, and I have raised you myself. It is time to consider progeny, ensuring that Sea God Island grows ever stronger. Xiao Bai firmly grasped Bo Feng's wrist, preventing him from escaping once more. This time, you're not going anywhere. Sister Bai guarantees that this match will meet your satisfaction. With a resigned expression, Bo Feng was hastily dragged away by Xiao Bai towards the department store. Meanwhile, in Bo Feng's room, Qian Rinxue had searched for quite some time without finding a single trace. She had detected no clues, and before Bo Feng returned, she cleverly restored everything in the room to conceal any signs of tampering. She had resolved that to truly understand Bo Feng, she must be closely associated with him. Please, Bai Jia, have mercy on me. Impossible. Feelings can be cultivated slowly, but you have 1 year to ensure that girl is pregnant. Bo Feng. Qian Rinxue. Wow, this is the first time Bo Feng has cursed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Rinxue hurriedly thought to escape. If she truly became pregnant, the consequences would be dire. Qian Douluos, I am looking forward to it. At that moment, the door swung open, and Qian Rinxue sat nervously at the edge of the bed, her small hands clenched tightly, her heart racing. This was her first encounter with Bo Feng in her true form. Xiao Bai forcefully pulled Bo Feng into the room, and upon seeing Qian Rinxue seated on the bed, he momentarily froze. This was not the Wang Shui he had seen that morning. He had merely glanced at her a few times, and it seemed he had been misunderstood by Bai Jia. Although Wang Shui was exceptionally beautiful, even surpassing his mother Poseidon in some aspects, Bo Feng had no intention of staying. Just as he prepared to flee, Xiao Bai anticipated his move. With a wave of her hand, glowing blue, she struck Bo Feng's back. In an instant, he collapsed. As Bo Feng fell slowly under Qian Rinxue's astonished gaze, their lips touched, and she was left dumbfounded. It's over. My first kiss is gone. Qian Rinxue found herself pinned beneath Bo Feng, their bodies pressed tightly together. Her mind went blank as Bo Feng's eyelids fluttered, a flurry of thoughts racing through his head. Xiao Bai exclaimed, "Wow, how exhilarating. It seems you two are indeed a match made in heaven. I won't interrupt you any longer. May you have children soon." In reality, Xiao Bai had not left, but was secretly observing through the crack of the door. Meanwhile, both Bo Feng and Qian Rinxue were lost in their thoughts, their minds buzzing, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Their lips were still touching, and Bo Feng instinctively moved his lips, savoring the sweetness, a delightful sensation. Qian Rinxue, in a daze, could hardly believe that such a thing had occurred today. She had intended to gather information on Bo Feng and conquer him completely, yet in the end, it was she who had lost. Not only had she failed, but she had also sacrificed herself, and the loss of her first kiss was trivial compared to the potential consequences if her grandfather learned of this. Bo Feng would be in grave danger. Bo Feng, I'm not afraid. With my mother and father, I am invincible. Qian Rinxue was filled with trepidation, her heart in turmoil. Outside the door, Xiao Bai stifled a laugh. Feng Di, oh Feng Di, allow Bai Jia to lend you a helping hand. Without waiting for their reactions, Xiao Bai produced a box, and upon opening it revealed a certain type of medicine. It was a product of her own creation, guaranteed quality, with a 7-day return policy, an essential remedy. The powder was pink, and Xiao Bai delicately pinched a small amount, carefully blowing it into the room. Colorless and tasteless, it was known for its potency, commonly referred to as 7 times. Rumor had it that sales were quite impressive on the day it launched. All the gentlemen in town had flocked to purchase it. As the powder filled the room, pink glows flickered throughout. Bo Feng glanced around, hastily getting up, the lingering sweetness still on his lips. Yet, the potency of the medicine was overwhelming, leaving his head spinning. Qian Rinxue was similarly affected, her body becoming unbearably warm, her gaze toward Bo Feng growing increasingly infatuated. At that moment, Qian Rinxue resembled an angel who had fallen into the room, her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue. Her delicate wrist wrapped around Bo Feng's waist. She then leaned in to kiss him, Although he attempted to resist, his heart longed for the connection. Seeing this, Xiaobai smirked. This mischievous boy has finally fallen for it. For a year, Bo Feng's department store had flourished, attracting a multitude of customers daily, especially with his handsome looks, which he had inherited largely from Poseidon. Many noble women in the city had courted him more than once, but he had driven them all away. Naturally, Xiaobai was anxious for Bo Feng, who had yet to find a wife. Before leaving the island, the high priest had explicitly instructed that this was of utmost importance. Thus, Xiaobai had meticulously planned this scheme for a long time. Everything was in place. They only needed Qian Renxue. It was indeed fate. Had Qian Renxue utilized her soul bone to disguise herself as an ordinary woman, Xiaobai's plan would not have been possible. Known for her beauty, Qian Renxue had caught Xiaobai's attention, and the plan was set in motion without the fear of her escaping. Once everything was over and a child was born, it would naturally unfold. Xiaobai gave Bo Feng an approving thumbs up before quietly closing the door. Bo Feng opened one eye, using the last of his strength to glance at the departing Xiaobai, who wore a smile. Bai Jie, Bai Jie. It was no fault of Xiaobai. She had raised Bo Feng since childhood. Poseidon, being the high priestess of the sea god island, was often busy with affairs, sometimes disappearing for days. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for young Bo Feng naturally fell to Xiaobai. On the surface, Bo Feng referred to her as sister, but in truth, Xiaobai was like a second mother to him, who naturally wished for her son to marry and have children sooner rather than later. Furthermore, in this world, people matured early. It was no wonder that his mother Poseidon often urged him. After all, Bo Feng had once been a promising youth. However, one must adapt to local customs. Qian Renxue felt completely numb. Her body was unwilling, yet the effects of Bo Feng's homemade medicine were far too potent. Gradually, they succumbed to the situation. Xiaobai leaned against the door, listening to the sounds emanating from within, smiling with satisfaction. Great High Priestess, the task you entrusted to me has been successfully completed. The next step is up to Bo Feng. Today, Xiaobai was in high spirits, instructing that no one was to disturb Bo Feng regardless of who came. As night fell and the spring evening unfolded, Bo Feng sat slumped to the side while Qian Renxue's eyes brimmed with tears, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Fortunately, in the nick of time, Bo Feng used the sea god's crown to dispel the effects of the medicine, ensuring that the final step did not occur. However, apart from that last step, everything else was nearly accomplished. This was merely a small amount of 7 times powder. Had Xiaobai used more, the effect would have been overwhelming, allowing for far more than just 7 encounters in one night. Bo Feng gazed at Qian Renxue, curled up on the bed, her eyes devoid of light, silently shedding tears. Soda. This time it was my fault. I will take responsibility for you. Qian Renxue glanced at Bo Feng, a bitter smile on her face. Responsible? Can you truly bear the burden? Do you realize the complications this will bring you? Complications? Bo Feng shook his head lightly and then seated himself beside Qian Renxue. The event had already transpired, and although they had not completed the final step, Qian Renxue's gaze served as a warning, preventing him from mentioning it further. This matter was already set in stone, and she could not evade responsibility. May I know your name? Taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue replied, Wang Shui. Wang Shui. Bo Feng nodded appreciatively, acknowledging it as a fine name. The situation had escalated beyond Qian Renxue's control. Returning was no longer an option. With Shui Qinghe present in the palace, she could find solace in this place. Bo Feng's true identity was the only aspect she valued. For a year, she had conversed with Bo Feng under the guise of Shui Qinghe. Having kept this boy shrouded in mystery, she had long since deemed him her target. As a skilled hunter, capturing and conquering her prey was Qian Renxue's mission. Now, their roles had reversed. Bo Feng had become a hunter, while Qian Renxue found herself the prey. Their friendship had flourished, yet remained confined to the personas of Shui Qinghe and Bo Feng, not extending to their true selves. Although the deed had been done, they had not completed the final act. The notion of marriage loomed large in Qian Renxue's mind, casting a shadow over her heart. A woman's purity was paramount, especially for someone like Qian Renxue, the 6-winged angel symbolizing purity and sanctity. Casting a glance at Bo Feng, she sighed helplessly. Well, I suppose I should explore this further. What if it turns out to be a suitable match? Chapter 49. Spouses, I must ask you. Qian Renxue suddenly became serious. Bo Feng nodded. Please go ahead. Have you truly resolved to take responsibility and be with me? Qian Renxue inquired earnestly. Bo Feng inhaled deeply and replied solemnly. I have made up my mind. Although this situation was not of my choosing, it has transpired nonetheless. While we have not, he caught Qian Renxue's warning gaze, not reached that stage, I assure you, I am not one to abandon my commitments. Qian Renxue gave a slight nod before continuing. I have many enemies. If they discover our connection, it may pose a threat to me. What will you do? In saying this, Qian Renxue concealed her true identity, utilizing her adversaries in place of her future grandfather. If they were to uncover the entire truth, they might come after her. To ensure Bo Feng's safety, she could not let her grandfather or herself be aware of the situation. Fortunately, Uncle Shi was on good terms with her and would not disclose this matter. Furthermore, the presence of the title Douluos by Bo Feng's side reinforced her conviction. He was not an individual to be underestimated. Bo Feng responded resolutely, I will confront them head-on, ensuring they cannot harm you in the slightest until they are completely eradicated. Very well. Qian Renxue nodded. Remember your promise to me today. From this moment forth, we are spouses. Bo Feng. What? Are you unwilling? Qian Renxue frowned slightly, observing Bo Feng's reluctant expression. Bo Feng quickly shook his head. No, not at all. It's just, suddenly having a wife, especially one as beautiful as you, is quite overwhelming. It feels like a dream. Qian Renxue smiled coyly. Can you tell me where you come from? Bo Feng looked at her, recalling his mother's warning. The mainland was vastly different from Sea God Island, where the waters ran deep. If one was not entirely trustworthy, revealing one's true identity could lead to unforeseen troubles. After careful consideration, Bo Feng chuckled. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Bo Feng. My martial spirit is a Trident. I am a level 44 Battle Soul Master, hailing from an island on the outskirts of Hanhai City. My sister's name is Xiaobai, and I have a mother who has always been cared for by my sister since my childhood. Strangely enough, it wasn't until I arrived in Tiando City that I learned my sister is a titled Douluos. Qian Renxue could only regard Bo Feng with skepticism. The power he had displayed that morning was not inferior to her six-winged angel, perhaps even surpassing it. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Bo Feng nodded earnestly. I assure you, I'm not lying. We are now spouses, and in the future, we will walk hand in hand. There is no need for deception between us. A husband never lies to his wife, and a wife never lies to her husband, Qian Renxue vowed. Their eyes met, clear enough to see the sincerity within. There was no malice, only profound honesty. In truth, both had deceived one another, each doing so for the other's welfare. Qian Renxue feared her grandfather might come to harm them, while Bo Feng worried about Sea God Island, a place all referred to as Devil Island on the mainland. More so, he was concerned for Wang Shui. If the spirit hall discovered his identity, she would be in grave danger. This was their first meeting. It was not entirely so, for they had known each other for a year under the identities of Shui, Qinghe, and Bo Feng. During this time, they had shared many heartfelt confessions. Otherwise, Qian Renxue would not have accepted Bo Feng so readily. After a year, even the most casual of acquaintances would develop feelings. Having exchanged these thoughts, they shared a smile and embraced tightly. The night promised to be long, and Bo Feng held Qian Renxue close as they lay in bed, finding it difficult to sleep. Both were restless. Even though the effects of the medicine had dissipated, its residual influence lingered. Xiaobai, I truly have a wonderful sister. Bo Feng lamented. Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Dear husband, please refrain from complaining. Your sister only acts for your benefit. Otherwise, we would not be in this position. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Bo Feng arose early, as he had to report to the Lamba Academy. Fengdi, how was last night? Xiaobai appeared from nowhere, inquiring about the events of the previous evening. Bo Feng found himself at a loss for words with his sister and struggled to express his feelings. Sister, you. Bo Feng could only give a thumbs up, silently moving to the side to eat breakfast. Xiaobai was relentless, sitting beside Bo Feng and asking again. So what is the deal with Wang Shui? Unable to withstand Xiaobai's probing, Bo Feng realized he must respond, lest Wang Shui's name be mentioned. It has been resolved. Everything is settled. Xiaobai, are you pleased now? In truth, only the final step remained. Everything else was essentially finalized. Hearing this, Xiaobai's heart blossomed with joy. My brilliant brother, I never expected you to be in this position. How exhilarating. At that moment, Qian Renxue descended the stairs, noticing Xiaobai's smile. Following her gaze, she saw Xiaobai grinning, clearly pleased with the turn of events. Qian Renxue's face flushed with embarrassment as she approached Xiaobai. Sister-in-law, please take a seat. From now on, we are family. Xiaobai eagerly pulled Qian Rinxue to sit down, saying if anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name, and let us see who dares to cross you. And you, Feng Di, treat Xiaoxue well from now on. Let us strive for a bouncing baby next year. Coughing slightly, Bo Feng wiped his mouth with a napkin and quickly interjected. Xiaobai, I must head to the academy now. Today is my first day at work, and I cannot be late. I'll take my leave. Upon finishing her words, Bo Feng hastily departed, genuinely apprehensive about Xiao, by mentioning unnecessary matters. Once Bo Feng had distanced himself, Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips and sighed. This unruly boy, after establishing a family, he no longer remembers his elder sister. If it weren't for me. Beside her, Qian Rinxue leisurely consumed her breakfast, needing to swiftly acclimatize to her new surroundings. Xiaobai, innocent and kind-hearted, treated everyone well, save for a hint of cunning. Otherwise, she posed no significant issues. Chapter 50. The arrival of my wife today marked Bo Feng's official induction as a teacher and director at Lanba Academy. Upon entering the academy gates, numerous students greeted him one by one, having witnessed his impressive battle performance the previous day. Moreover, as the director, he was primarily responsible for the students' affairs. Bo Feng returned their greetings with a smile, before proceeding to the office prepared for him. In the bustling shop, after finishing her breakfast, Qian Rinxue found herself alone in Bo Feng's room. Xiaobai was preoccupied with shop matters. The goods from Hanhai City had arrived, and she needed to arrange their distribution across Douluos continent. Observing the spotless room, Qian Rinxue felt rather bored. Just yesterday, she was Xueqing, and now she had transformed into the model wife. Though still shaken by the rapid changes, she recognized the need to adapt to her new identity swiftly. Over the years spent in Xueqing's guise, she had developed a faint affection for Bo Feng, which explained her quick acceptance of him. Deciding that solitude was less appealing than seeking out Bo Feng at Lanba Academy, she resolved to investigate further. Without hesitation, she exited the room and descended the stairs. She spotted Xiao by instructing the staff busily. The shop's entrance was lined with carts laden with goods destined for various locations. Sister, Qian Rinxue called out. Xiaobai turned, and upon seeing her sister-in-law, she smiled broadly. Sister, why aren't you in your room? What brings you here? Xiaobai was quite pleased with her sister-in-law and was determined to ensure that Qian Rinxue did not touch anything. Qian Rinxue's designated role was to bear children. Sister, I intend to visit Lanba Academy. Lanba Academy? Xiaobai's eyes lit up with understanding, and she chuckled. Could it be that you're seeking out Feng? Blushing, Qian Rinxue nodded. Go on. After all, my younger brother is teaching there. He has little to do at the shop besides training. While I have been busy with most matters this past year. Sighing, Xiaobai rubbed her aching temples and lamented. What can I say? I raised her after all. With Xiaobai's consent, Qian Rinxue set off alone. Xiaobai considered sending a few people for Qian Rinxue's protection, but the latter declined, noting that the shop was already bustling, and reducing staff would only exacerbate the situation. Besides, as a sole master in Tiando City, she felt confident that no one would dare to harm her. Having exited the shop, Qian Rinxue headed towards Lanba Academy, which was not far away. She arrived shortly. Wearing a veil to conceal her extraordinary beauty, she aimed to avoid drawing undue attention. After confirming her surroundings were secure, she reached a hidden spot. A secret base arranged by the Spirit Hall, known to few. Uncle Shi, you've arrived, Qian Rinxue said, removing her veil. The elder with a serpent spear inquired, Young master. How goes your mission? Qian Rinxue nodded. I have successfully infiltrated the general store. The elder responded, and I have married Bo Feng, and now I am his wife. The elder gasped, Young master. Have you truly? Qian Rinxue silently nodded. Upon receiving her confirmation, the elder sighed deeply. How am I to explain this to the high priest and the grand elder? My duty is to protect you, yet you have what a stranger. As the heir of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue held a noble and unique status, not easily matched. In the elder's eyes, Bo Feng was merely a merchant, steeped in the scent of copper coins. How could he be suitable for the young master? Reveal my true identity, and you would surely be terrified. Qian Rinxue shook her head with a pained smile. Uncle Shi, I implore you to keep this secret. Do not utter a word to grandfather or her, otherwise. The elder sighed. Young master, even if I remain silent, the high priest and the grand elder will inevitably discover the truth. With their abilities, uncovering the reality is but a simple task. Beside Bo Feng stood a title Douluos, and in the spirit hall, only 3 individuals possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Qianren Xue stated, in other words, aside from grandfather, neither the golden crocodile nor the second elder would stand a chance against Sister Xiaobai. Pray tell, Uncle Shi, are you a match for Sister Xiaobai? The elder shook his head resolutely. The disparity between an ordinary title Douluos and one with a 100,000-year soul ring was monumental. Good morning. Bo Feng, unaware of the time, arrived at the prepared office, a spacious room exceeding 100 square meters. Equipped with all necessary facilities, he settled into a chair. On the desk lay the schedule for the week. This afternoon, he had a class to teach. As he flipped through the textbooks, Bo Feng prepared for his upcoming lesson, the sound of pen on paper resonating throughout the room. With no pressing matters in the morning, he perused everything related to Lanba Academy. Teaching students by day and returning home to his wife by night, life was indeed splendid. Previously single, Bo Feng had remained indifferent to Xiaobai and Poseidon's countless nudges. Consequently, Xiaobai devised a scheme that nearly led to the two of them crossing a line. However, they had seen everything and progressed through most stages, with only the final step remaining. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gumin, a student entered. What brings you here? Director, your wife has arrived. Oh, what did you say? Who has come? Bo Feng repeated. Your wife is here, waiting at the academy entrance. Before the student could finish, Bo Feng had vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, veiled, awaited at the academy entrance. Despite concealing her beauty, her graceful figure stirred quite a commotion among the onlookers. They whispered among themselves, curious as to who was fortunate enough to have such a captivating partner. In the distance, Bo Feng's figure approached. Qianren Xue smiled and stepped forward to converse with him. What brings you here? Qianren Xue chuckled. I thought of you, so here I am. Are you not welcoming me? How could that be? Come in quickly. It's rather chilly outside. With that, Bo Feng took Qianren Xue's hand and led her into the academy, drawing the attention of many students along the way. No one had expected that the young Bo Feng had married, especially to someone so beautiful, a hint of mystery lurking beneath her veil. Chapter 51. Departure to Suatawa City. The lair of the human-faced demon spider, Qianren Xue, followed Bo Feng into the office. Did you come alone? Where's Sister Bai? Sister Bai is busy arranging allocations for the goods that need to be delivered to shops across Douluos continent. The store is quite bustling at the moment. I seek assistance. Yet Sister Bai forbids me from helping, insisting that my task is to. As the conversation unfolded, Qianren Xue unexpectedly blushed, giving a sidelong glance at Bo Feng, who added, it's about having children. Instantly, Qianren Xue shot a glare at him, her cheeks flushed. Bo Feng merely smiled in silence. This matter had been reiterated by Xiao by countless times, and over time, he had become rather numb to it. Days turned into weeks, and during these 2 months of companionship, Qianren Xue had fully integrated into this family. By day, Bo Feng taught classes, and by night, he would return to be with Qianren Xue, living a blissful life. One evening, as Bo Feng sat in his room, gazing at a piece of paper, he fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Poseidon had written to him, urging him on. The letter read, My son, I heard from Xiaobai that you have taken a wife, and she is quite beautiful. Although I do not approve of Xiaobai's methods, if you wish to have children, such measures are necessary. You have 1 year to provide me with a grandchild. Ever since your father departed, I have been alone on Sea God Island, and I am nearing the end of my patience. If there are no signs of progress within a year, I shall personally come to the mainland to oversee matters. After reading the letter, Bo Feng sighed deeply. I am not in a hurry, yet my mother is. After incinerating the letter, he picked up another stack of papers. In his hands was the quota for the next shipment to Soto City, which required his personal signature. 2 months had passed since Ning Rongrong had gone to Shrek Academy. By now, she must be undergoing the Master's rigorous training. It seems a personal visit is in order, Bo Feng murmured. Darling, what troubles you? You appear quite distressed, Qianren Xue said, approaching in her nightclothes with damp hair. What could possibly be troubling me? It's merely my mother's insistence, he replied. Should Qianren Xue show no signs of pregnancy, it was likely his mother would come to the mainland herself, and she was known to be a woman of her word, which would certainly complicate matters. Bo Feng shook his head. It's nothing. I have taken a short leave and plan to visit Soto City. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Soto City? What is your purpose there? I recall it being a mere small town. Not nearly as prosperous as Heaven-Do City, Qianrenxue said, perplexed. Bo Feng chuckled. Staying here indefinitely must be quite dull for you. She quietly nodded, unaware of how many years she had spent here, previously playing the role of Xue Qinghe. Now married and living comfortably with Bo Feng, she found the idea of a brief outing appealing. My mother wrote to me earlier. Qianrenxue inquired. What did your mother say in her letter? With a mischievous smile, Bo Feng replied, she urged us to hurry and have a child. Upon hearing this, Qianrenshue's face flushed, and she dove beneath the covers. Bo Feng chuckled helplessly. It had been half a month since their wedding, and they had already consummated their marriage, yet there was no sign of a pregnancy. It had only been a month. How could one expect results so soon? Thus, the following day, Bo Feng and Qianrenxue boarded a carriage to Soto City, having taken leave from the Blue Tyrant Academy, and bid farewell to Xiaobai. The caravan, laden with goods needed for the shops in Soto City, departed the city in a grand procession. Unbeknownst to them, the elder with the snake spear had been following closely. As they traveled, the journey was long and the carriage somewhat bumpy. Inside, Bo Feng and Qianrenxue leaned against each other. The journey from Heaven-Do City to Soto City would take at least 2 days. Both Bo Feng and Qianrenxue, being soul masters, could endure the hardships of the road. Moreover, the transport team was comprised of members from the original Purple Pearl pirate group, meaning that Bo Feng led a crew of soul masters. The volume of goods was substantial, valued at over several tens of thousands of gold soul coins. As the sun began to set, Bo Feng ordered a halt for rest. They found themselves in a dense forest, rarely visited by others or soul masters. Everyone disembarked from the carriage to gather materials for cooking. Bo Feng and Qianrenxue sat atop the carriage, examining a map. They had already left Heaven-Do City, and with another day's journey, they would reach Soto City. This forest bordered the Star-Do Great Forest, being on the very outskirts, with scarcely any soul beasts present. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bo Feng and Qianrenxue finished their meal and prepared to return to the carriage for rest. Just then, a strange sound emanated from the depths of the forest. A faint purplish mist filled the air, and several members of the team began to feel dizzy, even experiencing nausea. It's poisonous. Bo Feng quickly shielded Qianrenxue as multiple red eyes emerged from the forest depths. Their numbers were alarming, each creature's body exceeding 3 meters in diameter, resembling grotesque spiders with long, spear-like legs. Human-faced demon spiders. Bo Feng exclaimed in shock. The sheer number of them was staggering. He estimated there were dozens, each at least 3,000 years old. Had they unwittingly stumbled into their lair? Xue, you must flee while I hold them off. Qianrenxue grasped Bo Feng tightly, her expression resolute. What nonsense are you speaking? We are husband and wife, and we shall face this together. Though they're numerous, do not forget, we are soul masters. Besides, the elder with the snake spear is nearby. He will act to protect us. Yet, as Bo Feng surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that many of their companions had already succumbed to the poison, their faces turning a ghastly shade. Without even engaging in battle, nearly half had lost their fighting capability. Boss, what should we do? Let us fight these beasts. We are all soul masters. What do we have to fear? Fight! Fight! Bo Feng raised his hand, instantly silencing them. Before him stood a human-faced demon spider, its body exceeding 8 meters, dripping with repulsive goo. In the archives of the Blue Tyrant Academy, he had learned that this creature was not merely a human-faced demon spider, but rather a human-faced spider king. Bo Feng's expression turned grave. At the very least, it possesses a cultivation of 70,000 years. This is dire. Chapter 52, Battling the Demon Spider. Bo Feng's true strength, the 70,000-year human-faced Spider King. Qianrenxue gazed at the massive creature before her, knowing that even if she were to intervene, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Uncle She should be nearby, but would he intervene with her husband present? As time ticked away, the swarm of human-faced demon spiders glared hungrily at them, not only targeting them, but also their cargo. Much of their shipment consisted of dried goods and meat, which had likely attracted the demon spiders. The sight of so many monsters sent shivers down Bo Feng's spine. At this point, they could not afford to lose the goods, nor could they allow any harm to come to their people. Before marrying Qianrenxue, Bo Feng had vowed never to deceive her. In the present moment, there is little room for hesitation. Take my wife and flee. I will hold them off, he declared. As he spoke, the soul rings beneath his feet shimmered, one yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. Not far away, the elder with the serpent spear was visibly moved, exclaiming, 100 years, 2,000 years, 10,000 years. How has this fellow achieved this? Throughout the past 2 months, the elder had been unwaveringly vigilant in safeguarding Qian Rinchua's safety, while quietly observing Bo Feng. However, the enigma that was Bo Feng eluded his full understanding. Now, upon witnessing the 4 soul rings at Bo Feng's feet, he resolved to ensure the safety of both Qian Rinchua and Bo Feng. Previously perplexed as to why the young master would wed a mere mortal, he now recognized a genius. First soul skill, Spear of the Sea. A trident, adorned with azure light, was hurled by Bo Feng, striking precisely at the most vulnerable point of defense. In an instant, 2,000-year-old man-faced spiders perished. Their shells, though extraordinarily tough, were no match for a divine weapon like the trident of the sea god. Take my wife and hurry along that path. Do not return. Bo Feng instructed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blue light, a gentle force of the sea enveloping Qian Rinchu and everyone present, breaking through the encirclement of the man-faced spiders. Furious, the man-faced spider queen let out a roar, sending a third of her minions in pursuit. Watching Bo Feng recede, tears welled in Qian Rinchua's eyes. No matter how she called out, the power of the sea carried them far away. Freed from concern, Bo Feng resolved to unleash his full potential. Sea God, manifest. The ethereal image of the sea god appeared behind him, a golden halo emanating from his crown, clad in a robe of blue and gold. As the sound of crashing waves echoed from behind, with the trident in hand, Bo Feng stood proudly, akin to a descended deity of the sea. On a nearby cliff, the elder with the serpent spear nodded, acknowledging Bo Feng's merit. In a moment of crisis, he had facilitated the escape of the young master while facing the horde of man-faced spiders alone. Even he would require considerable effort to vanquish the 7,000-year-old spider queen. The young master was paramount. Thus, the elder set off, prioritizing her safety, then Bo Feng's. After Qian Rinchua's escape, the man-faced spiders turned their aggression towards Bo Feng. Brandishing their robust spider spears in a vicious assault, they expelled faint purple webs, exuding a sweet, sickly scent imbued with neurotoxic venom. Each swing of Bo Feng's trident was accompanied by splatters of deep purple blood, the lifeblood of the man-faced spiders. Limbs and severed appendages littered the ground as, in mere moments, the spiders were rendered limbless, some left with only their heads and bodies helplessly writhing. Bo Feng wielded the trident, granting them release. In one-on-one combat, he had yet to be bested. His mastery of the trident was remarkable, especially in the state of the sea god's manifestation, where the spiders posed no threat to him. Meanwhile, Qian Rinchua and her companions were transported to safety. All her companions had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Qian Rinchua, feeling faint, rose to find herself in an unfamiliar environment, evidently free from danger. Oh no, my husband is still fighting. I must return, Qian Rinchua proclaimed, brandishing the sword of angels. Golden wings sprouting from her back, intent on aiding Bo Feng. Just then, a man-faced spider surged forth, its numbers substantial, with at least a dozen in sight, one of which was a 10,000-year-old beast, the rest being 1,000 years old. As they launched their attack, a serpent spear fell from the heavens, its shockwave obliterating several nearby man-faced spiders instantly. Uncle Shi, the elder, appeared before Qian Rinchua, gripping his serpent spear, his soul rings aglow, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black. Title Douluos, serpent spear Douluos. He transformed into a figure of golden lightning, annihilating the spiders in an instant. Young master, are you unharmed? Qian Rinchua shook her head, her urgency palpable. I'm fine, Uncle Shi. You must hurry to save him. I cannot be without Bo Feng. Serpent spear Do reassured her. Do not worry, young master. Bo Feng is currently in no grave danger. How can you be so sure? Qian Rinchua inquired, confused. Before my arrival, I observed Bo Feng closely and discovered that his skills surpass even my own. His trident strikes with unmatched speed and power, each movement executed with precision. Serpent spear Douluos expressed in admiration. For the time being, he should be safe. Moreover, his martial spirit is not merely the trident. It is a person. A person? Qian Rinchua asked. What do they look like? Serpent spear Douluos shook his head. I cannot discern clearly, only vaguely hearing Bo Feng mention, sea god, manifest. It must be the sea god. Qian Rinchua murmured, the sea god. The sea god. The sea god island. Indeed, serpent spear Douluos confirmed. In our battle years ago, we suffered significant losses against them. It is highly probable that Bo Feng hails from there. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a titled Douluos to be at his side. Furthermore, Bo Feng's martial spirit must indeed be the sea god. Do you remember, young master, the time when the grand offering allied with Tang San to confront the sea god Douluos Poseidon? Qian Rinxue nodded, clearly recalling that event. Her grandfather and Tang San together had not managed to defeat Poseidon. Bo Feng, Poseidon, Bo Feng, Poseidon. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The sea god martial spirit, sharing the same surname as Poseidon. Could he be the son of the sea god Douluos Poseidon? The elder's face turned pale with fear. It seems only this explanation holds true. He must be the son of the sea god Douluos Poseidon. Chapter 53. The sea god shakes the heavens. The external soul bone, what a terrifying lineage. No wonder he can connect with the seven treasure glazed tile school. Young master, this matter is of great significance. The sea god island is our sworn enemy, he cautioned. Qian Rinxue sighed. Never mind. Let's not inform grandfather for now. I'm already his wife. Regardless of whether he comes from the sea god island or is the son of the sea god Douluos Poseidon, from the beginning to the end, I am his wife. Let this matter be forgotten. Uncle Shiyu, serpent speared Douluos, chuckled and nodded, indicating he would keep this matter confidential. Just as the two were about to embark on a mission to rescue Bo Feng, the dark night sky was suddenly illuminated by blue and gold radiance. Qian Rinxue and serpent spear Douluos turned to witness Bo Feng standing in midair, wielding the trident, which emitted a brilliant golden light. His immense aura caused serpent spear Douluos' martial spirit to tremble slightly, signifying submission. The crown of the sea god upon his brow shone with a dazzling golden halo. In that moment, Qian Rinxue was certain. Bo Feng was indeed the son of the sea god Douluos Poseidon. Like mother, like son. An amused smile crept onto Qian Rinxue's face. Years ago, her grandfather had pursued Poseidon alongside Tang San, only to be rejected. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue's expression changed dramatically. Tang San. She gazed upwards at Bo Feng's figure. Husband, how many secrets do you still harbor? If your father truly is Tang San. The relationship with the Spirit Hall is indeed one of life and death. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, she surprisingly wed the son of Poseidon. Qian Rinxue is remarkably astute. This entire situation seems to be a cruel twist of fate. Years ago, her grandfather failed in his pursuit of your mother, and now, I find myself, in a state of confusion, marrying you. How absurd! The Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, as well as the Haotian sect, are sworn enemies. Will our union become the catalyst for their enmity? On the battlefield, countless limbs and bodies lay scattered, and the number of dead man-faced spiders is incalculable. Even a man-faced spider king is battered and bruised. Under the influence of the sea god crown and the light of the sea god, the man-faced spider king ultimately succumbs to Bo Feng. With the fourth soul skill, sea god S shockwave, this spear, imbued with the might of the ocean, surged forth with a tremendous force, accompanied by crackling golden lightning. The man-faced spider king and the remaining man-faced spiders disintegrated into a cascade of purple light, slowly dissipating from the battlefield. As the dust settled, Bo Feng gently descended, retracting his sea god martial soul. In the place where the man-faced spider king had vanished, two objects floated in midair. Bo Feng approached and discovered soul bones. Two pieces, in fact, each worth a fortune at 70,000 years. Husband, not far away. Qian Rinxue rushed over and threw herself into Bo Feng's embrace, softly sobbing. You terrified me. I thought you were. She playfully punched Bo Feng's chest. Bo Feng affectionately ruffled Qian Rinxue's hair, reassuring her, I'm perfectly fine. The man-faced spider king and the man-faced spiders are dead, leaving behind two soul bones of significant value. No need, Qian Rinxue swiftly shook her head. These soul bones are not suited for me. They are better left for you. In truth, Qian Rinxue already possessed soul bones from a legendary set of angelic armor passed down through her family. Seeing her insistence, Bo Feng relented and decided to find a secluded spot to sit cross-legged and absorb the two soul bones. Gradually, many companions returned, having completely exterminated the man-faced spider swarm. These two soul bones were exceedingly formidable. One was the left leg bone of the 70,000-year-old man-faced spider king, while the other was rather peculiar. During the absorption process, it quietly affixed itself to Bo Feng's back. Could it be a vertebra? That seemed impossible. The sea god crown emitted a radiant light, enveloping Bo Feng. With the relentless resentment of the man-faced spider king subdued under the glow of the sea god, the malice vanished without a trace. Qian Rengshu sat nearby, observing Bo Feng silently absorb the soul bones, her heart a tumult of emotions. If you were to learn your true identity in the future, would Bo Feng? Suddenly, Qian Rengshu clasped her mouth, feeling an inexplicable urge to vomit. She hurried to a concealed area and retched for a while, yet nothing emerged. This was a first for her. Perhaps it was merely the exhaustion from travel. Awakening at dawn, the sun shone brightly over the fresh, fragrant forest. Bo Feng gradually came to, having fully absorbed the soul bones. With the light of the sea god, he had no need to worry about the resentment from the soul beasts. Abruptly, an itch arose on his back. The sharp sound of metal attracted the attention of his companions. Qian Rengshu rubbed her sleepy eyes and gasped in shock upon witnessing Bo Feng's transformation. 8 spider legs unfurled from his back, and the spider spears, dark purple, glimmered ominously at their tips. "Husband, how did this happen?" Bo Feng, bewildered, began to experiment with the spider spears and was astonished to find they moved in synchrony with his thoughts. An external soul bone. Ha ha! Bo Feng laughed heartily, never anticipating that the man-faced Spider King would yield 2 soul bones. One was a left leg bone, and the other turned out to be an external soul bone. A stroke of incredible fortune. An external soul bone? Its value rivals that of a 100,000-year soul ring. And fewer than 2 fingers worth of soul masters possess such a rare treasure. After absorbing the 2 soul bones, Bo Feng's power significantly increased. However, Qian Rengshu felt a sense of foreboding. His newfound strength could complicate matters with the spirit hall. That unsettling feeling returned. Qian Rengshu covered her mouth, retching once more. Though it was merely dry heaving, nothing more than nausea, without any other symptoms. Bo Feng quickly retracted the spider spears and supported Qian Rengshu, his concern evident. "What's wrong? Why are you vomiting? Could it be motion sickness? We are both soul masters, and I have traveled by carriage before without issue. This feeling has been present since last night, and I've been puzzled by its cause," Qian Rengshu replied, confused. In a moment of realization, Bo Feng seemed to grasp something. "Shui, could it be that he hesitated, uncertain of his own thoughts? Am I?" Qian Rengshu inquired, covering her mouth in disbelief. Bo Feng nodded slowly, a child. The air fell silent as Qian Rengshu and Bo Feng locked eyes for a long moment. This was indeed a sign of pregnancy. Though it was their first time, neither dared to assume it was a certainty. Thus, Bo Feng carefully escorted Qian Rengshu into the carriage, determined to investigate further upon reaching Soto City. After a day of arduous travel, Bo Feng remained vigilant in protecting Qian Rengshu. Regardless of whether she was truly pregnant, he vowed to safeguard her. No one would ever harm her. Upon arriving in Soto City, Bo Feng's first action was to take Qian Rengshu for a medical examination. "How is it?" Bo Feng asked, suppressing his excitement. Qian Rengshu, anxious yet hopeful, mirrored his feelings. Every first time mother experiences such emotions. The doctor smiled and congratulated them. "Congratulations. Your wife is over a month pregnant. She must take care to avoid any strain." Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu and Bo Feng exchanged glances. Mamma mia, she truly was with child. Bo Feng was jubilant, while Qian Rengshu felt troubled. What troubles her? The reality of having a child caught her completely off guard, and her identity as the young master of the spirit hall could no longer be concealed. If Bo Feng were to find out, what then? Bo Feng, however, was overjoyed. He had just received a letter from his mother a few days prior, and today, his dreams had come true. No more worries on that front. He gently supported Qian Rengshu as they made their way to the market, taking great care with her. The sun shone brightly on the streets, and the foot traffic was sparse. This place was far less bustling than Tiando City. "I can walk on my own," Qian Rengshu protested, somewhat displeased. Bo Feng remained cautious, insisting, "It's only been a month. There's no need to take risks. We are both soul masters, with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. That is precisely why we cannot be careless. From now on, you must stay by my side and never leave my side for even a moment," he insisted. This child was destined for greatness. The offspring of a wielder of the 6-winged angel and the sea god martial soul, with Bo Feng also possessing the Haotian hammer martial soul. This child represented the future of the spirit hall of Sea God Island. As they walked through the streets, Bo Feng's attention was drawn to a few individuals running by, carrying bamboo baskets. Within the bamboo basket lay an array of substantial stones, while 7 individuals, drenched in sweat and braving the sweltering sun, rushed forward. Among them were 4 men and 3 women, one of whom was a familiar face to Bo Feng, Ning Rongrong. The little witch. Who is it? Ning Rongrong abruptly halted, her expression filled with indignation as she scanned her surroundings. The remaining 6 also paused, united as one, their fates intertwined as taught by their master. Over here, Bo Feng greeted them. The 7 gazes turned toward him, meeting a stranger's visage. Brother Bo, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Recognizing one another eased the group's tension. And who might this be? Inquired a robust blond man. Allow me to introduce. This is Bo Feng, the proprietor of a general store and a friend of our 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong introduced. Boss Bo. The name of Bo Feng had long resonated throughout the Douluos continent. His shops were ubiquitous, and within a mere year, he had ascended to become one of the continent's wealthiest individuals. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires had to regard him with deference. Firstly, Xiao Bai, a title Douluos, served as a deterrent. Secondly, Bo Feng controlled the lifeblood of the continent, as the majority of its populace had become reliant on the goods he provided, much like one cannot live without sustenance. Seeing was believing. The group promptly greeted him. Hello, Boss Bo, I am Dai Mubai, said the golden-haired man. Dai, I see, Bo Feng replied with a smile. Please convey my regards to your father. The last time we met was 6 months ago. I shall visit again when time permits. Dai Mubai eagerly shook Bo Feng's hand, affirming, absolutely. The others continued with their introductions. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Bo Feng took a moment to scrutinize Tang San and Xiao Wu. This was his grandson. How would Tang San react if he discovered his true identity? As for Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year spirit beast, Bo Feng could not discern her nature at a glance. Only Bai Jie would recognize her instantly. Tang San felt a sense of confusion. This was their first encounter. Yet he sensed something peculiar in Bo Feng's gaze. Moreover, his left hand's hammer vibrated slightly, indicating a resonance with martial souls. This Boss Bo was no ordinary individual. His renown at such a young age and his exceptional skills were evident. Brother Bo, what brings you here? Were you specifically coming to see me? Ningrongrongs tex fluset. Oscar's heart shattered at this revelation. It was apparent to all that Ning Rongrong harbored feelings for Bo Feng. He quickly cleared his throat. Don't misunderstand. I'm here to replenish supplies for Soto City, and I brought my wife along for a visit. Wife. This time, it was Ning Rongrong who felt her heartbreak. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue smiled softly, acknowledging that her husband's attractiveness naturally drew attention. However, they were married, and Qian Renxue was already with child. A hope for Sea God Island, Spirit Hall. If both sides learned of Qian Renshua's pregnancy, their child would undoubtedly become a coveted prize. With both possessing divine-level martial souls, who wouldn't desire such a child? Furthermore, the Angel clan was already sparse, and Bo Feng's family was similarly limited. Whether conflict would arise was uncertain. Thus, Bo Feng and Qian Renxue decided to keep this matter private, quietly bringing the child into the world, delaying any revelations for as long as possible. As the group gazed at Qian Renxue beside Bo Feng, they were momentarily awestruck by her unparalleled beauty. Cough, cough. You little monsters. Are you slacking off halfway? Be careful. Master will have words with you upon your return. Upon hearing this, the 7 immediately resumed their burden, their expressions fraught with urgency. At that moment, a robust man in his 50s, with a flat face, a protruding chin, and wearing black-framed crystal glasses, approached. He bowed to Bo Feng, introducing himself. I am Flender, the person responsible for these children. Please do not disrupt their training. Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy? Bo Feng inquired. Oh, you know me? Flender responded in surprise. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bo Feng, a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Bo Feng? Flender pondered. That name sounds familiar, as if I have heard it before. Bo Feng smiled slightly, adding, I also happen to be the proprietor of a general store. Upon hearing this, Flender's expression shifted to one of excitement. You are the renowned Boss Bo. Chapter 55, Confession. After receiving Bo Feng's confirmation, Flender eagerly grasped Bo Feng's hand, exclaiming, Boss Bo, seeing you in person is a privilege. I am Flender. The principal of Shrek Academy. I have long heard of your esteemed name. You must visit our academy when time permits. Bo Feng was taken aback by Flinder's enthusiasm and offered an awkward smile. I will certainly make time for a visit. I have a piece of advice for you. These students possess remarkable talent, yet Shrek can provide them with so little. In Tiando City, at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, you will find what you seek. Find what I seek. Flinder mused, and as he spoke, Bo Feng escorted Qian Rinxue away. Upon returning to the Soto City branch, Bo Feng promptly arranged for Qian Rinxue to lie down. Darling, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? It's only been a month, she remarked. Bo Feng, with utmost seriousness, replied, even if it is merely a month, there remain 9 months ahead, over 270 days. We must ensure nothing goes awry. I am about to become a father. How can I not be excited? Darling, are we truly not telling Bai Jie? She will find out eventually. Bo Feng chuckled softly. Let us keep it from Bai Jie for now. Her tendency to spread news is notorious. Just the other day, Mother sent me a letter, and now this has come to fruition. Yesterday, Qian Rinxue had speculated whether Bo Feng was indeed Poseidon's son. She tentatively asked, Darling, who exactly is our mother? You've mentioned her for 2 months, yet I still do not know who she is. Bo Feng hesitated, gazing into Qian Rinxue's questioning eyes, feeling conflicted about whether to reveal the truth. Now that she was his wife and carrying his child, trust was paramount, yet they had both kept secrets from one another. My dear, before I tell you, you must promise to keep it confidential. Do not share this with anyone. Qian Rinxue solemnly nodded, vowing, rest assured, dear, I will not tell anyone. If I do, may I? Bo Feng hurriedly covered Qian Rinxue's mouth, sighing in relief. There is no need for such heavy oaths. Our child is still with us. How can you be so certain it's a son? What if it's a daughter? Qian Rinxue smiled gently. Bo Feng nodded with a grin, replying, yes, it's a daughter. My dear, before all else, I must apologize. I have deceived you. Indeed, Qian Rinxue felt assured that his mother must be. In truth, I hail from Sea God Island, and my martial soul is not a Trident, but the Sea God. As my mother, Qian Rinxue, calmed herself and listened intently, the gentle voice of Bo Feng resonated. Indeed, it is the Sea God Poseidon. The Sea God Douluos, Poseidon. Is he not one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos in the world? Qian Rinxue feigned astonishment. Let us not speak of diminishing intelligence. Even the protagonist mentions it with consideration for the child. Furthermore, the heroine would not utter such words. Those who understand do so without need for explanation. You must keep this a secret. It is crucial that we do not attract unnecessary attention. Qian Rinxue nodded, reassured, fear not, my husband. For the sake of this child, I shall remain silent. Should her grandfather become aware of this child's existence, coupled with their martial souls, 6-winged angel and sea god, this union would be unprecedented in history. As for the nature of their child's future martial soul, it remains uncertain, yet it is clear that they are destined for greatness. Both Sea God Island and the Martial Soul Palace are among the foremost powers on the Douluos continent, each seeking to become ever more formidable. The union of Bo Feng and Qian Rinxue, along with this child, could potentially spark fierce conflict. For the sake of the Douluos continent and the peace between them, both Bo Feng and Qian Rinxue unanimously agreed to keep the existence of this child concealed. Of course, as her pregnancy becomes apparent, secrecy will become increasingly difficult. They can only proceed step by step. My dear husband, I had no idea you possessed such a profound background. It seems I've truly ascended in status. Bo Feng gently embraced Qian Rinxue, warmly stating, what foolishness is this? Meeting you has undoubtedly been the most splendid period of my life. When shall we return to Heaven-Do City? The goods have now arrived, Qian Rinxue inquired. Let us remain here for a while longer. Sister Bai is managing the shop, and everything will proceed in an orderly manner. Bo Feng's expression turned serious. In truth, I came to Soto City with 2 additional purposes. Oh, Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled. Firstly, regarding the man we met this morning, Flinder, I intend to visit Shrek Academy tomorrow. Shrek Academy? What kind of institution is that? I have never heard of it. Bo Feng smiled slightly. Its principal, Flinder, alongside the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, forms the legendary Golden Iron Triangle. If my conjecture is correct, they will soon relocate to Heaven-Do City. With the upcoming competition, they cannot afford to miss it. And the other purpose? Qian Rinxue pressed further. Bo Feng retrieved a letter from his bosom, the seal causing Qian Rinxue's gaze to sharpen. the emblem of the martial soul palace. My dear husband, this is... Bo Feng nodded gravely. Indeed, it is a letter from the Pope of the martial soul palace. It is she, Bibi Dong, Qianrenshua's mother. What does she want? Qianrenshua asked, her teeth gritted. Unless she has learned about your marriage. That is impossible. Uncle Shi is on good terms with her and would never divulge such information. Bo Feng shook his head, resignedly stating, it is not unconnected to the issues regarding my shops, as you well know. My establishments are spread across every corner of the Douluos continent. Aside from the martial soul palace, which remains a tough nut to crack, I have opened everywhere else. 6 months ago, I personally visited Douluos City to negotiate a partnership with the emperor, who was quite agreeable. The only one left is Pope Bibi Dong. Bo Feng sighed deeply. My husband, is she deliberately making things difficult for you? Qianrenshua exclaimed indignantly. Though Qianrenshua and Bibi Dong were mother and daughter, Bibi Dong had never fulfilled her maternal responsibilities, leading to their strained relationship. Qianrenshua would rather refer to Bibi Dong as sister than mother. Bo Feng slowly shook his head. It is not so much about making things difficult. Rather, she desires 70%, while I am left with 30. Who would engage in such a lopsided deal? Qianrenshua nodded gently. That does seem to align with her character. She is exceedingly domineering. What do you plan to do? Will you go there in person? Bo Feng replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Once I conclude matters here, I will set off for the martial soul palace and resolve this issue. That is inadvisable. Qianrenshua, being the heiress of the martial soul palace, knew that if she were to go, her true identity would be revealed. My dear husband, once you finish your business in Douluos City, I wish to return to Douluos City to rest peacefully during my pregnancy. Qianrenshua expressed this not only to shield her condition from Bibi Dong and her grandfather, but also due to the lack of their consent in her hasty marriage. As the heiress of the martial soul palace, her status was exalted, a source of pride and future for the palace. Yet now, she had become Bo Feng's wife and was with child. Should Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong learn of Bo Feng's true identity, it could inevitably lead to conflict between the two great powers. Thus, Qianrenshua resolved to return to Douluos City first, thereby avoiding a return to the martial soul palace and the unnecessary complications it could bring. Bo Feng inquired, do you feel unwell? Do not hesitate to speak. The first 3 months are of utmost importance. Qianrenshua shook her head with a smile. Rest assured, I am well. The journey to the martial soul palace is long. How could a pregnant woman such as myself accompany you there? Therefore, to expedite your tasks, I believe it is best for me to return. With this, Bo Feng smiled gently, taking Qianrenshua's hand, and they exchanged a knowing glance. To have you as my wife is indeed the greatest blessing of my life. Bo Feng retrieved a conch from his soul guide, stating, I shall inform Sister Bai to personally escort you. Observing the conch in Bo Feng's hand, Qianrenshua asked, my husband? What is this? Douluos City is quite a distance from here. Even sending a message back and forth will take a full 4 days. This is a communication conch. On our Sea God Island, it allows for messages to be transmitted using soul power. I initially planned to sell it on the Douluos continent, but due to its rarity, I abandoned that idea. As Bo Feng infused his soul power into the communication conch, it emanated a unique energy wave, swiftly broadcasting a message. Meanwhile, in the myriad shops of Douluos City, Sister Bai, having concluded her day's work, was preparing to visit Tang Yuehua for some leisure. Just then, the conch on the shelf began to sound. The conch emitted a series of muffled sounds, and Sister Bai leisurely approached it. It's only been 2 days. Could it be that Feng Di forgot something at home? Picking up the conch, Sister Bai placed it to her ear. Feng Di, why are you using the communication conch? Did you leave something behind again? You're a grown man. When will you stop causing me unnecessary worry? The distance between Douluos City and Douluos City was immense. Even with the speed of a tidal Douluos, it would take an entire night to reach. Will you give me peace of mind? Feng Di. On the other end, holding the conch, Bo Feng could not help but twitch his lips at Sister Bai's words. Qianrenshua stifled her laughter, secretly amused. Goodness. Before Bo Feng could utter a word, Sister Bai launched into a tirade. He had intended for Sister Bai to fetch Qianrenshua, yet unexpectedly, he was met with a barrage of complaints. After a long day, Sister Bai finally sought to relax, only to be interrupted by Bo Feng's call. After a lengthy exchange, Sister Bai finally concluded, now, what do you wish me to send over? Where are you? Speak up, you little rascal. On the other end, Bo Feng shook his head vigorously to clear the ringing in his ears. Hearing Sister Bai's incessant chatter, he could only smile wryly and say, Sister Bai, I would appreciate it if you could come to Tiando City tomorrow to bring Heir back. Xuya, isn't your sister-in-law with you in Soto City? What is the matter? Are you perhaps unhappy with her? It was not my intention to criticize Xiao Bai, but Bo Feng was entirely devoid of temper. Beside them, Qianren Shui listened to the voice coming from the conch shell, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Marrying Bo Feng was undoubtedly the best decision of her life. She had a loving husband, a protective sister, and a mother-in-law she had yet to meet, Poseidon. She wondered what her future mother-in-law would be like, whether she would like her, or if it was due to her background. Bo Feng had mentioned that his mother was a very kind person. Sister, enough with the chatter. Heir is pregnant. Hurry over. Just as the words left her mouth, there was a sudden silence on the other end. In the shop, Xiao Bai inadvertently dropped the conch from her hands, stunned. She could hardly believe that her brother Feng had such impressive news so soon after their marriage. She quickly picked up the fallen conch, smiling, I sincerely apologize, Feng. It was Sister Bai who misunderstood you, and I am here to express my regrets. Where is Heir? Quickly, give her the conch. Bo Feng chuckled and shook his head, handing the conch to Qianren Shui. Sister. Xiao Bai beamed with joy, saying you've worked hard. Heir, you are truly a benefactor of our island. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall come right away. Qianren Shui smiled. Sister, I need nothing. My husband has all that we require. It is I who have troubled him to contact you. Sister, you must be tired after a long day. Perhaps you should rest before coming, considering the long journey ahead. On the other end, Xiao Bai chuckled. You are so endearing, unlike my brother Feng, who only gives me cause for worry. Then I shall take my leave, Bo Feng said. After conversing with Xiao Bai and Qianren Shui, Bo Feng took back the conch and said, Sister Bai, I must ask that you do not inform Mother of this matter. Why not? Your mother has been eagerly awaiting news of her grandchild for quite some time. Why keep her in the dark? Xiao Bai asked, puzzled. Bo Feng explained, the conch has a limited range, and Tiando City is quite far from the island, so you would undoubtedly be unable to reach her. Moreover, with my mother's personality, ever since I left, she has been quite insistent. She has introduced me to countless young ladies of good character and beauty. Thankfully, I did not accept any of them. Otherwise, I would not have met such a wonderful girl as Heir. Qianren Shui smiled subtly as Bo Feng continued. Given my mother's disposition, there are two possibilities. First, she might send someone to bring Heir to the island. You understand the dangers of the sea, Sister Bai. Xiao Bai nodded. The ocean was treacherous, and any unforeseen circumstances could lead to irreparable loss. This child represented the future of the Sea God Island. If my mother does not follow through with the first possibility, then I fear. Fear what? You have done nothing wrong, Xiao Bai interjected. Bo Feng replied, she may come here in person. Xiao Bai's expression changed. Surely that cannot be. Your mother is responsible for overseeing the island and cannot possibly come here herself. Do you remember, Sister Bai, when the evil demon Orca King invaded the island? Bo Feng recalled. My mother pursued it across half the sea for several days without a trace. Of course I remember. Those days were filled with your 6 uncles and the sea maidens busy with island affairs, Xiao Bai realized. Rest assured, I will absolutely not inform your mother, Xiao Bai promised. Bo Feng, well aware of Sister Bai's character, reminded her repeatedly until he felt assured. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, having concluded the call in the shop, wasted no time. That very night, she set off for Soto City, and with her spirit as a titled Douluos, she would arrive in no time. The night was pitch black, and Soto City was silent, with everyone wrapped in slumber. In bed, Bo Feng held Qianren Shui tightly, fearful of any unforeseen events. He bore the responsibility of protecting their child. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Qianren Shui and Bo Feng awoke simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Who could be at this hour? Feng, sister-in-law, hurry and open the door. I'll freeze to death out here. Sister Bai. Bo Feng and Qianren Shui exclaimed in unison. Didn't you say you would come tomorrow? Why are you here so soon? Rushing to open the door, Bo Feng found the eagerly waiting Xiao Bai. Sister Bai, didn't we agree on tomorrow? Why are you here tonight? Bo Feng asked, bewildered. Xiao Bai retorted, what? Who said I had to arrive tomorrow? I simply wanted to see my future nephew a little earlier. Is that so wrong? Don't block me, let me in. Saying this, Xiao Bai pushed past Bo Feng and hurried to sit beside Qianren Shui. Slow down. You are now my primary concern. You must not have any incidents. Xiao Bai quickly supported Qianren Shui, ensuring she was comfortably settled on the bed. Then she turned to Bo Feng, standing in the doorway. Tonight, you shall sleep in another room. From now on, you are forbidden from coming within a step of Heir. With that, Xiaobai slammed the door shut, leaving Bo Feng standing alone in the cold wind. The next morning, Qianren Shui and Xiaobai boarded the carriage returning to Tiando City, ready to head back after completing their replenishment task. Under Xiaobai's watchful gaze, Bo Feng and Qianren Shui shared a kiss goodbye, silently watching the convoy depart before Bo Feng slowly made his way toward Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was situated in a small village outside Soto City, and as Bo Feng walked along the country lane, golden rice fields stretched on either side, filled with the sweet sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Today felt somewhat peculiar. Ordinarily, the Shrek 7 would have already started their laps. Could it be that they had other arrangements? After inquiring with a few passers-by, Bo Feng finally arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Before him stood an old village, with a sign reading Shrek Academy prominently displayed. Halt! This is Shrek Academy. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Just then, a white-haired elder emerged from within. He was one of the teachers there. Bo Feng clasped his hands together and said, "Could you kindly inform Dean Flinder that Bo Feng has matters to discuss?" The elder nodded and promptly entered the academy. Bo Feng waited at the entrance. Before long, Dean Flinder approached with a broad smile, eagerly grasping Bo Feng's hand. "Boss Bo, you have finally arrived. Come, let me show you my Shrek Academy." This warm welcome took Bo Feng by surprise. He understood Flinder's enthusiasm, although he was greedy. He was also a person of deep loyalty, having devoted nearly his entire life to the academy. The institution was built alongside the village, and as Bo Feng followed Flinder inside, he observed the simplicity of the surroundings, which would soon be home to 7 extraordinary figures of the continent. At the center of the academy lay an open space where a man with a buzz cut stood, his face rigid and devoid of expression, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing coldly at Tang San and Dai Mubai engaged in combat before him. The remaining 5 students stood aside as the man with a buzz cut patiently explained the various issues each of them faced. Bo Feng and Flinder approached nearby. Tang San's right hand shimmered with blue light as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose beneath his feet, causing the blue-silver grass to dance around him. Dai Mubai gathered the white tiger's fierce light wave in his mouth, sweeping aside the obstructing blue-silver grass. As a control-type soul master, he had a natural advantage over assault-type soul masters. However, it wasn't long before Dai Mubai found himself at a disadvantage. "Enough," the buzz-cut man interrupted. He then cast a disapproving glance at Flinder, saying, "Flinder, did I not specify that I do not permit anyone to disturb me while I instruct my little monsters?" Bo Feng thought to himself that he had become unnecessary, realizing that this man was indeed the master, the theoretical genius. A former member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and also the beloved of Liu Erlong. His appearance matched perfectly with the description, being the greatest nightmare for the Shrek 7 monsters in their early days. Flinder smiled slightly, saying, "My master, you have been teaching these little monsters since morning. It is time they had a break. Haste makes waste." He then stepped forward, cleared his throat, and declared, "That will be all for today's lesson. Everyone is dismissed." As the dean, even the master had to comply with Flinder's wishes. The students exchanged glances before dispersing in groups toward the distance. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Bo Feng beside Flinder and sighed internally. Sometimes a missed opportunity is simply that, missed. The next will surely be better. However, when Ning Rongrong noticed Oscar's infatuated gaze, she felt a wave of disgust, particularly with his few incantations. "Never mind, that doesn't count." Tang San silently observed Bo Feng again. It was him, the owner of the general store. There was always a familiar aura about him. What could that possibly mean? Coincidentally, Bo Feng was looking at Tang San as well, and their eyes met. Bo Feng smiled and nodded, which left Tang San momentarily stunned. Did this guy take an interest in him? No, they had only met once the day before. They hardly knew each other. Once the Shrek 7 monsters had left, the master approached Flinder and said, "Flinder, you must not always indulge them. If you continue to pamper them like this, how will they ever become true powerhouses? Strength is built through one's own efforts, not through such rigid training methods." Bo Feng interjected, "The master is right." The master regarded this sudden stranger with a hint of hostility. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying you have objections to my teaching methods?" "Objections are not the case, merely a suggestion. Bo Feng replied, glancing at the departing Shrek's 7 monsters. All 7 of them are exceptionally gifted, especially that one named Tang San. There's no need for him to be confined to a closed environment. What they lack most now is practical combat ability. They need to face different opponents. The master understood what Bo Feng was implying. It was indeed part of his next plan. Yet, hearing it from this unexpected stranger irked him. Was this not a public slap to his face? Not far away, the Shrek's 7 monsters had not truly left, but were hiding in a corner, observing the conversation between Bo Feng and the master. Rong, is this boss Bo really that impressive? It seems like he is arguing with the master, Xiao Wu asked curiously. Ning Rong chuckled. You must not underestimate boss Bo. He is a friend of my father and has ties with our 7-treasured glazed tile school, engaging in business with us. His general store even holds shares in our sect. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires show him respect. It is said that boss Bo's sister is a Tidal Douluos powerhouse. Tidal Douluos. The title of Tidal Douluos is the pinnacle for soul masters, and each holds an exceedingly esteemed position. Bo Feng's ability to establish himself was closely tied to Xiao Bai. Tang San gazed deeply at Bo Feng, feeling that something was peculiar about this store owner, particularly with his enigmatic gaze. Did he take an interest in him? Instinctively, Tang San felt a tightness in his chest. I do not care who you are. You have no right to interfere in my matters. The master waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of superiority. Bo Feng chuckled. An outsider? Just wait. Once you arrive at Blue Tyrant Academy, we shall all be under the same roof. The master harbored a deep-seated dislike for Bo Feng, who had interrupted him. He was confident in his upcoming training arrangements for the little monsters and believed he could turn them into true powerhouses. All right, Flinder interjected, playing the peacemaker. Xiao Gang, let me introduce you. This is the owner of the general store, Bo Feng. He is quite a significant figure. You know the general store, right? The one in Tiando City. The general store? The master looked at Bo Feng with new eyes. He was aware of this colossal enterprise. Aside from the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, the general store dominated most of the continent's business, unrivaled by any competitor. It was an empire in commerce, holding a position of great prestige. And that seemingly unremarkable Bo Feng was the true owner. An outsider? Bo Feng chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm not only the owner of the general store, but also a teacher and the director at Blue Tyrant Academy. What does that have to do with me? The master retorted. Bo Feng smiled slightly. The president of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. Surely the master knows her? The master's expression changed, revealing a complex mix of emotions. He had not seen Lu Erlong in nearly 20 years. Boss Bo, the president of Blue Tyrant Academy. Is she truly Lu Erlong? Flinder exclaimed excitedly. Bo Feng nodded, smiling. Flinder, how could I deceive you? I heard that you and President Lu Erlong are part of the legendary Golden Triangle. Indeed, Flinder replied proudly. And this master here. The 3 of us were once famously known as the Golden Triangle. Sighing, Flinder continued. It has been over 20 years. I wonder how Erlong has been faring. He reminisced about their days of adventuring across the continent, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the master remained silent, the past setbacks weighing heavily on her. Eventually, the master clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, I apologize, Boss Bo. I was rude earlier. Bo Feng smiled and shook his head. No harm done. The master is only concerned for those 7 children. I can understand that. President Flinder, will you be participating in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition in a year and a half? Bo Feng inquired. Flinder sighed. I wish we could. But Shrek has not registered. We lack the qualifications to compete. These 7 children will likely be the last students of Shrek. This was Flinder's heartache, the culmination of his efforts. How about this? I, on behalf of Blue Tyrant Academy, invite you all to Tiando City to join President Lu Erlong's ranks. With these children as talents, participating in the competition should not be an issue, Bo Feng proposed. Flinder was taken aback, his spirits lifting. Yes. Why did I not think of that? If we go to Erlong, all our problems will be solved. Xiao Gang. Huh? Where is he? The master, who had just been there, had suddenly vanished without a trace. Between him and Lu Erlong lay an insurmountable red line, a source of guilt that lingered in his heart for over 2 decades. Now that he knew her whereabouts, the master still lacked the courage to meet her. Alas! Flanders sighed deeply. It seemed the blow dealt to Xiao Gang back then was not insignificant. Even after 20 years, he had yet to find closure. Subsequently, Bo Feng and Flander toured various parts of the academy. Though small, it was well equipped. Bo Feng assured Flander that as long as he led the team to Lamba Academy, he would allocate special funding to fully cover the training expenses and competition uniforms for the Shrek 7. Flander's taste was something Bo Feng dare not fathom. That dreadful green school uniform was proof enough. Upon hearing this, Flander readily agreed, vowing to persuade the master as soon as possible. After all, this was Bo Feng's investment, and the renowned boss Bo was about to refill his depleted coffers. The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement through Flander. He temporarily bid farewell to Bo Feng and made his way to the master's residence to carry out some emotional guidance. With leisure on his hands, Bo Feng noticed that Shrek had already undergone considerable changes. Not far ahead, he spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu sitting together, appearing quite fond of one another. At last, he had the opportunity to formally meet his grandson. Grandson? No, classmate Tang San. Hearing someone call his name, Tang San turned around. Boss Bo, what matter do you call upon me? Bo Feng scrutinized him for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. He truly resembled his uncle, possessing an impressive demeanor. Noticing Bo Feng's peculiar gaze, Tang San instinctively took a step back, his expression growing serious. Boss Bo, you Bo Feng chuckled, do not misunderstand. I mean you no harm. Your father. Is he not Tang Hao? Indeed, he is my father. Boss Bo, do you know him? Tang San inquired. Bo Feng nodded, yes, by lineage. Your father Tang Hao and I are relatives. Ah, Tang San was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Bo Feng's words. Boss Bo, I grew up in Holy Soul Village with my father. Aside from Grandpa Jack, we have no other relatives. Moreover, my father is a solitary man. What do you mean? Bo Feng smiled. That was a secret your father intentionally concealed. Some extraordinary events transpired, which led him to take you to Holy Soul Village to hide away. Bo Feng glanced at Xiao Wu. I have some matters to discuss with Tang San. Could you kindly excuse us for a moment? Tang San nodded slightly to Xiao Wu, who then departed. Once alone, Bo Feng gently asked, do you possess a hammer martial spirit? In an instant, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. This secret was known only to his father and his teacher. Even Xiao Wu, who was as close as a sister to him, had never let it slip. Tang San began to feel anxious, increasingly tense. Given Tang San's temperament, few knew of his secret, and should it be revealed to others, he would not hesitate to. With a slight smile, Bo Feng produced a hammer from his hand, Haotian hammer. Suddenly, Tang San trembled, fixated on the Haotian hammer resting in Bo Feng's palm. It dawned upon him that the martial spirit resonance from 2 days prior was related to this hammer. His own martial spirit was indeed the same. We share a common martial spirit, and I have a certain blood relation with your father. Thus, Tang San confirmed that a familial bond existed between him and Bo Feng. Boss Bo, what connection do you have with my father? Tang San asked, perplexed. Bo Feng raised an eyebrow, grinning. Why not take a guess? If you wish to unravel the mysteries in your heart and the truth behind your father's departure, come to Tiando City, and you shall find the answers. With that, Bo Feng departed, leaving Tang San standing in a daze. Since the day his father, Tang Hao, vanished without a trace when he was 6, it had already been 6 years without a reunion. In truth, Tang Hao had been secretly safeguarding the safety of his only son. The earlier scene had not gone unnoticed from a distance on the back mountain, where a man clad in a tattered black cloak observed. After bidding farewell to Principal Flander, Bo Feng intended to head to the Spirit Hall to discuss collaboration matters with the Pope, Bibi Dong. On the rural path, a man wearing a black cloak stood before Bo Feng. Despite the man concealing his appearance, the traces of hardship etched upon his face and a faint, unpleasant odor betrayed his experiences. Sir, are you here to rob me? Bo Feng was genuinely perplexed. As a prominent figure himself, he was accustomed to encounters with those looking to pilfer from businesses. Yet here he was, confronted by one on the road. May we converse privately? The man's voice was laden with weariness. Bo Feng nodded, and the two took a seat beneath the shade of a tree. The man spoke first. How has the Haotian sect fared in recent years? Bo Feng was taken aback. Though he was the son of Tang Shun and had acknowledged Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua as relatives, he had never set foot in the sect. The timing had simply not been right. Only someone expelled from the sect would dare pose such a question. Are you Tang Hao? Bo Feng inquired cautiously. The man in the black cloak nodded and lifted the hood. Bo Feng beheld a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, deeply lined with wrinkles, appearing to be in his 50s, with disheveled hair and dull eyes. Seeing his nephew in such a state, Bo Feng shook his head, saying, "Your elder brother does not look as old as you. How could you have aged so much? You must have endured great hardships over the years." "Young nephew?" Tang Hao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "You're not a member of the Haotian sect?" Bo Feng shrugged, retrieving the sect's token from his robe and tossing it to Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao's expression shifted to one of fervor. He understood better than anyone what this hammer represented. "Haotian order? Where did you obtain the Haotian order?" Bo Feng replied nonchalantly. "It was left to me by my father. My father is Tang Chun, and my mother is Poseidon." As he spoke, Bo Feng revealed the Haotian hammer, devoid of any soul rings, for his primary martial spirit was the sea god. Only when the sea god garnered 9 soul rings would Bo Feng attach soul rings to the Haotian hammer. You are truly the son of my grandfather." Tang Hao could hardly believe it, as Tang Chun had been absent from the sect for over a decade. Tang Hao was the previous sect leader, while Tang Chun was his grandfather, and Bo Feng was Tang Chen's son, thus establishing a familial connection. Bo Feng retracted the Haotian order, affirming, "The Haotian hammer and Haotian order are the sole proof of my lineage. If you doubt my words, I can take you back to the Haotian sect right now. Those who expelled you would not dare voice any grievances. Now, could you believe what I say?" Tang Hao solemnly nodded, kneeling on one knee, and clasped his hands in respect. "Unfilial disciple Tang Hao greets my little uncle. Rise." Bo Feng hurriedly assisted Tang Hao to his feet, gazing at his nephew with a mixture of sorrow and compassion, recalling the events that had transpired long ago, which were enough to break one's heart. "Little uncle, what grandfather? Is he well?" Tang Hao could not help but ask. With a smile, Bo Feng replied, "Father is quite well. Currently striving at a mysterious location to reach the 100th level, completely unaware of the events transpiring within the Haotian sect." "Then why do you?" Tang Hao expressed confusion. How could grandfather be oblivious to the happenings at the Haotian sect? As a descendant of Tang Chun, why would you seek out Tang San? And how did you discern the secret of Tang San's twin martial souls so effortlessly? Bo Feng smiled faintly and said, "All of this was revealed to me by my mother. I grew up on Sea God Island, and she urged me to leave the island for the sake of the Haotian sect." "Have you been by Tang San's side all these years?" Tang Hao nodded. "Little uncle, you are unaware. I have been apart from that child for 6 years. Throughout these years, I have failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a father. Though I feel guilt within, I cannot return to Tang San's side. The spirit hall would inevitably involve this child, and this is our final hope. He possesses twin martial souls, akin to the Pope Bibi Dong. If the spirit hall discovers the child's identity, they will undoubtedly strike with lethal force. Little uncle, I wish to entrust Tang San to you." Chapter 60. Meeting the parents, Bo Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "You are Tang San's father?" "Likewise. Tang San is my grandson, and it is my duty to care for him. What are your intentions?" "Me?" Tang Hao shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "Since a Yin's death, my heart has already perished. Little uncle, I entrust Tang San to you." With that, Tang Hao donned his robes once more and swiftly vanished before Bo Feng. Bo Feng mused, "Is this what it means to entrust a child to another?" Tang Hao's address of little uncle held significant value, yet he was indifferent, casually handing over Tang San to Bo Feng. With a resigned shake of his head, Bo Feng thought, "Well, it is only natural for a grandfather to care for his grandson." The Spirit Hall is located between the 2 great empires in Spirit City. After several days of travel, Bo Feng finally arrived at his destination today. He was about to meet the legendary Pope, akin to his son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law, though neither party was aware of the other's identity. Upon entering the city, Spirit City, while not as expansive as the capitals of the 2 empires, rivaled Soto City in terms of its vibrant culture and bustling atmosphere. As Bo Feng walked through the streets, countless pairs of eyes scrutinized him, an unfamiliar figure. Maintaining his composure, he continued toward the grand edifice ahead. Upon reaching the gates of the Spirit Hall, 2 guardian knights stood watch. The Spirit Hall is sacred and inviolable. Halt! Realizing the situation, Bo Feng hurriedly produced the letter entrusted to him by Bibi Dong. Once the knights discerned the papal seal on the letter, they knelt in respect, informing Bo Feng to wait while one knight remained to watch over him, and the other went to report. At that moment, 7 individuals approached from behind Bo Feng, dressed in the attire emblematic of the Spirit Hall, led by a golden-haired woman as they made their way toward the Pope's chamber. "Hey, you there! Step aside. Don't block the way." Bo Feng turned and saw the approaching 7. Noticing Bo Feng's lack of intention to move, a red-haired man frowned slightly, his tone laced with displeasure. I'm talking to you. Get out of the way. As he spoke, the red-haired man advanced, attempting to shove Bo Feng aside. However, Bo Feng effortlessly grasped the red-haired man's wrist, calmly stating, "Is there really a need for violence? We can resolve this amicably. You dare to retaliate." The red-haired man seethed with anger, raising his left foot to launch an attack. Yet, Bo Feng acted first, sending the red-haired man crashing to the ground. The 6 followers behind him were momentarily stunned, especially the golden-haired woman, who noted the impressive skill displayed by Bo Feng. Why had she not encountered him in the spirit hall before? The fallen red-haired man was incensed, having intended to impress the woman, now feeling humiliated. He shouted, summoning a colossal fire elemental behind him, his 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings emerging. He was a soul king. Seeing this, Bo Feng shook his head helplessly, pondering why those with fiery martial souls often exhibited such volatile tempers. Not wishing to escalate matters further, Bo Feng resolved to defeat him. As the trident materialized in Bo Feng's grasp, a golden-haired man within a nearby palace suddenly jolted in surprise. Behind him stood a sacred angelic statue, resembling a 6-winged angel. This aura, is she here? No, this aura is not hers. Swiftly, he vanished from his position, and, as golden light enveloped him, he appeared between Bo Feng and the red-haired man, timely preventing their conflict. Salutations, Elder of Judgment. All present knelt, including the red-haired man who had just unleashed his martial soul, quickly retracting his display of power. Elder of Judgment? Douluos? Bo Feng stared at the golden-haired man, one of the 3 unparalleled renowned alongside his mother. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Douluos declared, "Let today's incident come to a close, Hulaina." The golden-haired woman bowed respectfully. Elder of Judgment, please keep a watchful eye on your people. This is not a place for conflict. Douluos cast a glance at the kneeling red-haired man. Hulaina, as the saintess of the spirit hall and Bibi Dong's disciple, you must exercise caution. With that, he stepped forward, retrieving the red-haired man, and the group hastily retreated. Douluos turned to Bo Feng, a slight smile gracing his lips. What is your name? I sense a hint of familiarity about you. Familiarity? Bo Feng realized he was referring to his mother, who had once pursued Douluos alongside his father. In the end, his father emerged victorious, while Douluos faced defeat. Before Bo Feng could respond, Douluos continued, "You are her son, are you not?" Bo Feng's eyes widened in surprise. This reaction could not escape Douluos' keen perception. Douluos instantly understood Bo Feng's identity. Unbelievably, her son has grown so much. How is your mother faring? Bo Feng, recognizing that his true identity had been unveiled, chose not to hide it any longer. Mother is doing well, Elder Douluos, and you still carry your former elegance. Oh, you know me? Douluos chuckled. Bo Feng nodded. Of course, I know you. You were once defeated by my mother. Back in the day, my father challenged her, but, at his words, Douluos interrupted, "You certainly know how to provoke old wounds, this young lad." Wait. Regarding the events at the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall bears responsibility. How is your father? I'll look forward to our next encounter. Douluos inquired. Bo Feng replied with an air of calm. Father is training, and he remains oblivious to the events of the past. Give him a few more years, and he shall break through the 100th level, returning to Sea God Island to reunite with Mother. What did you say? Douluos exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying Tang San can truly break through to the 100th level? Both Douluos and Poseidon were messengers of the divine, and, in this lifetime, the 100th level was beyond their reach. If there remains any hope of breaking through the 100 levels on the continent, it lies solely with Tang San. He has achieved heights unattainable for a soul master through sheer personal effort. Bo Feng nodded earnestly and remarked, "Why would I deceive you? In 4 to 5 years, not only will the Haotian sect make a resurgence, but my father will also reunite with my mother." This revelation genuinely astonished Douluos. Indeed, Tang San is a miracle in himself. Chapter 61. Selling my granddaughter? Apologies, she is already mine. Before Douluos stood Tang San and Poseidon's son, bearing news of explosive significance. Should Tang San successfully break through to the 100 levels, the Spirit Hall would truly have no opportunity to rise. Moreover, given the marital bond between Tang San and Poseidon, The alliance between Sea God Island and Haotian sect is merely a matter of time. Does the Spirit Hall aspire to dominate the continent? Although Qian Daolu has retreated in the background, he remains deeply invested in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. As a judgment elder, he cannot allow anyone to undermine its interests. Looking at Bo Feng, he had come merely in response to Bibi Dong's invitation, intending only to discuss matters of cooperation, with no detrimental implications for the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu understood that Bo Feng's general store had gradually permeated households, becoming an empire in commerce. Had there not been any provocations, Bo Feng would not have engaged in confrontation, nor would Qian Daolu have noticed him. For the Spirit Hall, and to amend past regrets, Qian Daolu nurtured a terrifying thought. His gaze toward Bo Feng softened, akin to that of a loving elder. This left Bo Feng perplexed. Elder Qian Daolu, what do you mean? Bo Feng's heart raced with unease. With a gentle smile, Qian Daolu remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. In my youth, I ventured to Sea God Island with your father. Together, we ultimately succumbed to your mother's prowess. Thus, your father and I both fell in love with her. Yet in the end," Qian Daolu gritted his teeth, "your father beat me to it. This remains my life's regret." Bo Feng, confounded, replied, "Elder Qian Daolu, why dwell on the past?" "Indeed," Qian Daolu sighed, "the past is hard to revisit. Yet upon seeing you, I find myself reminiscing." "How old are you now?" he inquired. "13," Bo Feng answered. Remarkable," Qian Daolu praised. "At 13, you are already a soul zone with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. In my youth, I was nowhere near as exceptional as you. May I ask for your guidance?" Bo Feng queried. With a mysterious smile, Qian Daolu said, "I have heard that your general store is located in the Tiando Empire?" "Yes. I have a granddaughter residing there as well. Though she is slightly older than you, her beauty is unparalleled on the continent." Bo Feng interjected. "Your granddaughter must be Qian Renshua, whom I know well. She is currently at the Tiando Imperial Palace, continuing her role as the crown princess." Could it be that Qian Daolu intended to marry off his granddaughter? In truth, Bo Feng has already become Qian Daolu's grandson-in-law, unbeknownst to both parties. "Elder Qian Daolu, what do you imply?" Bo Feng discerned the underlying meaning. Qian Daolu chuckled. "Have I not made myself clear? Your parents and I are recognized as the 3 unrivaled Douluos of the world. You, being their son, ought to refer to me as uncle." Bo Feng retorted, "If you wish to marry off your granddaughter, you need not be so indirect." Coughing, Qian Daolu solemnly declared, "I have taken a liking to you." Bo Feng stepped back in shock, gazing at Qian Daolu in disbelief. How could someone over a century old behave so? "Calm down," Qian Daolu said, regaining his composure. "I intend to propose you as a suitor for my granddaughter, who is of an appropriate age to settle down. Has your mother arranged any betrothal for you?" Bo Feng shook his head. "No. That is fortunate. However, I'm already married." Qian Daolu froze, his eyelids twitching as he struggled to process this revelation. "You?" He could hardly believe his ears. "What did you say?" he repeated, incredulous. Bo Feng sighed. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Elder Qian Daolu, but I've been married for over 2 months now. Furthermore, my wife is with child, so I must apologize." Qian Daolu felt as though his soul had left his body, mortified that after such lengthy dialogue, he discovered Bo Feng was already wed. He had envisioned introducing his granddaughter to Bo Feng, hoping they would marry and, in the future, when Tang San returned as a deity, their familial ties could ease the rift between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. Yet now, this young man had already taken a wife. What a waste of effort. "May I inquire about your wife's background?" Qian Daolu asked, skeptical that anyone other than his granddaughter could match Bo Feng's status. Bo Feng explained, "My wife is named Wang Shui. She hails from an ordinary family. Though she lacks the nobility of your granddaughter, she is a kind-hearted and understanding young woman, and we are very happy together." "Wang Shui? Who is she? I must investigate further." He dreaded the possibility of the truth being too much to bear. "Elder Qian Daolu, if there is nothing further, I must take my leave to meet Her Holiness the Pope. I came here to discuss a potential partnership between the General Store and the Spirit Hall." "Oh, what are your thoughts on this collaboration?" Qian Daolu inquired. Bo Feng replied, "Half a year ago, I intended to partner with the Spirit Hall, but the Pope made unreasonable demands, leading to our previous failure. I have come now at her invitation." "Very well," Qian Daolu said. "You may approach her directly. Just be cautious." Bo Feng nodded, bowing respectfully to Qian Daolu before making his way toward the papal palace. As Qian Daolu watched Bo Feng depart, he began to strategize. With Tang San on the verge of achieving the 100 levels, the Spirit Hall situation would soon become dire. Moreover, as Bo Feng is the son of him and Poseidon, he must not act recklessly against him. Initially, he had hoped to utilize his granddaughter to forge a favorable union, but now he had lost that opportunity. Time is of the essence for the Spirit Hall. If Tang San returns, all will be lost. The only remaining course of action is to establish a partnership with Bo Feng's general store. Douluos could not help but ponder who this Wang Shui was, capable of surpassing even his own granddaughter. Investigate Wang Shui, the girl in Tiando City. I want her complete profile. Shui. Surprised? Unexpected. Chapter 62. The son-in-law meets the mother-in-law, establishing a bet. After bidding farewell to Douluos, Bo Feng followed a palace knight to a long-sealed grand door. Please proceed. His Holiness the Pope is awaiting you. With that, the ancient door creaked open. Bo Feng took a deep breath and slowly made his way toward the papal chamber. The vast expanse around him resembled a resplendent palace of gold and jade. Having had the privilege of visiting both the Tiando Imperial Palace and the Xingluo Imperial Palace, Bo Feng found this spectacle equally magnificent, a true testament to the grandeur of the papal residence. Before long, Bo Feng reached the center of the chamber, where stood a woman of unparalleled grace. Adorned with a crown of purple gold and wielding a towering, jewel-encrusted scepter, her youthful skin and nearly flawless figure suggested she was in her 30s. Much like his mother, she exuded an air of nobility that inspired a desire for reverence. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and the mother of Shui. You have arrived. Bibi Dong's melodious voice carried an authoritative presence befitting her regal stature. Bo Feng smiled softly, recognizing her as the embodiment of the nobility and elegance that people often spoke of. Your Holiness, I am merely a merchant. Please state your terms. As long as they lie within my capacity, we may reach an agreement. Bo Feng spoke plainly. Boss Bo truly embodies the spirit of a businessman. How forthright. Bibi Dong stepped forward gracefully, her enchanting fragrance evoking a yearning for closeness in Bo Feng. Boss Bo, how about a split of 40-60 in my favor? The proposal of mutual benefit was evident. Without hesitation, Bo Feng resolutely declined. Your Holiness, is it not a bit too domineering of you? Should you propose a 50-50 division? I would consider it. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that single percentage in profit? Bibi Dong certainly understood. For the Spirit Hall to thrive, it required substantial funding and formidable spirit masters. Collaborating with the commercial empire that had swiftly risen to prominence within a year was an extraordinary opportunity. Backed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, along with the formidable support of the Sea God Island, their position was unassailable. Boss Bo, I must admit I admire your achievements at such a young age. Bibi Dong remarked. A year ago, you visited the Spirit Main Hall. Do you recall? Bo Feng nodded. I remember, there was a titled Daw whose name was something like Ju Huaguan. He even attempted to take an interest in my sister, but ultimately failed. Bibi Dong chuckled coldly, her gaze sharpening. Your sister possesses remarkable talent, innate full spirit power, and her spirit is the flower of emotion, the heartbreaking red. It makes me ponder the prospect of taking her as a disciple. Here is an opportunity. If your sister becomes my apprentice, I shall agree to a 50-50 split. Bo Feng shook his head with a smile. It has been a year. Why still pursue my sister? Am I not appealing enough? How about this, Your Holiness? Shall we establish a wager? Bibi Dong, intrigued, replied, Very well, Boss Bo, speak your terms. Bo Feng replied nonchalantly, I have heard that the Spirit Hall has a golden generation, with the 3 most outstanding individuals holding the purple record medals. I wish to challenge these 3. Should I lose? Not only shall our cooperation be adjusted to a 60-40 split in your favor, but I will also acquiesce to your demands. The 3 from the Spirit Hall's golden generation, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yen, had all reached level 50 in spirit power, standing as the vanguard of the younger generation. Among them, Hulaina was particularly noteworthy as Bibi Dong's personal disciple. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, harboring high hopes for the trio. Agreed, but with an additional condition. A mysterious smile graced her lips. Bo Feng inquired, what might that be? Should you lose, not only will I claim your sister, but I shall also claim you. Bo Feng was taken aback. What is the matter with Douluos and Bibi Dong's family? Your daughter seeks to conquer me, and you, as her mother, wish to claim me as well. I demand your allegiance to the Spirit Hall. I recall you have a sister as well. She should join the Spirit Hall alongside you. I can ensure that you both stand at the pinnacle of the continent." Bo Feng shook his head incredulously. "Your Holiness, you possess quite the appetite. Are you not afraid of overindulgence?" This woman's ambitions were vast, and the outcome of this battle would determine their fates. Should the Spirit Hall lose, it would incur no significant loss. They would continue their collaboration, albeit at a 50-50 ratio. However, if Bo Feng were to lose, his allegiance to the Spirit Hall would turn his commercial empire into theirs. A perilous gamble indeed. "How have you contemplated this, Boss Bo?" Bibi Dong asked. Bo Feng, brimming with confidence, knew that the trio were spirit kings, with Ulaina and Xiaoyu possessing the spirit fusion technique, enchantment. As he awaited at the entrance, when the trio, Yin, had already confronted him. Very well, Bo Feng conceded. This battle was one he was determined to win. In Tiando City, after a long journey, Qian Rinxue and Xiao Bai finally returned. Xiao Bai carefully assisted Qian Rinxue down from the carriage, ensuring that no one, not even Bo Feng, could touch her. "Slowly. Take your time." Xiao Bai smiled warmly. Since Qian Rinxue's pregnancy, Xiao Bai had been exceedingly joyful, even more so than when Bo Feng was born. The snake spear Douluos had been covertly following Qian Rinxue, exerting every effort to conceal his presence from Xiao Bai. However, he was bewildered by the change in the young mistress's gait, frequently placing her hand on her abdomen. Her once flat belly now showed signs of a slight curvature. Could it be that she was already pregnant? This was a significant matter, one that pertained to the legacy of the Spirit Hall. The elder pondered whether he should inform the elders of the council about this development. If the young mistress was indeed pregnant, concealing it indefinitely was not viable. Should the judgment elder find out, he would be held accountable. After much deliberation, the elder chose the latter course of action. "Forgive me, young mistress. For the future of the Spirit Hall, I must disclose this information to the judgment elder." The snake spear Douluos found a secluded spot to channel his spirit power and began to murmur incantations. Chapter 63. Qian Daolu smiled slightly. "This is quite intriguing. She has indeed made such a wager with Bo Feng." Bo Feng's prowess was unquestionable. Being the son of Poseidon Douluos Bo Saixi and Haoyan Douluos Tang San, he would never act without confidence. This wager held immense benefits for the Spirit Hall. In truth, Qian Daolu was genuinely curious about Bo Feng's true combat capabilities and intended to witness it firsthand. Ulaina and her companions, as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, were well known to him. Bo Feng's audacity to challenge all three was truly remarkable. Moreover, Bo Feng's spirit ring configuration was unparalleled, something no ordinary individual could achieve. Just as Qian Daolu prepared to depart, he suddenly halted. "Elder Judgment, a significant event has occurred." It was the voice of the snake spear Douluos. Qian Daolu promptly assumed a meditative position on the ground, initiating the circulation of his soul power to employ the unique transmission method of the Spirit Hall. The serpent spear Douluos was tasked with safeguarding Qian Rinxue's well-being, and now urgent news had emerged. In this vast world, nothing surpassed the importance of a granddaughter. Qian Daolu inquired with palpable urgency. The serpent spear Douluos, with a complex expression, replied, "Elder Judicator, you must brace yourself, the young mistress." Qian Daolu, growing impatient, interrupted, "What has happened to Xiao Xue? Could it be that her identity has been compromised?" The serpent spear Douluos gritted his teeth and revealed, "She is already married." Momentarily stunned, Qian Daolu found it difficult to comprehend. Xiao Xue was supposed to be undercover in the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, working to undermine and supplant the Heavenly Do Empire. How could she possibly be married? As the young master of the Spirit Hall and the sole heir of the angel lineage, Qian Daolu prided himself on the notion that no one in this world could be deemed worthy of his granddaughter. "Bo Feng, am I unworthy? Are you not keeping an eye on the young mistress? How could you allow her such caprice? Who is the man she married?" Qian Daolu fumed. Initially considering connecting Bo Feng with his granddaughter, he realized that Bo Feng was already wed. Bo Feng's marriage was a significant blow to Qian Daolu. How would he reconcile the discord upon Tang San's return? Yet, he never anticipated that his granddaughter would also marry. This revelation could not fail to infuriate Qian Daolu. The serpent spear Douluos dared not breathe, for Qian Daolu, despite having retreated from the forefront, remained the most formidable figure in the Spirit Hall. As the Judicator Elder, he wielded authority surpassing even that of the Pope. The serpent spear Douluos was merely an elder, someone whom Douluos could easily overlook. With the situation escalating, the serpent spear Douluos steeled himself and declared, "The young mistress has wed the proprietor of the general store, Bo Feng." Douluos was momentarily taken aback. Surely he misheard. "What did you say? Xiaoxua married whom?" The serpent spear Douluos reiterated, "The proprietor of the general store, Bo Feng." "Which Bo Feng?" Douluos pressed. "There is but one Bo Feng, the owner of the general store, Bo Feng." "Is it truly the Bo Feng of the general store?" "Indeed, it is the owner, Bo Feng." The serpent spear Douluos continued. He recently set off for the Spirit Hall to discuss a collaboration between the store and the Spirit Hall with the Pope. He should currently be at the Spirit Hall. Douluos smiled, a brilliant smile. One might strive to plant flowers, only to find that willows grow inadvertently. The serpent spear Douluos continued, "Elder Judicator, furthermore, the young mistress Xiaoxua appears to be with child by Bo Feng." Hearing this report and combining it with what Bo Feng had just stated, it seemed that Xiaoxua's pregnancy was a certainty. Soon, he would have a great-grandchild. How could this not bring joy to Douluos? His lips twitched with excitement, a wave of emotion surging within him that words could not express. Tang San, in our pursuit of Poseidon, I regrettably lost to you. Now, by chance, my granddaughter has married your son. Just wait. When you return, let us see how you dare to act against the Spirit Hall." Unable to contain his elation, Douluos delighted not only in the union of Bo Feng and Xianrenxua, but also in the child growing within her, a sole heir to the angel lineage. There could be no room for error. "Serpent Spear, I am aware of this matter. Safeguard Xiaoxua and the child within her. No harm must come to them." A glimmer of cold intent flashed in Douluos' eyes as he coldly commanded, "Kill." "Understood." The serpent spear Douluos continued, "Elder Judicator, there is another matter concerning Bo Feng's identity. In truth, from the moment Bo Feng manifested his martial spirit, Douluos had already discerned his identity. What he had not anticipated was that Tang San and Poseidon's son had grown up to be so exceptional." Douluos nodded, "I am already aware. Let it be." Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluos was perplexed. How could the Judicator Elder, who had just been furious, suddenly shift to this demeanor? The Spirit Hall and Sea God Island were sworn enemies. This was common knowledge. The motives of the leadership were beyond his comprehension. His duty was solely to protect the young mistress. After a prolonged silence, Douluos' face broke into a smile. An heir to the angel lineage was finally on the horizon. This child must be protected at all costs. He did not wish to relive the tragedies of the past. Should he inform Bibi Dong? Clearly, he would not. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly attempt to forcibly bring Xiaoxua back, not to mention Bo Feng's true identity. This was a critical time for the Spirit Hall and the General Store to establish cooperation. No unusual incidents could be permitted. Douluos contemplated visiting Tiando City to see his granddaughter, but ultimately decided against it. To avoid unnecessary complications, especially with Xiaoxua now pregnant, he deemed it prudent to remain distant. With 10 months ahead, these months would feel like years for Douluos. Even before the arrival of his great-grandchild, he began to ponder potential names. What should the child be called? Fellow comrades, contemplate this. One thing was certain. The child must bear the surname Qian. Poseidon. Have I consented to this? He could not allow Sea God Island to seize the initiative. Measures must be taken swiftly. With a joyful heart, Douluos smiled and strode outside. Simultaneously, Bo Feng and Bibi Dong reached an agreement. Soon after, they arrived at the open space outside the Pope's Hall, choosing it as the battleground for the upcoming confrontation. Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were fully prepared, ready to engage at any moment. This order came directly from the Pope. This battle must be won, for it concerned the dignity of the Spirit Hall. In particular, Yin, who stood at the entrance, had been eager to fight, but for the intervention of the Judicator Elder, he would have already proceeded. Chapter 64. Not as pretty as Xiaoxua. Greetings, Elder Judicator. The surrounding knights of the hall knelt, for Douluos held significant sway within the Spirit Hall. What brings you here? Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Douluos. Douluos smiled gently, ignoring her demeanor, and approached Bo Feng with a warm countenance. In this moment, he bore no semblance of the Judicator Elder, extending a hand to lightly pat Bo Feng's shoulder. This gesture left the onlookers perplexed. Bo Feng, being Poseidon's son, had a familial tie to Douluos, despite their adversarial relationship. Bo Feng was still required to address him as uncle by virtue of seniority. No, no, no. I eagerly await the day you call me grandfather, my son-in-law. Hulaina and her companions were formidable, possessing the martial spirit fusion technique, enchantment, which was the aspect Bo Feng should heed most. Douluos specifically cautioned, Bo Feng, brother, you are the judicator elder of the spirit hall. This warning could be seen as betraying your allies. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings, and Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Hulaina and the others were taken aback, having planned to leverage their martial spirit fusion technique to determine the outcome of the battle. However, Douluos' intervention left them momentarily stunned. To this, Douluos remained unfazed. Aiding one was akin to aiding all. Moreover, Bo Feng is his granddaughter's husband, and the relationship between Douluos and Bibi Dong has always been strained. Given that Sun Ji met his demise at her hands, it is likely that Douluos would have slain Bibi Dong at that moment had it not been for the potential to strengthen the Spirit Hall. In the Spirit Hall, apart from his own granddaughter, Douluos has no other kin, now that his granddaughter is married, and to Poseidon's son no less. Douluos harbors no grievances. He regards Bo Feng with great fondness, almost perceiving him as a true grandson. Furthermore, his granddaughter is expecting a child, a descendant of the angel clan from Sea God Island, which compels Douluos to lend his support to Bo Feng. Senior Douluos, is this appropriate? Bo Feng stammered in surprise. Douluos chuckled and shook his head, replying, there is nothing inappropriate about it. You're already at a disadvantage, facing 3 opponents, all of whom are soul kings, not to mention they belong to the golden generation. My actions are entirely justified. I have faith in you. Bo Feng met Douluos' affirming gaze and that maternal smile, instinctively nodding in response. After speaking, Douluos stepped aside once more. What do you mean by that, Douluos? Bibi Dong coldly questioned, casting a disdainful glance at him. Unfazed by her inquiry, Douluos replied nonchalantly, what I choose to do is none of your concern. This battle is inherently unfavorable and unjust for Bo Feng. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, his chances of victory are below 30%. Moreover, the soul fusion skill between Xiaoyu and Hulaina, charming demon, significantly boosts their power, reaching at least the level of a soul emperor. You revealed this secret, Bibi Dong pressed again. Do you think Bo Feng alone can turn the tide? Even with knowledge of the soul fusion skill? She sneered, fully aware of the combat prowess of Hulaina and her companions, having personally trained them. In response, Douluos merely cast a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong, stating, you should focus on your own responsibilities. My decisions are not for you to question. And do not underestimate Bo Feng. He is our grandson. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted toward Douluos, pondering why this old man, who usually remained in the Elder Hall, would suddenly emerge. This was not a matter of great significance, yet based on Douluos' attitude toward Bo Feng, Bibi Dong surmised that there was something concealed between the two, perhaps vital information or a deeper connection. On the battlefield, Bo Feng's expression grew grave. His adversaries were formidable, and he could not afford to underestimate them. This battle was crucial for the ownership of the general store, and as a denizen of Sea God Island, he should not be entangled with the Spirit Hall. Yet, circumstances left him with no choice. Yin chuckled lightly, kid. I was planning to give you a proper beating outside, just now. If not for the timely arrival of the Elder of Judgment, it would have been you lying on the ground. Bo Feng retorted you. Yin clenched his teeth, flames flickering in his palm. Yin, interjected. Stick to the plan as instructed by our teacher. Yin, utterly obedient to Hulaina's words, was merely a sycophant destined for failure. Exchanging a knowing glance, Hulaina and Xiaoyu moved in unison. With a graceful step, Hulaina appeared directly in front of Bo Feng, a faint smile gracing her features. As she released her martial spirit, a delicate pink foxtail sprouted behind her. Hulaina's martial spirit was the enchanting fox, possessing formidable charm. An aura of soft pink enveloped her, her enchanting figure moving with a rhythm that quickened hearts, her eyes veiled in a rosy hue, exuding an irresistible allure. In contrast, Bo Feng remained his usual calm self, his eyes devoid of any tumult. He was now a married man, and moreover, his beloved Heir surpassed Hulaina in beauty. This charm dared to manifest before him. Bo Feng lightly raised his wrist, lifting Hulaina's chin with 2 fingers, shaking his head in disappointment. Is that all? My Heir is far more beautiful, out of my way. With that, Bo Feng swiftly lifted his right leg, dark red energy rapidly coalescing, forming a blood-red crescent moon. Not good. He actually possesses a soul bone. Bibi Dong realized her miscalculation. The skill from the evil demon whale's soul bone, evil whale's demonic slash, struck Hulai Na, sending ripples of crimson energy coursing through the air. In an instant, Hulai Na was sent flying. Nana. At that moment, Xiaoyu deftly caught Hulai Na. As her brother, he had always taken great care of her. Under the influence of the evil demonic slash, Hulai Na slipped into a deep coma. Xiaoyu, silent and resolute, ordered for his sister to be taken away. The most terrifying individuals are often the quiet ones. Xiaoyu, wielding the moonblade, brandished two blood-red blades, his soul rings blooming one by one, two yellow, two purple, and one black. Yin, as Hulai Na's chief suitor, could not tolerate seeing his beloved in such a state. A colossal figure of flame emerged behind him. As his soul rings, two yellow, two purple, and one black began to rise. Chapter 65. Holding the great-grandson to command Tang, Bibi Dong's heart ached for her injured disciple. Qianren Shui was her own flesh and blood, and yet, during her childhood, she received not a shred of Bibi Dong's affection. The love she bestowed upon Hulai Na, her disciple, surpassed that for her own daughter. Rushing forward to assess Hulai Na, Bibi Dong sighed in relief upon discovering that she was merely in a light coma. However, her gaze toward Bo Feng transformed from frivolity to an expression of despair and death. Xiaoyan, and this swiftly, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. With Hulai Na out of the picture, there was no possibility of them executing their soul fusion skill together. The tides of battle shifted in Bo Feng's favor. Bibi Dong had never anticipated that such a young individual could possess a soul bone of such high quality, at least one that was over 10,000 years old. Yet, Bibi Dong still underestimated Bo Feng. Fueled by the injury to his sister, Xiaoyu's aura surged as he brandished the moonblade, launching a flurry of deadly strikes at Bo Feng with incredible speed. Yin did not hold back either. His soul rings flickered rapidly, and the ground beneath them transformed into molten lava. In an instant, Bo Feng found himself devoid of retreat as Xiaoyu approached, his rage palpable. At that moment, Bo Feng extended his right hand, summoning a blue trident. The trident crossed over his chest, fiercely entangling with the moon blade, sparks flying in all directions. Simultaneously, Yin swung his iron fist, encased in a molten stone, driven by an overwhelming hatred as he aimed a devastating blow at Bo Feng's head. Crack, crack, crack! Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. She noticed 8 spider spears emerging from Bo Feng's back. Wasn't his martial spirit a trident? How could this happen? Was it perhaps an external soul bone? Qian Dao Lu mused. This young man is quite fortunate to have obtained such a rare external soul bone. Indeed, Bibi Dong's speculation was correct. This external soul bone likely originated from a magic spider-type soul beast. She herself possessed dual martial spirits, the twin spider queen martial spirit. The external soul bone has stirred memories deep within Bibi Dong's heart. Yin and Xiaoyu could not afford to be careless. The strength of Bo Feng was unfathomable, and within a brief span of time, he had already delivered numerous surprises. First, the soul bone defeated Hulai Na, followed by the external soul bone, and then Bo Feng's soul rings appeared. Yellow, purple, purple, black. Yin and Xiaoyu held their breath, witnessing the most incredible scene of their lives. 1,000 years for the second ring, and 10,000 years for the fourth ring. Everyone present was astonished by this seemingly chaotic configuration of soul rings, including Bibi Dong. Bo Feng was indeed enigmatic. What secrets did he harbor? She resolved to uncover the truth. Years ago, at Juhua Pass, she had witnessed Bo Feng's 2 yellow century soul rings. But reality now delivered a resounding slap to her face. Qian Dao Lu nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the son of sea god Douluos and Haotian Douluos Tang Chun, worthy of being his granddaughter's husband. Even if Tang Chun returned in the future, settling scores would require consideration of their newfound relationship. Once foes, now entangled as relatives. Qian Dao Lu could almost envision Tang Chen's shocked expression upon his return. He was eager to witness it. What could the Spear Hall do? To seek retribution would not be so straightforward, especially while cradling his great-grandson, which would effectively pressure Tang Chun. Would he reconcile? Hee. On the battlefield, Bo Feng wielded a trident, with 8 spider spears radiating purple light behind him. His left and right legs shone with purple and red light, respectively. Today's surprises were truly overwhelming. For a moment, Bibi Dong was at a loss for words. Observing his stance, it was evident that his left leg also bore soul bone, the flickering light indicating a significant age, certainly not inferior to that of his right leg. Bo Feng had now completely unleashed his potential. With trident in hand, he moved with lightning speed. His first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. Blue ripples danced on the trident. With just one strike, Xiaoyu, wielding the moon blade, crossed his blade in defense. Xiaoyu was sent staggering back several meters. They, hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, believed themselves to be the foremost of the younger generation. Yet Bo Feng stood undefeated against two Soul Kings. Bo Feng smiled slightly, continuing his assault on Yen. Having learned from Xiaoyu's lesson, Yen struck the trident with his fiery giant fist, flames soaring skyward. Fourth soul skill, Lava Eruption. Bo Feng this time was destined to lose. Yan's fourth soul ring illuminated rapidly, and Bo Feng found himself inadvertently on the defensive. The lava beneath him beginning to churn, nearing the point of eruption. Yan's martial soul, Flame Lord, a top-tier dual fire and earth martial soul, intended to drag Bo Feng down into the lava with him. Meanwhile, Qian Dao Lu's expression grew increasingly serious. Truth be told, he believed Bo Feng would win. Yet the current situation was exceedingly dire. Yen's fourth soul skill activated. The lava erupted into a fiery column, trapping both Yen and Bo Feng within. Bibi Dong watched with a concealed smirk. Ordinary individuals could not withstand such extreme temperatures. Although Bo Feng was powerful, he was still too young, and his experience was quite shallow. Amidst the flames, Bo Feng remained calm. The surrounding lava inflicted not the slightest harm upon him. A transparent blue barrier enveloped Bo Feng. His second soul skill, See God as Protection. Suddenly, Bo Feng broke free from Yan's grasp, striking his shoulder with one thrust and his waist with another. This was merely a contest. He had no desire to inflict harm. Xiaoyu, holding the moon blade, was haunted by visions of his sister in a coma. He ceased to ponder further. Merging both moon blades, he formed a full moon and charged directly at Bo Feng. Having subdued Yen, Bo Feng turned to face the oncoming Xiaoyu. It was time to conclude the battle. Holding the trident in his right hand, his fourth soul skill activated. The blue trident radiated a dazzling golden light. 10,000-year soul skill. Fourth soul skill, See God's Thunder. The golden trident crackled with lightning, piercing swiftly towards Xiaoyu. This strike contained the boundless power of the ocean, instilling a sense of crisis within Xiaoyu. In front of all assembled, a thunderous explosion resonated. Everyone's hearts raced as Bo Feng, trident in hand, poised it against Xiaoyu's throat, signaling the end of the battle. Victory was assured. Bo Feng emerged triumphant. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng remarked, "The golden generation of the Spirit Hall truly lives up to its reputation." Though Xiaoyu was reluctant to accept reality, they had lost, and utterly so. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She had envisioned a scenario where the three could defeat him and seize control of the commercial shop. Yet now, Bo Feng had triumphed. For Bibi Dong, this was an exceedingly unfavorable outcome. She had missed the opportunity to grasp control of the commercial shop, and the miracles surrounding Bo Feng were indeed numerous. Such a prodigy, not joining the Spirit Hall, seemed an immense loss. Xiaoyu, clutching his chest, forced himself to stand despite the agonizing pain. "Next time, you shall not be so fortunate." His gaze fixed on Bo Feng, fist clenched tightly. The three hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall had been bested by him. Bo Feng nodded with a smile. "I await your challenge." As Bo Feng turned away, he caught sight of Qian Dao Lu's peculiar smile, an expression that felt oddly unsettling. They had only met once, yet something felt amiss. Regardless, Bo Feng addressed the glum Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, I wonder about our wager." At present, Bibi Dong's mood was at its nadir, having seen her prized golden generation defeated by the avaricious Bo Feng. Indeed, the opponent's soul rings were remarkable. Yet that was not the sole reason for the defeat of three Soul Kings. As for the sudden appearances of the Soul Bone and External Soul Bone, it was already extraordinary for an ordinary person to possess one. Yet Bo Feng possessed three. Among them, the most precious External Soul Bone. Bibi Dong genuinely wished to recruit Bo Feng, but alas, she had lost this gamble. With a rueful smile, Bibi Dong shook her head, saying, "Bo Feng, you are indeed impressive. Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Spear Hall? The personal invitation from the Pope would likely be hard for anyone present to refuse. Qian Douluos cast a mocking glance at Bibi Dong, thinking it foolish. How could someone from Sea God Island possibly join the Spear Hall? Even though his granddaughter had married Bo Feng, it did not alter the fact that Bo Feng belonged to Sea God Island. Wait a moment. Qian Douluos pondered. If his granddaughter was married to Bo Feng, then she was finished. He had suffered a tremendous loss. Bo Feng, with a resigned smile, looked at Bibi Dong and replied, I must apologize, Your Holiness. I am merely a merchant, and it is only natural for a merchant to love wealth. I have won this wager. May I ask if you could fulfill your end of the agreement? The Spirit Hall was currently in a phase of rapid development, requiring both talent and financial resources. Undoubtedly, Bo Feng was precisely the individual they needed. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong naturally could not violate the terms of the wager. With a deep breath to suppress her inner fury, she nodded in agreement and continued, from this day forth. The Spirit Hall will enter into a partnership with the department store, granting them the right to open a branch in Spirit City. Having spoken, Bibi Dong turned and strode back to the Pope's palace without a backward glance. Witnessing Bibi Dong's discomfort, Qian Douluos felt a surge of delight and approached Bo Feng, gently resting his arm on his shoulder. Well done. You are indeed the first to put her in such a predicament. Bo Feng shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Today, I have undoubtedly offended this Pope, and our future days may not be so easy. What's this? As the heir of Sea God Island, are you afraid? Qian Douluos teased softly. Senior Qian Douluos, this is the Spirit Hall, not Sea God Island. If we were on Sea God Island, I would not have to tread so carefully. Even you, in the past, faced setbacks there. Impudent brat. Is it necessary to dredge up old grievances? Qian Douluos coughed to ease the awkwardness. What are your plans now? Will you return? Bo Feng smiled knowingly, gazing towards the direction of Heaven-Do City. With his wife expecting, it was only right that he return to her side. In just over 8 months, their child would be born. Bo Feng couldn't help but reflect on the thrill of this journey across the continent. Not only had he secured his own shop, but he had also married a beautiful, gentle, and understanding wife. This was the greatest happiness of his life. At this point, Qian Douluos calculated the months until his great-grandson would arrive. Since the death of Qian Xuanji, the Angel clan had dwindled, leaving only himself and his grandson. Now that his granddaughter had married and started her own family, and with a child on the way, this new life must be brought back to the Spirit Hall, as it represented the last hope for the Angel clan. Moreover, with Bo Feng's martial spirit being the sea god, as Poseidon and Tang San's son, his potential was beyond question. Their child would enter the world already standing at the pinnacle. With the backing of both Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall, along with the support of their grandparents, Tang San and Poseidon, and the great-grandfather Qian Douluos, these 3 unparalleled Douluos would bestow a love that no ordinary person could withstand. By the way, when will you inform your mother? This is a matter of great significance regarding the inheritance of Sea God Island, Qian Douluos inquired pointedly. Eager to compete with Poseidon, Bo Feng looked at the smiling Qian Douluos, surprised. Was this truly the same Qian Douluos? Throughout their conversation, his smile had never faltered, his gaze never straying from Bo Feng. Could it be no impossible? Bo Feng smiled faintly and replied, I have yet to inform my mother. Knowing her character, she would likely abandon matters of Sea God Island and focus solely on caring for my wife. Poseidon, having experienced motherhood, would undoubtedly rush to assist her daughter-in-law through pregnancy. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, she had always placed great importance on Bo Feng. Now that a grandchild is on the way, Bo Feng mused. Qian Douluos' eyes sparkled. At that moment, Tang San was striving to reach the 100th level, a regret from years past that haunted Qian Douluos deeply. He believed that with enough effort, no obstacle was insurmountable. Seizing this opportunity, he planned a final, desperate push. What charm did Tang San possess to so captivate Poseidon? Yet, Tang San had yet to return. Qian Douluos realized that his chance had come. It was time to forge connections, for that was what truly mattered. Young man, such significant news must be promptly conveyed to your mother. This concerns the legacy of Sea God Island, more important than anything else. Bo Feng regarded Qian Douluos, noting the mysterious and enigmatic smile. Qian Douluos' fondness for his mother was well known to Bo Feng. Could it be? Oh no, this man had not given up. Bo Feng chuckled helplessly and cautiously asked, Senior Qian Daolu, have you not yet resigned yourself? Qian Daolu instinctively nodded. Indeed. Bo Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qian Daolu with a serious expression. Realizing his slip, Qian Daolu hastily shook his head. You misunderstand. I am not that sort of person. Is that not the case? Your smile has betrayed you. I see you as a senior, yet you appear to desire to be my new father-in-law. Senior Qian Daolu, you should abandon such thoughts. My mother has no feelings for you. She once remarked that whoever could become a god would be the one she favored. And now, my father is returning. As the divine representative of the angel clan, you have already attained the 8th test. The 9th is surely within reach. Qian Daolu clung to the last flicker of hope. When is your father returning? Are you seeking a fight? Bo Feng retorted. Qian Daolu sighed. I merely wish to discuss the experience of becoming a god with him. As the divine representative of the angel clan, I have never had the opportunity to ascend and can only wait for the true heir to the angel god to emerge. Qian Daolu lamented. How many years have passed, and how much longer must I wait? You shall not have to wait long, Bo Feng replied mysteriously, sensing that Qian Daolu had not yet given up on his mother. An idea struck him. Senior Qian Daolu, I can inform you of the precise timing of my father's return and the ultimate divine inheritance. Qian Daolu's interest piqued. He eagerly inquired, what is it? There are 2 great gods of slaughter in this world. One is the Rakshasa, and the other is the Asura. My father, Bo Feng's lips curled into a smile, is the Asura. The Asura, a god. The Rakshasa has already chosen Bibi Dong, which is one of the reasons Qian Daolu would not dare confront her. I cannot believe that the Asura god has chosen Tang San. Oh heavens! I cannot even fathom the implications. If Tang San returns, no? Such thoughts must be cast aside. Otherwise, the entire spirit hall will face ruin. For now, I must focus on that child and hope all is not too late. The events of the past had filled Qian Daolu with regret. It was too late to amend them. Because of the spirit hall, the Haotian sect had closed its gates. As the founder, how could Tang San simply let it go? I know the closure of the Haotian sect is connected to the spirit hall. I hope that when Tang San returns, you will speak favorably on my behalf, for we are family. Bo Feng understood Qian Daolu's concern. He feared his father would seek retribution. Rest assured, Senior Qian Daolu, I know how to handle this. Unless there is anything else, I shall return to Heaven Do City. My wife has been waiting for me. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu promptly advised, Shui, your wife is a good girl. You must treat her well and never let her down. Otherwise, my younger self. Bo Feng squinted his eyes once more, fixating intently on Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu remarked, is it a crime to reminisce? After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time for Bo Feng to take his leave. Following his farewell to Qian Daolu, Bo Feng officially embarked on his journey home. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat on her throne, her face contorted with anger, gripping the purple gold scepter that emitted a series of ominous sounds. Today marked one of the most distressing days since she ascended to the papacy. She had envisioned seizing control of the general store, but to her astonishment, Bo Feng's formidable strength had surpassed her control, rendering him someone who could either be recruited or destroyed. In a fit of rage, Bibi Dong resolved to take a more aggressive stance. With a flick of her voice, the 2 title Douluos, Gue and Yueguan, appeared immediately. Bibi Dong's gaze was icy. The spirit hall must dominate the Douluos continent, and everything would ultimately belong to her. She had long coveted the general store, and now, with Bo Feng at its helm, she needed to secure him firmly. Should Bo Feng be captured, any act of defiance would not be tolerated. Her eyes turned cold, causing both Douluos to shiver involuntarily. They dared not delay and hurried toward the exit. Just then, Qian Daolu slowly entered the room. Where are you 2 planning to go? Qian Daolu questioned them. As the elder of judgment, he also had a familial connection to Bo Feng, being the grandfather of Qian Renshua. Thus he felt compelled to protect him. The 2 Douluos exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. What brings you here? Are you intending to meddle in my affairs? Bibi Dong glared at Qian Daolu, recalling their prior agreement that he had no right to interfere in matters of the spirit hall. Qian Daolu smiled slightly, stating, I know you intend to act against Bo Feng, but today I am not here to stop you. Rather, I am here to warn you. As he spoke, the 2 title Douluos nearly collapsed under the immense pressure of his aura, a force far beyond their capacity to withstand. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she gradually rose from her seat, wielding her scepter, her own aura matching Qian Daolu's. I find it quite intriguing that you wish to warn me. Bibi Dong replied with a sinister smile, her gaze fixed intently on Qiandao Lu. "Umph." Qiandao Lu scoffed. "If you dare to lay a finger on Bo Feng today, be wary of my wrath." "Oh, I am quite curious," Bibi Dong inquired. "What is it about this man you have never met that warrants such regard from you? To the extent of opposing me?" "In due time, you shall understand," Qiandao Lu replied, shaking his head without further explanation. "Remember, should I discover that you have harmed him, watch your position as Pope carefully. Although I have promised not to interfere in the affairs of the Pope's palace, do not forget that, as the Elder of Judgment, I still possess the authority to revoke your power." Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Qiandao Lu. Indeed, as he had stated, he possessed that capability. As Qiandao Lu turned to leave, Bibi Dong suddenly called out, "Wait, what is Bo Feng's background? Why does he provoke such a reaction from you, prompting you to stand against me?" "In due time, you shall understand," Qiandao Lu echoed before vanishing from the room. Once Qiandao Lu had departed, Yueguan cautiously asked, "Your Holiness, what should we do now? If you're not afraid of death, go ahead," Bibi Dong retorted, glancing dismissively at Yueguan. Ignoring the two, she began to contemplate the identity of this individual who could inspire such trepidation in Qiandao Lu. When Bo Feng returns home with Qianren Xue and the child, you will understand. Chapter 68. Returning home to accompany my wife, having concluded matters at the Spirit Hall, Bo Feng planned to return to Heavendo City. Upon exiting the Pope's palace, he fortuitously encountered Hulaina, who was being supported by Xiaoyu. Her complexion was far from pleasant, having endured the assault of the evil whale's demon-breaking slash, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. The savage power of the evil demon tiger whale still lingered within her, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Hulaina had come in search of a master, hoping that Bibi Dong might possess a means to expel the residual violent energy within her. As the two met Bo Feng, Xiaoyu frowned, displaying an unfriendly demeanor towards him. Following their defeat, the trio, once hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had become the targets of widespread criticism. With less than a year and a half remaining until the Grand Spirit Master Tournament, their time was running short. They needed to secure victory, which not only concerned the dignity of the Spirit Hall, but also the 3 soul bones that rightfully belonged to them. Today, they had witnessed the formidable power of Bo Feng's soul bone. Ignoring the two, Bo Feng turned to leave when suddenly, Hulaina called out to him. "Wait!" Bo Feng halted, turning to her and asking, "Miss Hulaina, what is it? Could you enlighten me as to why my charm does not affect you? You're clearly a soul zone, and even if your spirit rings provide an advantage, or perhaps your mental strength." Bo Feng smiled gently. "Miss Hulaina, your charm skill is indeed impressive. Had it been someone else, they would surely have fallen for it. However, during my childhood, I spent considerable time listening to the sea woman Douluos play the sea god-S melody, a tune that disrupts the mind. Over time, I became immune to its effects. Thus, your charm holds no sway over me, certainly less effective than that melody." I must admit, after employing her charm skill, Hulaina's figure and beauty ascended to a new level. Of course, she could not compare to my little Schwerer. "But what about you?" Hulaina asked, puzzled. Bo Feng was about to respond, but then shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. You're not as pretty as my little Schwerer, so naturally, your charm would be ineffective against me." Observing Hulaina's rather unremarkable features, Bo Feng vaguely sensed a trace of the evil demon tiger whale's power within her. Almost forgetting, being struck by the evil whale's demon-breaking slash was certainly no pleasant experience. Lifting his right hand, the sea god crown atop his head shimmered with a blue-golden light. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu immediately became cautious. As the light of the sea god radiated, a gentle power surged into Hulaina's body, beginning to cleanse the residual power of the evil demon tiger whale within her. This power was soothing, and Hulaina closed her eyes in comfort, enveloped in warmth. In a matter of moments, the sea god-S light had dissipated the violent energy lingering within her. Bo Feng nodded in satisfaction, seeing that Hulaina was unharmed before hastily departing to return home and spend time with his wife. After a considerable time, Hulaina gradually regained consciousness. "Nana, what did Bo Feng do to you?" Xiaoyu asked anxiously, fearing for the safety of the only sister he had. Hulaina smiled gently, saying, "Brother, you need not worry. The power that lingered within me has been completely cleared by Bo Feng." Looking around, she noticed Bo Feng was nowhere to be seen. "Brother, where is Bo Feng?" Xiaoyu replied irritably. "He has already left." The next time I see him, I will surely defeat him myself. Hulaina smiled wryly and shook her head, her gaze complex as she left the spirit hall, immediately setting off towards Heaven-Do City without delay. In merely a day and a half, she had returned to the bustling general store. As always, the shop was teeming with customers, and business was thriving even more than before. Upon seeing the return of Boss Bo, the staff greeted him enthusiastically, to which he responded warmly. The first order of business, finding his wife. Entering his room with a heart full of anticipation, Bo gently opened the door. With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing Qianrenxue and Xiao Bai sitting on the balcony, basking in the sunlight and chatting freely. It was evident that Qianrenxue's belly had grown somewhat. "Husband, you're back," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bo. "How did things go at the Spear Hall?" Xiao Bai inquired. Bo sat beside Qianrenxue, wrapping an arm around her. "Sister Bai, the Spirit Hall has agreed to collaborate with us, but there were some complications along the way." "What happened? Did someone deliberately make things difficult for you?" Xiao Bai asked, her brow furrowing slightly. With a sigh, Bo replied, "It was none other than that Pope Bibi Dong. When I proposed a partnership, she insisted that I join the Spirit Hall and attempted to seize control of the entire general store. This woman is quite the ambition." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue frowned and expressed her discontent. "What exactly did she do to trouble you? Are you all right, my husband?" She was all too aware of this formidable woman, powerful enough to obliterate everything in her path. The interests of the general store had piqued Bibi Dong's envy. The Spirit Hall, in its quest to dominate the Douluos continent, was in desperate need of talent and wealth, both of which Bo possessed, prompting Bibi Dong to attempt to recruit him. However, Bo had no intention of joining the Spirit Hall, being a member of Sea God Island with a poor relationship with the Spirit Hall. He would never set foot there unless it was for collaboration. Join the Spirit Hall? That is utterly impossible. I immediately proposed a wager, challenging the Golden Generation led by Hulaina, stating that I could defeat all three of them. And what was the outcome? Qianrenxue asked anxiously. Bo smiled slightly. Of course, I emerged victorious. Consequently, Bibi Dong abandoned her plans to recruit me and facilitated our collaboration with the Spirit Hall. However, life is bound to become challenging now. I have provoked a pope, and she is no trivial adversary, truly formidable. Xiao Bai waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Do we fear the Spirit Hall on Sea God Island? In the past, I commanded the Magic Soul Great White Shark School, inflicting untold losses upon them." Qianrenxue, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "Husband, did anything else happen during your visit to the Spirit Hall?" Bo pondered for a moment and replied, "I also encountered Qian Douluos, grandfather." Qianrenxue could hardly contain her excitement. "Did the esteemed elder say anything to you?" Bo responded, "Qian Douluos is astute. He recognized me as my mother's son and mentioned my origins from Sea God Island." "How did Qian Douluos treat you? Was there any ill will?" Xiao Bai inquired hastily. Bo shook his head gently. "The elder meant me no harm. Rather, his behavior was somewhat peculiar. He even considered introducing his granddaughter to me." Qianrenxue, "I assent that me." Curiously, she asked, "How did you respond?" "Me?" Bo chuckled. "I of course declined. I am already married. I cannot seek after unattainable heights. It is said that Qian Douluos' granddaughter, Qianrenxue, is a great beauty. You certainly know how to flatter. But I already have my little Shui. Whatever happens with Qianrenxue is of no concern to me. In this life, I need only my little Shui. Qianrenxue smiled faintly, then leaned comfortably against Bo's shoulder. Husband, I hope that when you discover my true identity, you won't be too shocked." By the way, Brother Feng, I have informed the high priest about your wife's pregnancy," Xiao Bai reminded. Bo replied, "Sister Bai, didn't we agree not to tell my mother? How could you go back on your word?" Xiao Bai, with a touch of pride, said, "As the heir of Sea God Island, you bear the mission of our island as prosperity. If it weren't for me, would you have had the opportunity to meet Shui, to know such a virtuous wife? Since you arrived on the continent, you become quite lazy." "What did mother say?" Bo inquired. Xiao Bai glanced at him and smiled. "The high priest highly values this grandchild. He is the hope of Sea God Island. Due to some matters that need resolution on the island, the high priest won't be able to come to us for a while. However, after Shui gives birth, he hopes you can bring her and the child to Sea God Island." Bo nodded. "That poses no issue. Shui has 8.5 months until she gives birth, so there is ample time. Shui, soon you shall meet our mother. Are you nervous?" Qianrenxue shook her head gently, smiling as she replied, Not at all. In your absence, Sister Bai has taken great care of me. I have heard you speak of our mother as a very kind person. Though we have yet to meet, I believe I will get along splendidly with my mother-in-law. After several days apart, the following morning, Bo packed his belongings and, after bidding farewell to Qian Renxue and Xiao Bai, set off towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. Aside from being the owner of the general store, he was also a teacher, Teacher Bo. Today he had a class to teach, and as he walked along the path to the academy, he noticed a crowd gathered at the gate, with a bespectacled individual leading the group, engaged in a dispute with the gatekeeper. I've told you I know Dean Lu Erlong. Knowing her is not enough. Everyone entering the academy must declare their identity and purpose. No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. Dean Flander? What brings you here? Just then, Bo arrived, and upon seeing him, the gatekeeper approached, saying, Teacher Bo, these individuals claim to be from Shrek Academy and wish to speak with our Dean Lu. The leader was indeed Flander. According to the timeline, weren't they still in Soto City? How had they arrived at Blue Tyrant Academy so swiftly? Moreover, Flander had brought the Shrek 7 monsters along with all the teachers from the academy. Even Master himself had come. However, Master S' expression was somewhat complicated. It seemed Flander had done considerable persuasion to bring him here. Flander's eyes lit up as he grasped Bo's hand. Boss Bo, it has been far too long. Dean Flander, what is the occasion? Bo inquired, glancing at the crowd behind Flander. Flander laughed heartily, casting a proud glance at the group behind him. I have decided to bring these little monsters here so they can participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament in a year and a half. Hence, I've come to Heavendo City to seek fortune and, incidentally, to align myself with Sister Erlong. Thanks to your previous advice, otherwise, with what Shrek Academy possesses now, we would not be able to nurture these 7 at all. They are all exceptionally talented children. They require a more perfect environment to fully unleash their potential. The day after your departure, I set off with all the faculty and students of the academy, and today we have finally arrived at Heavendo City. Bo Feng nodded slightly, and then turned to the student guarding the school gate, saying, I know these individuals. I will lead them to find Dean Lu Erlong. The student did not dare to hesitate and quickly opened the academy's gates. Since Bo Feng was familiar with them, there was no need for further inquiry. Under Bo Feng's guidance, the members of Shrek Academy strolled through the spacious campus, characterized by an excellent educational environment and a conducive training atmosphere. This was the purpose of the master's visit, as the second phase of training required the little monsters to obtain Silver Soul badges at the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, the master could hardly endure the urgency of Flanders, especially after learning from Bo Feng that the head of Blue Tyrant Academy was Lu Erlong. Flanders had long intended to visit Blue Tyrant Academy. The foremost consideration was the master, who had not seen Lu Erlong for over 20 years. It seemed that Flanders had done an excellent job in preparing the master for this encounter. This is the teaching building where students attend classes. And over there is the student dormitory, a place for rest, Bo Feng introduced as they walked. The Shrek 7 monsters and the faculty nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their surroundings. After all, they were about to embark on a new life here. The group took a brief glance at Blue Tyrant Academy before Bo Feng led them toward the back mountain. Lu Erlong cherished tranquility in nature, making the back mountain her only residence. Except for significant matters, she generally did not make appearances. Dean Flanders, Master, we are about to reach Dean Lu Erlong's residence. How do you feel? Bo Feng teased. Flanders chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, We have come unexpectedly. I wonder if Lu Erlong still remembers her elder brother? Let us hope she doesn't turn us away. It's been over 20 years, and I truly miss her. Am I not right, Master? Flanders glanced at the Master. Following his gaze, Bo Feng noticed the Master's expression was vacant. From the moment he entered the academy, the Master's heart had been in turmoil, uncertain of how to confront Lu Erlong. The woman he once loved was also his cousin. 20 years had passed, and some matters he must face. Chapter 70. I won't tell you the back mountain remained as beautiful as ever. Bo Feng led the Shrek group toward Lu Erlong's residence. As usual, Lu Erlong's melodious singing echoed gently, living alone here with little interest beyond watering flowers and singing daily. Her voice was enchanting and clear, imbued with a hint of melancholy, a longing for someone who was now on the way. Suddenly, the master's expression darkened, and he froze in place. A stream of clear tears unexpectedly traced his once stoic face. He fell silent, as if his soul had departed. Tang San gazed at the master, his heart filled with curiosity about what could cause his usually composed teacher to exhibit such a demeanor. Flanders wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye, reminiscing about the past, reflecting on how vibrant they once were, now aged with the passage of time. Time waits for no one. The master gritted his teeth, preparing to leave, but Flanders seized his shoulder. Xiao Gang, it has been 20 years. Are you truly unwilling to see her? Flanders urged. The master shook his head vehemently, saying, It is not that I am unwilling to see her. Rather, I lack the courage to face her. Sighing helplessly, Flanders replied, Well, you have come this far. Some things you must confront, not for your own peace of mind, but for these children and for Bo Feng's good intentions. You must meet her today. With that, Flanders forcibly dragged the master away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the master's expression revealed helplessness, and he yearned to resist. However, Flanders was a soul sage. What could a mere soul master do against him? Bo Feng smiled silently and continued to lead the group toward Lu Erlong's residence. Dean Lu, you have someone here to see you, Bo Feng announced as he approached. Lu Erlong promptly set aside her tasks and approached Bo Feng, smiling. Someone familiar? Who might that be? Lu Erlong looked at the unfamiliar faces behind Bo Feng, puzzled. Teacher Bo, who are they? This was Lu Erlong's first encounter with the Shrek's 7 monsters and the rest, aside from Flanders and the Master. Bo Feng turned to check. Where are the Master and Dean Flanders? Tang San replied, Teacher and Dean Flanders are still at the foot of the mountain. When we ascended together, it seemed like Teacher was unwilling. It appeared the Master still harbored some trepidation. Flanders? You are students of Flander? Lu Erlong inquired, astonished. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's question, everyone nodded in agreement. As one of the golden triad of the killing fields, the bond between the three was akin to that of brothers. I ask you, what's the name of your teacher you mentioned earlier? Lu Erlong asked Tang San urgently, eager to hear the name buried deep within her heart. Though Tang San did not understand the situation, he could tell from Lu Erlong's evident emotion that she was more excited than his own teacher. Without hesitation, he replied, My teacher is called the Master. Dean Flanders often refers to him as Xiao Gang. Master, Xiao Gang, Lu Erlong murmured to herself, her heart brimming with unexpressed excitement. It truly is you. After 20 years, I have finally waited for this day. You can no longer escape my grasp. With that, Lu Erlong shed her previous demeanor and dashed down the mountain. The scene left everyone momentarily stunned, unsure of what had transpired. Bo Feng shook his head with a wry smile and instructed everyone, please sit down and rest. We will all be in the same academy from now on, so do not hold back. After traveling for so many days from Soto City to Heavendo City, it is quite a long distance. Moreover, this place has a beautiful environment, perfect for a leisurely life. The group began to scatter and sit down. At that moment, Tang San looked at Bo Feng with a complicated expression, sharing the same hammer martial spirit. Who exactly was this teacher Bo? Furthermore, how did he know his father? Could it be true, as he claimed, that they were family? All these questions lingered in Tang San's mind, leaving him perplexed for a long time. Before Tang San could approach, Ning Rongrong took a step forward and arrived beside Bo Feng. Brother Bo, it's been a long time. Have you missed Rongrong? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bo Feng pushed Ning Rongrong away playfully, chuckling, Little witch, behave. I'm already a married man. Brother Bo, could you please stop calling me Little Witch? I have grown up. Ning Rongrong replied, clearly displeased. Bo Feng shook his head with a smile and said, all right. Our Rongrong has grown up. This place is not far from your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Make sure to return and visit. Your father misses you dearly. When I last met him, he often spoke of you. Brother Bo Feng, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Ning Rongrong inquired tentatively. Bo Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, go ahead. Also, this is Lamba Academy, and as a teacher here, you are now my student. Do not call me Brother Bo Feng. You should address me as Teacher Bo Feng. Yes, Teacher Bo Feng, she replied. I have always been curious about where you come from, as you possess so many extraordinary items. I have asked my father numerous times, but he always refrains from discussing it. All of this traces back to Bo Feng's first visit to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and his initial encounter with Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong was well aware of her father's character as the leader of a sect. For him to establish an alliance with Bo Feng upon their first meeting was a testament to Bo Feng's exceptional nature. Indeed, Bo Feng proved to be extraordinary. In merely a year, his general store had established a presence in every corner of the continent, and recently, he had even extended his reach to the spirit hall. Would you like to know? Bo Feng asked with keen interest. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, eagerly awaiting his response. After a long wait, he teasingly declared, I won't tell you. With that, Bo Feng turned to leave, for he had classes to prepare for. You Bo Feng, you truly take things too far. Be careful. I will return and tell my father to cease collaboration with your store. Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. Just as Bo Feng was about to depart, he paused, slowly turning to face the irate Ning Rongrong. He couldn't help but find it amusing. If your father doesn't tell you, do you think I would? The onlookers turned their attention to the scene, well aware that not long after Ning Rongrong had entered Shrek Academy, she had been an utterly mischievous little witch. After enduring various experiences, her demeanor had transformed, allowing her to blend harmoniously with everyone. At that moment, was she perhaps reverting to her old self? Just then, Flinder arrived, brimming with joy, tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes, perhaps a result of emotion or something else entirely. In any case, what was lost after more than 20 years. Flinder had come to terms with it. Now, Shrek was his only focus. Soon after, Lu Erlong grasped the master's hand and, with great effort, dragged him to this location, her face radiating joy. Lu Erlong needed to give the master some time, having evaded for over 20 years. It was now time for him to return to her grasp. This time, Lu Erlong firmly believed that the master would not suddenly leave again. For his disciple Tang San was present, and training Tang San along with the Shrek 7 was a promise he had made to Flinder. During this time, Lu Erlong planned to take the opportunity to rekindle their relationship. It's so quiet here, Flinder coughed, breaking the silence. Everyone, I have wonderful news. From this moment, our Shrek Academy will officially merge with Lamba Academy, and the new institution will bear the name of Shrek Academy. Henceforth, we will no longer have to worry about funding. Upon Flinder's announcement, everyone present erupted into ecstatic cheers. As the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, being able to cultivate here would provide an excellent environment for the young talents. This would also serve to prepare for the upcoming grand competition, all of which was anticipated by Bo Feng. He had initially thought that Shrek would arrive later, yet they had come several months ahead of schedule. Lu Erlong, still holding the master, approached Flinder and said with a smile, from now on, you are all students of my Lamba, no, of Shrek Academy. I will serve as the vice dean, and you, Flinder, are undoubtedly the dean. Flinder, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, Erlong, this time we have taken advantage of you. I think I should pass on the dean position. Lu Erlong shook her head with a smile and replied, Flinder, please do not be modest. I have no interest in being dean. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved to the back mountain. Previously, much of the academy's affairs were handled by teacher Bo Feng, and now that you are here, I can finally have some leisure to do what I wish. As she spoke, Lu Erlong tightened her grip on the master. The crowd noticed that the master and Lu Erlong seemed to know each other well, and they watched with curiosity. The master felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly broke free from Lu Erlong's grasp. He then approached the Shrek 7 and admonished, do not think that just because we have changed locations, your training can be neglected. There is still a year and a half until the Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition. During this time, I will be even more demanding and rigorous. Training will commence this afternoon. What? Master, we have only just arrived. After such a long journey, can we not have a few days to rest? Oscar pleaded with his doe-like eyes. The others joined in, looking pitifully at the master. They were well aware of the horror of his training, having experienced it firsthand, and it was far from a humanly existence. During that time, even Tang San felt utterly exhausted, let alone the other 6 from Shrek. Bo Feng looked at the Shrek 7, an idea blossoming in his mind. He stepped forward and said to the master, Master, since you bear the burden of training the Shrek 7 so diligently, why not allow me to assist you in their training? Upon hearing this, the Shrek 7 were taken aback. Even the master paused in surprise, as did Flinder and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, amused yet bewildered, remarked, Teacher Bo Feng, Xiao Gang has a unique method for training the little monsters. While your combat prowess is commendable, Xiao Gang is an expert in education. You should not interfere. Indeed, just Xiao Gang alone has already turned these little monsters' lives upside down. If you, Boss Bo Feng, were to join him, I can't even imagine what would happen, they thought. The Shrek 7 could not help but envision a future where Bo Feng and the master trained them together, and they instinctively shook their heads in dismay. No, this won't do. Brother Bo Feng, I apologize for my earlier words. We truly do not need your help, Ning Rongrong quickly said to Bo Feng. Yes, 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 Teacher Bo Feng. We genuinely do not require assistance. Master is quite good. We have all grown accustomed to his ways, haven't we? In an instant, the 7 of them voiced their opinions. Their intentions clear. They must prevent Bo Feng from intervening, or their future days would be unbearable. At a loss, Flinder turned to the master and asked Xiao Gang, "The little monsters have always been trained by you. What is your stance on this?" The master pondered for a moment, then turned to Bo Feng and asked, "If you were to train them, what approach would you take?" This was a question the master posed to Bo Feng, inviting him to consider things from a different perspective. Bo Feng glanced at the Shrek 7, a strange smile forming on his lips, sending a chill down their spines. If I were in their position, with less than a year and a half until the competition, I wouldn't be concerned about their current abilities, particularly those of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Their innate talent is exceptionally high, and given sufficient time, reaching the Soul Sect would undoubtedly be within their grasp. However, the remaining members may not fare as well. At the tender age of 6, I commenced my training through an exceedingly rigorous regimen. Allow me to share a snippet of my past. I was fortunate enough to be taught by 7 titled Douluos in succession. 7 titled Douluos? Everyone present was astounded. The formidable strength of Bo Feng was palpable, especially to Lu Erlong, who had once clashed with him. Who would have thought? That was indeed a titled Douluos. Being mentored by 7 titled Douluos from such a young age is a monumental blessing for a soul master. Bo Feng's exceptional prowess was evident to all, not to mention the terrifying force behind him, comprising 7 titled Douluos. Chapter 72. The nightmare of the 7 monsters arrives. Bo Feng smiled slightly and continued, "In other words, I can employ the training methods imparted by those 7 titled Douluos to train you. I have no doubt that in a year and a half, you will claim victory in the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition." The Shrek 7 monsters were instantly engulfed in despair. The days ahead were destined to be dark. The master, suppressing his excitement, softly declared, "Very well, from this day forth, I shall train alongside Teacher Bo to ensure you achieve the most commendable results in the competition in a year and a half." It was over. The 7 of them wore vacant expressions, truly feeling overwhelmed. Bo Feng observed the despondent Shrek 7 monsters and thought that they would soon have a respite. Soon after, Lu Erlong convened a meeting of all faculty and students to officially rename the Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy. Fran, the newly appointed first principal of Shrek Academy, took a step back to assume the role of vice principal. Although there was confusion regarding Lu Erlong's intentions, it mattered little who was in charge. It was said that the newly arrived Principal Fran was an old acquaintance of Lu Erlong. Aside from the name change, there were no significant alterations. As for how to train the Shrek 7 monsters, Bo Feng already had a plan in mind. On the mountain behind the academy, Bo Feng stood with the master. "Teacher Bo, why have you brought me here?" The master inquired, puzzled. Bo Feng smiled calmly and pointed towards the rugged mountain path. "Master, we are standing atop the highest peak within Shrek Academy. Can you estimate how far it is from the foot of the mountain to the summit?" The master began to gauge the distance, furrowing his brow. "It must be over 3,000 meters. You can't possibly intend for them to. You've only guessed half correctly." "Half? Are you suggesting they should carry large stones?" The master pondered, recalling that he had employed a similar method during his time in Soto City. He had consistently adhered to such a training regimen. The master had initially hoped Bo Feng would present a novel approach, but it seemed he was rather youthful. Before long, Tang San and the others, following Bo Feng's previous instructions, arrived at the base of the mountain. Bo Feng and the master had been waiting for some time. Dai Mubai asked, "Master, Teacher Bo, what is our training regimen for this afternoon?" The master glanced at Bo Feng, who nodded and replied, "Previously, I observed your training method in Soto City, where you carried a basket of stones from the academy to Soto City, completing 10 round trips. Today's training will be similar. It will require you to run." I thought it would be something significant. "Teacher Bo, you could have simply asked us to run 10 round trips," Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Having learned from past experiences, the Shrek 7 monsters were now brimming with energy. This seemed trivial, merely an appetizer. Bo Feng smiled enigmatically, then cleared the path behind him, revealing the rugged mountain trail strewn with stones of various sizes, stretching into the horizon. "For today's training, you will not carry stones. I permit you to utilize your soul power and all your hidden cards. As long as you can reach the mountain peak, you will have passed this stage. The seven of them gazed at the treacherous path, which, while daunting, still felt manageable for their current capabilities. I'll go first. As the leader of the seven monsters, Dai Mubai decided to take the lead. Bo Feng and the master exchanged knowing glances, both wearing mysterious smiles. Without any preparation, the moment Dai Mubai stepped onto the mountain path, his pupils constricted, overwhelmed by an immense pressure. His movements became sluggish, as if a mysterious force were opposing him. In an instant, he was propelled backward. Tang San sensed the impending trouble, activating his purple extreme demon eye. The seemingly mundane mountain terrain was enveloped in a faint blue-golden glow, imperceptible to outsiders. What on earth is happening? The others hurriedly assisted Dai Mubai, at which point Bo Feng stepped forward, smiling. This is the consequence of underestimating the situation. This mountain has been altered by my hand. At its summit lies my crown. The aura it emits saturates the entire mountain with pressure. Your training today and in the future will take place here. This is merely the first phase. Within a month, all seven of you must reach the highest peak. Otherwise, he chuckled ominously, I have many more methods to train you, so be prepared. This is just a faint glimmer of the sea goddess light, far from comparable to that atop Sea God Mountain. Currently, the Shrek 7 monsters have yet to achieve the level of Soul Sovereign. Encountering such a degree of the sea goddess light will not be easy for them. Upon hearing Bo Feng's description, the group shivered involuntarily. It was truly terrifying. For the sake of their future, the seven of them steeled themselves and began their ascent. Tang San and Dai Mubai took the lead. The moment Tang San lifted his right leg and truly set foot on a mountain, he was immediately met with an overwhelming resistance impeding their progress. As the Shintian skill silently operated, Tang San gradually ascended the mountain while stabilizing himself. This place was indeed extraordinary. Everyone, be cautious. The pressure here is immense, Tang San warned. The others soon sensed it as well. Dai Mubai, having experienced it for the first time, was particularly cautious. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, rendering him nearly unable to rise. Dai Mubai and Tang San fared somewhat better, but Ning Rongrong and the other four had already collapsed to the ground. The sea goddess light was not something they could easily underestimate. If the training in Soto City merely shed a layer of skin, this current regimen felt as though it was stripping them of flesh. Ma Hongjuan's face turned crimson, drenched in sweat. Teacher Bo, I was wrong. Please, have mercy and consider a different training method. Indeed, master. Please plead with Teacher Bo on my behalf. I would gladly carry stones for 20 laps. The rotund Ma Hongjun and food system Soul Master Oscar implored, completely overwhelmed and unable to stand under the relentless illumination of the sea goddess light. Bo Feng replied sternly, Ma Hongjun, your martial soul is the fire phoenix. Such a magnificent martial soul is being squandered on you. And you, Oscar, as a food system soul master, you're the primary target in team battles. Do you expect your teammates to divert their focus to protect you? I have heard Dean Flander mention that you are one of the few food system soul masters endowed with innate full soul power. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, possesses only a 9th level innate soul power. Are you truly inferior to a mere girl? Chapter 73. Into the Wild, the master added, what Teacher Bo said is indeed correct. From now on, your training will be under his full responsibility. I shall take my leave. With that, the master hurriedly departed. He was their final hope, and now that he had abandoned them, the Shrek 7 monsters were poised to face an entirely new nightmare. Bo Feng chuckled mischievously. This was merely an appetizer. As the master had just stated, from now on, I shall be wholly responsible for your training. Hurry along now. Today, I do not expect you to reach the mountain summit, but at the very least, I demand that you advance 300 meters. Otherwise, tonight, you shall all go hungry. This announcement struck them like a bolt from the blue. Under the immense pressure of the sea goddess light, the 7 began their slow march forward. Beside the wooden cabin at the back mountain, Flander, now officially the dean of Lamba Academy, was reclining in a chair, humming a tune while relishing this hard-earned leisure. Flander, you have gone too far. Lu Erlong approached with her hands on her hips, slamming her palm onto a nearby wooden table. Flander, startled, fell from his chair to the ground. Erlong, please don't scare me during the day. I have done nothing to provoke you, Flander protested innocently. I have been busy managing the new academy, and you, on the other hand, simply recline in a chair, thinking that your position as dean shields you from my reprimands. Is that it? Lu Erlong was seething, unable to contain her anger. Flander stammered, well, as the dean, I must oversee everything. Considering my age, it is only natural for me to enjoy a bit of retirement. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Erlong was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, the master approached from a distance. Xiao Gong. Upon seeing the master, Flander rushed to his side as if he had found a savior. Xiao Gang. Lu Erlong's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting a more feminine tone. Aren't you supposed to be training the little monsters? What brings you here? Flander, hiding behind the master, nodded and said, indeed. Could it be that teacher Bo has already? The master smiled wryly and replied, I underestimated teacher Bo. I must admit, he is far more adept at educating others than I am. Is that so? Flander exclaimed in astonishment. Is teacher Bo truly that remarkable? Do not forget, the master affirmed. He has been trained by 7 titled Douluos since childhood. His experience and methods far exceed our imagination. I feel quite assured leaving the little monsters in his care. Teacher Bo is indeed enigmatic, and his sister, Xiao Bai, who works at the general store, is also a titled Douluo possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Lu Erlong reminded them. 100,000-year spirit ring. Both Flander and the master gasped in shock. Heavens! The master lamented. In today's world of soul masters, there are hardly a handful of titled Douluos with such a spirit ring. What is teacher Bo's true identity to command such respect? Lu Erlong shook her head slowly. I do not know. All I can say is that this is a boon for our academy. The general store has also invested significantly in our expansion, much of which is thanks to teacher Bo. Let us not dwell on that, the master said, since the little monsters will receive direct guidance from teacher Bo. It is akin to being taught by 7 titled Douluos. Xiao Gang, what will you do now? I planned to before the master could finish. Lu Erlong took hold of his wrist and smiled. Xiao Gang will, of course, assist me in managing the academy. Unlike Flander, who lounges about lazily, I would rather seek Xiao Gang's help. Wouldn't you agree? The master nodded, dumbfounded. All he intended to say had already been articulated by Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, on the mountain path illuminated by the sea goddess light, the Shrek 7 monsters found themselves utterly exhausted. They collapsed onto the ground, their soul power completely depleted. Even Tang San and Dai Mubai, formidable as they were, could hardly fathom what lay ahead in their training. Bo Feng smiled slightly. It seemed the 7 had expended their last ounce of strength. Sensing it was time to halt, Bo Feng extended his arm, and the sea god's light atop the mountain suddenly dissipated, resulting in an immediate relief for the Shrek 7 monsters, as the prior pressure vanished entirely. The sea god's crown returned to Bo Feng's forehead. Now, tell me, how do you feel? Bo Feng inquired. The group collectively exhaled, with Dai Mubai panting. Teacher Bo, we cannot move an inch. The pressure feels like a tidal wave, suffocating us. Indeed, advancing even a single step is exceedingly arduous, Xiao Wu added. Our soul power has been constantly drained. It is impossible to reach the summit, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. Everyone shared the same sentiment. After listening to their accounts, Bo Feng chuckled helplessly and explained, the source of this pressure emanates from the crown I wear, known as the Sea Goddess Light. Sea Goddess Light? The group was bewildered. Bo Feng nodded. Indeed, the Sea Goddess Light generates immense pressure, but simultaneously, have you noticed your current physical state? As they processed Bo Feng's description, each began to circulate their nearly exhausted soul power. To their astonishment, they discovered that they had reached the 29th level, just one level shy of becoming soul sovereigns. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, I have reached 29. Just one more level to go. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, I'm also at 29. Could this be due to the Sea God's light? I have also advanced a level, they all exclaimed in unison. I understand now, Tang San suddenly said. The master once told me that pressure serves as a catalyst for progress. Teacher Bo, could it be that the Sea God's light possesses the ability to enhance soul power? Bo Feng nodded. Indeed, I have trained amidst the Sea God's light since childhood, and it does indeed have the capability to elevate soul power. The benefits it provides extend far beyond this. If you had just trained under its pressure, the outcome would have been, why do you all look at me like that? Ningrong desit. Teacher Bo, why not use the Sea Goddess Light once more? This time, we promised to had they known that the Sea Goddess Light could enhance their abilities. They would not have wasted their time so frivolously. Enough. Bo Feng shot them an exasperated glance. Do you truly believe the sea goddess light can be used at will? It is limited to half an hour each day. This afternoon's training concludes here. After dinner tonight, all of you will accompany me into the city for some field training. Chapter 74. Developing stealthily field training? What's our field training? Bo Feng chuckled helplessly. This term was certainly unfamiliar to them. Of course, it involves stealthy development. At present, your strengths are still quite feeble. Do you think you can participate in the Continental Senior Soul Master competition like this? In just a few rounds, you would be defeated. I previously consulted the master. He intended to take you to the Soto Great Soul Arena, which was to be your second training location. This time, we shall change the venue to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. I know that place. It is the largest soul arena on the continent, far grander than the Soto Great Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong remarked, her expression suddenly turning serious. Teacher Bo, you do not intend for us to engage in spirit battles there, do you? Quite astute. Little witch, you are indeed clever. Bo Feng smiled and said, the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena serves as the main venue for this year's competition. I wanted you to familiarize yourselves with the atmosphere of battle and the characteristics of the spirit masters there, so you can gain an early advantage in the arena. Perhaps you may even encounter some of your future opponents. He paused, adding, now, no one is allowed to be late tonight. The group shuddered at his words and quickly nodded in agreement. The night in Heaven Do City was particularly lively. For the first time in a big city, the Shrek's 7 monsters, with the exception of Ning Rongrong, were inevitably captivated by the bustling scene. The streets were teeming with vehicles as the Shrek 7 monsters, under Bo Feng's guidance, made their way toward the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. Before the competition commences, I expect each of you to obtain a golden spirit medal, Bo Feng stated. The mention of the golden spirit medal caused everyone to gasp in surprise. Oscar hesitantly inquired, Teacher Bo Feng, as auxiliary spirit masters, must we also obtain the golden spirit medal? Ning Rongrong nodded, acknowledging their lack of combat power among the 7. Bo Feng proposed, you and Rongrong can team up with Tang San. This way, you can engage in 2-on-2 battles and earn points. There is still a year and a half until the competition begins, which is ample time for you to achieve your goals. Heaven Do City is rich in resources, making it an ideal training ground for the 7 monsters. At night, the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena transforms into a venue for joyous entertainment, a place where the affluent gather to indulge in exhilarating battles. As Bo Feng and the Shrek 7 monsters entered the arena, the grandeur of Heaven Do City was evident. The scale of its spirit arena far surpassed that of Soto City. You may freely participate in spirit battles, whether 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, but refrain from team battles for now, as your spirit power has yet to fully recover. You can join next time, Bo Feng advised. Furthermore, he reminded them, I recall that the master provided each of you with a mask. Wear them to avoid drawing attention from other spirit masters. Heaven Do City is not like other places. It is rife with spies. Should anything happen, inform me immediately. Additionally, conceal your identities. Let no one know of your existence. From now on, you are the Shrek 7 monsters. Understood. With that, the group dispersed to register and await their upcoming battles. Bo Feng, having some leisure time, decided to head to the VIP section to watch the fights. Due to his special status, Bo Feng was quite well known in Heaven Do City and naturally possessed certain privileges, including the right to observe from the VIP area. The VIP lounge was a private room covering over 200 square meters, equipped with various amenities. It featured a layer of special glass that obscured the view from the outside while allowing those within to see the action clearly, thus ensuring effective observation while maintaining confidentiality. On his way to the VIP section, Bo Feng encountered 2 familiar figures. Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluos, what brings you here? Bo Feng asked, surprised to see them. Ning Fengji responded with a hint of surprise, Boss Bo Feng, what winds have blown you here? I recall you were reluctant to visit such places. Bo Feng shook his head with a wry smile. I am here for my students. I recently took on a significant task to train them to the Spirit Ancestor level, preparing them for the upcoming Continental Advanced Spirit Master competition. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Ning Fengji recalled that Bo Feng had become a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Which prodigious youths are fortunate enough to receive your guidance? Your daughter, Bo Feng replied. What? My daughter? Ning Fengji was taken aback. Bo Feng reiterated, who else but your daughter? She is now one of my students. I believe you are aware that Shrek has relocated to Heaven Do City. Ning Fengti noted that. having received news a few days prior about Shrek's move. He expressed surprise at how quickly they had integrated into the city. Given that Liu Erlong from Blue Tyrant Academy was once part of the Golden Iron Triangle and had a long-standing friendship with Dean Flender. Together with Ning Fengji and Sword Daw, they entered the VIP section and took their seats, watching the battles unfold below. I see. It seems my little which will require your guidance, Boss Bo Feng, Ning Fengji remarked after understanding the situation. A year and a half to elevate Rong to the spirit ancestor level seems quite the challenge. Sword Daw expressed his concerns. Bo Feng acknowledged the difficulty, contemplating a visit to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye for assistance. The battles below were intense, and before long, it was time for the pairing of Ning Rong and Dai Mubai. The Snake-Scorpion duo faced off against the White Tower duo. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluos focused intently, as this was their first time witnessing Ning Rong fight in front of such a large audience. Bo Feng, too, was fully engrossed, the sea god crown atop his head emitting a faint blue glow that momentarily imbued his vision with an effect akin to Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. With the referee's signal, both sides began a new round of combat. The opponents, a man and a woman, embodied their respective martial spirits. The man possessed the snake martial spirit, while the woman wielded the scorpion martial spirit, both infused with poison. Their spirit rings consisted of one white, one yellow, and one purple. As Dai Mubai was a spirit ancestor, it was expected that their opponents would also be of comparable rank, especially with Ning Rong as their auxiliary spirit master, which left Dai Mubai momentarily overwhelmed. When the Seven Treasures glazed tile martial spirit was unleashed, the arena fell silent. To witness a Seven Treasures glazed tile spirit master here was a remarkable event, as it was renowned as the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit. Dai, look. Ning Rong exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai. Quickly, she consumed a pink sausage, and to everyone's astonishment, a pair of transparent purple wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to soar into the air. Flight ability. When did the Seven Treasures glazed tile gain such a capability? The spectators were left in awe. In a VIP room, Sword Daw remarked, Rong's ability to fly must be a result of consuming food crafted by a food-type spirit master. Bo Feng smiled. Indeed, Sword Daw, your keen perception is commendable. Rong's flight ability originates from the third spirit skill of a food-type spirit master within the Shrek's 7 monsters, derived from Millennium Phoenix Tail, Chicken Crest Snake, which grants the ability to fly. Boss Bo Feng, after hearing all this, I am genuinely curious about the exceptional talents among Rong's classmates. Ning Fengji expressed with admiration. Soon, Sect Master Ning, you shall witness them, and I assure you, you will be pleased. On the arena, as Ning Rong soared aloft, she continuously activated the Seven Treasures glazed tile. The light in her hands never dimmed, amplifying the strength and speed that flowed into Dai Mubai. With a powerful roar akin to a tiger's cry, Dai Mubai transformed, embodying the white tiger, and launched himself at their opponents with incredible speed. The Seven Treasures glazed tile proved its worth as the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit, and combined with Dai Mubai's 37th level prowess, they easily dispatched their current opponents. Though the adversaries were also spirit ancestors, the disparities in age, spirit ring configuration, and the rarity of their martial spirits rendered Dai Mubai and Ning Rong far superior. After the battle concluded, Dai Mubai and Ning Rong swiftly exited the arena. In the intricate and watchful environment of Heaven Do City, there were too many eyes upon them, and they needed to avoid drawing excessive attention. Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluos, let's depart. Now that Rong's battle is over, I believe the others should be finishing up as well. As they spoke, the 3 individuals sequentially exited the room, the waters of Heaven Do City growing ever deeper. Outside the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, 7 individuals had, as predicted by Bo Feng, concluded their battles early and had gathered to discuss their splendid moments from earlier. You have no idea, with just one punch, my opponent lost their combat capability, Dai Mubai boasted proudly. Come on, Captain Dai. If it weren't for my 7 treasure glazed tile assisting you, would you have won so effortlessly? Ning Rong interjected. As Dai Mubai realized he had been bested in their banter, everyone erupted into laughter, reveling in their youth. Everyone performed admirably today, he remarked. At that moment, Bo Feng approached, accompanied by Ning Fengji and Jian Douluos. Grandpa Jian, father, Ning Rong exclaimed joyfully. Her lineage as the Little Witch of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect well known among the group. Only Oscar, upon seeing Ning Fengji in person, instinctively shrank back. His feelings for Ning Rongrong were deeply buried within, and the current situation seemed akin to a future son-in-law nearly encountering his future father-in-law. However, with Oscar's current abilities and Ning Fengji's discerning eye, it appeared that none present, aside from Bo Feng, could match his daughter. Alas, Bo Feng was already married. Ning Fengji affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, smiling as he said, "I watched your battle closely, my dear." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong blushed and shyly fell into her father's embrace. Bo Feng chuckled and then turned to the others, saying, "It's getting late. You should all return to the academy to rest. Tomorrow, at the usual spot, do not be late." Just as Bo Feng was about to leave, Tang San suddenly spoke up, "Teacher Bo, why?" Bo Feng turned to look at the hesitant Tang San, sensing he wished to inquire about his father. "Is there something on your mind?" Bo Feng asked. "Teacher Bo, why do you look at me in such a peculiar way? Although we share the same hammer martial spirit, your gaze is quite strange, evoking an indescribable feeling." Tang San felt that something was amiss. With their shared martial spirit, there should be some bloodline connection. Perhaps he ought to address Bo Feng as Grandpa. At once, everyone turned their gaze toward the two, wondering if Bo Feng harbored such inclinations. Their curiosity piqued. Even Ning Fengji found himself intrigued. Having known Bo Feng for a long time, could it be? Grandpa sees his grandson. "See you tomorrow." Upon finishing his sentence, Bo Feng swiftly vanished from their sight. Grandpa sees his grandson? What kind of answer is that? Tang San scratched his head, perplexed as he stood there. Ning Fengji, with his unique insight, cast a deep glance at Tang San, pondering the implications of his surname. "Well, I have a general understanding now. I never expected the Shrek's 7 monsters to be such a remarkable group." In the stillness of the night, Bo Feng returned to the general store, where everyone else had already retired for the evening. This night marked Bo Feng's latest return ever. He quietly ascended the staircase and opened the dust-covered door, finding Qian Rinxue peacefully resting in bed. For a pregnant woman, a good night's sleep is paramount. Bo Feng quietly lay down beside her, feeling her steady breathing. Relieved that all was well. "Darling, you're back. Sorry, I might have made too much noise upon returning and startled you," Bo Feng replied. Qian Rinxue rubbed her sleepy eyes, revealing a charming smile. "It's fine. I had just fallen asleep for a short while and heard the commotion. After so long as a couple, I can recognize your footsteps." "Ah, so you were playing with me." At once, Bo Feng gently embraced Qian Rinxue, feeling her slightly rounded belly, clearly sensing some movement. "Two!" he exclaimed in astonishment. Qian Rinxue nodded joyfully, saying, "Today, Jia specifically used her soul power to check. And I'm expecting twins." Twins! Just as Bo Feng was reveling in his joy, the door was abruptly flung open, and he was promptly expelled from the room. The door slamming shut without leaving a crack. "During Xiaoshua's pregnancy, you should exercise some restraint. You needn't concern yourself with the general store. I will handle everything." Indeed, Bai Jie was true to her word, providing vigilant protection. Especially today, after using her soul power to ascertain that Xiaoshua was carrying twins, she immediately isolated Bo Feng. Then, Bai Jie's voice echoed again. "Until Xiaoshua gives birth, you shall return to the academy dormitory to sleep, and you may only come back once a week." "Is she my wife, or is she your wife?" In the chilly night, Bo Feng involuntarily shivered. Forget it. There was no need to argue with Bai Jie. For the sake of the children, it seemed he would have to endure. The following morning, the Shrek's 7 monsters arrived punctually at the designated location on the back mountain, ready to commence a new day of training. Having tasted the sweetness of the sea god's light yesterday, they were unwilling to relinquish such an excellent training method, even if it only lasted half an hour each day. On the way, they even planned how they would continue their training. Arriving at the familiar spot, the Shrek 7 monsters were on time, while Bo Feng, however, was late. Early in the morning, Bo Feng rubbed his dizzy head as he meandered his way to the back mountain. Bai Jie had become overly cautious since Bo Feng's wife became pregnant. It was understandable. The inheritance from Sea God Island was of utmost importance and could not afford any mistakes. Now, Qian Rinxue had become the primary target of Bai Jie's protection, almost always visible to Bo Feng every hour of the day. As a result, the snake spear Douluos, who had stationed himself outside the general store, was rendered utterly speechless, for he had effectively lost his job. Having been sent by Qian Daolu to protect his pregnant granddaughter, he found that she hardly needed his protection. One by Jia was worth 3 snake-speared Douluos. The snake-speared Dou often pondered how he had spent so many days there without even catching a glimpse of the young master. He had only seen him once during his stay and had barely managed to poke his head out to greet him. But then, Bai Jia had appeared with utmost caution, nearly exposing him. He sighed, "Heaven help me. How does one guard against Bo Feng and the formidable Bai Jia, the king of the soul-hunting great white shark?" In a corner, the snake-speared Dou rubbed his stubbled chin, shaking his head in despair. It had been several days since he had seen the young master. If the Elder of Judgment were to inquire, how would he respond? Surely, he could not candidly admit, "Elder of Judgment, I am unemployed." Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Bo Feng adjusted his appearance and approached the Shrek 7 monsters. Observing the neatly lined-up group, he nodded appreciatively and said solemnly, "Well done. Everyone has arrived on time today." "But Teacher Bo is late," Oscar whispered. "Everyone," Bo Feng replied. "Yesterday I was filled with pent-up frustration, and when I dozed off, someone kindly brought me a pillow, so I could not let it go to waste. Everyone, run 10 laps around Shrek Academy before we begin today's training." Bo Feng stated coldly. The 6 others involuntarily turned their gazes toward Oscar, whose unfiltered tongue had not changed one bit. "Very well, we are all from the same academy, and it is inevitable that we will encounter each other frequently. The 10 laps are trivial for the current Shrek 7 monsters. Consider it merely an appetizer before today's training." As the words left his mouth, the 7 promptly embarked on their journey around the track. Bo Feng gazed at the departing figures, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled slowly, muttering to himself, "Oscar does prove to be somewhat useful in critical moments. He then moved to a nearby open space, sitting cross-legged on the ground to utilize this free time for cultivation. On Sea God Island, large vessels laden with goods slowly set sail. Zizhanju stood on the deck, bowing slightly towards the Sea God Palace in the distance before commencing a new round of maritime cargo transport. In recent years, due to Bo Feng's expanding business, various specialties from Sea God Island have begun to thrive on the mainland, creating a significant impact. Naturally, the fine products from the mainland have also found favor among the residents of Sea God Island, leading to a mutually beneficial exchange that has officially opened up trade routes. The cargo-laden ships gradually departed. Within the Sea God Palace, Poseidon sat upon her throne, holding a scepter, her face adorned with a smile as she observed the unfolding scenes in the shimmering water screen. Watching the residents of Sea God Island live in peace and prosperity brought her a sense of tranquility. It had been over a year since her son had left, and for Bo Feng, who had lived on Sea God Island for 12 years, this was his first departure from the island. Now, Poseidon found herself missing her son. But even more, she anticipated the arrival of her future grandchild, Bo Feng. A grandchild is imminent, and Bo Feng, as Poseidon's son, was undoubtedly beloved. Yet the thought of her future grandchild brought her immense joy. If not for the pressing matters on Sea God Island, Poseidon would have surely rushed to the mainland to await the birth of her grandchild. Just as Poseidon was about to depart to attend to affairs on Sea God Island, a maid approached from outside the hall. "Great High Priestess, you have a letter." Poseidon received the letter and instructed the maid to leave. The letter was signed, Xiao Bai. Poseidon was taken aback. It was Xiao Bai who had informed her about her daughter-in-law's pregnancy last time. Her son, Bai, had insisted on surprising her after the birth. Alas, one cannot return the child they have born. Opening the envelope, Poseidon began to carefully read the contents of the letter. In a brief moment, her face radiated happiness as the letter indicated that her daughter-in-law was carrying twins. 2. This was indeed a significant matter for Sea God Island. For both the Angel clan of the Spear Hall and the Bo Feng family of Sea God Island, offspring represented the soul lineage. Both were among the continent's paramount powers, one ruling the land, the other the seas. Would they be 2 girls, 2 boys, or perhaps a pair of twins? Poseidon began to indulge in delightful fantasies. Amidst the tumultuous political landscape of the continent, particularly in the capital city of Tiando, where various forces intertwined, her primary concern was the safety of her son, daughter-in-law, and future grandchildren. With only Xiao Bai present, their safety could not be guaranteed. Send word for Sea Spear Douluos to come see me. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the 7 monsters had completed their 10 laps and were now sprawled on the ground, gasping for the fresh air. Along the way, they had already given Oscar a lesson and ensured that he would not utter another word from this day forth. Behold, the footprints left behind by Oscar served as the sole evidence. With a clap of his hands, Bo Feng commanded the Shrek 7 monsters to stand at attention, their spirits invigorated, ready to engage in cultivation under the sea god's light. Following this, Bo Feng tossed the sea god crown into the air, where it landed steadily atop the mountain peak. Instantly, a resplendent blue-golden light illuminated the mountain, its brilliance so dazzling that even in daylight, it was striking. Tang San, come here for a moment. The rest may enter the sea god's light for cultivation. Manage your time for half an hour. After speaking, Tang San scratched his head in confusion before following Bo Feng's lead and departing. Chapter 77. Personal Training with Tang San together with Bo Feng. Tang San arrived at a secluded area on the opposite side of the mountain, also enveloped in the sea god's light, albeit with a broader range. Teacher Bo, why have you brought me here? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Bo Feng remained silent, as dark energy manifested in his left hand, revealing the Haotian hammer. From today onward, you shall spend half an hour each day training under the sea god's light, utilizing the pressure here. I shall personally demonstrate the chaotic cloak hammer technique for you. Tang San, what? Sometimes, Tang San genuinely questioned if he had such a young grandfather. Eager to grow stronger, he complied with Bo Feng's instructions, summoning the Haotian hammer into his own hand. Under Bo Feng's guidance, Tang San approached the sea god's light, and the moment the blue-golden radiance enveloped his body, his expression shifted dramatically. The weight of the Haotian hammer felt as though it had increased tenfold, crashing down upon the mountain and causing it to tremble. On the other side of the mountain, the remaining 6 monsters, diligently practicing beneath the sea god's light, sensed the disturbance and instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, where Bo Feng and Tang San were situated. Where Teacher Bo and third brother up to? It seems to be causing quite a stir, Ning Rongrong remarked with astonishment. Who knows? Xiao San's talent is already the best among us. It's no surprise he is being personally taught by Teacher Bo, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. Feeling the pressure from the sea god's light still lingering, he could even sense his soul power increasing in a curvilinear fashion, prompting the group to seize the opportunity to continue their training. Meanwhile, Tang San was drenched in sweat, his fingers turning pale as he gripped the Haotian hammer tightly. Under the sea god's light, even the lightest of objects would feel increasingly burdensome. How much more so for the Haotian hammer, which, without any soul rings, already weighed 500 pounds. Now, under the sea god's illumination, its weight likely reached a staggering figure. Tons. What's the matter? Can't lift the Haotian hammer? Bo Feng remarked coldly. Tang San gasped for breath, struggling to respond. Teacher Bo, the Haotian hammer is too heavy. I simply can't. Bo Feng shook his head helplessly and stepped into the sea god's light. Standing tall and unaffected by the weight of the Haotian hammer, he declared, watch closely. This is the true chaotic cloak hammer technique. With the Haotian hammer in hand, Bo Feng swung it freely under the sea god's light, producing deafening sounds that echoed through the air. Tang San was momentarily stunned. The pressure seemed to have no effect on Teacher Bo. Could it be that the Haotian hammer he wielded was a mere illusion? After an extensive demonstration, Bo Feng rested the Haotian hammer on his shoulder and glanced at Tang San. From today onward, your task is to train with the Haotian hammer. As a twin martial soul, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Each day, devote half an hour to practicing the Wind Chaser hammer technique under the light of the sea god. The remaining time is yours to allocate as you see fit. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, refrain from harboring any negative opinions about the blue silvergrass. To the untrained eye, it may indeed appear to be a worthless martial spirit, but consider this. It is a spirit that has been passed down alongside the Haotian hammer. Do you truly believe your blue silvergrass is as simplistic as it seems? With that, Bo Feng withdrew the Haotian hammer and began to depart, leaving Tang San profoundly impressed by his words. Just as his teacher had stated, Bo was indeed a good mentor, teaching him the proper use of his hammer. He recalled Bo Feng mentioning that he had been training under the sea god's light since childhood. If Bo Feng could achieve this, then surely he could too. With considerable effort, Tang San managed to rise from the ground, straightening his back as he circulated the Shintian skill, attempting the crane control and dragon capture technique. He barely lifted the Haotian hammer. Yet, each swing left him powerless, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, utterly drained after just one strike. Half an hour passed, and he could manage only 3 feeble swings of the Hao Yin hammer before collapsing. The moment the sea god's light faded, he relinquished the hammer, completely exhausted and aching all over, unwilling to rise. Bo Feng, perched atop a tree, shook his head in resignation. This was not the true light of the sea god. Had he been on Sea God Island, not only would he have been unable to swing the hammer, but even lifting it would have been impossible, regardless of possessing the Xiantian skill. There was still much time ahead, and the journey of the Shrek 7 monsters was far from over. Bo Feng then returned to the others, and as half an hour slipped by, he retrieved the sea god's crown. The 6 companions were seated cross-legged, diligently absorbing the fruits of their training. Having experienced their first attempt yesterday, and today, as practical application, they could now manage to walk slowly within the light of the sea god. Upon Bo Feng's return, the absence of Tang San was noted. "Teacher Bo, where's my brother?" Xiao Wu inquired. It was only then that the others became aware of Tang San's absence. At that moment, Tang San, utterly drained, could barely muster the strength to walk towards Xiao Wu and the others, his legs trembling. "Do not fret, Tang San will arrive shortly," Bo Feng reassured them. After the morning warm-up, the next phase of training would take place in the mimetic training area, with pairs battling against each other. No room for laziness, as I will be monitoring you constantly. "Yes," the 6 responded promptly, racing towards the designated area. As Xiao Wu departed, she glanced back, wondering why her third brother had not returned. Once the 6 had left, Tang San finally staggered back, his forehead and hair soaked with sweat. He surveyed the surroundings and turned to Bo Feng, asking, "Teacher Bo, where's Xiao Wu and the others?" "They have already gone to the mimetic training area," Bo Feng replied. "You need not join them." He quickly stopped Tang San, who was about to leave. "I will train you personally." Tang San felt a wave of despair. Having just finished his training under the sea god's light, he found himself once again under Bo Feng's tutelage. Subsequently, Bo Feng utilized the sea god's crown to emit a faint glow, which upon entering Tang San's body, gently invigorated his weary form. In a short time, Tang San surprisingly regained much of his soul power, along with his physical strength. Tang San gazed at Bo Feng in awe. He was truly enigmatic. "Do not look at me with such astonishment. Were it not for your father entrusting you to me, I would not extend such care towards you," Bo Feng stated. Chapter 78. The Sea Spear Father? Tang San felt a deep longing for Tang Hao, having been separated for several years. Since leaving Holy Spirit Village and embarking on the path of the Soul Master, Tang Hao had vanished from his life. Aside from a brief encounter with the Master and an incident involving a confrontation with Zhao Wujia, Tang Hao had been silently safeguarding his only son. After Bo Feng and Tang Hao had reunited, Tang Hao returned to the rear mountain of Holy Spirit Village, accompanied only by a single blue silvergrass, entrusting his son to his brother, feeling at ease. The relationship between grandfather and grandson was particularly delicate, especially between Bo Feng and Tang San, a bond that remained unseen to the untrained eye. "Teacher Bo, can you tell me where my father is? What is your connection to our family?" Tang San's anxious expression reflected a child's yearning for his father. "It is not that I do not wish to tell you, but rather that you have yet to meet my requirements. When the time is right, you will meet Tang Hao, and he will reveal the truth to you." Bo Feng responded with a chuckle. "I fear you may not be able to handle it, my dear grandson." Tang San, perplexed, could only respond with a silent question. "Very well." Bo Feng coughed lightly, striving to maintain his composure. "I shall be your opponent. A twin martial spirit is not something you possess alone." With that, Bo Feng invoked the sea god's spirit, revealing a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring, causing Tang San to shudder. Is he truly human? Does he possess such a soul ring configuration? Tang San pondered, astonished. Could it be that his teacher's theories were flawed? Do not rigidly adhere to convention. Sometimes, knowledge from books cannot be fully trusted. For instance, it is said that plant-type martial spirits must absorb plant-type soul rings, Bo Feng advised. Tang San nodded in agreement, recognizing that his blue silver grass had indeed accomplished this feat, though he was unaware of Bo Feng's current martial spirit. An instinct warned Tang San of the danger he faced. He dared not underestimate this battle, manifesting his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The fragrant purple-blue silver grass surrounded him. The addition of the soul rings imbued his blue silver grass with toxicity. In essence, Tang San was now enveloped in poison, and even the poisoned Douluos would need to tread carefully. First soul skill bind. The purple, blue silver grass erupted from the ground, surging toward Bo Feng from all directions. Within the depths of the forest, the blue silver grass thrived, often yielding unforeseen advantages. Tang San sought to gauge Bo Feng's abilities, as the thick tendrils resembled the arms of an infant, their sheer number capable of blotting out the sky. Bo Feng, wielding his trident, unleashed a burst of azure light. Spear of the Sea. In an instant, the blue-silver grass ceased its advance, as if time itself had frozen. The trident was now poised against Tang San's throat, the chilling intent causing him to shiver, unable to even swallow, fearing the sharp tip might pierce him. You have grown careless. Bo Feng's gaze sharpened as he wielded the trident, striking Tang San's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. You initiated your first soul skill with the blue-silver grass to test me, which was indeed correct. However, you made a grave mistake in underestimating my trident, for it can pierce through any defense. Do not assume that the blue-silver grass can bind me, irrespective of the disparity in our soul rings and levels. In a real battle, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Upon hearing Bo Feng's words, Tang San nodded discreetly as he rose from the ground, acknowledging his oversight. He had intended to use the blue-silver grass as a means of probing, yet Bo Feng's trident had astonished him with its remarkable speed and sharpness. With that, Bo Feng retracted his trident and settled onto a nearby boulder. Pointing towards a mountain path, he casually remarked, "Due to your earlier carelessness, go climb the mountain. After 5 round trips, we shall continue our training." Tang San shook his head in helplessness, the lesson of the day etched deeply in his memory. He felt as if he were treading on level ground, having commenced the first round of his climbing endeavor. Time and again, he persevered in this arduous task. Bo Feng gazed at Tang San, who was diligently ascending, pondering whether he had been too harsh on him. Upon reflection, he realized that Tang San had yet to fully mature. He was merely a fledgling soul master, and his expectations were indeed too low. Yes, far too low. Removing the sea god's crown, Bo Feng cast it into the air, and the radiance of the sea god began to envelop the entire mountain. The blue and golden light instantly shrouded the area, including Tang San, who was climbing the mountain. In that moment, Tang San's limbs gave way, collapsing to the ground. He looked up at Bo Feng below, struggling to speak. "Teacher Bo Feng, what is the meaning of this?" Bo Feng smiled slightly and replied, "You possess dual martial souls, and I too am a wielder of dual martial souls. We are, without a doubt, experts in this realm of cultivation. The sea god's light now surrounds you. This time, do not wield the Haotian hammer, but instead ascend under the sea god's illumination. I have faith in you." With that, Bo Feng reclined on a rock, plucked a leaf to shield himself from the sun, and began to doze off. Tang San was utterly astonished. How had he ended up with such a training instructor? This was simply more than even the master had ever done. How ruthless! However, upon further contemplation, he realized that this was the sea god's light. While others had but half an hour each day, he was afforded the privilege of basking in it once more. Hastily, he utilized the range of the sea god's light to further his training, quietly operating the Shantian skill. Meanwhile, a stranger appeared in the city of Tiando. This individual was Heir, sent by the esteemed Poseidon to protect Bo Feng and the unborn dual souls of Qianrenxue. Draped in a black cloak, he walked through the bustling streets. Following the previously gathered information, Heir finally arrived at the bustling commercial district of Tiando City, where throngs of people filled his view. The business was extraordinarily prosperous. His immediate concern was to locate the young master and Xiaobai. After much effort, Heir managed to squeeze through the crowd. Upon investigation, he summoned his soul power. In the room where Xiaobai was tending to Qianrenxue, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence. He had arrived. Hastily informing Qianrenxue, she exited. From her position on the second floor, Xiaobai surveyed the dense crowd below and immediately spotted Douluos in his black cloak. Their eyes met, and gradually, she descended the stairs to confront him. "Heir, what brings you here?" Douluos replied, "I have come at the behest of the great Poseidon to ensure the safety of the young master and the young lady." "Where is the young master? I cannot sense his presence." Xiaobai shrugged helplessly, saying, "He has gone to Shrek Academy. Wind is currently a teacher there, making good use of his time." "Teacher? The young master has become a teacher? Heir was momentarily taken aback, having been trained by the 7 pillars of Douluos from a young age. And under Poseidon's direct supervision, he was well aware of Bo Feng's capabilities. The fact that he had taken on a teaching role at the academy genuinely astonished him. Xiaobai, where is the young lady? It is necessary for me to meet her. Xiaobai nodded, and the two ascended the stairs together. As the door swung open, Heir lifted his hood, revealing Qian Rinxue lying on the bed. Truly the young master, with impeccable taste. Madam, Heir greeted respectfully. This display left Qian Rinxue momentarily stunned. Xiaobai, who is this? Qian Rinxue inquired. Xiaobai smiled and introduced, this is Heir, one of the 7 pillars of Douluos from Sea God Island. He has come to protect you at the command of the great Poseidon. Qian Rinxue could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of her situation. With Xiaobai, a formidable expert, beside her, and now accompanied by Heir, she had 3 titled Douluos safeguarding her. When had she ever received such honor? With this formidable entourage, which power on the continent would dare to make a move against her? You, a man, do not belong here. Why not go to Shrek Academy and stay with Wind, ensuring his safety as well? Xiaobai proposed. Heir responded, but the great Poseidon instructed me to... What did he instruct you? Do you understand women? Do you know how to care for them? Xiaobai questioned. Heir shook his head, to which Xiaobai replied, then it is settled. Go to Shrek Academy. I will have Wind return after a week, and you too shall return then. Should any urgent matters arise, I will inform you using the sound-transmitting seashell. Thus, Heir found himself turned away, reluctantly heading to Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, on the back mountain, Bo Feng enjoyed a comfortable slumber, basking in the warm sunlight. Relishing this rare day of leisure, rubbing his drowsy eyes, he gradually rose and instinctively looked towards Tang San on the mountainside. Why have you all returned? Bo Feng questioned, perplexed, as he observed the Shrek 7, who were all diligently training under the sea goddess light, utterly engrossed in their practice. It seemed the others did not hear his words. As the sea goddess light faded and the crown returned to Bo Feng's brow, the 7 practitioners gradually awoke. Bo Feng, you are so biased. Ning Rongrong protested immediately. How am I biased? Bo Feng queried in confusion. Oscar shrugged and said, Teacher Bo Feng, we were engaged in battle in the simulation training zone. As soon as we finished, we saw Tang San cultivating in the sea goddess light. Is that not bias? The others nodded in agreement, while Tang San and Bo Feng both exchanged wry smiles. Let us take a break. We'll continue training in the afternoon. Upon announcing the conclusion of the training, the 7 of them scattered like startled horses, vanishing in an instant. With such energy, it appeared that the training load for the afternoon would need to be increased. Just as Bo Feng prepared to leave, his expression changed abruptly. That aura, it cannot be mistaken. Bo Feng smiled slightly and remarked, Uncle Mao, there is no need to hide. We have known each other for so long, and you cannot conceal your aura. With that, Heir, cloaked in black, appeared before Bo Feng. Young master. Bo Feng nodded and asked, Uncle Mao, what brings you here? Did my mother send you? Or has she already arrived in Tiando City? Heir slowly shook his head and clarified, the great Poseidon did not come personally, but sent me to ensure your safety. The young lady's safety, and that of the dual souls within her. Why then did you not go to the commercial district, but instead come here? Did Xiaobai send you away? Bo Feng inquired. Heir nodded, expressing his own helplessness. Xiaobai had indeed changed drastically. It was not appropriate for 2 men like Bo Feng and Heir to be constantly by Qian Rinxue's side. If Poseidon had dispatched a sea maiden Douluos, it would have been different, but most of the 7 pillars of Douluos were men, and it was impractical to send them all, lest Sea God Island be left unguarded. Thus, Bo Feng specifically went to the wooden cabin on the back mountain to arrange a room for Heir. Aside from returning to the department store to accompany his wife once a week, Bo Feng predominantly spends his time at the Shrek Academy, especially with the training responsibilities he has for the Shrek 7 monsters. At present, with the arrival of Sea Spear Douluos, the training regimen for the Shrek 7 monsters has become significantly more diverse. As usual, Flander reclines comfortably in his chair, relishing his leisure time, content in his role as the headmaster with a multitude of subordinates. Headmaster, Bo Feng addressed him. Flander lazily opened his eyes, gazing at Bo Feng while stretching luxuriously. Ah, Boss Bo, you have arrived. What brings you here? Bo Feng replied. While we toil away, you seem to be lounging. Headmaster, I seek a privilege. Grant me an additional private room. Is that all? Just go ahead and take it, but do not disturb my slumber. With that, Flander returned to his peaceful doze. Bo Feng shook his head in resignation, not out of discontent with Flander, but rather on behalf of all the teachers at Shrek Academy. After all, it was Flander who had established a shop in Soto City to alleviate the pressures on Shrek. Now that Shrek has firmly established itself, Flander's relaxation is indeed warranted. However, as the head of the academy, such indulgence seems inappropriate. Even though Lu Erlong has visited countless times, Flander has grown impervious to any reprimands, and naturally, she ceased her interventions. With some time still remaining before lunch, Bo Feng casually sought an open space. Approximately 50 meters away from the wooden cabin, Uncle Spear, shall we engage in a sparring match? It has been over a year since we last trained together. From the forest, Spear Daw emerged slowly, wielding the Nonic spear, adorned with a golden spear that bore 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Poseidon, grant me your power. Blue ripples radiated around Bo Feng, who donned the Poseidon crown. A golden halo lingered behind his head as he donned a blue and gold satin robe, brandishing a golden trident, with 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring appearing beneath his feet. Young master, I beg your pardon. The evidence of Bo Feng's growth was undeniable. The black soul ring was a testament to his progress. The golden spear crackled with lightning as the golden trident intertwined with it, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that enveloped the entirety of Shrek Academy. Chapter 80, 7th Soul Skill, True Martial Spirit Boom. Boom! Boom! The jarring sounds of explosions echoed repeatedly as the golden trident and spear transformed into streaks of meteors. Bo Feng and Spear Douluos exchanged blows at such rapidity that only fleeting golden afterimages could be perceived. The shockwaves generated rapidly disseminated, inadvertently toppling Flander, who had just slipped into slumber. He curled up on the ground, the chair fortuitously landing atop him. Who dares disturb my peace in broad daylight? Flander exclaimed in anger as he rose. Surveying his surroundings, he chanced upon the fierce duel between Bo Feng and Spear Douluos. Removing his crystal glasses, he rubbed his bleary eyes in disbelief. 9 soul rings? 9. A title Douluos. Flander gasped in astonishment. With the golden trident in hand, Bo Feng launched an assault on Spear Douluos, sending waves of golden blades slicing through space towards him. You have grown in strength, young master, Spear Douluos remarked with a smile, positioning the golden spear defensively across his chest against the oncoming torrent of energy. A formidable figure among the 7 sacred pillar Douluos. Spear Douluos wielded the Nonic spear, bestowed with divine power by Poseidon, making him one of the few weapon spirit masters among sea soul masters. He manipulated the spear, unleashing a dazzling display of golden lightning that quickly transformed into 3 spears, each hurtling towards Bo Feng from distinct angles. Spear Douluos himself, brandishing the golden spear, surged forth like lightning towards Bo Feng. As one of Bo Feng's 7 instructors, he possessed an intimate understanding of Bo Feng's next move. 2nd Soul Skill, Poseidon's Guardian. Just as predicted, Spear Douluos slowed his pace deliberately, allowing the 3 spears to collide with Poseidon's Guardian, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the haze, Spear Douluos, spear in hand, flickered into view. Where'd he go? The spear struck the ground where Bo Feng had been standing, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Uncle Spear, I am no longer a child. Brace yourself. 3rd Soul Skill, Cage of the Sea. The golden trident splintered into 8 identical tridents as Bo Feng gestured, sending them hurtling towards Spear Douluos. Spear Douluos smiled, deftly wielding his spear to deflect each of Bo Feng's tridents. You have indeed grown significantly this past year, young master. However, even so, you cannot defeat me in this manner. Is that so? Bo Feng responded with a mysterious smile. The initially scattered tridents suddenly erupted with radiant golden light, exploding in proximity to Spear Douluos. Boom, 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 as Bo Feng descended slowly to the ground. He glanced at the dust-covered Spear Douluos and remarked, Uncle Spear, how do you find my 3rd soul skill? Coughing. Spear Douluos brushed off the ash from his attire, unfazed by the recent explosion. In a contest between a soul master and a title Douluos, it was akin to an egg colliding with a stone. You have become quite cunning, Spear Douluos assessed Bo Feng. In response, Bo Feng nonchalantly nodded. His training during childhood had been arduous, with rigorous daily tasks. At times, he would even skip class. Of course, this meant that the following day's tasks would be intensified. The most daunting aspect was facing his mother's reprimands, leaving Bo Feng utterly speechless. As every child is before their mother. With that, Bo Feng brandished the golden trident horizontally and dragged it along the ground, accelerating towards Sea Spear Douluos' position. In an instant, as he leaped into the air, the trident was raised high, poised to descend upon Sea Spear Douluos. As they approached one another, a whirlwind of dust swirled around them, their combined might stirring ripples in the air. Flander, hiding behind the wooden cabin, cautiously peered out, the forceful winds stinging his face and nearly blowing off his crystal glasses. What in the world are you doing? The entire academy is shaking. Lu Erlong complained as she approached Flander. Upon turning around, Flander was astonished to see the Shrek's 7 monsters and the Master, all wearing expressions of discontent directed at him. Please do not blame me. It is Boss Bo's doing. He is currently engaged in battle with the title Douluos. What? The Master exclaimed, hastily pushing Flander aside to cautiously peer out. Just as Flander had described, Bo Feng stood there wielding the golden trident, draped in blue and gold satin, facing a mysterious title Douluos armed with a golden spear. The energy radiating from the clash of trident and spear was overwhelmingly potent, preventing them from approaching closely. This was precisely why Flander had taken refuge. Bo Feng kicked the spear aside and gripped the golden trident tightly, the sharp tip lunging towards Sea Spear Douluos. Sea Spear Douluos, no ordinary opponent himself, was one of Bo Feng's instructors and wielded the spear with an expertise rivaling that of any on the continent, including the currently unemployed Snake Spear Douluos. The trident and spear collided head-on, their energies intertwining, unleashing golden lightning and sparks. 7th soul skill, true martial spirit. As Sea Spear Douluos broke free from the trident's grasp, his 7th black soul ring entwined around him, releasing a dark brilliance. Immediately, he began to transform into a golden liquid, completely merging with the spear. The Master was astonished and exclaimed, "The unity of man and weapon." Tang San inquired, "Master, what does the unity of man and weapon mean?" The Master explained, "The unity of man and weapon refers to the soul master merging with their weapon spirit, achieving a true oneness. Just like the sword Douluos from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, whose weapon spirit, the 7 killing sword, is the most formidable attack weapon spirit on the continent. I have never met this person, but their mastery over weapon spirits is certainly not to be underestimated." Bo Feng glanced at the Sea Spear Douluos, who had unleashed his weapon spirit's true form, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Uncle Spear, there is no need for you to unleash your weapon spirit's true form, is there?" The Sea Spear Douluos replied, "Young Master, you commanded me to use my full strength. I dare not disobey your orders. Here we go." With that, the spear whistled through the air, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Bo Feng's front. The weapon spirit's true form was no trifling matter. Fortunately, Bo Feng managed to evade in time, leaving the ground where the spear passed through barren, followed by a resounding explosion that sent clouds of dust scattering. Oscar expressed his concern. "Should we help Teacher Bo Feng? It seems he is at a disadvantage." Dai Mubai smacked Oscar on the head, exasperated. "Little Oscar, are you foolish? With our strength, we would be seeking our own doom by intervening. Did you not hear that title Douluos refer to Teacher Bo Feng as the young master? They must be acquainted. Otherwise, their exchanges would not be so evenly matched." The Master interjected, "All right, watch patiently. The battle of a title Douluos is a rare spectacle. How much you can learn depends on your attentiveness." Chapter 81. The 7 monsters versus Sea Spear Bo Feng, weary from the struggle, began to feel somewhat overwhelmed. The Sea Spear Douluos, true to his title, exerted tremendous pressure on Bo Feng with the true form of his weapon spirit. In terms of spear techniques, Bo Feng was on par with the Sea Spear Douluos. If they were to rely solely on their hand skills without using soul power, it would take hundreds of exchanges to determine a victor. However, the Sea Spear Douluos was indeed taking advantage of the situation. Maintaining the true form of his weapon spirit consumed considerable soul power, and he would soon be unable to sustain it. "Wild wind!" Bo Feng shouted, gripping the trident's end with one hand. A brilliant golden light erupted, channeling all his strength into the spear. When it collided with the incoming spear, to everyone's astonishment, the spear actually staggered backward. Following this, The sea spear, Douluos, retracted his weapon spirit's true form, standing slightly breathless in place. The true form had indeed drained a great deal of his soul power. Bo Feng withdrew the golden trident and also exited the sea god possession state. Did you feel the strain of unleashing your weapon spirit's true form, Uncle Spear? The sea spear Douluos chuckled. Young master, I only feared injuring you. Otherwise, I would have directly unleashed my ninth soul skill. Your progress is remarkable. In just a few years, you may surpass us old fellows. Bo Feng shook his head, smiling. It's not that simple. All my skills were imparted by you, and my techniques are well known to you all, except for Sister Sea Maid. I cannot accept that sea god melody from her. As for the other 5 uncles, as the two ceased their sparring, the onlookers, hiding behind the wooden house, slowly emerged. Let me introduce you. This is one of my 7 teachers, the sea spear Douluos. Bo Feng presented to the group. Flinder and the master exchanged wide-eyed glances. After all, this was a titled Douluos who would dare act recklessly. As the academy's principal, Flinder also bore the weight of responsibility, casting a resentful look at the master. Your Excellency, I am Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy. I do not know. The sea spear, Douluos, interjected. You need not concern yourselves with me. I am here on orders to ensure the safety of the young master. Continue with your business. I shall not interfere. This was the duty of the sea spear, Douluos. After departing from Sea God Island, he had rushed to the continent, fiercely loyal as a guardian of Sea God Island. At noon, after finishing lunch, Bo Feng and the sea spear Douluos arrived at the clear ground in the back mountain where the battle had taken place. Young master, are you suggesting I train these 7? The sea spear Douluos asked in surprise. Bo Feng nodded, not merely to train, but to ensure they truly comprehend what it means to be a titled Douluos. I have been entrusted with the responsibility of looking after one of them, and I cannot go back on my word. When you strike, please be mindful not to injure them. There is an extensive training plan ahead. After a lengthy wait, the Shrek's 7 monsters finally arrived, their hearts heavy with trepidation, especially Tang San. Due to the earlier encounter, he now harbored a slight fear of Bo Feng, dreading what new surprises he might conjure. Bo Feng surveyed the assembled 7 and nodded in satisfaction. In recent days, I have been very pleased with your performance. Time waits for no one. Those participating in this competition are undoubtedly the elites of their respective academies. You represent Shrek Academy, and thus, the very face of Shrek. This afternoon, there is but one training task, the Shrek 7 monsters versus the sea spear Douluos. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 7 monsters' expressions twitched. They were to face a titled Douluos. They had all witnessed the earlier battle, and the formidable strength displayed by the sea spear Douluos left them feeling inadequate. As the strongest individual on the continent, the 7 monsters lacked confidence in their ability to contend with him. Oscar gulped. Teacher Bo Feng, you must be joking, right? Asking us to face. Bo Feng smiled faintly. What do you think? You have time to discuss your strategies and tactics. He gestured to the morning's battle with Uncle Spear. I trust you all have witnessed it. I look forward to your true performance. With that, Bo Feng leisurely seated himself on the grass, watching with keen interest as the Shrek 7 monsters appeared dazed and lifeless. This was undoubtedly the strongest adversary they had faced since their debut, and a titled Douluos at that. What was this? Each encounter with Bo Feng seemed to bring unexpected surprises, and now they were on the brink of facing a titled Douluos. The 7 dared not show even the slightest hint of laxity, with Tang San leading the charge as they began to discuss countermeasures. Is teacher Bo Feng losing his mind? What is he thinking? Ma Ongjun whispered, casting a glance at Bo Feng's position. Without a doubt, the one with the most objections to Bo Feng was Ma Hongjun, whose naturally lazy disposition, combined with his corpulent frame, fostered a character that sought comfort in indulgence, blessed with a remarkable weapon spirit, yet seemingly cursed by fate. Dai Mubai promptly kicked Ma Hongjun and admonished him in a hushed tone, You glutton! Do you want to get us all killed? Be wary. Teacher Bo Feng might just make you. All right, Dai Lauda, there's no need to scold Fatty, Tang San sighed, realizing that Fatty had voiced what he himself was thinking. Uncle Spear, go for the one who is the fattest first, Bo Feng said with a mischievous smile. The sea spear Douluos brandished his golden spear, his piercing gaze directed at Ma Hongjun. In that instant, Ma Hongjun crumpled to the ground, his stout legs trembling uncontrollably. Panic etched across his face as he looked toward the sea spear Douluos. His whisper had been heard, and it was over. Bo Feng was known for holding grudges, and with the sea god crown, He could easily hear even the faintest of voices. The others quickly turned away, engaging in hushed conversations to avoid drawing Bo Feng's attention to any further indiscretions. Faced with a title Douluos, they felt utterly powerless, silently praying for the fatty's sake. Using the sea god's crown, Bo Feng began to eavesdrop meticulously. Regardless of whether it involved the entanglement of blue-silver grass or the formulation of a series of tactics, everything was futile for true powerhouses. It must be said that Tang San was an exceptional commander. During critical moments, he consistently surprised Bo Feng with his ingenuity. Perhaps this time will be no exception. After a prolonged debate, the seven finally managed to establish a strategy and cautiously approached the sea spear Douluos. Centered around Tang San, the other six formed a circle. Bo Feng observed their formation, noting its conservative nature. As a control-type soul master, Tang San utilized blue-silver grass as a conduit, reminiscent of their previous battles. The sea spear Douluos gripped his golden spear tightly, and as the golden light radiated, an imposing aura emanated from him. The seven felt a shiver run through them, instinctively retreating several steps, not daring to be careless. Chapter 82. Soft-boned rabbits. Subsequently, the Shrek Seven unleashed their respective martial spirits. As their martial spirits materialized, the sea spear Douluos nodded in acknowledgement. The fire phoenix, the seven treasures glazed tower, the white tiger, and the exquisite sausage martial spirit, blue-silver grass. The sea spear Douluos was taken aback. This was the hallmark of a useless martial spirit. Observing the soul ring configuration, 2 yellow and 1 purple, he realized the depth of the Master's teachings in cultivating blue-silver grass to this extent. Following his gaze, the sea spear Douluos focused on Ma Hongjun. The master had instructed him to target this hefty individual first. Transforming into a golden lightning bolt, the sea spear Douluos dashed forward. Before the seven could react, he was already before Ma Hongjun. The smile that crept across his face sent chills down Ma Hongjun's spine. With the fall of the golden spear, Ma Hongjun's complexion changed drastically, and he was sent soaring through the air. Within 10 seconds of the battle commencing, they had already lost one. Blue-silver grass entangle. Tang San's palm emanated a blue light as the purple blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, attempting to ensnare the sea spear Douluos. Despite the considerable application of blue-silver grass, Tang San's soul power remained insufficient. Before he could approach the sea spear Douluos, the powerful aura crushed the blue-silver grass, preventing any advance. Dai Mubai unleashed the white tiger protection barrier and the white tiger transformation, advancing towards the sea spear Douluos with colossal claws poised to strike. The golden spear intercepted Dai Mubai's full force attack. His claws slammed against the spear, causing a painful shock that reverberated through him. Seizing the opportunity, the sea spear Douluos kicked out fiercely, sending Dai Mubai flying, leaving him with a searing pain that felt as if his insides had been rearranged. Now only 5 remained. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists tightly, cradling the 7 treasures glazed tower, which suddenly radiated a brilliant spectrum of colors. The extraordinary auxiliary capabilities of the 7 treasures glazed tower were crystal clear to the sea spear Douluos. Before the light could descend, he swiftly approached Ning Rongrong, and with a single chop of his hand, she fainted. Without the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the situation had become overwhelmingly one-sided. The sea spear Douluos discerned Xiao Wu's true form, the soft-boned rabbit, 100,000-year soul beast. As a title Douluos, he would not be deceived. Indeed, he saw through Xiao Wu's true identity and began to stride toward her. Tang San, filled with anxiety, had promised to protect her for a lifetime. Uncle Spear. This ends here, Bo Feng's voice echoed. The sea spear Douluos halted, casting one last glance at the trembling little rabbit before slowly departing. Xiao Wu. After the sea spear Douluos left, Tang San hurried to her side, anxiously asking Xiao Wu, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Sighing in relief upon seeing him depart, Xiao Wu reassured Tang San, "Don't worry, brother, I'm fine." With her safety confirmed, Tang San finally felt at ease. The battle concluded with an overwhelming victory for the sea spear Douluos. "Master, did you already know this was a 100,000-year soul beast? The soft-boned rabbit?" Bo Feng nodded, stating, "Indeed, the moment I first saw Xiao Wu beneath the sea goddess light, her true form was revealed to me. 100,000-year soul beast? is incredibly precious, not just for its soul rings and bones. However, Bo Feng shook his head slowly. I am quite satisfied with our granddaughter-in-law. With that, Bo Feng unleashed several beams of sea goddess light, enveloping the three unconscious individuals. In no time, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong gradually regained consciousness, supported by the others as they approached Bo Feng. Only Xiao Wu, with a face of terror, gazed at the sea spear Douluos, feeling that being recognized by a title Douluos was more distressing than death itself. Bo Feng, observing her fright, smiled gently, saying, "Uncle Spear won't harm you." The others were puzzled by Bo Feng's words, while Xiao Wu secretly rejoiced, feeling reassured. Bo Feng then remarked, "I've let you be lax in your training. Now you understand the gap in strength, don't you?" The group fell silent, their faces darkened as they lowered their heads. It was hard to believe that their opponent had yet to unleash his soul skills, leaving them to ponder what Bo Feng had endured in his youth. Given the overwhelming power of the sea spear Douluos, after an extended admonishment from Bo Feng, the seven finally dispersed. The blow they had received today revealed a vast disparity between their strength and that of true powerhouses. Meanwhile, Bo Feng made his way to Flinder's office. "Teacher Bo, take a look at this." Flinder handed Bo Feng a letter. Bo Feng glanced over it and exclaimed in surprise, "The Tiando Royal Academy invites us for a social event?" Flinder nodded solemnly, stating, "Many academies have been invited, including the Four Elements Academy and several other renowned institutions. Shrek is also included in this invitation. Initially, I intended for Xiao Gang to attend, but given Shrek's early establishment, it's not feasible for him to leave easily. Therefore, I plan to have you lead the Shrek 7 to the Tiando Royal Academy for the event." Bo Feng examined the letter. The so-called social event was merely a competition among various academies, a way to gauge each other as strengths. "Well then, if we were to go, we must make an impression," he declared with confidence. "Understood, Dean Flinder. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly be the main attraction." Bo Feng thumped his chest. The next morning, Shrek Academy prepared the carriage, with the seven waiting eagerly. The previous night had been sleepless. Upon hearing of the Tiando Royal Academy's social event, everyone was energized, eager to represent Shrek Academy with pride. They dressed meticulously for the occasion. Even Ma Hongjun, who typically appeared disheveled, had made a special effort, sporting a slick-back hairstyle that showcased his fiery red hair. "Fatty, when did you become so fashionable?" Oscar inquired, playfully ruffling Ma Hongjun's ample head. "Little A.O., you think I'm like you, neglecting my grooming and turning into sausage uncle?" Ma Hongjun retorted, quickly pulling out a small mirror to tidy himself up. Oscar rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun, striking a pose he believed made him look handsome, complemented by the attire provided by the department store for the social event. Surprisingly, Oscar did exude a certain charm in his outfit. After shaving, he looked quite dapper. "Oscar, tone down your flamboyance. Don't embarrass us at the Tiando Royal Academy." As the seven from Shrek Academy encountered the formidable Bo Feng and Sea Spear Douluos, they quickly regained their composure. Bo Feng smiled gently at the group and said, "Before we set off to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, there are matters I must share with you. Those invited to this gathering are all esteemed Soul Master Academies, renowned throughout the continent, including representatives from the seven great sects, such as Oscar and Ma Hongjun." Bo Feng turned to the two and emphasized, "Suppress your mischievous tendencies. We are here to uphold the reputation of our entire academy. Especially you, Ma Hongjun. When you encounter beautiful female students, stand straight. Do not display any foolish infatuation. Dai Mubai, keep an eye on him. If he misbehaves, Understood, Teacher Bo." Dai Mubai nodded, casting a knowing smile at Ma Hongjun. "I apologize in advance, Fatty," he whispered, causing Ma Hongjun to feel a sense of dread. "Remember, we represent the Academy's honor. We must not allow any issues to arise," Bo Feng added. "Furthermore, when we enter their territory, avoid trouble and unnecessary interference. Of course, if provoked, how should we react? Beat them up." The seven responded in unison, their fists clenched with determination. "Let us depart." With Bo Feng's command, they boarded the carriage and set off towards the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. The academy was nestled within the mountains outside the city, boasting ample facilities due to its royal foundation. Even if the students lacked strength or character, their status remained unassailable. As their carriage approached the mountain, the group disembarked, admiring the elegant surroundings and marveling at the grandeur of the royal establishment. With Bo Feng's current wealth, Constructing such an academy would be effortlessly achievable. As Bo Feng and Sea Spear Douluos prepared to ascend the mountain, a conflict erupted. Just as the Shrek Seven were about to proceed, a group of burly individuals unexpectedly approached, roughly shoving Oscar aside as he stepped onto the stairs, leaving him sprawled on the ground. "Get lost," one of the strongmen bellowed. This act incited Dai Mubai's ire. As the leader of the group, he could not tolerate such bullying of his brother. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground. "Do you dare to bully my brother? Do you think the Shrek Seven are to be trifled with?" Dai Mubai glared at the group, emanating an air of defiance. "Big brother." The assailants quickly helped their fallen companion, their faces filled with fury as they glared at the Shrek Seven. Clearly, they had been summoned to this place. Yet they were unaware of the identity of the aggressors. "You have some nerve to provoke us, the Elephant Armor sect. Are you not afraid of retribution?" The knockdown strongman shouted, pointing angrily at the Shrek Seven. "The Elephant Armor sect?" One of the seven mused, recognizing it as one of the seven great sects. Bo Feng and Sea Spear Douluos stood quietly by, allowing the younger generation to handle their own affairs, as it was the Elephant Armor sect's provocation that initiated the conflict. Dai Mubai's reaction was entirely justifiable. The confrontation escalated, leading to a stalemate. "What kind of academy is Shrek? More like a stinking pile of refuse." One of the opponents jeered. Before the taunt could fully register, Dai Mubai and Tang San simultaneously struck, sending the instigator, Hu Yanli, reeling back, clutching his bleeding nose as he roared in anger. "Charge! Destroy them! I'll take the blame." With that, the remaining disciples of the Elephant Armor sect surged forward, unleashing their martial spirits. Diamond Mammoth, a formidable defensive spirit, showcasing the sect's strength. Tang San summoned his blue silver grass, activating his third spirit ring. Third spirit skill, Spiderweb Binding. Using his third spirit skill, right away indicated Tang San's growing fury. A purple orb erupted amidst the Elephant Armor disciples. And as it burst, numerous tendrils of blue-silver grass ensnared the disciples, binding them tightly. The evolved blue-silver grass could now induce paralysis, and within moments, the captured disciples found themselves overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground as the toxins took effect. Just as the Shrek Seven thought the trouble was resolved and prepared to continue their ascent, a towering figure emerged from the distance. A man even more muscular than the others, approaching with a heavy demeanor. Observing the condition of the Elephant Armor sect disciples and then casting a glance at the Shrek Seven, it was evident that they were the culprits. With a disdainful snort, the man approached, his presence imposing, making it difficult for the Shrek Seven to breathe. "Which academy do you belong to, daring to injure my sect's disciples? Bring forth your superior to explain," he demanded, his pride evident as he looked down upon the seven. "Senior," Tang San stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. "Your disciple initiated the conflict. They struck first, thus." The man interrupted. "What are you? My Elephant Armor sect's disciples are far more valuable than you. Release them immediately and summon your instructor to apologize. Otherwise, I will." "Otherwise what?" Bo Feng interjected, moving closer to the man. "You are the teacher of these students?" The man nodded, his voice low indeed. "Who are you?" "Listen well. I am Hu Yanjun, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect." "Hu Yanjun? I'm unfamiliar with you." Bo Feng retorted, feigning ignorance. "How ignorant? Your student injured my disciple. As their teacher, you are responsible. Kneel and apologize." Hu Yanjun's commanding presence weighed heavily on everyone present. Suddenly, a golden spear was poised at Hu Yanjun's throat, a mere breath away from contact. His eyes widened in realization as the pressure emanating from the spear forced him to tremble. The Sea Spear Douluos' cold gaze met Hu Yanjun's, the spear unwavering in its position, the chilling intent causing Hu Yanjun to falter. Despite being a sole Douluos, he felt insignificant before a title Douluos. Panic surged within him as the spear edged closer to his throat. "Release these individuals," Tang San, Bo Feng commanded. As Bo Feng's words echoed, the blue-silver grass binding the Elephant Armor disciples retracted entirely. "Sect Master, I suggest you return and question your disciple thoroughly. If they had not instigated trouble, my students would not have retaliated. We do not provoke others. However, if provoked, we will counter with a vengeance. My students are not to be trifled with." With that, Bo Feng waved dismissively, and the Sea Spear Douluos withdrew his golden spear, following Bo Feng towards the Royal Academy of heaven do, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Hu Yanjun sighed in relief, almost having faced dire consequences. He was fortunate to have avoided a confrontation. Otherwise, the entire elephant armor sect could have faced annihilation. What academy does the other party belong to that even a title Douluos exists within their ranks? The path into the mountains is fraught with difficulties. Yet the environment is exquisite, with Bo Feng and Sea Spear Douluos leading the way. Wow, wow. Teacher Bo was so impressive just now, Oscar exclaimed, gazing at Bo Feng's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with admiration. Thank goodness we have Teacher Bo, otherwise we would be in quite a predicament. What exactly is the elephant armor sect? Ma Hongjun looked at the others in confusion. Dai Mubai shook his head, a rueful smile on his face as he patted the rotund boy, and said, I've told you to read more and avoid those places. Hey, don't criticize me. Back in Soto City, how did that exquisite pair of twin sisters detect Zhu Zhuqing's icy glare? Dai Mubai quickly covered the gluttonous boy's mouth and forced a laugh at Zhu Zhuqing. He was now committed to maintaining his integrity, while he couldn't claim absolute purity. The past was hard to revisit. With Ma Hongjun bringing it up again, Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Pinching Ma Hongjun's soft spot, he explained, the 7 great sects are divided into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, and the elephant armor sect is one of the lower 4. That person we just saw was the sect leader, Hu Yanjun. It is said that the elephant armor sect will also participate in this tournament, sharing the same Tiando City competition zone as us. We must be extremely cautious, as we have already made enemies. What are we afraid of? Oscar patted his chest confidently and laughed. With Teacher Bo's Sea God Light assisting our training, we are sure to win this tournament. Though the Sea God Light is indeed beneficial, we must not become overly dependent on it. The enhancement of soul power is paramount. With that, Bo Feng and his group continued on their way. In the grand arena of Tiando Royal Academy, numerous people had gathered, clad in a variety of garments, most of whom were future participants of the tournament. The Tiando City competition zone boasted more than 20 teams, with only a few renowned academies. A few individuals from the Four Elements Academy were whispering among themselves. It was rumored that Blue Tyrant Academy had changed its name to Shrek Academy. As a former rival, Blue Tyrant Academy had historically been of moderate strength, leaning slightly above average. Yet, it remained uncertain what merits the new Shrek Academy possessed. This was a prime opportunity to gauge their capabilities and ascertain their strengths. Before long, Bo Feng Shrek Academy had arrived. The unfamiliar configuration of personnel, coupled with the vibrant green emblem of Shrek on their shoulders, immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Is that Shrek Academy? I find them rather ordinary. They aren't as formidable as the rumors suggest. Oh, don't be hasty in your judgment. Do you see the one at the forefront? That Bosbo from the general store. They say he has taken up a teaching position at Shrek Academy. Is it possible? A wealthy merchant becoming a teacher at an academy? Has he lost his mind? Ouch. Who hit me? Bo Feng had always been somewhat petty and would not easily forgive those who spoke ill of him. As they walked, Bo Feng instructed the Shrek 7 to explore freely, gathering pertinent information about other academies without causing disturbances. Upon receiving Bo Feng's command, everyone scattered, except for Ma Hongjun, whose lustful gaze was fixed on a group of beautiful young women dressed in blue, student from the Water Academy, whose beauty was indeed exceptional. Their slender legs exposed to the air, combined with their stunning faces and delicate waists, rendered Ma Hongjun a bumbling fool, leaving the girls flustered and speechless. Dai Mubai shook his head in disappointment. As expected, the nature of a person is hard to change. After apologizing to the girls, he seized Ma Hongjun by the ear and led him away. Seeing this, Bo Feng could only shake his head and chuckle. Little brother Bo, it was Xueqinghe. Your Highness, it has been a long time. Bo Feng greeted him. Xueqinghe nodded and remarked, Little brother Bo, you seem to have forgotten our agreement. Oh, we promised to meet at least once a month, yet months have passed, and I haven't seen a trace of you. Xueqinghe continued. Bo Feng chuckled helplessly. Your Highness, I have been quite busy with official duties. I now hold the position of a teacher at Shrek Academy and have numerous students to oversee. If I have been remiss, I hope you can forgive me. Something fell off. This Xueqinghe seemed different. Every gesture and movement starkly contrasted with the one he had previously known. While outsiders might not discern the change, Bo Feng noticed the absence of a certain charm. Could it be that Qian Renxue no longer played the role of Xueqinghe and had taken on another task? Qian Renxue, indeed. I am now your wife. Little brother Bo, what are you thinking about? Bo Feng quickly shook his head. Nothing, your highness. I wonder about this social gathering. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. His every movement resembled the former, yet there was something lacking in essence. Bo Feng could sense the difference. Reflecting on his past interactions with Xue Qinghe, he was nearly certain that this individual was not Qian Rinxue, but rather someone impersonating her. Where had the real Qian Rinxue gone? In the general store, in Bo Feng's room, Qian Rinxue reclined on a comfortable bed, exuding the charm of motherhood. A gentle smile gracing her face as she lightly caressed her increasingly prominent belly. With more than 8 months to go before the child's birth, the thought of becoming a mother filled her heart with anticipation and longing. She yearned to meet her future child. Achoo! She sneezed unexpectedly. The minor act immediately capturing the attention of Xiaobai. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai appeared by Qian Rinxue's bedside. Xiaobai had become extremely perceptive, sensing even the slightest disturbance. I'm fine, you need not fuss, Qian Rinxue reassured, rubbing her nose. No, you're my priority for protection. Nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, how would I explain to the great offering? Brother Feng has been raised by me since childhood, and my experience is vast. You must be coming down with something. Wait here, I'll prepare some nourishment. Bo Feng, not quite. With that, Xiaobai hurriedly dashed out. Observing Xiaobai's busy figure, Qian Rinxue felt a warm sense of family envelop her. The Tiando Royal Academy is presided over by the renowned Emperor Shuiyi. Additionally, the 3 chief instructors are titled Douluos, Meng Shunji by Bao Shan and Jilin. Upon Bo Feng's arrival at the academy, Xue Qinghe had introduced him to these 3. Meng Shunji clasped his hands together and addressed Bo Feng. Boss Bo, I have heard much about your esteemed reputation. To meet you today is indeed our great fortune. Bo Feng returned the courtesy with a smile. You are too kind. I am merely a merchant, while you 3 are the true educators. I am but a pale comparison. Boss Bo, you're far too modest. And who is this? Meng Shunji inquired, glancing towards Si Spear Douluos. Bo Feng hesitated, unsure how to introduce Uncle Miao without sounding overly pretentious. To have a title Douluos accompanying him was a privilege unmatched across the continent. Save for Pope Bibi Dong and a select few others. I am merely a retainer, Si Spear Douluos humbly stated. Having spoken, tranquility returned as Si Spear Douluos reigned in his imposing presence, leaving the 3 sole Douluos committee members unaware of his true identity at first. In this place, rife with chaos, Si Spear Douluos had to conceal his identity as Bo Feng, a name known to few. The identity of Dream Machine was equally ambiguous, leading him to awkwardly inquire of a subordinate, an act unbecoming of his stature. The unusual expression in Dream Machine's eyes did not escape Si Spear Douluos' notice. However, he chose not to dwell on it. His foremost duty was to protect the young master, and as long as there were no ignorant individuals like before, he would refrain from using force. Even the newly arrived disciples of the Elephant Armor sect averted their gazes upon encountering the Shrek 7 monsters, clearly recalling the recent lesson. Hu Yinzhen dared not meet the eyes of Bo Feng or Si Spear Douluos, even though his soul power had reached 89, just a step away from becoming a title Douluos. Yet, that single level placed him in the eyes of title Douluos as nothing more than a larger-than-average insect. The disparity of a single soul ring could not be easily compensated for, especially considering Si Spear Douluos' nonic spear, blessed by the sea god, which held a significant restraining effect against Hu Yinzhen's martial soul, the diamond mammoth. Teacher Qin Ming, over here, Dream Machine called out, as a dignified figure approached with resolute steps, standing before the 3 committee members and Bo Feng. Chief, you called for me? Dream Machine introduced Teacher Bo. This is Qin Ming, an esteemed educator from the Tiando Royal Academy, formerly of your Shrek Academy. Qin Ming? Bo Feng recalled the name, remembering the individual who had remained at the Tiando Royal Academy following Shrek Academy's relocation, avoiding any unpleasant incidents. I am indeed familiar with Teacher Qin. In my leisure, I have heard Director Flanders speak of you. Qin Ming smiled and responded, You are too kind, Teacher Bo. I will always consider myself a part of Shrek Academy. I cannot forget the invaluable education I received from Director Flanders and the other esteemed teachers. I had intended to visit the director recently, but alas, my duties have kept me occupied. Please convey my regards to Director Flanders and the other teachers upon your return. Bo Feng nodded with a smile, assuring, of course, I will. Meanwhile, a considerable crowd had gathered nearby. How could you possibly break my phosphorescent serpent poison? shouted a green-haired, green-eyed woman at Tang San, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Tang San gazed at the woman before him, offering a slight smile. I told you. Your serpent poison is nothing but trash in my presence. By employing realgar wine combined with fierce flames, the poison can be easily neutralized. Do you wish to try again? The woman, gritting her teeth, longed to tear Tang San apart, for the serpent poison was her proudest weapon. Third soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison. The green-haired woman suddenly erupted with fury, her third soul ring illuminating as a massive green snake appeared behind her, wildly flicking its tongue, exhaling a dense purple poison that began to spread. The crowd quickly dispersed, well aware of the dangers posed by phosphorescent purple poison. A mere touch could turn one to blood. The woman was named Douluos, with the martial soul of the phosphorescent serpent. Moments ago, she had been boasting to familiar students about the prowess of her serpent poison, only to encounter Tang San. Who was Tang San? A disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was an expert in the art of poison. In mere moments, he had dismantled Douluos' serpent poison and disdainfully declared it trash. Douluos, with her fiery temper, would not let Tang San off easy. As her third soul ring activated, the menacing phosphorescent purple poison enveloped Tang San. The onlookers were taken aback, many understanding the true potency of the phosphorescent serpent poison. Not merely for its strength, but also due to Douluos' lineage. Her grandfather was the title known as the Poison Douluos Bo Feng. Motivated by his responsibility towards the 7 students, resolved to head to the Eye of Ice and Fire to procure suitable celestial herbs for them. The Shrek 7 monsters needed every advantage if they were to compete in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a year and a half. This was not merely a matter of pride for Bo Feng. It was a necessity. Recognizing the imminent danger, Bo Feng swiftly unleashed a beam of sea god light, dissolving the encroaching phosphorescent serpent poison that had surrounded Tang San, thus averting the crisis. Aware that Douluos had nearly made a grave mistake, Qin Ming, as her teacher, bore a share of the responsibility. Yin, did I not instruct you not to use the phosphorescent serpent poison? Today is a significant day, convened by the Crown Prince. And you dare. Faced with Qin Ming's admonition, Douluos shrank back, casting a resentful glance at Tang San. Chapter 86, Shrek 7 Monsters Royal Combat, Team Little San. Third brother. The Shrek 6 monsters rushed to Tang San's side, united as one. Upon sensing Tang San's peril, the remaining 6 immediately stood by him. Brother, are you all right? Please do not frighten Xiao Wu. Tang San smiled gently, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. Xiao Wu, I'm fine, thanks to Teacher Bo's sea god light. Even without Bo Feng's intervention, Tang San, with his skills, could have evaded Douluos' phosphorescent serpent poison. Upon confirming Tang San's safety, the remaining 6 glared fiercely at Douluos. They were a single entity, and after enduring hardships together, they had forged a bond akin to that of brothers. United, they directed their collective ire towards Douluos. Yet, Douluos was not to be underestimated. She was swiftly joined by 7 others, the foremost of whom embraced her shoulder, inquiring about the unfolding events. Tension escalated as both sides bristled, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Enough! Qin Ming's commanding voice pierced through the commotion, prompting the 7 students from the Tiando Royal Academy to relent. You little rascal! Bo Feng playfully smacked Tang San's head. Fuming. Teacher Bo, Tang San replied, bewildered, I was the one nearly harmed and attacked. Why do you side with others? I overheard everything that transpired, Bo Feng replied. I know you are a master of poison, and the phosphorescent serpent poison is beneath your consideration. But, Bo Feng leaned in quietly. You might want to be more discreet. That girl is Douluos, and her grandfather is Douluos, the renowned poison Douluos of the continent. I have further business to discuss with her grandfather, and your actions have put me in a difficult position. Tang San stared at Bo Feng in astonishment. It was not that he sought attention, but he could not abide boasting. The phosphorescent serpent poison was indeed formidable. In the presence of a poison expert like Tang San, it was easily managed. Of course, encountering another poison master in the world of Douluos continent, filled with martial souls, was rare, piquing Tang San's curiosity. He had initially intended to engage in mutual exchange, as Bo Feng had advised him to gather as much information as possible about various academies before his arrival. However, Tang San had inadvertently created the current situation. Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. I failed to manage my students properly. Are any of your students harmed? Qin Ming immediately offered his apology. Bo Feng gently shook his head and reassured, "Rest assured, my students are largely unharmed." He then turned his gaze towards Duguyen and inquired, "You are Duguyen, are you not?" Duguyen cast a sidelong glance at Bo Feng, her brow furrowing in displeasure at the earlier events. "So you are the so-called teacher from Shrek Academy? Please manage your students properly. They shouldn't be allowed to bite indiscriminately." No sooner had she finished speaking than Dai Mubai clenched his fists, a roar echoing through the air. Simultaneously, the man standing beside Duguyen rose slowly, his right hand morphing into a blue dragon claw, crackling with dense electricity. The energy radiating from the two created a palpable tension, sending ripples of chaos through the scene. Bo Feng and Qin Ming exchanged glances, revealing their mutual exasperation. "Enough!" They both bellowed in unison, promptly averting the impending conflict between Dai Mubai and the man before them. "Bo Feng, how can you tolerate this? The other party is Dai Mubai." He could not help but exclaim. Bo Feng glanced at Dai Mubai and responded, "If I'm not mistaken, the other side must be a well-organized team of 7. Here's your chance. Can you lead the Shrek 7 monsters to victory against their 7? Dai Mubai surveyed the opposing team, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, Bo Feng. The Shrek 7 monsters are your GS. We have been diligently training these past few days, and I was just waiting for this opportunity." With a nod, Bo Feng concurred with this approach. As a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, Duguyen's status rendered Bo Feng unqualified to reprimand her. Should Bo Feng have been a student, the 7 from the opposing side could have easily declared victory and sprawled on the ground. Observing the haughty Duguyen, Bo Feng smiled subtly and turned to Qin Ming. "May I inquire, are these 7 your personally instructed students?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, they are my students, and they will be key participants in next year's prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition." He then cast a fierce glare at Duguyen, admonishing Yin, "Hurry and apologize to Teacher Bo Feng." To Qin Ming's command, Duguyen remained unyielding, dismissing his words with a huff. "Teacher Qin, do not forget. Had they not provoked me first, I would not have retaliated." Tang San furrowed his brow, "But you cannot unleash the poison of the green phosphor serpent. Had it not been for Teacher Bo Feng's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire." Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. As the granddaughter of the poison Douluos, Duguyen prided herself on her unmatched skills in poison. Today she had first been publicly embarrassed by Tang San, revealing her antidote method, and now by this enigmatic Teacher Bo Feng, who had effortlessly neutralized her prized green phosphor serpent's venom. "Teacher Qin, how about we resolve this using a method befitting soul masters? What do you think?" Bo Feng proposed. Before Qin Ming could respond, the man beside Duguyen eagerly interjected, "All right, let us do it. We are ready." Dai Mubai was equally eager, and the atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the two teams prepared for what would be nothing short of a team battle. Given the significance of the event, Qin Ming refrained from making unilateral decisions and directed his gaze toward the 3 committee members. They turned to Xue Qinghe, the prince of a nation and the organizer of this gathering, who held considerable influence. With a smile and a nod, Xue Qinghe declared, "In that case, Dream Machine, please proceed." Dream Machine respectfully acknowledged and promptly went to make arrangements. The Shrek 7 monsters and Duguyen's team readied themselves for battle. Having long harbored a disdain for each other, the battleground was set on the playground, where attendees of the event were keenly observing the match. Eager to gauge the strengths of Shrek Academy and to analyze the combat styles of both teams, which would prove advantageous in future competitions. The opposing team was the Royal Combat Team, led by Yu Qianheng, a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a rank 39 Soul Grandmaster. Duguyen served as the vice-captain, a rank 38 Soul Grandmaster, while the remaining 5 members boasted strengths above rank 35. They were also key participants in the upcoming competition, representing the Tiando royal family, and were exempt from preliminary rounds, advancing directly to the elimination phase. Thus, any confrontation with them required considerable effort in the next year as preliminaries. Bo Feng continued, "If it weren't for your provocations, we wouldn't have initiated combat. You will bear the consequences back home." Tang San nodded resignedly. "Teacher Bo Feng, the fault does not lie with little San. Had Duguyen not unleashed her green phosphor serpent's poison, he would not have had to retaliate." Before Dai Mubai could finish, Bo Feng interjected, "What did I remind you before we came? Do not seek trouble. Do not fear trouble. If someone dares to provoke, retaliate with overwhelming force. The crowd responded in unison. Bo Feng continued, I fear you may have forgotten. Tang San, let me ask you, is your poison potent? Teacher Bo Feng, I am uncertain how to respond. Tang San hesitated. Answer me. Bo Feng commanded sternly. I. Tang San stammered. He could not reveal to Bo Feng that he was a time traveler. Bo Feng sighed, never mind. Questioning you seems futile. Just remember this. Act with flair in your endeavors, but remain humble in your demeanor. There are many formidable individuals on this continent. Douluos' grandfather is one such figure. The poison Douluos is notorious for his ruthlessness. Today, you revealed your antidote to her poison, and there is a significant chance she will inform her grandfather. Be wary of Bo capturing you. Brother Bo Feng, you need not be so alarmed. If Bo dares to come, isn't there you to protect us? Besides you and Sister Xiaobai, there is also the Sea Spear Douluos. If things escalate, I can have Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone deal with him. Ning Rongrong declared boldly. Bo Feng remarked, You little rascal, that is not very honorable. In any case, be cautious in the coming days. If any peculiar or mysterious individuals begin to follow you, you must inform me immediately. Bo Feng specifically instructed Tang San. Tang San nodded, understood. Teacher Bo Feng, how should we proceed against them? The opposing 7 are all above rank 35, and apart from Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and the Fatty, only 4 of us have reached rank 30, and they possess the world's most formidable beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Bo Feng smiled slightly. Indeed, they are formidable, but you should pay special attention to 2 individuals. One is Douluos. Her green phosphor serpent S poison is incredibly powerful. Tang San, since you have a method to counter her, do not hesitate to utilize it. There is no need to keep it concealed. This battle is crucial for both you and me. Tang San nodded, indicating that the second individual was the support type Soul Master, Yi Lingling. Her 9-heart begonia martial soul is exceedingly rare, possessing a singular ability, area healing. Regardless of the severity of an opponent's injuries, as long as there is breath left, she can restore them entirely. Dai Mubai and Tang San, your primary task at the outset is to neutralize this soul support type Soul Master. Yi Lingling must not be allowed to unleash her soul skills. Understood? Additionally, do not underestimate Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. After dealing with the opposing support Soul Master, direct your attention to him. His strength is nearly at the soul ancestor level, making him a formidable adversary. Aside from Tang San, the control-type Soul Master, only Dai Mubai stands a chance to contend with him. How do you feel? Are you confident? In response to Bo Feng's inquiry, Dai Mubai confidently patted his chest and declared, Rest assured, Teacher Bo, in this battle, we shall demonstrate the might of the Shrek 7 monsters to all present. Observing the spirited 7, Bo Feng felt reassured. The next step was to make their way to the Eye of Ice and Fire, while also meeting with Bo, a rather peculiar individual known for his irascible temperament. The celestial herb is of utmost importance to both the Shrek 7 monsters and Bo Feng, as it significantly enhances physical prowess and enables certain individuals' martial souls to undergo a second evolution. Meanwhile, Qin Ming stood with his arms crossed, a serious expression on his face, addressing the 7 members of the royal fighting team. Yin Zi, this situation arose because of you. How can you treat Teacher Bo with such disrespect? Dugu Yin dismissively replied, Teacher Qin, it is that Teacher Bo who instructs his students without regard. His students publicly exposed my weaknesses years ago. How can I swallow that indignity? Now, I shall make them experience the true power of my phosphor snake venom. Yanzi, remember my warning, do not unleash the phosphor snake venom. Qin Ming cautioned emphatically. Teacher, when did you become so timid? As you can see today, when has our Tiendo Royal Academy ever feared Shrek Academy? Dugian inquired, puzzled. The name Shrek held immense significance for Qin Ming. Without Shrek, he would not have achieved such personal growth. He has always cherished the teachings of his mentors and the Academy's principle. Now, encountering Shrek once more made him reminisce about his youthful days, as time swiftly passed. Well, I have conveyed all I needed to. Yinzi, remember my instructions. Qin Ming turned to the 7 and said sternly, in today's battle, I expect each of you to give your utmost effort, ensuring the safety of your opponents while securing a perfect victory. Tianheng, you are the captain. The next steps are yours to command. With that, Qin Ming sighed and departed. I cannot comprehend why Teacher Qin shows such favoritism towards Shrek Academy. What is it that makes them worthy of our caution? Duguyan expressed her dissatisfaction. Yu Qianheng shook his head helplessly. Yanzi. Teacher Qin has his reasons for acting this way. Chapter 88. Clash of Titans. The arena of Tiando Royal Academy is vast, and at its center, a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters slowly ascends. Surrounding it are numerous students who have come to witness the event, as well as students from other academies who have joined the fray. Bo Feng stands among the crowd. Knowing that the time has come to assess the results of the intensive training for the Shrek 7 monsters. Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize, Qin Ming approached. There is no need for such formality. In truth, Tang San is not without fault. The situation has escalated beyond our judgment. Bo Feng replied with a resigned smile, observing the two opposing teams preparing for battle. Their eyes burned with fervor, each eager to engage, for a soul master's best method of resolving issues often lies in combat. Yanzi's temperament is such. She is competitive, and once she sets her mind to something, there is no turning back, Qin Ming noted, feeling helpless. My students are no different. Who among the youth has not been competitive? Where there is conflict, there lies true youth. To be honest, Bo Feng yearned to join them in battle. Who has not experienced youthful recklessness? I had initially planned to lead them to Soto City for training, as it is a place where I once strove hard, and the Soto Great Soul Arena has witnessed my presence. Qin Ming sighed. Indeed, who has not experienced youthful folly? Is it not true that after Shrek moved to Tiando City, Teacher Qin abandoned the idea of going to Soto City? Bo Feng inquired, glancing at Qin Ming. You are correct, Teacher Bo. Now that Shrek Academy has officially established itself, Principal Flander's dream has come to fruition. I shall visit when time permits. Xueqinghe and the 3 committee members sat in the upper seats, overlooking the entire battleground. There was still some time before the battle commenced. Meng Xinji stepped forward and announced, Tiando Royal Academy will compete against Shrek Academy. Please welcome both teams to the arena. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted as all the spectators fervently chanted Tiando Royal Academy, victory. A team composed entirely of soul masters above level 35, competing a year and a half later, had high expectations placed upon them by the Tiando Royal Academy. Their captain, Yu Qianheng, and vice-captain, Duguyan, come from a distinguished background. This team is impeccable in terms of soul master level and martial soul quality, epitomizing excellence. Soon after, both teams entered the arena, 7 against 7. The intense battle spirit ignited between them, transforming what began as a conflict between Tang San and Duguyan into a showdown between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team. Sometimes, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths. Tang San, wait for it. Today I shall show you the true power of my phosphor snake venom. Duguyan glared at Tang San, feeling compelled to regain her honor after having been humiliated in front of so many. Your poison is nothing but garbage in my eyes. That brief statement became a spark, igniting the flames of conflict between the two sides. Indeed, Tang San's words held merit. To him, the phosphor snake venom is quite trivial. As a master of poisons, Tang San's expertise far surpasses even that of the Poison Daw, Bo, Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. You have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls, Meng Xinji declared. As his voice faded, the 14 participants below began to prepare. Yu Qianheng's body crackled with blue lightning as his right hand transformed into a blue dragon claw, with a blue lightning tyrant dragon materializing behind him. The presence of the world's strongest beast martial soul cast a heavy atmosphere over the arena. Bo Feng observed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul and shook his head. It paled in comparison to the sea dragon martial soul of his uncle, which exuded an imposing aura. In his youth, under the tutelage of the sea dragon Douluos, the appearance of the sea dragon martial soul sent shivers down his spine. It took considerable effort for him to barely pass his uncle's trials. The Shrek 7 monsters regarded the colossal dragon with a sense of pressure. However, having undergone daily training under the light of the sea god, their mental fortitude was extraordinary. The Shrek 7 monsters maintained their composure, unaffected by the oppressive aura of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yu Qianheng, the owner of the martial soul, slightly furrowed his brow, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. The aura emanating from Dai Mubai was no less formidable than that of Yu Qianheng. A fierce roar echoed through the skies as his muscles rippled with power, his resolute gaze fixed upon Yu Qianheng. This was indeed a worthy adversary for this battle. One by one, the others unleashed their martial souls. Tang San's blue-silver grass spread across the battlefield, the fire phoenix roared, and the seven-treasure glazed tile radiated its brilliance. The previously disdainful duo Gu Yin and several members of the royal fighting team suddenly realized, at the moment the seven-treasure glazed tile and the fire phoenix appeared, that this contest would not be as effortless as they had imagined. The seven-treasure glazed tile was the premier auxiliary martial soul of the continent. And to see an exceptional phoenix martial soul manifest from a rather stout individual was indeed somewhat implausible. Engage. Dai Mubai and Yu Qianheng stepped forward, their dragon claw and tiger fist colliding with purpose. The disparity in their soul power was merely 2 levels, and neither was willing to concede in terms of momentum. As the dragon and tiger clashed, the blue-silver grass entwined. Tang San's right hand shimmered with blue light as the purple blue-silver grass burst forth from the earth with astonishing speed, leaving the 7 members of the royal fighting team in shock, as they were momentarily incapacitated by the impending assault. The target of the Shrek 7 monsters was Yi Lingling. On the sidelines, Qin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Lingling, as their most crucial auxiliary soul master, possessed the 9-heart begonia martial soul, which, despite its singular healing ability, meant that the absence of her support would diminish the royal fighting team's chances of victory by 50%. Naturally, their captain, Yu Qianheng, understood this as well. Sure, Mo, you must protect Lingling at all costs. If anything happens to her, our defeat is inevitable. Yu Qianheng swiftly issued his orders. Due to Dai Mubai's role in restraining the enemy, he could not personally return to defend. Want to defend? Too late. Dai Mubai urged. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, launch your attack immediately. The 2 women exchanged a glance. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, they were the swiftest, embodying the martial souls of the nether cat and the rabbit. Ning Rongrong activated the 7-treasure glaze tile, its dazzling light instantly enveloping each member of Shrek, doubling their power and speed. Dai Mubai bellowed, and with the enhancement of the 7-treasure glaze tile, he began to gain the upper hand against Yu Qianheng.